As the morning sun first touched the wall of Building A, it looked like a soft, warm veil wrapping around the steaming beef stew on the kitchen counter. Su Qing was stirring the stew with one hand and supporting the pot with the other, sweat beading on her forehead. Since the restaurant expanded, the breakfast needs for 7 people doubled. While she was simmering the beef, Feng Xiao was baking nut bread. They squeezed together at the single stove, one pushing, one pulling. When the bread was ready, the beef stew had already cooled halfway. The freshly heated soy milk had no place to stay warm, and Lele, after 3 sips, frowned and said, "It's not warm anymore." When slicing potatoes with a regular kitchen knife, it took 10 minutes to prepare enough for the stew. Everyone was getting impatient waiting to eat. "It would be great if the meals could be served faster," Su Qing said, pouring the cooled beef stew into a steamer to reheat. "The stove isn't enough now. Hot dishes cool quickly, and slicing takes time. Feng Xiao has to wait for me to clear space to bake bread, which wastes time." Fan Xiaozheng was kneeling beside the food preparation table, kneading dough. The dough in her hands had become a bit dry because she kept stopping to rest. Earlier, she had waited 20 extra minutes for Su Qing to give her the stove so her bread could rise properly. The baked bread's edges were a little hard. In the past, the bakery had a special double stove and a warming table, she said, lifting her head and wiping the flour off her hands. The double stove could bake bread and stew dishes at the same time, and the warming table kept the cooked food warm. With a quick vegetable slicer, slicing potatoes took only 5 minutes. This doubled the serving speed and prevented everyone from waiting for cold food. Lin Wanji had just helped Lila set up the mini dishes and utensils for the teddy bear toy. She turned around and saw Su Qing and Feng Xiao fighting for space at the stove. She quickly took out a silver exchange device. As her fingertips touched the screen, a light blue task window popped up with a slight vibration. The screen showed Points Pool, 17,029, clearly shining in the morning light, with steam rising from the pot. Main task, Upgrade Public Food Service Efficiency, Level 3 Restaurant Service. Task requirements. 1. Add efficient equipment, 1 double gas stove, 2 stainless steel warming tables, 3 manual quick slicers. 2. Improve the serving process. Create a preparation, cooking, warming, workflow. Feng Xiao responsible for baking, Su Qing for hot dishes, with dedicated staff for plating. 3. Make an efficiency guide, including equipment instructions, time-saving slicing tips, and Lo Li's hand-drawn step-by-step diagrams. Task rewards. 1. 600 points. One-time addition to the points pool. 2. Level 3 serving package ×1, including cleaning brushes, special dividers for warming tables, spare blades for slicers. 3. Winter hot food supply package ×1, insulated food container ×8, heat-resistant gloves ×4, suitable for cold weather delivery needs. Task cost, 46 points, deducted directly from the points pool, very low cost with high benefit, saving 51 points compared to area upgrades. Optimized for efficient meal preparation. Future changes. Meal preparation time reduced by 40%. Hot dish installation extended to 2 hours. Chopping efficiency increased by 60%, enabling simultaneous baking, hot dishes, and cold dishes, reducing team dining wait time to within 15 minutes. Task description. Level 3 meal efficiency adapted for large winter group dining. New equipment addresses issues like stove crowding, cold-hot dishes, and slow chopping, laying the foundation for welcoming more members later. There's an upgrade task. The restaurant's meal delivery efficiency can improve by 3 levels. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device, her voice full of excitement. She immediately gathered around the breakfast table with others. Lele tiptoed, and the paw of the teddy bear toy brushed against the screen of the exchange device. Just 46 points to get 600 rewards, plus a warming station and a chopping device. Lin Wanji pointed at the equipment diagram on the screen. From now on, Feng Xiao can bake bread and Su Qing can stew dishes without fighting for the stove. Hot dishes stay warm, chopping is faster, and no more waiting for cold rice. Upgrade. It must upgrade. Su Qing immediately put down her spatula. Yesterday, Tao Tao found a kitchenware and vegetable shop in the east. Today, everyone is going out to find new equipment and stock up on winter vegetables. This will improve efficiency and help everyone pay off debts. Chunmo's debt is now minus 6,449. Once we find some good stuff, we can push below minus 6,000. Feng Xiao also excitedly wiped flour from his hands and took out a small notebook where he had written down equipment specs. I know baking equipment. The double stove must have flame-out protection, the warming station should be food-grade stainless steel, and the chopping device needs sharp blades to save points. Vegetables should be stored well. Radishes and potatoes last a month, suitable for stewing and stir-frying. The team quickly divided tasks. Everyone split into 2 groups, each equipped with tools and supplies. Equipment Supply Group, Zhao Lei, Chunmo, Feng Xiao, Lei Zhao Lei carried the double stove and warming station, wearing durable work boots and wrapping a rope around his wrist for easy securing of heavy items. Chunmo was responsible for checking equipment quality, gas stove flame-out protection, sealing of the warming station, and brought a multimeter to test electrical circuits. Feng Xiao guided the vegetable cutter, with removable blades for easy cleaning. He brought a piece of sandpaper to sharpen dull blades. Lei helped with detection, using a metal detector to find small hidden parts behind kitchenware. She wore a small cloth pouch around her waist, holding a tiny model of a heat-preserving station made from clay, with small holes mimicking heat vents. The vegetable supply team, Lin Wanji, Su Qing, Old Zhou, Xiao Lin Wanji looked for carrots, potatoes, and cabbage, carrying an old bamboo basket lined with dry grass to prevent damage. Su Qing checked the freshness of vegetables, selecting firm, non-hollow carrots and non-sprouted potatoes. She carried a small scale to estimate weight. Old Zhou was responsible for packing and sorting, dividing into root vegetables and leafy greens, labeling with expiration dates. He used an old cotton cloth to cover the vegetables for moisture. Xiao Lin washed the collected vegetables in a basket designed for small portions, bringing along a fruit and vegetable cleaner made by Su Qing, which removes dirt without hurting hands. Both teams agreed to meet at the kitchenware store entrance at noon to return together and avoid evening cold that could spoil the vegetables. Before leaving, Su Qing was busy in the kitchen. The nut bread wrapped in wax paper was still steaming, brushed with honey, a flavor-enhancing trick taught by Feng Xiao. The marinated tofu was stored in a new thermal box with a tight lid to keep it warm. The millet porridge was in a 3-layer insulated bottle, decorated with a cute, crooked stove drawing by Lei. Bring 2 more bags of bread. Su Qing handed some dry food to Zhao Lei. You carry the double stove. It's tiring. Eat when you're hungry. Don't wait until rest time, or you might get low blood sugar. She also gave Lei a piece of strawberry candy, placed in a side pocket of her cloth pouch. Eat some candy if you get tired of finding equipment. Don't compete with the uncles for small parts. Feng Xiao helped Lei adjust the position of her teddy bear toy so it could see the outside kitchenware. The teddy also helps watch the heat-preserving station. When it sees shiny stainless steel, it tells Lei if it's good or not. The 2 teams set out along the eastern path. A faint metallic smell mixed with the earthy scent from distant vegetable stalls, growing stronger as they approached, like a warm, cozy smoke. The equipment team led the way. Zhao Lei's metal detector beeped softly, clear but not loud. The wild grass by the roadside was below their ankles, wet with morning dew, making Lei's pants damp. She struggled a bit, so Chun Mo carried her to a nearby stone slab, letting her walk on it while he followed behind, holding her steady. Uncle Chun Mo, does the loud sound mean there's a big stove? Lei occasionally puts her ear close to the detector, her small face full of curiosity. Little Bear says it smells like metal, like Sister Feng Xiao's vegetable cutter. After walking for about 35 minutes, Feng Xiao suddenly stopped and squinted into the distance. She pointed with her finger in her pocket. That's the sign of the Jinggong kitchenware store. I remember clearly. The iron sign has the words high-efficiency kitchenware engraved, and there's a small stove icon on the right. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed, a small gray brick building hidden behind some withered trees. At the door, there was a rusty iron sign with the words Jinggong kitchenware store painted on it. Though the paint was peeling, it was still recognizable. In the yard, There were a few double stoves. Blue plastic sheets fluttered in the wind like big wings. At the door, a zombie dressed in blue work clothes was lying down. The uniform's chest had the word, Jingong, printed on it, faded from washing. It held a broken pot shovel. Oil stains spilled everywhere. Its movements were slow, like a rusty robot, unable to lift its head. Lele, stand on the stone slab behind me. Don't come down. Xiaolei helped Lele onto a flat stone slab, then gripped the iron rod on his back. He slowly circled behind the zombie. First, he squatted down to observe, and seeing the zombie didn't react, he gently stood up, tightened his grip on the iron rod, and struck the back of the zombie's head hard. With a muffled bang, the force was just right. It didn't splash blood from the zombie's body, nor did it scatter too much oil stain on the ground. The zombie, plop, fell to the ground, dropping the pot shovel, and stopped moving. Feng Xiao hurried over, squatted down, and touched the double stove beside her. Her fingertips brushed the stainless steel surface. Look, this stove has a flame-out protection device. There's a small red next to the... When there's no fire, it automatically cuts off the gas. Very safe. One stove is worth 200 points, and there are two here. That's 400 points. She also taught Lele how to identify it. Press this. If it pops back, it's good. Like pressing a toy button, if it doesn't come back, it's broken. Lele imitated Feng Xiao, pressed the, saw it bounce back, and happily put it into her small cloth bag. Little Bear, this stove can pop the button. Can we use it at home to toast bread? Entering the kitchenware store, a strong metallic smell hit the nose, much warmer than outside. The air also carried a hint of machine oil, probably leftover from pre-apocalyptic maintenance of the kitchenware. The insulated table on the shelf was neatly arranged, some with labels saying, Food Grade 304. Chinemo turned on the metal detector and slowly walked along the shelf. When the detector reached the bottom layer, the beeping sound suddenly sped up, and the red light kept flashing. There are hidden vegetable slicers here. Feng Xiao quickly squatted down and moved aside the clutter at the bottom. There were 3 manual vegetable slicers. The blades were sharp and removable for cleaning. She picked up one and looked at the label. The blades are stainless steel, can slice into strips or slices. One can be exchanged for 80 points. There are 3 here, so that's 240 points. Chinemo also found a special silicone divider for the insulated table in the corner of the shelf. It was heat-resistant. This divider can split the table into 2 sections, allowing 2 different dishes to stay warm. One can be exchanged for 30 points. There are 4 of them, so 120 points. Lele was lying on the ground and found some mini vegetable slicers under the shelf. They were children's models with little bear patterns on them. Sister Feng Xiao, this small slicer is perfect for Little Bear. One can be exchanged for 10 points. I found 4, so that's 40 points. Feng Xiao helped her put the mini slicers into a small cloth bag and tied the strap tightly. Don't drop it. When we get back, Little Bear can use it to cut mini vegetables. Meanwhile, the vegetable team also made some finds at the vegetable shop. The wooden door was slightly open, and the baskets inside were neatly arranged. Lin Wanji was wearing old gloves she found in the ruins and carefully picked up a radish. This radish is firm, not hollow, and sounds crisp when tapped. One can be exchanged for 5 points. There are 20 here, so 100 points. She quickly placed the radish into a basket lined with dry grass, worried about damaging it. Sister Su Qing, this radish is perfect for stewing beef brisket. It will last us half a month. Su Qing was looking for potatoes on the vegetable rack. She picked one up, held it to the sunlight, and checked it carefully. No sprouting or black spots, and the harvest date was clear. This potato will make a tasty chicken stew. One can be exchanged for 4 points. There are 30 here, so 120 points. She also found a few cabbages with fresh, green leaves. This cabbage is perfect for making spicy and sour cabbage. One can be exchanged for 8 points. I found 10, so that's 80 points. Old Joe found some vacuum-packed carrots on the bottom shelf. They were dry and fresh. This is perfect for Lele's baby food. Each bag has 200 grams and earns 6 points. I found 10 bags, so that's 60 points. Xiaolin was nearby washing the recycled vegetable baskets with Su Qing's vegetable wash, making sure they were very clean and dry. These baskets can hold different vegetables, and we can label them so we don't have to search for things when eating. It's more convenient. At noon, at 12 o'clock, two groups met outside the kitchenware store. The supplies were stacked like a small mountain. 2 double-burner stoves, 400 points. 3 quick vegetable choppers, 240 points. For warming trays with dividers, 120 points. For mini choppers, 40 points. 20 carrots, 100 points. 30 potatoes, 120 points. 10 heads of cabbage, 80 points. And 10 bags of carrots, 60 points. The total points reached 1160. Zhao Lei carried a double-burner stove. It was a bit heavy, and his shoulders sank slightly. Feng Xiao quickly went over to help hold the side of the stove. Walk slowly, don't drop it. If the stove gets damaged, it won't be usable. Su Qing carried a bamboo basket full of carrots and told Lin Wanji, tomorrow, we'll cook carrot beef stew on the new stove and keep it warm on the warming tray, so everyone can enjoy hot food. Lele held a teddy bear toy, and her small pouch was filled with mini choppers. She took one out now and then, saying to the teddy bear, we're going home to use the new chopper to cut vegetables, and your little tools too. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw that the efficiency upgrade in the kitchen had already started. The double-burner stove was installed near the window, shining brightly, with a clean stainless steel surface. 2 warming trays were placed side by side in the prep area, divided into 4 sections by dividers. 3 choppers sat in the corner of the prep table, their blades gleaming. Feng Xiao put down her chopper and went straight to the stove, testing the knobs. This fire protection is really useful. When there's no flame, it cuts off the gas. Now we can bake bread and stew at the same time without fighting for space. Su Qing went to the warming tray and poured in the freshly cooked beef brisket. This warming tray really works. It kept the beef warm for 10 minutes, so we don't need to reheat it. Before they could catch their breath, they started organizing the new supplies. Feng Xiao put the spare blades of the choppers into a storage box, sorted by size. Su Qing placed the carrots and potatoes into the storage racks and packed them into bags. Lele helps set up the insulation table divider and places the mini vegetable chopper in front of the teddy bear doll. Teddy, this is your vegetable chopper. From now on, we will chop vegetables together. At dinner, everyone sits around the newly upgraded, faster-serving restaurant. The dishes are neatly arranged on the warming table, steaming hot. The radish and beef stew is tender and flavorful, with the radish soaking up the broth. The pan-fried chicken is crispy on the outside and tender inside, sprinkled with cumin. The spicy and sour cabbage is crunchy and tasty. Lele has sauce all over his mouth from eating. Feng Xiao uses 2 stoves to bake nut bread and coconut crisps, placing them on the warming table, filling the room with a delicious aroma. The new equipment is really easy to use. Xiaolei picks up a piece of bread and sighs happily. It used to take half an hour to get the food ready. Now I can eat hot food in 15 minutes. It's so great. Chinamo takes a sip of beef stew and nods. This warming table really works. The soup stays hot until the end. No more cold soup in winter. After dinner, Lin Wanji places the points ledger and calculator on the new dining table. The warm yellow light shines on the paper, making the writing clear. She updates the points pool first. Original points pool, 17,029. Subtract 46 points for the efficiency upgrade, add 600 points as a reward, and add 1,160 points for new supplies. Now, the points pool is 17,029 to 46,600. 1,160 is equal to 18,743. Then she starts calculating for each person. Everyone gathers around to watch. Lele leans close to the table, with his small head near the paper. Chinamo, recognizing kitchen tool quality, 300, using a metal detector to find the vegetable chopper, 150, installing the double stove/warming table, 100, daily repair tools, 50, equals 600, subtract rent 588, 49 by 12. The balance changes from minus 6,449 to minus 6,449. 600 minus 588 is equal to minus 6,437. No, plus an extra upgrade assistance of 100, total 700. Balance becomes minus 6,449. 700 minus 588 is equal to minus 6,337, which is 112 points more than yesterday. Yes, previously added 112. Zhao Lei. Carrying the double stove/warming table for 100, handling zombie at the kitchen store 100, installing the warming table 50, daily chicken feeding/fence repair 30, equals 580, subtract rent 588. The balance changes from minus 8,199 to minus 8,199. 580 minus 588 is equal to minus 8,207? Incorrect. Add vegetable chopper/divider 100, total 680, deduct 588, remaining minus 8,199. 680 minus 588 is equal to minus 8,107. Reimburse 92 points, large correction. Su Qing. Find radishes/potatoes/cabbage 250, check vegetable freshness 150, organize new vegetables 100, daily meal prep 350, equals 850, deduct rent 816, 68 by 12. Remaining changes from minus 4,658 to minus 4,658. 850 minus 816 is equal to minus 4,624. Reimburse 34 points, steady correction. Feng Xiao. Check chopper quality 200, guide installation of serving equipment 150, organize kitchenware 100, make nut bread 100, equals 550, deduct rent 408, 34 by 12. Remaining changes from 384 to 384. 550 minus 408 is equal to 526. Reimburse 142 points, balance increases. Shaolin. Pack vegetables/kitchenware 200, wash vegetable baskets/choppers 80, clean new equipment 50, daily tasks 30, equals 360, deduct rent 324, 27 by 12. Remaining changes from minus 5,329 to minus 5,329. 360 minus 324 is equal to minus 5,293. Reimburse 36 points, steady correction. Lao Zhou. Pick vegetables 200, sort and pack 150, care for chicken/dried goods 40, equals 390, deduct rent 300, 25 by 12. Remaining changes from minus 4,620 to minus 4,620. 390 minus 300 is equal to minus 4,530. Reimburse 90 points, large correction. Lele. Assist with detecting kitchenware 80, find mini chopper 50, set up insulation divider 40, equals 170. Total points increase from 1,700 to 1,700. 170 is equal to 1,870. This matches the large correction pattern. Chun Mo, Zhao Lei, Lao Zhou each reimburse about 100 points. Feng Zhao's balance increases. Lin Wanji pushes the ledger to the table center. The red negative number is lighter than before. This time, all members gathered supplies upgraded meal service, a total of 406 points reimbursed. Chen Mo Li has 6,000 points, now only 337 remaining. Zhao Lei is approaching 8,000 points. Old Zhou is nearly there with 4,500 points. Feng Zhao's remaining points are enough to exchange for 2 bags of flour. Saving points faster will help in the future. Feng Xiao looked at the new equipment and then at the recipe for sweet and sour cabbage. He said, "Tomorrow, I will use both stoves to bake bread and make coconut crisps at the same time. Sister Suqing will use the vegetable cutter to chop cabbage, which will save us 10 minutes on serving time. We can go to the dry goods store that Peach mentioned to find some wood ear mushrooms and shiitake mushrooms. They make stews tastier and can help us earn more points to pay off our debt." Suqing nodded and said, "The new warming table can keep 4 dishes warm. Let's prepare more breakfast tomorrow so everyone can eat well before we go out for supplies." In the evening, the sunset painted the apartment windows with a warm golden color, and the shadows in the yard stretched long. The warming table in the dining area still had its standby light on, and the knobs on the double stove flashed with small red dots. On the storage shelf, carrots and potatoes were neatly arranged, and the vegetable cutter was placed beside the prep table. In the kitchen fridge, the newly bought vegetables rested quietly, waiting to become delicious new dishes next time. Near the chicken coop in the yard, the hens had settled down quietly, occasionally making soft, cluck sounds as if dozing. Feng Xiao in room 201 was tidying the mini vegetable cutter, placing it next to a teddy bear toy. Lin Wanji leaned against the door of the dining room. The evening breeze carried the aroma of beef brisket and the sweetness of bread, gentle like a mother's touch. Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. Host, after activating the level 3 serving efficiency, the apartment's food effectiveness index has increased to 550%. I scanned a deserted dry goods store 2 kilometers south. It has dried mushrooms, shiitake, and dried bean curd sticks, long-lasting dry goods. We should check it out tomorrow. It will add flavor to new dishes and help everyone pay back their debt faster. Sounds good. Lin Wanji smiled inwardly. Tomorrow, everyone will go out to find dry goods to improve our recipes. We aim to reduce Chun Mo Li's debt to below minus 6,000 points and settle accounts early. Lele ran over holding a teddy bear, pulling Feng Zhao's hand. The mini vegetable cutter in her small pouch made a clatter sound. Sister Xiao, tomorrow let's go to the dry goods store. Can we find some small wood ear mushrooms? Let's make mini mushroom soup for the teddy bear so it can taste the new dish too. Feng Xiao crouched down, patted Lele's head, and smiled. Sure. Let's find the smallest wood ear mushrooms and make the tastiest mini mushroom soup for the teddy bear to try the new flavor. The evening breeze continued passing through the double stove in the dining room, the partition of the warming table, and the window of room 201. This once lonely small building is gradually becoming the warmest and liveliest home in the post-apocalyptic world. Thanks to improved food service, abundant supplies, decreasing debts, new friends joining, efficient processes, stored winter supplies, shared laughter, children's hopes, and confidence in the future. As the call of the dry goods shop echoes, new stories quietly unfold in the gentle night. Morning sunlight just touches the wall of Building A like a soft blanket, gently wrapping around the old wooden bed in room 104. Shaolin massages his sore back and sits up. He found this bed while clearing debris. The bed slats are loose, and the mattress is so thin it's like paper. Last night, he worked on organizing supplies until late, and this morning, his back feels stiff and sore. Bending over to pack is hard. It would be nice if the bed were more comfortable, he says, supporting his back as he walks to the door, looking at his busy friends in the yard. The slats are uncomfortable, and there's no space to put things. They're all piled on the ground, and finding packing ropes takes forever. It really slows us down. Lin Wanji just helped Lele pack a tiny bear-shaped toy cutter into a cloth bag. Hearing this, she looks at the old bed in room 104. The bed legs are propped up with stones to keep it steady, and the mattress edges are worn out, exposing the cotton inside. She takes out her silver exchange device. As her finger touches the screen, a light blue task window pops up with a slight vibration. The screen shows points pool, 18,743, shining brightly in the morning light, reflecting Shaolin supporting his back. Side quest. Upgrade living function. Room 104 bed to level 3. Requirements. 1. Replace with a level 3 multifunctional bed, including a spring mattress ×1, a bed frame with storage drawers ×1, an adjustable headboard cushion ×1. 2. Match living facilities, solid wood bedside table ×1, foldable clothes rack ×1, dustproof bed cover ×1. 3. Optimize space layout, place bed near the window, reserve packing area, organize tools/materials in drawers. Rewards. 1. 400 points, one-time addition to points pool. 2. Level 3 bed set pack ×1, including mattress protector, drawer dividers, cushion covers ×2.
3.
Living convenience pack times 1, memory foam lumbar support times 1, non-slip slippers times 1, night light times 1. To meet Shaolin's organizational needs, task cost 700 points, deducted directly from the points pool, suitable for long-term living needs, improving members' rest quality. Future changes. The rent for room 104 increases from 27 points/hour to 33 points/hour because the bed now has sleep storage operation functions, matching Shaolin's core need for packing and organizing, meeting level 5. Apartment operation standards. Task description. Level 3 bed solves issues of poor sleep, messy storage, and cramped operations, improving Shaolin's efficiency in organizing supplies and laying a good rest foundation for future high-intensity resource storage. There's an upgrade task. The bed in room 104 can be upgraded to level 3. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device, her voice full of excitement. Shaolin immediately moved closer, forgetting her back pain. It costs 700 points, but gives a reward of 400 points, plus a storage bed and lumbar support. Lin Wanji pointed at the bed icon on the screen. In the future, you can lie down to rest your back, store things in drawers, find packing ropes without flipping everything, and double your organizing speed. Upgrade. Must upgrade. Shaolin straightened her back immediately. Yesterday, Tao Tao found a dry goods store in the south. Today, everyone went out to find mushrooms and dried fungi. Not only can we gather ingredients for new recipes, but also help settle debts. My back feels better, packing is more efficient. 2 birds with 1 stone. Fong Xiaojing kneaded the bread dough and, hearing this, also came over. I understand quality in beds. Spring mattresses should bounce back quickly when pressed. Storage drawers should slide smoothly to save points. Dried goods should be free of mold, with high rehydration rates for fresh cooking, and can be stored for winter. The team quickly divided tasks. Everyone split into 2 groups, each equipped with tools and supplies. Dried goods supply group. Zhao Lei, Chen Mo, Fong Xiao, Lei. Zhao Lei carried heavy items and handled zombies, wearing fleece-lined work pants and tying rope over his shoulder. Chen Mo checked the quality of dried goods, using a metal detector to find hidden dried bags in corners, carrying a manual for dried goods identification, with a rehydration rate comparison chart inside. Fong Xiao guided sorting, removing mold and bugs, using a fine sieve to filter out debris. Lei assisted with detection and collecting tiny dried packs, hanging a small cloth pouch on her waist containing a miniature black clay model of mushrooms with small holes to mimic mushroom patterns. The bedding supply team. Lin Wanji, Su Qing, Lao Zhou, Xiao Lin. Lin Wanji brought a mattress protector and drawer dividers, carrying a canvas bag for soft items. Su Qing checked the bedding materials, preferably pure cotton, breathable and sweat-wicking, with a small flashlight in her pocket to read labels for 100% cotton. Lao Zhou was responsible for packing and sorting, dividing into bedding accessories and dry goods, using an old bamboo basket lined with oil paper to keep things clean. Shaolin organized the new bedding, to be assembled later, bringing a screwdriver for installing drawer slides. The 2 groups agreed to meet at 1 p.m. at the dry goods store entrance to return together, avoiding the evening cold that could spoil the supplies. Before leaving, Su Qing was busy in the kitchen, warm nut bread wrapped in oil paper, each with 3 ventilation cuts, marinated bean curd stored in a small ceramic jar with a tight lid, millet porridge in a triple-insulated thermos decorated with a cute, slightly crooked wooden mushroom drawing. Bring 2 more bags of bread, dry goods team. Su Qing handed snacks to Zhao Lei. Carrying the dry goods box is tiring, so eat when you're hungry. Don't wait until rest time, or you might get low blood sugar. She also gave Lei a piece of orange candy, tucked in a side pocket of a small cloth pouch. When you're tired from carrying dry goods, have a piece of candy. Don't fight with the uncles over small parts. Fong Xiao helped Lei adjust the position of her teddy bear so it could see the dry goods outside. Little Bear is also helping watch the mushrooms. Tell Lei if you see any moldy spots, okay? The 2 groups set out along the southern path, the air carrying a faint mushroom scent mixed with the cotton and linen smell from the bedding shop in the distance. As they got closer, the smell grew stronger, like a warm, cozy fire. The dry goods team led the way. Zhao Lei's metal detector beeped softly, clear but gentle. The wild grass by the roadside didn't reach their ankles, dew on the grass wetting Lele's pants. She struggled a bit, so Chun Mo carried her to a wooden log by the path, letting her walk on it while he supported her from behind. Uncle Chinamo, does the loud beeping mean there are big bags of mushrooms? Lele often leaned her ear close to the detector, curious. Little Bear says it smells like mushroom aroma, like Su Ching Mama's chicken soup. After about 40 minutes, Fong Xiao suddenly stopped, squinting into the distance, pointing with his finger in his pocket. That's the sign for the fresh mushroom dry goods store. I remember it clearly. The wooden sign says natural dry goods, and there's a small mushroom picture on the left. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed, the gray brick small building hidden behind a few withered trees. A faded wooden sign hung at the door, with the words, Fresh Mushroom Dried Goods Shop, barely readable despite the peeling paint. Inside the yard, several sealed boxes of dried goods were piled up, covered with a blue plastic sheet blown up by the wind, resembling a large bird with wings spread. At the entrance, a zombie dressed in brown work clothes was lying down. The shirt had the words Fresh Mushrooms printed on it, but it was so washed out it was hard to read. The zombie held a torn bag of mushrooms, with mushroom debris scattered on the ground. Its movements were slow, like a rusty robot, unable to lift its head. Lele, stay on the wooden block behind me. Don't come down. Zhao Lei helped Lele onto a flat piece of wood, then tightly gripped the iron rod on his back. He slowly circled around behind the zombie. First, he crouched down to observe. Seeing the zombie didn't react, he stood up gently, clenched the iron rod, and struck the back of the zombie's head hard. With a dull bang, the strike was just right, not enough to splash blood or spread too much mushroom debris. The zombie thumped to the ground, dropping the torn bag, and stopped moving. Fong Xiao quickly ran over, crouched down, and touched the mushroom bag beside her. Her fingertips brushed the sealed edge of the bag. Look, this mushroom has no mold. Its color is shiny black, and it can rehydrate at a ratio of 1:10. One 500g bag can earn 40 points. There are 10 bags here, so that's 400 points. She also showed Lele how to tell if the mushrooms were good. Pick a handful of mushrooms. If they feel dry and not sticky, they're good, as dry as a teddy bear's fur. If they're sticky, they've absorbed moisture. Lele imitated Fong Xiao, grabbed a handful of mushrooms, and carefully put them into a small cloth bag. Teddy bear, these mushrooms are dry. When we get home, let's ask Mom Suching to make chicken soup with them, okay? Inside the dried goods shop, a strong mushroom aroma hit the air, much warmer than outside, with a hint of dried wood scent, probably leftover from before the apocalypse, when dried goods were sun-dried. The shelves were neatly arranged with shiitake mushrooms, some labeled Linden Tree Shiitake. Chinemo turned on a metal detector and slowly walked along the shelves. When the detector reached the bottom layer, the beeping suddenly sped up, and the red light flashed nonstop. There are hidden shiitake mushrooms here. Fong Xiao quickly squatted down and used her hand to clear away the clutter at the bottom. There were 8 bags of linden mushroom, with intact caps and no bugs. She picked up one bag and checked the label. Dried 2 months before the end of the world, with a shelf life of 12 months. One bag of 300g can be exchanged for 35 points. There are 8 bags here, totaling 280 points. Chinemo also found some dried bean curd strips in the corner of the shelf. They were vacuum-packed and could be softened by soaking. This bean curd strips with ribs smell good when cooked with ribs. One bag of 200g can be exchanged for 25 points. I found 6 bags, which is 150 points. Lele was lying on the ground and discovered a few small packages of dried goods under the shelf. They were 100g each, with images of little bears on them. Sister Fong Xiao, these small dried goods are perfect for Little Bear. One bag can be exchanged for 10 points. I found 5 bags, which is 50 points. Fong Xiao helped her put the small dried goods into a small cloth pouch and tied the string tightly. Don't drop them. When we go back, we can make a mini mushroom soup for Little Bear. Meanwhile, the betting team also made some gains at the betting store. The glass door of the store was broken in half, but the cotton fabrics inside were neatly arranged. Lin Wanji, Wearing old gloves she found in the ruins, carefully picked up a mattress protector. This is pure cotton, breathable and sweat-absorbing. It can protect a new mattress from dirt. One can be exchanged for 25 points. There are two here, so that's 50 points. She quickly put the protector into her canvas bag, worried it might tear. Shaolin, this cover on the mattress will keep it clean when you're organizing supplies later. Su Qing was looking for drawer dividers on the shelf. She picked one up, checked the material, plastic, and saw it hadn't deformed. This can divide a storage drawer into 3 sections for tools, packing ropes, and labels. One can be exchanged for 15 points. I found 4, so that's 60 points. She also found 2 cotton cushion covers with mushroom patterns. These go on the headboard cushions. They can be washed if dirty. One can be exchanged for 10 points. I found 2, so that's 20 points. Old Joe was searching the bottom of the shelf for a dust-proof bed cover. He found a light blue one that fit a level 3 bed perfectly. This can keep dust off. When the bed isn't in use, just cover it. One can be exchanged for 30 points. I found one, so that's 30 points. Shaolin was nearby organizing the found bedding, wiping the dust off with a cloth. These accessories on the new bed will make it comfortable and tidy. From now on, we won't have to dig through the ground to find things. At 1 p.m., 2 groups met at the dry goods store entrance. The supplies were piled high like small mountains. 10 bags of wood ear mushrooms, 400 points. 8 bags of shiitake mushrooms, 280 points. 6 bags of dried bean curd sticks, 150 points. 5 packs of mini dried goods, 50 points. 2 mattress protectors, 50 points. 4 drawer dividers, 60 points. 2 cushion covers, 20 points, and 1 dust-proof bed cover, 30 points. The total points reached 1040. Zhao Lei carried 2 boxes of wood ears. The boxes were heavy, causing his shoulders to sink slightly. Fang Xiao quickly went over to help steady the boxes. Walk slowly, don't drop them. If the wood ears get damp, they won't taste good. Su Qing carried a canvas bag filled with bedding and told Lin Wanji, "Tomorrow, we'll cook chicken soup with the new wood ears and keep it warm on the hot plate so everyone can enjoy hot food." Lele held a small teddy bear plush with a tiny pouch filled with mini dried goods. She took out one and said to the bear, "We'll sleep on the new bed at home and enjoy mushroom soup too." As soon as they entered the yard, they saw the upgrade of the 104 bed set had already started. A level 3 storage bed was placed by the window. The spring mattress looked soft, and the 3 drawers under the bed frame opened smoothly. A solid wood bedside table was next to the bed, with a nightlight on top. A foldable clothes rack leaned against the wall, covered with a dust-proof bed cover. Xiao Lin went over, sat on the mattress, and tested it. The springs bounced back perfectly. Resting against the cushion, his pain instantly eased. So comfortable. In the future, when we organize supplies late into the night, I won't have to worry about back pain anymore. Lin Wanji helped him put the drawer dividers inside. This compartment is for packing ropes, and that one is for labels. It's easy to find things now. Before they could catch their breath, they started organizing the new supplies. Fang Xiao sorted the dried goods by type, packing the wood ears, shiitake mushrooms, and dried bean curd sticks into separate bags. Su Qing placed bedding accessories into the drawers of the 104 bed set, covering the mattress with protectors. Lele helped arrange the cushion covers and placed the mini dried goods next to the teddy bear plush. "Teddy, these are your wood ears. We'll sleep on the new bed together and enjoy mushroom soup." At dinner, everyone sat around the table. The dishes were neatly arranged on the hot plate, steaming hot. The chicken soup with wood ears was so tasty it seemed to make their eyebrows dance. The stir-fried shiitake mushrooms with meat were tender and flavorful. The dried bean curd sticks with ribs were soft and fell off the bone. Lele was eating with her mouth full. Fang Xiao used both stoves to bake nut bread and coconut crisps at the same time, placing them on the hot plate. The aroma filled the entire dining room. The new bed and the new dried goods really make everything better. Kobayashi took a sip of chicken soup and sighed happily. "My back doesn't hurt anymore." Eating fresh mushroom soup is so satisfying. Chinamo patted his shoulder. "If we organize supplies more efficiently, we can find more resources and you'll be able to pay off your debt faster." After the meal, Lin Wanji placed the points ledger and calculator on the new dining table. The warm yellow light shone on the paper, making the handwriting clear. She first updated the points pool. Original points pool 18,743, minus 700 points for upgrading the bed, plus 400 points as a reward, plus 1,040 points for new supplies. Now, the points pool is 18,743 to 1,040 is equal to 19,483. Then she started calculating each person's points. Everyone gathered around to watch. Lele leaned over the table, with his small head very close. Chinemo, identify quality of dry goods, 300 points. Use metal detector to find mushrooms, 150 points. Daily repair tools, 50 points. Help assemble bed frame, 100 points. Total points earned, 300, 150, 50, 100 is equal to 600. Deduct rent 588, 49 by 12. The balance changed from minus 6,337 to minus 6,337 600 minus 588 is equal to minus 6,325. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Recalculate for extra contribution. Guiding dry goods selection, 80 points. Total earned, 680. Now, the balance is minus 6,337 680 minus 588 is equal to minus 6,245. Add back 92 points to get closer to minus 6,000. Chun Mo looked at the ledger, smiling wider. If I find more supplies, I can break through minus 6,000 and get closer to balancing the account. Zhao Lei, carrying boxes of wood ear mushrooms / shiitake mushrooms for 100 points. Deal with zombies, 100 points. Daily feeding chickens / repairing fences, 30 points. Moving beds and furniture, 120 points. Total points earned, 400, 100, 30, 120 is equal to 650. Deduct rent 588. The balance changed from minus 8,087 to minus 8,087 650 minus 588 is equal to minus 8,025. Add back 62 points, approaching minus 8,000. Zhao Lei patted Chinmo's arm. You're about to break through minus 6,000. I'll work harder too, aiming to pay off most of my debt with you by the end of the month. Su Qing. Buying bedding accessories, 150 points. Checking bedding material, 100 points. Making mushroom soup / stir-fry, 200 points. Daily meal prep, 350 points. Total points earned, 150,100,200,350 is equal to 800. Subtracting rent of 816 points, 68 by 12. Remaining balance changes from minus 4,624 to minus 4,624 800 minus 816 is equal to minus 4,640. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Recalculating with an extra 50 points for using new ingredients to create innovative dishes, total earnings become 850. Now balance. Minus 4,624 850 minus 816 is equal to minus 4,590. Adding back 34 points. Su Qing smiles. The new wood ear mushroom chicken soup is so tasty. Next time, I'll add some red dates to make it more nourishing and I can earn more points. Feng Xiao. Checking dry goods / bedding, 300 points. Guiding selection, 150 points. Baking bread, 100 points. Organizing dry goods, 50 points. Total points earned, 300,150,150 is equal to 600. Subtracting rent of 408 points, 34 by 12. Balance changes from 526 to 526, 600 minus 408 is equal to 718. Adding back 192 points, balance exceeds 700, so I can exchange for 3 bags of flour. Feng Zhao's eyes light up. I can use the flour to make more bread. When everyone is gathering supplies, we can carry some to eat on the go. It's really helpful. Shaolin. Packing dry goods / bedding, 250 points. Installing bed drawers, 100 points. Cleaning new bedding, 50 points. Daily tidying, 30 points. Total points earned, 250,100,5030 is equal to 430. Subtracting rent of 396 points, 33 by 12, new rent. Balance changes from minus 5,293 to minus 5,293. 430 minus 396 is equal to minus 5,259. Adding back 34 points. Even though rent increased by 6, the income covers it and debt decreases. Shaolin touches the new mattress. The bed is comfortable now. I can pack for an extra 2 hours later, and I'll earn more points. Old Joe. Sorting dried goods, 200 points. Packing and categorizing, 150 points. Looking after the chickens/storing dried goods, 40 points. Helping with bedding covers, 30 points. Total points earned, 200, 150, 40, 30 equals 420. After deducting rent of 300 points, 25 points x 12 months, the balance changes from minus 4,530 to minus 4,530. 420 minus 300 is equal to minus 4,410. He also adds back 120 points to cover some debts, bringing the total closer to minus 4,400. Old Joe laughs and says, "The dried goods are stored well now, enough for 3 months. No worries about winter cooking, and I can keep earning points slowly." Lele, assisting with detecting dried goods, 80 points. Picking mini dried goods, 50 points. Arranging cushions/organizing little bear supplies, 40 points. Total points earned, 80, 50, 40 is equal to 170. His total points go from 1870 to 2040, breaking 2,000, so he can exchange for Little Bear's new dress and a mini bowl. Lele jumps up and says, "Sister Wenji, I can now get Little Bear's new dress. I also want to buy it a tiny soup bowl for mushroom soup." Lin Wenji pushes the account ledger to the middle of the table. The red negative numbers are much lighter than before. Even the most noticeable, -8,000, has faded a bit. This time, everyone helped find supplies and upgraded the bedding, earning a total of 564 points. Chunmo's balance went from minus 6,000 to 245. Old Zhou added 120 points, and Fong Zhao's remaining points can buy 3 bags of flour. This will give us more confidence in finding supplies, and the new bed will help everyone rest better and work more efficiently. Fong Zhao looks at the dried goods on the storage shelf and then at the recipe for red date mushroom chicken soup, saying, "Tomorrow I'll bake multi-grain bread with the new flour." Sister Su Qing will use wood ear mushrooms to make chicken soup as dry food. We'll go to the tofu shop that Peach mentioned to find some tofu and bean curd sheets, which can be used for cooking and stir-frying, and we can earn more points to pay off everyone's debts. Shaolin nods as well. My new bed's drawer can hold more packing ropes and labels. Tomorrow, packing will be 20% faster. In the evening, the sunset paints the apartment windows with warm gold, and the shadows in the yard stretch long. The new bed in room 104 is covered with a dust-proof cover, and the night light glows softly. The restaurant's warming table still holds the leftover mushroom soup, filling the corridor with its aroma. On the storage shelf, there are neatly arranged wood ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, and dried bean curd sticks. Bed linens and accessories are stored in drawer 104. Next to the chicken coop in the yard, the mother hen has calmed down, occasionally making soft goo-goo sounds as if she is taking a nap. In room 201, Fong Xiao is organizing dried goods, placing them in a small plate designated for a bear plush toy. Lin Wenji leans against the door of the dining room. The evening breeze carries the fresh aroma of mushroom soup and the sweetness of bread, feeling as gentle as a mother's touch. Tuo's voice softly echoes in her mind. "Host, after activating the level 3 bed, the apartment's occupancy index has increased to 600%. I scanned 3 kilometers east and found an abandoned bean product shop with fresh tofu, aged tofu, and bean curd sheets, long-lasting ingredients. Tomorrow, we should check it out to add variety to our dishes and help everyone repay their debts faster." "Sounds good," Lin Wenji responds happily in her mind. Tomorrow, everyone will continue searching for bean products to improve our recipes. We aim to reduce Chunmo's debt to below minus 6,000, getting closer to settling everything. Lele runs over holding a bear plush toy, grabbing Fang Zhao's hand. The mini dried goods in her small pouch rustle as she says, "Sister Xiao, tomorrow let's go to the bean product shop. Can we find some small tofu? Let's make a mini tofu soup for the bear to try. It'll be delicious." Fang Zhao squats down, pats Lele's head and smiles. "Sure. Let's find the best, softest tofu to make the tastiest mini tofu soup so the bear can enjoy the new dish too." The evening breeze continues to, passing over the new bed in room 104, the warm table in the dining room, and the window of room 201. This once lonely small building is gradually becoming the safest and warmest home in the post-apocalyptic world. Comfortable living spaces, stored winter supplies, laughter among friends, children's hopes, and confidence in the future. As the call of the bean product shop beckons, new stories quietly unfold in the gentle night. Early morning sunlight just crosses the wall of Building A, shining like a bright beam directly into room 104. Little Lin is squatting on the ground, organizing packing ropes, sweat beading on her forehead. Suddenly, the newly plugged-in packing machine makes a loud pop and cuts out, causing the living room light to go out as well. The circuit tripped again. He unplugged the cord and sighed helplessly. This room doesn't have a separate electrical box, sharing the wiring with room 201. When using high-power devices, the power cuts out. Yesterday, I had to fix the supplies 3 times, and the labels were all printed wrong. The windows don't have shutters, so sunlight comes straight in, fading the labels. Keys are always lost. Yesterday, I spent half an hour searching through the drawer for the packing machine key. It's such a waste of time. Lin Wanji had just helped Lele put the mini teddy bear into a cloth pouch when she heard this. She walked into room 104. The socket on the wall was loose. Wires were exposed. The window had no cover, and sunlight heated the supplies in the corner. Keys were scattered on the bed, mixed with packing ropes. She took out a silver exchange device. As her fingertip touched the screen, a light blue task window popped up with a slight vibration. The screen showed the number, points pool, 19,483, reflecting Shaolin's frowning face. Side mission, upgrade room 104 facilities requirements. 1. Install a separate electrical box, including 1 leakage protector and 3 branch switches, suitable for packing machine, lamp, and charging needs. 2. Add wooden shutters, adjustable light, prevent label fading, suitable for organizing needs. 3. Fix a wall-mounted key holder, labeled with key locations for each room, with Lele's hand-drawn cartoon signs. Rewards. 1 600 points, one time added to the points pool. 2. A set of tools, including a wrench for installing the electrical box, screws for shutters, hooks for the key holder. 3. A safety kit, including 2 insulated gloves, a voltage tester, and 5 spare fuses, for electrical safety. Cost. 720 points, deducted directly from the points pool, to support long-term safe living, improving electrical stability and space organization. Future changes. The rent for room 104 will increase from 33 points/hour to 47 points/hour, due to added features like safe electricity, light adjustment, and storage management, matching Shaolin's core need for efficient organization and meeting level 6 apartment standards. Mission explanation. The facilities will solve issues like electricity hazards, poor lighting, and bad storage, improving safety and efficiency, laying a foundation for future intensive material organization. There's an upgrade task. Room 104 can install a separate electrical box, shutters, and a key holder. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device, and Shaolin immediately came over, forgetting even the annoyance of the power outage. It costs 720 points, but with a 600-point reward, plus free installation tools. Lin Wanji pointed at the screen. In the future, no more tripped breakers when using electricity, sunlight can be adjusted, keys won't be lost, and organizing supplies will be twice as fast. Upgrade. It must be upgraded. Shaolin straightened up. Yesterday, Tao Tao found a tofu shop and a building materials store in the east. Today, everyone is going out. We can find tofu and bean curd sheets, carry electrical boxes and window parts, fix facilities, and help everyone pay off debts all at once. Chinemo just finished checking the oven circuit and heard this, so he also came over. I understand how to install electrical boxes. The leakage protector should be 16A, the window frame should be solid wood for durability, and the tofu should be fresh without sourness. Soft tofu makes tasty soup, and old tofu is good for frying. No points will be wasted. The team quickly divided tasks. Everyone was split into two groups. Building Material Supply Group, Zhao Lei, Chinemo, Shaolin Lulo. Zhao Lei carried the independent electrical box and window frames. Chinemo checked the safety of the electrical box with a voltage tester. Shaolin helped with installation by passing tools and noting types. Lulu assisted with detection using a metal detector to find small parts hidden in the building materials store. She wore a small cloth pouch hanging at her waist. Inside was a mini electrical box model made from silver clay, with small holes poked to mimic switches. The Tofu Supply Group, Lin Wanji, Su Qing, Old Zhou, Fang Xiao. Lin Wanji looked for soft and old tofu. Su Qing checked freshness by smell and texture. Old Zhou packed and sorted the tofu in a thermal box to prevent breakage. Fang Xiao guided the selection, removing sour or lumpy tofu, and brought a piece of gauze to absorb water from the bottom of the tofu. The two groups agreed to meet at the tofu shop entrance at 1 p.m. and return together to prevent the tofu from spoiling. Before leaving, Su Qing was busy in the kitchen. The multigrain bread wrapped in oil paper was still steaming, baked with new flour by Fang Xiao, with a walnut inside each. The marinated dried tofu was stored in a small ceramic jar with a tight lid. The millet porridge was in a 3-layer thermos, decorated with a cute, crooked mini electrical box drawn by Lulu. Bring 2 more bags of bread for the building materials group. Su Qing handed the dry food to Zhao Lei. You'll be tired from carrying the electrical box, so eat when you're hungry. Don't wait until rest time, or you might get low blood sugar. She also gave Lulu a piece of strawberry candy, placing it in the side pocket of her small cloth pouch. When you're tired of finding parts, eat a piece of candy. Don't compete with the uncles for tools. Fang Xiao helped Lele adjust the position of the teddy bear so it could see the outside building materials. Lele also helped check the electrical box. If it wasn't rusty, she told Lele, okay? The two groups set out along the east path. A faint smell of beans mixed with a metallic scent from a distant building materials shop, carried by the wind. As they got closer, the smell grew stronger, like a warm, cozy fire. The building materials group led the way. Zhao Lei's metal detector beeped softly, clear but not loud. The wild grass by the roadside was just above their ankles, wet with morning dew, making Lele's pants damp. She struggled a bit, so Chan Emo gently carried her to a flat stone on the side of the road, letting her walk on it while he followed behind, holding her steady. Uncle Chan Emo, is the big electrical box making that noise because it's really big? Lele occasionally pressed her ear to the detector, her face full of curiosity. The teddy bear said it smelled metal, like the tools you use to fix the oven. After about 40 minutes, Chan Emo suddenly stopped and squinted into the distance. He pointed with his finger in his pocket. That's the sign for Jinggong Building Materials. I remember it clearly. The iron sign says Safe Building Materials, and there's a small electrical box picture on the right. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. Behind a few withered trees, a small gray brick building was hidden. An old, rusty iron sign hung at the entrance with the words, Jinggong Building Materials, barely visible despite the peeling paint. In the yard, several standalone electrical boxes were stacked, covered with blue plastic sheets fluttering in the wind, looking like a big bird with wings. At the door, a zombie dressed in blue work clothes was lying down. The shirt had the word, Jinggong, printed on it, faded from washing. It held a broken screwdriver, with screws scattered on the ground. Its movements were slow, like a rusty robot, unable to lift its head. Lele, stay on the flat stone behind me. Don't come down. Zhao Lei helped Lele onto a smooth stone and then gripped the iron rod on his back. He slowly circled around behind the zombie. First, he crouched down to observe. Then, seeing the zombie didn't react, he stood up quietly, gripping the iron rod tightly. He aimed at the back of the zombie's head and struck hard. With a muffled bang, the force was just right, neither splattering blood nor scattering too many screws on the ground. The zombie thudded to the ground, dropping the screwdriver, which lay still. Chun Mo quickly ran over, squatted down, and touched the nearby electrical box. His fingertips brushed the circuit breaker. Look, this box has a 16A leakage protector. When it trips, it automatically cuts off the power, so it's very safe. One can be exchanged for 180 points. There are two here, so that's 360 points. He also showed Lele how to identify it. Press this red button. If it pops back, it's good. Like pressing a toy switch for a little bear. If it doesn't come back, it's broken. Lele imitated Chun Mo, pressed the button, watched it pop back, and happily put it into a small cloth bag. Little bear, this electrical box can protect us. We won't be afraid of tripping the circuit in the future. They entered a building materials store. A strong smell of metal hit them, much warmer than outside, with a hint of oil, probably left over from tool maintenance before the end of the world. The shelves were neatly arranged with louvered windows, some labeled solid wood. Chun Mo turned on a metal detector and slowly walked along the shelves. When the detector reached the bottom layer, the beeping sped up, and the red light flashed constantly. There's a hidden key rack here. Shaolin quickly squatted down and moved aside the clutter at the bottom. There were 3 wall-mounted key racks, made of solid wood, without cracks. He picked up one and looked at the label. Made of maple, can hold 6 keys. One can be exchanged for 50 points. There are 3 here, so 150 points. Chun Mo also found a package of louvered window screws in the corner of the shelf. They were stainless steel and rust-proof. These screws can fix the louvered windows. A pack has 20 screws, worth 20 points. If we find 4 packs, that's 80 points. Lele was lying on the ground and found several mini key racks under the shelf. They were designed for children, each printed with a small bear pattern. Uncle Chun Mo, this little key rack. Perfect for little bear. One can be exchanged for 10 points. I found 4, so that's 40 points. Chun Mo helped her put the mini key racks into her small cloth bag and tighten the strap. Don't drop it. When we go back, little bear can hang his mini keys. Meanwhile, the Bean product team also made a find at the Bean product shop. The wooden door was slightly open, and inside, the tofu boxes were neatly arranged. Lin Wanji, wearing old gloves she found in the ruins, carefully picked up a piece of soft tofu. This tofu isn't sour. It feels soft and moist, with no water leakage. One piece can be exchanged for 8 points. There are 20 pieces here, so that's 160 points. She quickly placed the tofu into a thermal box lined with cloth, worried it might break. Sujing, this soft tofu is perfect for soup. It will last us half a month. Sujing was looking for old tofu on the shelf. She picked up a piece, smelled it, and found no bad odor. It was firm. This fried old tofu smells good. One piece can earn 6 points. If we find 30 pieces, that's 180 points. She also found a few vacuum-packed bags of tofu skin. This tofu skin is great for stir-fry. Each 200g bag can earn 15 points. If we find 10 bags, that's 150 points. Old Joe was searching the bottom shelf for dried tofu. He found several vacuum-packed marinated tofu bags, all in good condition. These are perfect as snacks. Each 150g bag can earn 12 points. If we find 10 bags, that's 120 points. Feng Xiao was nearby organizing the tofu products they found, gently wiping off the surface water with a cloth. We need to store these tofu in the fridge soon, or they might spoil. We can make mapo tofu when we get home. It will be delicious. At noon, the 2 groups met at the tofu shop entrance. The supplies were piled high like a small mountain. 2 standalone electric boxes, 360 points. 3 solid with louvered windows, 240 points, 80 points each. 3 key racks, 150 points. For boxes of screws, 80 points. For mini key racks, 40 points. 20 soft tofu blocks, 160 points. 30 old tofu blocks, 180 points. 10 bags of tofu skin, 150 points. 10 bags of marinated tofu, 120 points. The total points reached 1,580. Zhao Lei carried a heavy electric box, his shoulders slightly drooping. Chun Mo quickly approached to help support the side of the box. Take it slow, don't drop it. If the box gets damaged, it won't work properly. Sujing carried the thermal box filled with tofu and told Lin Wanji, "Tomorrow, with the new stable power from the electric box, we can make mapo tofu and stir-fried tofu skin with meat. Everyone will get hot food." Lele held a small teddy bear toy, and her small pouch was filled with mini key racks. She occasionally took one out and said to the teddy bear, "When we go home and install the new electric box, we can eat tofu again." As soon as they entered the yard, they saw that the upgrade preparations for room 104 were already ready. Insulated gloves and a voltage tester were on the table, and the louvered window frame leaned against the wall. Chun Mo first opened the independent electrical box, tested the circuit, then put on insulating gloves and started wiring. First install the leak protection device, then divide into 3 switches. One for the packaging machine, one for the desk lamp, and one for the charger. This way, the circuit won't trip again. Shaolin handed over a screwdriver, his eyes bright. In the future, when organizing supplies late at night, we won't have to worry about sudden power cuts, and the labels won't be printed incorrectly. Everyone worked together. Chun Mo installed the electrical box, Zhao Lei fixed the louvered window, Shaolin hung the key rack, and Lele helped by passing small screws. After half an hour, the upgrade was complete. The independent electrical box was mounted at the door, with a red switch flashing a safety light. The solid wood louvered window was pulled shut, letting sunlight pass through the gaps and turn into soft patches of light. The key rack was hung by the bed, with each key labeled with a small drawing by Lele, and the mini key of the little bear was placed at the very edge. Shaolin tried plugging in the packaging machine. It hummed smoothly, without tripping the circuit. He clapped excitedly. "This is so useful. Organizing supplies will be twice as fast from now on." At dinner, everyone sat around the dining table. The dishes were neatly arranged on the warming stand, steaming hot. Mapo tofu was spicy and satisfying, with tender tofu melting in the mouth. Stir-fried meat with bean curd skin was fragrant and flavorful, and braised dried tofu was salty, savory, and chewy. Old tofu was fried until crispy outside and tender inside, and Lele ate with a big smile. Feng Xiao used a double stove to bake multi-grain bread, placing it on the warming stand, filling the whole dining room with its aroma. The new facilities and the new tofu are really great. Shaolin took a sip of tofu soup and sighed contentedly. No power trips when using electricity. The lighting is just right, and eating fresh tofu. This is so wonderful. Chinemo patted his shoulder. With higher efficiency in organizing supplies, we can find more resources, and your debt will be paid off faster. After dinner, Lin Wanji placed the points ledger and calculator on the new dining table. The warm yellow light shone on the paper, making the handwriting clear. She first updated the points pool. Original points pool 19,483, minus 720 points for the upgrade cost, plus 600 points as a reward, plus 1,580 points for new supplies. Now, the points pool is 19,483 to 72600. 1,580 is equal to 21,023. Then they started calculating each person's points. Everyone gathered around to watch. Lele leaned over the table, with his small head very close. Chinemo, identify building material quality, 300 points. Install independent electrical box, 200 points. Daily repair tools, 50 points. Guide electrical safety, 80 points. Total points earned, 300, 200, 50, 80 equals 630. Subtract rent, 588, 49 by 12. Remaining points, from minus 6,245, add 630, subtract 588, which gives minus 6,245. 630 minus 588 is equal to minus 6,203. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Recalculate. Detect building materials for 100 points. Total now 730. Remaining points. Minus 6,245. 730 minus 588 is equal to minus 6,103. Add back 142 points to get closer to minus 6,000. Chunemo looked at the ledger, smiling wider. Find some more supplies, and I can get past minus 6,000. Getting closer to breaking even. Zhao Lei, Carry electrical box/shutter, 400 points. Deal with zombies, 100 points. Install shutters, 120 points. Daily chicken feeding, 30 points. Total points earned, 400,100,120 is equal to 650. Subtract rent, 588. Remaining points, from minus 8,025, add 650, subtract 588, which gives minus 8,025, 650 minus 588 is equal to minus 7,963. Add back 62 points to get closer to minus 8,000. Zhao Lei patted Chenmo's arm. You're about to pass minus 6,000, and I just broke minus 8,000. Let's keep going together. Su Qing. Find soy products, 250 points. Check freshness, 150 points. Make tofu feast, 200 points. Daily meal prep, 350 points. Total points earned, 250,150,200,350 is equal to 950. Subtract rent, 816, 68 by 12. Remaining points, from minus 4,590, add 950, subtract 816, which gives minus 4,590. 950 minus 816 is equal to minus 4,456. Add back 134 points, getting closer to minus 4,400. Su Qing smiled. The new tofu is so fresh. Next time, I'll find some chili to make spicy tofu. I can earn even more points. Feng Xiao. Sorting bean products/building materials, 200 points. Guiding selection, 150 points. Toasting bread, 100 points. Organizing tofu, 50 points. Total points earned, 200,150,150 is equal to 500. After deducting rent of 408 points, 34 by 12, the remaining points increase from 718 to 718. 500 minus 408 is equal to 810. Plus, 92 points are recovered, since the total exceeds 800, allowing exchange for 4 bags of flour. Feng Zhao's eyes light up. Now I can exchange for flour to make more bread, so everyone can carry snacks while searching for supplies. It's very helpful when you're hungry. Shaolin, assisting with installing the electrical box/key rack, 200 points. Packing building materials/bean products, 150 points. Organizing new facilities, 80 points. Daily packing, 50 points. Total points earned, 200, 150, 80, 50 equals 480. After deducting rent of 564 points, 47 by 12, new rent, the balance changes from minus 5,259 to minus 5,259. 480 minus 564 is equal to minus 5,343. Wait, rechecking the extra reward for upgrade assistance of 150 points, total becomes 630. So, the new balance is minus 5,259. 630 minus 564 is equal to minus 5,193. Then, 66 points are recovered. Even though rent increased by 14, the income covers the expenses and reduces the debt. Shaolin touches the new electrical box. The facilities work well now. I can pack for 3 more hours in the future, and I can earn more points. Lao Zhou. Sorting bean products, 200 points. Categorizing and packing, 150 points. Looking after the chicken flock/storing tofu, 40 points. Helping install the key rack, 30 points. Total points earned, 200, 150, 40, 30 equals 420. After deducting rent of 300 points, 25 by 12, the balance changes from minus 4,410 to minus 4,410. 420 minus 300 is equal to minus 4,290. Additional 120 points are recovered to cover the large debt, approaching minus 4,300. Lao Zhou smiles. The tofu storage is ready. It can last 5 days. No worries about cooking in the future, and I can slowly save points. Lele, assisting with detecting building materials, 80 points. Picking up mini key racks, 50 points. Drawing labels for key racks, 40 points. Total points earned. 80-50-40 is equal to 170. Total points increased from 2040 to 2210, surpassing 2200, enough to exchange for a new bear dress, mini tableware, and a small backpack. Lele jumped up. Sister Wanji, I can buy a new dress and small backpack for the little bear. It will be easier to carry it around for supplies in the future. Lin Wanji pushed the ledger to the middle of the table. The red negative number was much lighter than before, and the minus 8,000 figure had completely disappeared. Chen Moli was down from minus 6,000 to 103. This time, with everyone helping find supplies and upgrading the facilities, we recovered a total of 616 points. Chen Moli went from minus 6,000 to 103. Zhao Lei broke through minus 8,000. Lao Zhou recovered 120, and Feng Xiao has enough to exchange for 4 bags of flour. We'll be more confident when searching for supplies, and the new facilities will make everyone more efficient. Feng Xiao looked at the soy products on the storage shelf, and then at the spicy tofu recipe. He said, "Tomorrow I'll bake whole wheat bread with the new flour. Sister Su Qing will make cold dishes with bean curd skin as dry rations. We'll go to the grain and oil shop that Peach mentioned to find glutinous rice and red dates to make sticky rice cakes. They can be snacks and help us earn more points to pay off our debts." Shaolin nodded. "My new electric box can power 2 packing machines, so tomorrow's packing will be 30% faster." In the evening, the sunset painted the apartment windows in warm gold, and the shadows in the yard stretched long. The independent electric box in room 104 glowed with a safety light. The blinds let out soft light, and the little bear, Mini Key, on the key rack gently swayed. The buffet in the dining room still kept the remaining tofu soup warm, filling the corridor with its aroma. On the storage shelf, soy products and building materials were neatly arranged, and bags of flour were stacked in the corner. Near the chicken coop in the yard, the hens had quieted down, occasionally making soft, goo-goo sounds as if napping. Feng Xiao in room 201 was tidying the mini key rack, placing the keys on the special small table of the little bear doll. Lin Wanji leaned against the door of the dining room. The evening breeze carried the fresh smell of tofu and the sweetness of bread, gentle like a mother's touch. Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. "Host, after activating the facilities in room 104, the apartment's occupancy index has risen to 650%. Scanning 2 kilometers south, there's an abandoned grain and oil shop with glutinous rice, red dates, and brown sugar, ingredients for making snacks. Tomorrow, we'll check it out to add variety to our dishes and help everyone recover debts faster." "Sounds good." Lin Wanji smiled inwardly and responded, "Tomorrow, everyone will go out again to find grains and oil to improve our recipes. We aim to reduce Chunmo's debt to below 6,000, getting closer to settling everything." Lele ran over holding a small teddy bear plush, pulling Feng Zhao's hand. The mini key holder in her small pouch jingled as she said, "Sister Xiao, tomorrow let's go to the grain and oil shop. Can we find some small red dates? To make mini date cakes for the teddy bear so it can taste something sweet too." Feng Xiao crouched down, patted Lele's head, and smiled. "Sure. Let's find the sweetest red dates for the teddy bear and make the tastiest mini date cakes for it to try the new dessert." The evening breeze continued to, passing by the independent electrical box at room 104, the warm food counter in the dining area, and the window of room 201. This once lonely small building was gradually becoming the safest and warmest home in the post-apocalyptic world, offering secure living, stored winter supplies, laughter among friends, children's hopes, and confidence in the future. New stories were quietly unfolding in the gentle night, inspired by the call of the grain and oil shop. Morning sunlight just crossed the wall of Building A, casting a warm glow that slanted into the tiny kitchen corner of room 104. Shaolin squatted on the ground, stuffing the recently found bean curd skin bags onto the narrow countertop. His fingertips accidentally brushed the hot edge of the electric cooker, causing him to quickly pull back his hand. "This kitchen is way too crowded," he muttered, rubbing his fingers and looking at the pile of grain bags on the floor. "The countertop is only palm-sized, so I have to put tofu on the ground to cut it. The storage rack has only 2 shelves, and the dried goods are stacked so high I had to spend 10 minutes just to find the red dates. There's not even a proper electric cooker. Hot soup has to wait for space in the communal kitchen, which wastes so much time organizing supplies. Lin Wanji had just helped Lele hang the mini key holder for the teddy bear on the new key rack when she heard this and walked into the kitchen corner of room 104. The old cement countertop was cracked with fine lines, the 2-tier metal storage rack was crooked, and the only old electric cooker had exposed copper wires. The bean curd skin bags and red date bags were piled on the ground, covered with a thin layer of dust. She took out a silver exchange device. As her fingertips just touched the screen, a light blue task box popped up with a slight vibration. The screen displayed Points Pool 21,023, reflecting Xiaolin's frowning figure. Side mission: upgrade room 104 kitchen to level 3. Requirements: 1. Add core equipment. Solid wood workbench ×1. Layered solid wood storage shelves ×2. Small safety electric cooker ×1. Mini vegetable sink ×1. 2. Supporting facilities: stainless steel spice jars ×6. Food grade storage boxes ×10. Heat-resistant mats ×4. 3. Optimize layout. Place the workbench near the window for better light. Wall mount the storage shelves. Connect the electric cooker to a separate circuit. Reserve space for temporary storage of supplies. Rewards: 1. 400 points. One-time addition to the points pool. 2. Level 3 kitchen package ×1, including waterproof workbench stickers, shelf dividers, dedicated power cord for the electric cooker. 3. Safety and convenience package ×1, heat-resistant gloves ×2, mini fire extinguisher ×1, kitchen cleaning cloths ×5, tailored for kitchen safety. Cost: 500 points, deducted directly from the points pool, to support Xiaolin's dual needs of organizing supplies and simple meal prep, improving efficiency. Future change: the rent for room 104 increases from 47 points/hour to 51 points/hour, because the kitchen now supports Operation Storage Safe Electricity functions, matching Xiaolin's organized supplies and quick heating needs, meeting apartment level 7 standards. Mission explanation: Level 3 kitchen solves the problems of crowded workbenches, messy storage, and missing equipment, allowing Xiaolin to avoid going back and forth to the public kitchen. It also supports winter hot food insulation, laying the foundation for future supply organization. There's an upgrade task. Room 104 kitchen can be upgraded to level 3. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device. Xiaolin immediately leaned over, forgetting even the pain in her fingertips. Spend 500 points for a 400 reward, plus a solid wood workbench and a safety electric cooker. Lin Wanji pointed at the kitchen diagram on the screen. From now on, you'll have a proper surface for chopping, a place to store dry goods, no need to wait for the public kitchen for hot soup, and your supply organization will be 3 times faster. Upgrade. It must be upgraded. Nike Kobayashi straightened up and said, "Yesterday, Feng Xiao mentioned making sticky rice date cakes. We just needed glutinous rice and brown sugar. Today, everyone is going out, some to find kitchen equipment, some to stock up on grains and oil. We can fix the facilities and help everyone pay off their debts. Chen Emoli is only 6,000 short of reaching 10,000. This time, we will definitely succeed." Feng Xiao just finished kneading whole wheat bread dough and came over when she heard. "I understand how to tell good kitchen equipment. Solid wood workbenches should be moisture-proof. Electric cookers need automatic shutoff to save points. The glutinous rice should be full and plump for soft, sticky cakes. Brown sugar should be in chunks to stay sweet and fresh." The team quickly divided tasks, 2 groups: kitchen equipment group, Zhao Chenemo, Xiaolin, Lele, and grain and oil supply group, Lin Wanji, Su Qing, Old Zhou, Feng Xiao. Zhao carried the workbenches and shelves. Chenmo checked the safety of the equipment with a tester. Xiaolin helped pick suitable mini appliances that fit the 104 space. Lele helped scan for small kitchen tools hidden in the building materials store with a metal detector. Feng Xiao carried a small cloth pouch at her waist, holding a tiny model of a workbench she made from natural colored clay, with small holes on top to mimic the surface texture. The grain and oil group looked for glutinous rice and brown sugar. Lin Wanji checked the freshness of the grains and sugar by looking at the rice grains and smelling the sugar. Old Zhou packed and categorized items into moisture-proof bags with labels for expiration dates. Fang Xiao guided the selection, removing broken rice and clumped sugar, and brought a fine sieve to filter impurities from the rice. Both groups agreed to meet at the building materials store entrance at 12:30 p.m. to return together and prevent the rice from getting damp. Before leaving, Su Qing was busy in the communal kitchen. The whole wheat bread wrapped in oil paper was still steaming, each brushed with honey. The marinated tofu was stored in small ceramic jars with tight lids. The millet porridge was in a 3-layer thermos, decorated with a cute, slightly crooked miniature workbench drawn by Lei. Su Qing handed Zhao Lei 2 extra bags of bread, saying, "You carry the workbenches, they're heavy. If you're hungry, eat some now. Don't wait until rest time, or you might get low blood sugar." She also put a piece of orange candy in Lei's small pouch side pocket. When you're tired from finding small kitchen tools, have a piece of candy. Don't compete with the uncles for tools. Fang Xiao helped Lei adjust the position of a small teddy bear toy so it could see the equipment outside. Little Bear, help watch the workbench. If you see any cracks, tell Lei, okay? 2 groups set out along the small road to the south. The wind carried a faint smell of rice, mixed with a distant scent of wood from a building materials shop. As they got closer, the smell grew stronger, like a warm, cozy fire. The equipment team led the way. Zhao Lei's metal detector beeped softly, clear but not loud. The wild grass by the roadside was below their ankles, and morning dew soaked Lei's pants. She walked a bit slowly, so Chun Mo gently carried her to a piece of wood by the road, letting her walk on it while he followed behind, holding her steady. Uncle Chun Mo, is the loud noise from a big control panel? Lei often leaned her ear close to the detector, her face full of curiosity. Little Bear said it smells like wood, like the dough sister Fang Xiao needed. After about 40 minutes, Chun Mo suddenly stopped and squinted into the distance. He pointed with his finger in his pocket. That's the sign of Anju Building Materials. I remember it clearly. The wooden sign says Home Use Building Materials, and there's a small picture of a control panel on the right. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. Behind a few withered trees, a small gray brick building was hidden. At the door, a faded wooden sign hung, with the words Anju Building Materials barely visible despite the peeling paint. Inside the yard, several solid, wood control tables were stacked. A blue plastic sheet fluttered in the wind, looking like a soaring bird. At the entrance, a zombie dressed in blue work clothes lay down. The uniform had Anju printed on the chest, but it was faded from washing. The zombie held a broken tape measure, with wood shavings scattered around. Its movements were slow, like a rusty robot, unable to lift its head. Lei, stay on the wood behind me. Don't come down. Zhao Lei helped Lei onto a flat piece of wood, then gripped the iron rod on his back. He slowly circled behind the zombie. He crouched to observe, saw the zombie didn't react, then stood up gently, holding the iron rod tightly. He struck the zombie's back of the head hard. There was a dull bang, just enough force, no blood splattered, and not much wood shavings flew. The zombie thudded to the ground, dropping the tape measure. It was completely still. Chun Mo quickly ran over, crouched down, and touched the nearby solid wood control table. His fingers brushed the waterproof sticker on the surface. Look, this table has a waterproof film. Spilling soup won't seep through, and it's moisture-proof. One can earn 180 points. There are 2 here, so that's 360 points. He also taught Lei how to tell if something is good. You scratch the surface with your nails. If there are no marks, it's good. Like how a bear's claws don't hurt when they scratch. If there are marks, it's low quality. Lei imitated Chun Mo and gently scratched with her nails. No marks appeared, so she happily put it into a small cloth bag. Little Bear, this surface is scratch-proof. Can we cut vegetables on it in the future? When they entered the building materials store, a strong smell of wood hit them. It was several degrees warmer inside than outside, and there was a faint scent of wood wax oil, probably from before the end of the world when the materials were last maintained. The shelves were neatly arranged, some with labels saying, "Solid wood layers." Chinemo used a metal detector and slowly walked along the shelves. When the detector reached the bottom shelf, the beeping sped up, and the red light flashed constantly. "There's a hidden electric cooker here." Shaolin quickly squatted down and moved aside the clutter at the bottom. There were 3 small safe electric cookers with automatic shutoff. He picked one up and read the label. Food-grade stainless steel inner pot 1. 5L capacity. 1 can exchange for 120 points. There are 3 here, so that's 360 points. Chinemo also found a mini vegetable washing basin in the corner of the shelf. It was ceramic and intact. This basin is perfect for the kitchen corner, just right for washing tofu or red dates. 1 can be exchanged for 50 points. There are 2, so that's 100 points. Lele was lying on the ground and found several mini spice jars at the bottom of the shelf. They were cartoon bear-shaped, each with different spice labels. "Uncle Chinemo, these little jars are perfect for Little Bear. 1 can be exchanged for 8 points. I found 6, so that's 48 points." Chinemo helped her put the mini spice jars into the small cloth bag and tied the strap tightly. "Don't drop them. When we get back, Little Bear can use them for mini spices." Meanwhile, the grain and oil team also made a harvest at the grain and oil shop. The wooden door was slightly open, and inside, bags of rice and sugar were neatly arranged. Lin Wanji, wearing old gloves she found in the ruins, carefully picked up a bag of glutinous rice. "This rice is full and not broken." I grabbed a handful. "It's heavy." 1 5 kilograms bag can be exchanged for 45 points. There are 10 bags, so that's 450 points. She quickly put the rice into a moisture-proof bag and sealed it tightly. "Su Qingjia, this rice is perfect for making date cakes. It's enough for us to eat for a month." Su Qing looked for brown sugar on the shelves. She picked up a piece, smelled it, and detected a faint sugarcane aroma. It wasn't damp or clumped. "This brown sugar is in blocks. Adding it to date cakes makes them sweet but not greasy." 1 500G block can be exchanged for 30 points. I found 8 blocks, which is 240 points. She also found a few bags of goji berries, vacuum-packed and mold-free. These goji berries can be soaked in water or added to date cakes. Each 100G bag can be exchanged for 15 points. I found 10 bags, totaling 150 points. Old Joe searched the bottom shelf for red dates. He found several dusty dates with thick flesh and small pits. These red dates are the sweetest for making date cakes. Each 200G bag can be exchanged for 20 points. I found 12 bags, which is 240 points. Fong Xiao was nearby, sifting glutinous rice through a fine sieve, removing broken grains and impurities. This good glutinous rice needs to be stored carefully. When making date cakes, soak it for 2 hours. After steaming, it will be soft and sticky. Everyone will love it. At 12:30 p.m., both groups met at the entrance of the building materials store. The supplies were piled high like a small mountain. 2 solid wood workbenches, 360 points. 3 electric cookers, 360 points. 2 mini vegetable wash basins, 100 points. 6 mini spice jars, 48 points. 10 bags of glutinous rice, 450 points. 8 blocks of brown sugar, 240 points. 10 bags of goji berries, 150 points. 12 bags of red dates, 240 points. The total points reached 1,988. Zhao Lei carried a solid wood workbench, which was a bit heavy. His shoulders sank slightly. Chun Mo quickly approached to help support the side of the table. "Walk slowly, don't drop it. If the surface gets damaged, it won't be usable." Su Qing carried a moisture-proof bag filled with glutinous rice and told Lin Wanji, "Tomorrow, we'll use the new kitchen at 104 to make glutinous rice date cakes. The electric cooker will heat the soup, so everyone can enjoy hot treats." Lele held a small teddy bear toy, and her small pouch was filled with mini spice jars. She took out one now and then, saying to the teddy, "When we go home and set up the new kitchen, we can still enjoy date cakes." As soon as they entered the yard, they saw that the kitchen upgrade at 104 was ready. Insulation gloves and screwdrivers were on the ground, and the workbench parts leaned against the wall. Chunmo first disassembled the solid wood workbench, checked the wiring of the electric cooker, then put on the insulation gloves and helped connect the wires. The workbench is placed by the window, and the electric cooker is connected to a separate circuit, separate from your previous packaging machine. It won't affect each other anymore. Kobayashi handed over the screws, his eyes shining. After organizing supplies, we can heat soup and cut snacks right here. No need to run to the communal kitchen. It's so convenient. Everyone worked together. Chunmo set up the workbench and electric cooker. Xiaolei fixed the storage shelves, Kobayashi arranged the spice jars and storage boxes, and Lele helped pass small screws and stick waterproof tape. After half an hour, the upgrade was complete. The solid wood workbench leaned against the window, its surface shiny enough to reflect shadows. 2 shelves were attached to the wall, holding bags of dates and glutinous rice. The electric cooker was plugged in, with a red safety light flashing. A mini vegetable wash basin was placed in the corner of the workbench, next to 6 small bear-shaped spice jars. Kobayashi tried pouring some water into the cooker, plugged it in, and soon steam rose from it. He clapped excitedly. This is so useful. No more waiting for hot soup in the future. Organizing supplies will be twice as fast. At dinner, everyone sat around the dining area. The dishes were neatly arranged on the warming table, steaming hot. Sticky glutinous rice date cakes with a strong date aroma when bitten. The hot tofu soup from the electric cooker was deliciously fresh. Goji berries soaked in water looked sweet and refreshing, and Lele's mouth was stained with red sugar, looking like a little cat. Feng Xiao toasted whole wheat bread on the double stove and placed it on the warming table, filling the room with a fragrant aroma. The new kitchen is so much better. Kobayashi took a bite of the date cake and sighed happily. Now, after organizing supplies, I can heat soup directly in my room. No need to go far. It's so comfortable, Chunmo patted his shoulder. The kitchen is working well. You can spend more time packing, earn points faster, and pay off your debt sooner. After dinner, Lin Wenji placed the points ledger and calculator on the new dining table. The warm yellow light shone on the paper, making the writing clear. She first updated the points pool. Original points pool, 21,023. Subtract 500 points for the kitchen upgrade, add 400 points as a reward, and add 1,988 points for new supplies. Now, the points pool is 21,023 to 500. 1,988 is equal to 22,911. Then she started calculating each person's points. Everyone gathered around to watch. Lele leaned over the table, her small head very close. Chunmo. Points for evaluating kitchen equipment quality, 300 points. Setting up the workbench and electric cooker, 250 points. Testing electrical safety, 80 points. Daily repair tools, 50 points. Total points earned, 300, 250, 8050 equals 680. Deduct rent of 588, 49 by 12. The balance changed from minus 6,103 to minus 6,103. 680 minus 588 is equal to minus 5,911. After adding 192 points, the total is closer to 0, making it easier to settle the account. Chunmo looked at the ledger, smiling widely. Finally below minus 6,000. If I find a few more supplies, I might settle the account by the end of the month. Xiaolei, handling the operation table/storage rack, 400 points. Fighting zombies, 100 points. Fixed storage rack, 120 points. Daily chicken feeding, 30 points. Total points earned, 400,100,120. is equal to 650. After paying rent of 588, the balance changed from minus 7,963 to minus 7,963. 650 minus 588 is equal to minus 7,891. He added 72 points to get closer to minus 7,800, reducing the debt. Xiaolei patted Chunmo's arm. You've gone below minus 6,000. I'll work harder too, aiming to catch up with you next month. Su Qing. Buying glutinous rice/brown sugar/red dates, 350 points. Checking grain and oil freshness, 150 points. Making sticky rice date cake, 200 points. Daily meal prep, 350 points. Total points earned 350,150,200,350 is equal to 1,050. After paying rent of 816, the balance changed from minus 4,456 to minus 4,456. 1,050 minus 816 is equal to minus 4,222. She added 234 points, getting closer to minus 4,200. Su Qing smiled. The new glutinous rice is too sticky. Next time, I'll find some red bean paste to make red bean date cake, and I can earn more points. Feng Xiao, checking grain and oil/kitchen tools, 200 points. Sifting rice for impurities, 100 points. Baking whole wheat bread, 100 points. Organizing kitchen spices, 50 points. Total points earned 200,100,150 is equal to 450. After paying rent of 408, the balance changed from 810 to 810. 450 minus 408 is equal to 852. She added 42 points, and her balance is steadily increasing, enough to exchange for 5 bags of flour. Feng Zhao's eyes lit up. I can exchange for flour to make more bread. When everyone finds supplies, they can carry some to eat on the way. If we get hungry, we can fill our stomachs. Kobayashi helped install kitchen equipment, 200 points. Arrange spice jars/storage boxes, 150 points. Organize the new kitchen, 100 points. Daily packing, 80 points. Total points earned 200,150,180 is equal to 530. Subtract rent of 612 points, 51 by 12, new rent. The balance changed from minus 5,193 to minus 5,193. 530 minus 612 is equal to minus 5,275. Wait, let's recalculate. Extra contribution from kitchen upgrade, record equipment parameters. 100 points, total now 630. The new balance. Minus 5,193. 630 minus 612 is equal to minus 5,175. Recovered 18 points. Even though rent increased by 4, the income covers it, so debt decreases. Kobayashi touches the new workbench. The kitchen is better now. I can pack an extra hour later and earn more points. Old Zhou, sorted glutinous rice/red dates, 200 points. Categorized and packed grains and oils, 150 points. Looked after the chicken coop/stored grains and oils, 40 points. Helped put up waterproof tape, 30 points. Total points earned 200,150 for 030 equals 420. Subtract rent of 300 points, 25 by 12. The balance changed from minus 4,290 to minus 4,290. 420 minus 300 is equal to minus 4,170. Recovered 120 points. Large debt repayment, approaching minus 4,100. Old Joe smiled. Red dates are stored well now, they can last 2 months. Later, I can make date cakes or soak them, and the points will slowly add up. Lele. Helped detect kitchen tools, 80 points. Picked up mini spice jars, 48 points. Put up waterproof tape/arranged small spice jars, 40 points. Total points earned 80,4840 is equal to 168. Total points increased from 2210 to 2210. 168 is equal to 2,378. Surpassed 2,300. Can exchange for a new bear dress, mini kitchenware, small backpack. Lele jumped up. Sister Wanji, I can buy a new dress and mini pot for the little bear. Now I can also cook soup. Lin Wanji pushed the ledger to the center of the table. The red negative numbers were much lighter than before. Chun Mo's minus 5,911 stood out clearly, and the minus 8,000 figures had completely disappeared. This time, everyone found supplies and upgraded the kitchen, earning a total of 674 points. Chun Mo's score dropped below minus 6,000. Zhao Lei approached minus 7,800. Lao Zhou recovered 120 points, and Feng Zhao's remaining points could exchange for 5 bags of flour. With better supplies, we'll be more confident in future searches. The new kitchen will also help everyone work more efficiently. Feng Xiao looked at the sticky rice and red dates on the storage shelf, then at the recipe for red bean and date cake. He said, "Tomorrow I'll bake multigrain bread with the new flour. Sister Su Qing will make sticky rice and date cake in the new kitchen as snacks. We'll go to the snack shop Peach mentioned to find some nuts, dried fruits. These can be snacks and also help us earn more points to pay back what we owe." Little Lin nodded too. "My new kitchen can heat soup. I'll bring some tomorrow when we pack, so everyone can enjoy hot soup while searching for supplies." In the evening, the sunset painted the apartment windows with warm gold, and the shadows in the yard stretched long. The new kitchen in room 104 was lit up with a clean wooden countertop. The sticky rice and red dates on the shelf were neatly arranged, and the electric cooker still kept the leftover tofu soup warm. In the dining area, a few pieces of sticky rice and date cake remained on the warming table, filling the corridor with their aroma. Near the chicken coop in the yard, the hens had quieted down, occasionally making soft, cluck sounds as if dozing. Feng Xiao in room 201 was tidying the mini spice jars, placing them inside the special small kitchen of a teddy bear doll. Lin Wanji leaned against the door of the dining room. The evening breeze carried the sweet scent of the cake and the aroma of bread, gentle like a mother's touch. Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. "Host, after activating the 104 kitchen, the apartment's occupancy index increased to 700%. I scanned 2.5 kilometers east and found an abandoned snack shop with nuts, dried fruits, and chocolate bars, long-lasting snacks. Tomorrow we'll check it out. It can add snacks for everyone and help us pay back what we owe faster." "Sounds good," Lin Wanji replied happily in her mind. Tomorrow, everyone will go out again to find snacks, aiming to reduce Chenmo's debt to below minus 5,800, getting closer to breaking even. Lele ran over holding a teddy bear doll, grabbing Feng Zhao's hand. The mini spice jars in her small pouch clattered as she said, "Sister Xiao, tomorrow we'll go to the snack shop. Can we find some small crunchy nuts? Make mini snacks for little bear so it can taste something sweet." Feng Xiao crouched down, patted Lele's head, and smiled, saying, "Sure. Let's find the crispiest nuts to make the best mini snacks so it can try some new treats." The evening breeze continued to, passing through the new kitchen in Building 104, the warm display table in the dining room, and the window of room 201. This once lonely small building was slowly becoming the safest and warmest home in the post-apocalyptic world, thanks to the new kitchen, stocked supplies, decreasing debts, new friends, laughter among companions, children's hopes, and confidence in the future. As the snack shop called, new stories quietly began to unfold in the gentle night. Morning sunlight just touched the wall of Building A, like a thin veil gently wrapping around the old iron bed in room 202. Old Zhou squatted by the bed, stuffing dry food bags under it. He accidentally bumped his knee against the bed leg, grimacing in pain. This bed was the earliest spare in the apartment, rusty and squeaky when turned over. The mattress was so thin he could feel the springs. After staying up last night watching the chicken coop, he couldn't sleep well. There was no storage under the bed. Dry food had to be piled on the ground, dusty and prone to moisture. It would be nice if this bed were more comfortable. Old Zhou rubbed his knee, looking at the red date bags in the corner. Now it's so hard to sleep, and I have to move 3 bags of dry goods just to find my goji berries. It wastes too much time taking care of the chickens. Lin Wanji had just helped Lele place the mini spice jar for Little Bear's toy in the new kitchen. Hearing this, she went into room 202. The screws of the iron bed were loose enough to wobble, the edge of the mattress was torn, and some chicken feed bag strings were scattered under the bed. The dry food bags were piled on the floor, covered in a thin layer of dust. She took out the silver exchange device. As her finger touched the screen, a light blue task window popped up with a slight vibration, showing the number, points pool, 22,911, reflecting old Zhou's frowning face. Side quest. Upgrade bed function in room 202 to level 2. Quest requirements 1. Replace core components. Reinforce iron bed ×1. Upgrade spring mattress ×1. Add storage drawer bed frame base ×1. 2. Supporting facilities, solid wood headboard ×1, moisture-proof storage boxes ×2, noise-reducing bed leg pads ×4. 3. Layout optimization. Place the bed against the wall, categorize drawers for dry goods/tools, reserve a temporary storage area for chicken feed. Task rewards. 1. 160 points, one-time addition to the points pool. 2. Level 2 bed set ×1, mattress cover, drawer dividers, headboard hanging bag. 3. Convenience pack ×1, portable magnifying glass ×1, small night light ×1, non-slip cotton slippers ×1, suitable for Joe's nighttime chicken care needs. Task cost, 280 points, deducted directly from the points pool, to meet the dual needs of temporary residence and storage in the spare room, improving rest and storage efficiency. Future changes. Room 202 rent increases from 10 points/hour to 14 points/hour, due to added storage quiet features on the bed, matching Joe's needs for chicken care and dry goods storage, in line with apartment level 6 operation standards. Task description. Level 2 bed set solves issues of poor sleep, messy storage, and noise. The moisture-proof storage boxes are suitable for winter dry goods storage. The quiet bed frame prevents disturbing others and lays the foundation for future living needs. There's an upgrade task. Room 202's bed can be upgraded to level 2. Lin Wanji holds the exchange device, and Joe immediately steps over, forgetting even his knee pain. Spend 280 points for the 160 reward, plus get storage drawers and moisture-proof boxes. Lin Wanji points to the bed diagram on the screen. You won't hurt your waist sleeping, dry goods can go in drawers, no need to move things to find goji berries, and you can rest more while watching the chickens. Upgrade. Must upgrade. Joe straightens up. Yesterday, Tao Tao found snacks and building materials in the east. Today, everyone is out looking for nuts, dried fruits, and carrying bed frame parts. We can fix the bed and help everyone pay off debts. Chen Mo has already reached minus 5,911, and with more tough goods, we can drop below minus 5,800. Fong Xiaozheng needed the multi-grain bread dough and, hearing this, also came over. I understand quality in beds. Spring mattresses should bounce back quickly when pressed. Drawer slides need to be smooth so we don't waste points. Snacks should be sealed tight. Nuts stay crispy when dry. Dried fruits shouldn't stick together and stay sweet. The tasks were quickly divided. Everyone was split into two groups, bed frame and building materials group, Xiaolei, Chenemo, Old Zhou, Lele, and snack supply group, Lin Wanji, Su Qing, Fong Xiao, Xiaolin. Xiaolei carried the bed frame base and mattress. Chen Mo checked the safety of the building materials with a wrench to test their sturdiness. Old Zhou helped pick suitable pieces that fit the space of room 202. Lele used a metal detector to find small hidden parts in the building materials store. She wore a small cloth pouch around her waist, holding a tiny bed frame model made of silver clay, with small holes to mimic drawer tracks. The snack group searched for crunchy nuts and dried fruits. Su Qing checked their freshness by looking at the seals and smelling. Fong Xiao guided the selection, removing damp or sticky items. Xiaolin packed and labeled the snacks in moisture-proof bags, using a small scale to estimate their weight. The two groups agreed to meet at the snack shop entrance at 1 p.m. to return together and prevent the snacks from getting damp. Before leaving, Su Qing was busy in the communal kitchen. She wrapped multi-grain bread in oil paper, each with a red date inside. Marinated tofu was stored in a small ceramic jar with a tight lid. Millet porridge was kept in a 3-layer thermos decorated with a cute, slightly crooked bed frame drawn by Lele. Bring 2 more bags of bread for the building materials group. Su Qing handed the dry food to Xiaolei. You'll be lifting the bed frame, so eat when you're hungry. Don't wait until rest time, or you might get low blood sugar. She also gave Lele a strawberry candy, placing it in the side pocket of her cloth pouch. When you're tired of finding parts, eat a piece of candy. Don't compete with the uncles for tools. Fong Xiao helped Lele adjust the position of her small bear doll so it could see outside the building materials. The bear is also helping to watch the bed frame. If it sees something not rusty, it can tell Lele, okay? The two groups set off along the eastern path. A faint nutty smell mixed with the distant metallic scent from the building materials store. As they got closer, the smell grew stronger, warm and cozy, like a gentle fire. The building materials group led the way. Zhao Lei's metal detector beeped softly, clear but not loud. The wild grass by the roadside was ankle-high, wet with morning dew, making Lei's pants damp. She struggled a bit, so Chun Mo gently carried her to a nearby stone slab, letting her walk on it while he followed behind, holding her steady. Uncle Chun Mo, does it beep faster when there's a big bed frame? Lei occasionally pressed her ear close to the detector, her face full of curiosity. Little Bear says it smells metal, like the tools you use to fix the oven. After walking for about 40 minutes, Chun Mo suddenly stopped and squinted into the distance. He pointed inside his pocket and said, "That's a branch of Unju Building Materials Store. I remember clearly. There's a metal sign with bed area carved on it and a small bed frame picture on the right." Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. The small gray brick building was hidden behind some withered trees. At the door, there was a rusty iron sign that read, "Unju Building Materials, bed area, comma." Although the paint was peeling, it was still readable. Inside the yard, there were several reinforced iron beds covered with blue plastic sheets blown up by the wind, looking like soaring birds. At the entrance, a zombie dressed in blue work clothes was lying down. The clothes had Unju printed on the chest, but they were faded from washing. The zombie was holding a broken screwdriver, with screws scattered on the ground. Its movements were slow, like a rusty robot, unable to lift its head. Lei, stand on the stone slab behind me. Don't come down. Zhao Lei helped Lei onto a flat stone slab, then tightly gripped the iron rod on his back. He slowly circled behind the zombie. First, he squatted down to observe, and when the zombie didn't react, he stood up gently, gripping the iron rod tightly. He aimed at the back of the zombie's head and struck hard, thump. The force was just right, not enough to splash blood or scatter too many screws on the ground. The zombie thudded to the ground, dropping the screwdriver, which lay motionless nearby. Old Zhou quickly ran over, squatted down, and touched the reinforced iron bed beside him. His fingertips brushed over the welds on the bed frame. "Look, this bed frame's welds are solid, the pipes are thick and sturdy. It doesn't shake when you push it. One can earn 120 points, and there are two here, so that's 240 points." He also showed Lei how to check. You shake the bed leg. If it doesn't make a sound, it's good. It's as stable as a teddy bear's toy bed. If it's loud, it means it's not welded well. Lei imitated old Zhou, gently shaking the bed leg. No sound came out, and he happily put it into his small cloth bag. "Little Bear, this bed frame doesn't argue. Can we sleep here in the future?" Entering the building materials store, a strong metallic smell hit the nose, much warmer than outside. There was also a faint scent of rust-proof oil, probably leftover from pre-apocalyptic maintenance. The shelves were neatly arranged with storage drawers, some labeled moisture-proof. Chun Mo turned on the metal detector and slowly walked along the shelves. When the detector reached the bottom layer, the beeping suddenly sped up, and the red light flashed rapidly. "There's a hidden thick mattress here." Old Zhou quickly squatted down and used his hand to clear away the clutter at the bottom. There were 3 thick spring mattresses. They had good bounce. He picked up one and looked at the label. Thickness 15 centimeters, high spring density. One can be exchanged for 80 points. There were 3 mattresses, so that totaled 240 points. Chun Mo also found a moisture-proof storage box in the corner of the shelf. It was made of plastic and not cracked. This box fits perfectly under the bed, good for storing dry goods and keeping moisture out. One can be exchanged for 30 points. I found 4, so that's 120 points. Lei was lying on the ground and discovered some mini storage drawers under the shelf. They were cartoon bear-shaped, each labeled dry goods or tools. "Uncle Chun Mo, these small drawers are perfect for the little bear. One can be exchanged for 8 points. I found 4, so that's 32 points. Chun Mo helped her put the mini drawers into a small cloth bag and tied the strap tightly. Don't drop them. When we go back, we'll fill the little bear with mini dry goods. Meanwhile, the snack team also made some finds at the snack shop. The glass door of the shop was broken in half, but the snack bags inside were neatly arranged. Lin Wanji, wearing old gloves she found among the ruins, carefully picked up a bag of crunchy nuts. These crunchy nuts are well sealed and not damp. They're crispy to bite. One 100g bag can be exchanged for 15 points. There are 20 bags here, so that's 300 points. She quickly put the crunchy nuts into a moisture-proof bag and sealed it tightly. Suqing, this crunchy snack is perfect for a quick bite. When everyone is tired from searching for supplies, it can help fill our stomachs. Suqing was looking for dried fruit on the shelf. She picked up a bag of raisins, smelled it, and detected a faint fruity aroma. It wasn't sticky. These raisins have no added sugar. You can soak them in water and make a sweet soup. One 80g bag can be exchanged for 12 points. I found 15 bags, so that's 180 points. She also found several boxes of chocolate bars, vacuum-packed and unspoiled. These chocolate bars can boost energy. One 200g box can be exchanged for 20 points. I found 10 boxes, so that's 200 points. Feng Xiao was searching the bottom shelf for dried mango. He found several thick pieces. This dried mango is sweet but not greasy. One 50g bag can be exchanged for 10 points. I found 12 bags, so that's 120 points. Xiaolin was nearby weighing the snacks with a small scale, dividing the excess into smaller portions. These snacks should be divided among people, packed into small portions. It's more convenient for carrying during searches and helps prevent waste. At 1 p.m., two groups met at the snack shop entrance, where supplies were piled high like a small mountain. 2 reinforced iron beds, 240 points. 3 thick mattresses, 240 points. 4 moisture-proof storage boxes, 120 points. 4 mini storage drawers, 32 points. 20 bags of crunchy nuts, 300 points. 15 bags of raisins, 180 points. 10 boxes of chocolate bars, 200 points, and 12 bags of dried mango, 120 points. The total points reached 1,432. Zhao Lei carried a reinforced iron bed frame, which was a bit heavy, causing his shoulders to sink slightly. Chun Mo quickly went over to help hold the side of the frame. Take it slow, don't drop it. If the frame gets damaged, it won't be usable, he said. Suqing carried a moisture-proof bag filled with crunchy nuts and told Lin Wanji, tomorrow, we'll pack dry goods in the new storage boxes. Snacks divided into small portions, so everyone can enjoy crunchy treats when looking for supplies. Lele held a small teddy bear, and her small pouch was filled with mini storage drawers. She took one out now and then, saying to the teddy bear, when we go home to set up the new bed, we can still enjoy crunchy nuts. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw that the upgrade for bed set 202 was already ready. Screwdrivers and wrenches were on the ground, and the mattress leaned against the wall. Chun Mo first took apart the reinforced iron bed frame, checked its sturdiness, then helped set up the storage drawers. Put the bed frame against the wall. The drawers are in 2 layers, one for dry goods, the other for chicken feed. You won't need to move things around, he explained. Old Zhou handed over screws, his eyes bright. Now dry goods can go in the drawers. No more worries about moisture. When we come back to care for the chickens, we can sleep peacefully. Everyone worked together. Chunmo assembled the bed frame and mattress. Zhao fixed the headboard. Old Zhou arranged the moisture-proof storage boxes, and Lele helped pass small screws and put on bed foot pads. After half an hour, the upgrade was complete. The reinforced iron bed was placed against the wall. The thick mattress looked soft, and the storage drawers under the bed slid smoothly. The moisture-proof boxes were placed under the bed, already filled with some dry goods. The headboard pocket held Old Zhou's small flashlight. Old Zhou tried lying on the mattress. The springs bounced back just right, and his back didn't feel uncomfortable. He clapped excitedly. So comfortable. Now, even if I stay late caring for the chickens, I can still get a good night's sleep. At dinner, everyone sat around the dining table. The dishes were neatly arranged on the warming stand, and snack bags were placed in the corner of the table. The sticky rice cake was soft and chewy. The crunchy nuts crackled loudly. The chocolate bars were sweet but not greasy, and Lele's mouth was covered in chocolate, looking like a little kitten. Feng Xiao baked whole wheat bread on a double stove and placed it on the warming table. The aroma filled the entire dining room. Fresh beds and snacks are the best. Old Joe took a bite of crunchy nuts and sighed happily. Now I don't feel uncomfortable sleeping, and I have tasty snacks when I'm hungry. It's so great. Chinemo patted his shoulder. The bed is comfortable now. You can watch the chickens for a while longer. More eggs mean more points, and you can pay off your debt sooner. After dinner, Lin Wenji placed the points ledger and calculator on the new dining table. The warm yellow light shone on the paper, making the writing clear. She first updated the points pool. Original points pool 22,911. Subtract 280 points for upgrading the bed, add 160 points as a reward, and add 1,432 points for new supplies. Now the points pool is 22,911 to 280 161,432 is equal to 24,223. Then she started calculating for each person. Everyone gathered around to watch. Lele leaned on the table, with his small head very close. Chinemo. Building materials for beds, 250. Bed frame/drawer, 200. Detection materials, 100. Daily repair tools / electrical circuits, 130. Equals 680. Minus rent 588. Remaining minus 5,911 680 minus 588 is equal to minus 5,819. He added 92 points to make up for the deficit, almost reaching minus 5,800. Chinemo smiled and said, if I find some tough stuff again, I can break through minus 5,800. Zhao Lei, carrying bed frame/mattress, 300. Carrying snack box, 200. Handling zombies, 100. Installing headboard, 80. Daily chicken feeding, 30. Equals 710. Minus rent 588. Remaining minus 7,891 710 minus 588 is equal to minus 7,769. He added 122 points to get closer to minus 7,700.
Zhao Lei patted Chenmo's shoulder.
You're about to reach minus 5,800, and I'm catching up. Su Qing. Finding crunchy nuts/dried fruit, 300. Checking snack freshness, 150. Making sticky rice cake, 200. Daily meal prep, 350. Equals 1,000. Minus rent 816. Remaining minus 4,222 1,000 minus 816 is equal to minus 4,038. She added 184 points, reducing the deficit significantly. Su Qing smiled and said, with new snacks and rice cakes, everyone will have more energy to find supplies. Feng Xiao. Sorting snacks/bedding, 200. Filtering snack impurities, 100. Toasting whole wheat bread, 100. Organizing snacks, 50. Equals 450. Minus rent, 408. Remaining 852 450 minus 408 is equal to 894, plus 42 points. Balance close to 900. Feng Zhao's eyes lit up. We can exchange for 6 bags of flour to make more bread as dry food. Shaolin. Packing snacks/building materials, 250. Dividing snacks, 150. Cleaning new bedding, 50. Daily packing, 80. Equals 530. Minus rent 612. 51 by 12. Plus assistance with installing drawers, 100. Total 630. Balance minus 5,175 630 minus 612 is equal to minus 5,157 plus 18 points. Debt decreased instead of increased. Shaolin touches the new bed drawer. In the future, packing ropes can be stored here, making it easier to find. Old Joe. Sorting bedding/snacks, 200. Installing moisture-proof box, 100. Looking after chickens/dried goods, 80. Helping to attach bed foot pads, 50. Equals 430. Minus rent 420, 14 by 30. Calculated daily. Balance minus 4,170 430 minus 420 is equal to minus 4,160, plus 10 points, adjusted to new rent, still covering the debt. Old Joe smiles. The new bed drawer can hold chicken feed. No more piling on the ground. Lele, assisting with building materials detection, 80. Picking mini storage drawers, 32. Attaching bed foot pads / organizing snacks, 40, equals 152. Total points, 2,378. 152 is equal to 2,530. Exceeding 2,500 can exchange for a new bear dress, mini bed snacks. Lele jumps up. Now I can buy a new dress for the little bear and a small bed. Lin Wanji pushes the ledger to the middle. The red negative numbers are a bit lighter, and Chunmo's minus 5,819 stands out. This time, everyone helped find supplies upgrade bedding, a total of 468 points recovered. Chunmo's balance is now just 19 after reaching minus 5,800. Zhao Lei repaid 122. Su Qing repaid 184. Everyone is closer to balancing the accounts. Fang Xiao looks at the snacks on the storage shelf, then at the recipe for nut and date cake, and says, "Tomorrow, I will bake nut bread with the new flour and Sister Su Qing will make sweet soup with dried fruits. Let's go to the canned food shop that Peach mentioned. We can find some meat and fruit canned goods, which can serve as emergency food and also help us earn more points to pay off our debts." Old Zhou nodded and said, "The new bed's drawer can hold canned food, keeping it dry and easy to access." In the evening, the sunset painted the apartment windows with a warm golden hue. The new bed in room 202 was lit by a bedside lamp, and the dry goods in the drawer were neatly arranged. The food warmer in the dining area still kept the sweet soup warm, and snack bags were piled in the corner. Near the chicken coop in the yard, the mother hen had settled down quietly, occasionally making soft clucking sounds. Fang Xiao in room 201 was tidying up the mini storage drawers, placing them next to the little bear plush toys special bed. Lin Wanji leaned against the door of the dining area as the evening breeze carried the scent of crunchy nuts and sweet jujube cake. Peach's gentle voice sounded, "Host, after activating room 202, the apartment's occupancy rate increased to 750%. I detected an abandoned canned food shop 3 kilometers to the south, with meat and fruit canned goods. Let's go check it out tomorrow." "Sounds good," Lin Wanji replied with a smile. "Tomorrow, everyone will look for canned food, and we'll try to help Chun Mo reach over 5,800 points." Lele ran over holding a small bear plush, pulling Fang Zhao's hand. "Sister Xiao, tomorrow we'll find small cans to make mini canned food for the little bear." Fang Xiao squatted down and said, "Great. Let's find the sweetest fruit canned goods for the little bear." The evening breeze brushed over the new bed in room 202 and the snack bags in the dining area. The small building was filled with a sense of peace and warmth, comfortable beds, stocked snacks, friends' laughter, and confidence in the future. A new story was unfolding, inspired by the call of the canned food shop. In the early morning, sunlight just crossed the wall of Building A's yard, like a bright beam shining directly into room 202's window. Old Zhou was kneeling by the bed, tidying up the dry goods. Suddenly, the small lamp he just plugged in flickered and went out with a pop, cutting off the light in the moisture-proof box under the bed. "The circuit tripped again," he said, unplugging the lamp with a sigh. "This room doesn't have its own breaker box, sharing the circuit with a common area. Every time I use an appliance, the power cuts out. Yesterday, the chicken feed heater shut off twice, almost spoiling the feed. The windows don't have shutters, so the sun shines directly in, fading the labels on the snack bags. I have to hold the bags up to the light to read the labels, which wastes time and delays taking care of the chickens." Lin Wanji just helped Lulu place the mini storage drawer for the teddy bear toy into the new bed. Hearing this, she walks into room 202. The wall socket is loose enough to wobble, with exposed wires outside. The sunlight heats the red date bag in the corner, and Zhou's small flashlight is plugged into an unpowered socket. She takes out a silver exchange device. As her fingertips touch the screen, a light blue task window pops up with a slight vibration. The screen shows the number, points pool, 24,223, reflecting Zhou's frowning figure. Side mission, upgrade room 202 facilities, mission requirements. 1. Install a standalone electrical box, including 1 leakage protector, 2 branch switches, suitable for desk lamps / feed warmers / charging needs. 2. Add wooden blinds, adjustable light, prevent dry goods from fading, suitable for storage. 3. Fix a wall-mounted nightlight, attached to the wall, suitable for Zhou's nighttime chicken care needs. Mission rewards. 160 points. One-time addition to the points pool. 2. A set of tools, including screws for the electrical box, blind adjustment rods, nightlight adhesive. 3. Safety and convenience kit, including insulation tape, voltage tester, mini screwdriver set for electrical safety maintenance. Mission cost, 220 points, deducted directly from the points pool, to meet the dual needs of storage temporary residence in room 202, improving safety and storage efficiency. Future changes. The rent for room 202 increases from 14 points/hour to 24 points/hour due to added safe electricity light adjustment functions, matching Zhou's core needs of dry goods. Storage nighttime care, complying with Level 7 apartment operation standards. Mission explanation. The facilities solve issues like electricity hazards, poor lighting. The standalone electrical box prevents overloads. The blinds protect dry goods quality, laying a safe foundation for winter emergency storage. There's an upgrade task. Room 202 can install a standalone electrical box and blinds. Lin Wanji holds up the exchange device. Zhou immediately comes over, forgetting his annoyance about the power outage. Spend 220 points for 160 rewards, plus insulation tools. Lin Wanji points at the screen. No more tripping circuits when using electricity. Adjustable sunlight, no more squinting at dry goods, and caring for the chickens will be easier.
Yes.
It must be upgraded. Old Zhou straightened up and said, Yesterday, Tao Tao found a canned food store and a building materials store in the south. Today, everyone is going out. We can find canned meat, fruit, and carry electrical parts. We can repair facilities and help everyone pay off their debts. Chen Mo has already reached minus 5,819. If we find some good items again, we can break through minus 5,800. Fang Xiaogang kneaded the nut bread dough and said, I know how to tell the quality of electrical boxes. The leakage protectors should be 10A, and the shutters should be made of moisture-proof solid wood, so we don't waste points. Canned food without bulges is good. Meat-canned food with potatoes smells nice, and fruit-canned food can be used as dessert, so we don't waste points. The tasks were quickly assigned. Everyone was divided into 2 groups. Building Materials Supply Group, Zhao Lei, Chen Mo, Old Zhou, Lei, and Canned Food Supply Group, Lin Wanji, Su Qing, Fang Xiao, Xiaolin. Zhao Lei carried the independent electrical box and shutter frames. Chen Mo checked the safety of the building materials, using a voltage tester on the electrical circuit. Old Zhou helped pick out items, choosing mini versions that fit space 202. Lei assisted with detection, using a metal detector to find small parts hidden in the store. She wore a small cloth pouch around her waist, containing a mini electrical box model made of silver clay with tiny holes to mimic switches. The canned food group included Lin Wanji, Su Qing, Fang Xiao, and Xiaolin. Lin Wanji looked for meat and fruit canned food. Su Qing checked their freshness, looking for bulges and smelling. Fang Xiao guided the selection, discarding expired or leaking cans. Xiaolin packed and labeled the cans with moisture-proof bags and expiration dates. He also brought a small hammer to test the seal of the can lids. The 2 groups agreed to meet at the canned food store entrance at 1 p.m. to return together and prevent the cans from spoiling. Before leaving, Su Qing was busy in the communal kitchen. The nut bread wrapped in oil paper was still steaming, with a walnut inside each piece. The marinated dried tofu was stored in small ceramic jars with tight lids. The millet porridge was in a 3-layer insulated pot, decorated with a cute, crooked mini electrical box drawn by Lei. Su Qing handed Zhao Lei 2 bags of bread, saying, Bring extra bread for the building materials group. You'll be carrying heavy electrical boxes, so eat when you're hungry. Don't wait until rest time, or you might get low blood sugar. She also gave Lei a piece of orange candy, placing it in the side pocket of her small cloth pouch. When you're tired of finding parts, eat some candy. Don't compete with the uncles for tools. Fang Xiao helped Lei adjust the position of her small bear doll so it could see outside the building materials store. Little Bear also helps watch the electrical box. If you see one that's rusty, tell Lei, okay? Two groups set out along the small road to the south. The wind carried a faint smell of canned meat mixed with a distant metallic scent from a building materials store. As they got closer, the smell grew stronger, like a warm, cozy fire. The building materials group led the way. Zhao Lei's metal detector beeped softly, clear but not loud. The wild grass by the roadside was ankle-high, and the morning dew soaked Lei's pants. She walked a bit awkwardly, so Chun Mo gently carried her to a flat stone on the side of the road, letting her walk on it while he followed behind, holding her steady. Uncle Chun Mo, is the beep faster because there's a big electrical box? Lei occasionally pressed her ear close to the detector, her face full of curiosity. Little Bear said it smells like metal, like the tools you use to fix the oven. After about 40 minutes, Chun Mo suddenly stopped and squinted into the distance. He pointed with his finger inside his pocket. That's a branch of the Jingong Building Materials store. I remember clearly. The iron sign says Safety Electrical Box, and there's a small electrical box icon on the right. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. A small gray brick building was hidden behind some withered trees. An old, rusty iron sign hung at the entrance, with the words Jingong Building Materials, Electrical Box Area, barely visible despite the peeling paint. Inside the yard, several standalone electrical boxes were stacked, covered with blue plastic sheets fluttering in the wind, looking like a soaring bird. At the door, a zombie dressed in blue work clothes was lying down. The shirt had Jingong printed on it, faded from washing. It held a broken voltage tester, with screws scattered on the ground. Its movements were slow, like a rusty robot, unable to lift its head. Lei, stand on the flat stone behind me and don't move, Zhao Lei said, helping her onto the stone. He then gripped the iron rod on his back and slowly circled behind the zombie. He crouched to observe, saw no reaction, then stood up gently, holding the iron rod tightly. He aimed at the zombie's back and struck hard, thump, with just the right force, enough to avoid splattering blood or scattering too many screws on the ground. The zombie collapsed with a loud thud, dropping the voltage tester. It was completely still. Chun Mo quickly ran over, crouched down, and touched the nearby electrical box. His fingers brushed the circuit breaker. Look, this box has a 10A leakage protector. It can automatically cut off power in case of a short circuit, so it's very safe. One can earn 150 points. There are two here, so that's 300 points. He also taught Lei how to identify. Press this yellow button. If it bounces back, it's good, like pressing a toy switch for Little Bear. If it doesn't bounce back, it's broken. Lei imitated Chun Mo, pressed the button, watched it bounce back, and happily put it into a small cloth bag. Little Bear, this electrical box can protect us. We won't be afraid of tripping the circuit breaker when using electricity in the future. Walking into the building materials store, a strong smell of metal hit us. It was several degrees warmer inside than outside. The air also carried a faint oil smell, probably leftover from tool maintenance before the end of the world. The shelves were neatly arranged with louvered windows, some labeled moisture-proof solid wood. Chun Mo turned on the metal detector and slowly walked along the shelves. When the detector reached the bottom layer, the beeping sped up, and the red light flashed constantly. There are hidden small night lights here. Lao Zhou quickly squatted down and moved aside the clutter at the bottom. There were 4 wall-mounted night lights with light sensors. He picked one up and checked the label. Automatically turn on at night, turn off during the day. One can be exchanged for 30 points. There are 4 here, so that's 120 points. Chun Mo also found a package of stainless steel louvered window screws in the corner of the shelf, rust-proof. These screws can fix the louvered windows. A pack has 20 screws and can be exchanged for 20 points. Finding 3 packs gives us 60 points. Lei was lying on the ground and discovered several miniature louvered window models under the shelf. They were cartoon bear designs, and each could adjust the blades. Uncle Chun Mo, this little louvered window. Perfect for Little Bear. One can be exchanged for 8 points. I found 4, so that's 32 points. Chun Mo helped her put the mini windows into the small cloth bag and tighten the straps. Don't drop them. When we go back, we'll install windows in Little Bear's small room. Meanwhile, The canned food team also made a find at the canned food shop. The wooden door was slightly ajar, and the canned goods were neatly arranged inside. Lin Wanji, wearing old gloves she found in the ruins, carefully picked up a can of braised beef. This can isn't bulging, and the lid isn't rusted. One can be exchanged for 25 points. There are 20 cans here, so that's 500 points. She quickly put the cans into a moisture-proof bag, worried they might leak. Suching, this stew with potatoes is just right. It will last us half a month. Suching was looking for fruit cans on the shelves. She picked up a can of peaches, checked that the lid was not bulging, and the label was not faded. This can of peaches is sweet and can be used as a dessert. One can gives 20 points. I found 15 cans, which is 300 points. She also found several cans of chicken, vacuum-sealed, and leak-free. This chicken can be used to make chicken porridge. One can gives 22 points. I found 10 cans, totaling 220 points. Feng Xiao searched the bottom shelf for hawthorn cans and found a few with intact fruit. This hawthorn can stimulate the appetite. One can gives 18 points. I found 8 cans, which is 144 points. Shaolin tapped the cans lightly with a small hammer, listening to the sound to check if they were sealed well. A clear sound means good sealing. A dull sound means it might be leaking. Picking cans this way avoids wasting points. At 1 p.m., the two groups met at the can store entrance. The supplies were piled high. 2 independent electric boxes, 300 points. 4 small nightlights, 120 points. 3 bags of screws, 60 points. 4 mini shutters, 32 points. 20 cans of braised beef, 500 points. 15 cans of peaches, 300 points. 10 cans of chicken, 220 points. And 8 cans of hawthorn, 144 points. The total points reached 1,676. Zhao Lei carried an electric box, which was a bit heavy, causing his shoulders to sink slightly. Chun Mo quickly went over to help support the side of the box. Walk slowly, don't drop it. If the box gets damaged, it won't work properly. Su Qing carried a moisture-proof bag full of cans and told Lin Wanji, tomorrow, with the new stable power from the electric box, we can cook beef and potato stew, and everyone can enjoy hot food. Lele held a small bear plush toy with a mini shutter in her pocket. She occasionally took one out and said to the bear, when we go home and install the new electric box, we can still enjoy canned food. As they entered the yard, they saw that the upgrade preparations for room 202 were already ready. Insulation tape and a voltage tester were on the table, and the shutter frame leaned against the wall. Chun Mo first opened the electric box, tested the circuit, then put on insulating gloves and started wiring. We split it into 2 circuits, one for the lamp, one for the feed heater, separate from the main line. No more tripping breakers. Old Zhou handed him screws, eyes shining. Now, when we heat the chicken feed, we won't have to worry about power outages. The stored goods won't get spoiled in the sun anymore. Everyone worked together. Chunmo installed the electrical box and nightlight. Zhale fixed the louvered window. Lao Zhou organized the supplies, replacing faded labels, and Lele helped pass small screws and adjust the window blades. After half an hour, the upgrades were complete. The independent electrical box was hung at the door, with a green switch flashing a safety light. The solid wood louvered window was closed, letting sunlight filter through the gaps into soft patches of light. The night light was attached to the bedside, turning on automatically as evening light dimmed. Lao Zhou tried plugging in the desk lamp, which lit steadily. He clapped excitedly. This is so useful. Now I don't have to squint to find supplies, and I have light at night when I get up. At dinner, everyone sat around the table. The dishes were neatly arranged on the warming table, and canned foods were full. Braised beef with potatoes smelled delicious. Canned peaches were sweet, but not too much. Chicken porridge was warm and tasty. Lele ate with yellow peach juice on her lips, looking like a little kitten. Feng Xiao baked nut bread on the double stove and placed it on the warming table, filling the room with a fragrant aroma. Lao Zhou said happily the new facilities and canned food are really good. He scooped some beef with potatoes and sighed contentedly. Now the electricity doesn't trip, and eating canned meat feels so great. Chun Mo patted his shoulder. With the new facilities working well, you can take better care of the chickens. More eggs mean more points, and you can pay off your debt sooner. After dinner, Lin Wanji placed the points ledger and calculator on the new dining table. The warm yellow light shone on the paper, making the writing clear. She first updated the points pool. Original points pool 24,223, minus 220 points for upgrades, plus 160 points for rewards, plus 1,676 points for new supplies. Now the points pool is 24,223 to 220,161,676 is equal to 25,839. Then she started calculating each person's points. Everyone gathered around to watch. Lele leaned over the table, her small head very close. Chen-mo, assess building material quality, 250 points. Install electrical box/night light, 200 points. Test electrical circuit safety, 80 points. Daily repair tools, 50 points. Total points earned, 250, 200, 8050 is equal to 580. Plus, detect building materials for 120 points, making a total of 700 points. Deduct rent, 588, 49 by 12. The balance changed from minus 5,819 to minus 5,819. 700 minus 588 is equal to minus 5,707. After adding 112 points, the total is closer to zero, breaking below minus 5,800 and moving toward a balanced account. Chen-mo looked at the ledger, smiling widely. Finally below minus 5,800. If I find a few more valuable items, I might balance the account by the end of the month. Zhao Lei, carrying the electrical box/blinds, 350 points. Handling zombies, 100 points. Installing blinds, 100 points. Daily chicken feeding, 30 points. Total points earned, 350,100,130 is equal to 580. Plus, he calculated an additional 150 points for carrying canned food boxes, making a total of 730 points. After deducting rent of 588, the balance changed from minus 7,769 to minus 7,769. 730 minus 588 is equal to minus 7,627. He added back 142 points, getting closer to minus 7,600, reducing the debt significantly. Zhao Lei patted Chen-mo's arm. You've gone below minus 5,800, and I added 142 points. Let's work together to balance the account. Su Qing, finding meat cans/fruit cans, 400 points. Checking can freshness, 150 points. Making canned stew, 200 points. Daily meal prep, 350 points. Total points earned, 400,150,200,350 is equal to 1,100. After deducting rent of 816, 68 by 12, the balance changed from minus 4,038 to minus 4,038. 1,100 minus 816 is equal to minus 3,754. She added back 284 points, moving closer to minus 3,700. Su Qing smiled. Canned stew with potatoes smells so good. Next time, I'll add some vermicelli for more flavor and I can earn more points. Feng Xiao, checking can/building materials, 200 points. Sorting can impurities, 100 points. Baking nut bread, 100 points. Organizing cans, 50 points. Total points earned, 200,100,150 is equal to 450. After deducting rent of 408, 34 by 12, the balance went from 894 to 894. 450 minus 408 is equal to 936. She added back 42 points, pushing the balance over 900, enough to exchange for 6 bags of flour and 1 bag of yeast. Feng Zhao's eyes lit up. We can exchange flour to make more bread, so everyone can carry some while searching for supplies and eat on the way. When hungry, it can fill our stomachs. Shaolin. Packing canned food/building materials, 300 points. Dividing canned food, 150 points. Cleaning new facilities, 50 points. Daily packing, 80 points. Total points earned, 300, 150, 50, 80 equals 580. Deduct rent, 612 points, 51 by 12. Recalculate, assisting with installing blinds, for 50 points. Total income, 630 points. The balance changes from minus 5,157 to minus 5,157. 630 minus 612 is equal to minus 5,139. Reimburse 18 points. Even though rent is high, the debt is reduced. Xiao Lin touches the new electrical box. In the future, when packing, I can borrow the 202 lamp. The light is good and labels won't be printed wrong. Old Zhou. Identifying building materials / canned food, 200 points. Installing small night lights, 80 points. Watching over the chicken flock / storing canned food, 80 points. Helping label items, 50 points. Total points earned, 200, 80, 80, 50 equals 410. Deduct rent, 720 points, 24 by 30, calculated daily? No, corrected for hourly rent. 24 points / hour times 12 hours, 1 day of stay, equals 288 points. The balance changes from minus 4,160 to minus 4,160. 410 minus 288 is equal to minus 4,038. Reimburse 122 points, adjusted for new rent, still a large debt reduction. Old Zhou laughs. The new electrical box can power the chicken feed heater steadily, so we no longer have to worry about feed getting damp. Lele, assisting with detecting building materials, 80 points. Picking up mini blinds, 32 points. Adjusting blinds / placing canned food, 40 points. Total points earned, 80 32 40 is equal to 152. Total points increase from 2530 to 2682, breaking 2,600. Now I can exchange for a new bear dress, a mini electrical box model, and small canned toys. Lele jumps. Now I can buy a new dress and mini canned food for the little bear. Soon it can eat canned food, too. Lin Wanji pushed the ledger to the middle of the table. The red negative numbers were much lighter than before. Chun Mo's minus 5,707 and Zhao Lei's minus 7,627 stood out clearly. The minus 8,000 figures were now a thing of the past. This time, everyone found supplies and upgraded equipment, earning back a total of 730 points. Chun Mo is now only 5,707 points away from breaking even. Zhao Lei needs 142 points, and Su Qing needs 284. We're all getting closer to our goal. Feng Xiao looked at the canned goods on the shelf and then at the recipe for canned noodle soup with meat. She said, "Tomorrow I'll bake whole wheat bread with new flour. Sister Su Qing will make stew with canned ingredients for dry rations. We'll go to the flour factory Peach mentioned to find high-gluten flour and noodles. We can make bread, stew, and also exchange more points to pay off everyone's debts." Old Joe nodded in agreement. The new electric box can store more supplies. Now that the flour is here, we have a place to keep it. In the evening, the sunset painted the apartment windows a warm golden color. The new electric box in room 202 glowed with a safety light. The blinds let out soft light, and the night light slowly turned on as the room dimmed. The warm food station in the dining room still kept canned stew warm, filling the corridor with a delicious smell. Near the chicken coop in the yard, the hens had settled down, occasionally making soft clucking sounds. Feng Xiao in room 201 was tidying the mini blinds, placing them next to the special small electric box for the teddy bear. Lin Wanji leaned against the door of the dining room. The evening breeze carried the aroma of canned meat and bread, gentle like a mother's touch. Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. "Host, after activating the 202 support package, the apartment's occupancy index increased to 800%. I scanned a deserted flour factory 3 kilometers east. It has high-gluten flour, noodles, and dried pasta, staple foods that last long. Let's check it out tomorrow. It can add ingredients for new dishes and help everyone pay off debts faster. Sounds good." Lin Wanji replied happily in her mind. "Tomorrow, everyone will go out again to find flour and noodles. Let's try to reduce Chinmo's debt to below minus 5,600 points and get even closer to breaking even." Lele ran over holding her teddy bear, grabbing Fang Zhao's hand. The mini blinds in her small pouch made a rustling sound. Sister Xiao, tomorrow let's go to the flower factory. Can we find small flower bags? Let's make mini bread for the teddy bear so it can taste the new flour too. Fang Xiao crouched down, gently touched Leilei's head, and smiled, saying, Yes, let's find the best, thinnest flour bag for the little bear, so we can make the tastiest mini bread and let it try a new kind of food. The evening breeze continued to, passing over room 202's new electrical box, the canned food in the kitchen, and the window of room 201. This once lonely small building was gradually becoming the safest and warmest home in the post-apocalyptic world, thanks to new facilities, plenty of supplies, fewer deaths, and new friends. Here, there was safety, emergency food storage, laughter among friends, children's hopes, and confidence in the future. As the flour mill called, new stories quietly began to unfold in the gentle night. Morning sunlight just crossed the wall of Building A, like a warm mist gently wrapping around the damp ground outside room 202. Old Zhou held his wet pants, sighing helplessly. Last night, he stayed up to watch the chickens, and the squat toilet leaked again. Sewage seeped along the wall corner to the door, making his shoes dirty. The squat toilet had no partition, so he had to wait for everyone to finish using the shared bathroom in the morning, delaying feeding the chickens. There was no shelf for cleaning supplies nearby. The toilet brush was just left on the floor, dirty and dusty. It would be great if this squat toilet worked better, he mumbled, wiping water from his pants. Now, the leak wets my clothes, and without a partition, there's no privacy. Finding a toilet brush means crawling on the floor, which really slows down taking care of the chickens. Lin Wanji had just helped Leilei place the mini shutter of the little bear doll into room 202. Seeing this, she looked toward the squat toilet area. The cement seam at the edge of the squat toilet was cracked with fine gaps, and sewage was slowly seeping out, with no cover. The toilet brush and cleaning supplies were piled in the corner, covered in a thin layer of dust. She took out a silver exchange device, and as her finger touched the screen, a light blue task window popped up with a slight vibration. The screen showed Points Pool 25,839, reflecting old Zhou's frowning face. Side quest: upgrade room 202's sanitary facilities, squat toilet to level 2. Task requirements: 1. Replace the leak-proof squat toilet, including ceramic leak-proof base ×1, simple flushing device ×1, suitable for water-saving needs. 2. Install a solid wood partition, 1.8 meters high, with ventilation slits to ensure privacy.
3.
Add a wall-mounted storage shelf, with multiple layers for cleaning supplies, featuring Leilei's hand-drawn cartoon sign. Task reward: 400 points, one-time addition to the points pool. 2. Supporting toolkit ×1, includes toilet seal ring, partition screws, storage hooks. 3. Hygiene convenience kit ×1, leak-proof mats ×2, portable toilet cleaner ×5, disposable cleaning gloves ×10, suitable for daily cleaning. Task cost: 980 points, deducted directly from the points pool, matching the hygiene privacy needs, improving living comfort. Future change: room 202's rent increases from 24 points/hour to 36 points/hour, due to the new leak-proof privacy storage features, aligning with Lao Zhou's core needs of nighttime bathroom visits, daily cleaning, meeting Level 8 apartment operation standards. Task description: the Level 2 squat toilet solves issues of leakage, dirt, poor privacy, and messy storage. Leak-proof design prevents ground dampness. Partition ensures privacy, laying a hygienic foundation for long-term living. There's an upgrade task. Room 202's squat toilet can be upgraded to level 2. Lin Wenji holds up the exchange device, and Lao Zhou immediately steps over, forgetting the damp chill on his pants. Spend 980 points for a 400 reward, plus get a leak-proof squat toilet and partition. Lin Wenji points to the facility diagram on the screen. In the future, no water leaks when using the toilet, with privacy from partitions and cleaning supplies on the shelf. You can check on the chickens at night without worries. Upgrade. It must be upgraded. Lao Zhou straightens up. Yesterday, Tao Tao said there's a flour mill in the east. Today, everyone is out, can find high-gluten flour, rice noodles, and carry squat toilet parts. Not only improving facilities, but also helping everyone pay off debts. Chun Mo has already reached minus 5,707. With another good haul, we can push below minus 5,600. Fong Xiaogang needed the whole wheat bread dough and, hearing this, also came over. I understand quality in building materials. The squat toilet should have a smooth glazed surface, and the wooden partition must be moisture-proof to save points. The flour should be loose-grained, with no lumps in the rice noodles. Canned meat will be extra tasty when cooked. The division of tasks was quickly decided. Everyone was split into two groups. The first was the building materials supply group. Zhao Lei, Chen Mo, Old Zhou, Lei. Zhao Lei carried the squat toilet and the partition frame. Chun Mo checked the safety of the building materials, testing the flush device's seal. Old Zhou helped pick out suitable sizes for the space. Lei assisted with detection, using a metal detector to find small parts hidden in the building materials store. She wore a small cloth pouch around her waist, holding a tiny model of a squat toilet made from white clay, with small holes poked in it to mimic the flush holes. The second was the grain and oil supply group. Lin Wanji, Su Qing, Fong Xiao, Shaolin. Lin Wanji looked for high-gluten flour and rice noodles. Su Qing checked the freshness of the grains and oils by inspecting the flour's moisture resistance and the noodles' flexibility. Fong Xiao guided the selection, removing clumped flour and broken noodles. Shaolin packed and labeled the items, using moisture-proof bags and attaching expiration date labels. Shaolin also brought a fine sieve to filter out impurities from the flour. The two groups agreed to meet at the flour factory entrance at 1:30 p.m. to return together and prevent the flour from getting damp. Before leaving, Su Qing was busy in the communal kitchen. The whole wheat bread wrapped in oil paper was still steaming, each brushed with honey. The marinated tofu was stored in a small ceramic jar with a tight lid. The millet porridge was kept in a 3-layer thermos, decorated with a cute drawing of a squat toilet made by Lei, shaped like a small house, with a few tiny holes to mimic the flush holes. Bring 2 more bags of bread for the building materials group. Su Qing handed the dry food to Zhao Lei. You'll be carrying the squat toilet, so eat when you're hungry. Don't wait until rest time, or you might get low blood sugar. She also gave Lei a piece of strawberry candy, placing it in the side pocket of her small cloth pouch. When you're tired of finding parts, eat a piece of candy. Don't compete with the uncles for tools. Fong Xiao helped Lei adjust the position of her small bear doll so it could see outside the building materials. The bear is also helping to watch the squat toilet. If it sees any cracks, it can tell Lei, okay? The two groups set out along the eastern path, the breeze carrying a faint scent of wheat mixed with the smell of wood from the nearby building materials store. As they got closer, the smell grew stronger, like a warm, cozy fire. The building materials group led the way. Zhao Lei's metal detector beeped softly, clear but not loud. The wild grass along the roadside was just above their ankles, wet with morning dew, soaking Lei's pants. She struggled a bit, so Chun Mo gently carried her to a wooden log by the road, letting her walk on it while he followed behind, holding her steady. Uncle Chun Mo, does the beep mean there's a big squat toilet nearby? Lei occasionally held her ear close to the detector, her small face full of curiosity. Little Bear says it smells like wood, just like Sister Fong Zhao's bread. After about 40 minutes of walking, Chun Mo suddenly stopped and squinted into the distance. He pointed with his finger in his pocket. That's the sanitation area of Anju Building Materials Store. I remember clearly, there's a wooden sign with the words restroom carved on it and a small toilet icon on the right. Everyone looked in the direction he indicated. The gray brick small building was hidden behind some withered trees. At the entrance, a faded wooden sign hung, with the words, Anju Building Materials, Restroom, barely visible despite the paint peeling. Inside the yard, a few leak-proof squat toilets were stacked. Blue plastic sheets fluttered in the wind like a soaring bird. At the door, a zombie dressed in blue work clothes lay, the words, Anju, printed on its chest, faded from washing. It held a broken ceiling ring, with screws scattered on the ground. Its movements were slow, like a rusty robot, unable to lift its head. Lele, stand on the wood behind me. Don't come down. Zhao Lei helped Lele onto a flat piece of solid wood, then gripped the iron rod on his back. He slowly circled behind the zombie. First, he squatted down to observe. Then, seeing the zombie didn't react, he stood up gently, tightened his grip on the iron rod, and struck the back of the zombie's head hard. With a muffled bang, the force was just right, neither splattering the zombie's body with blood nor scattering too many screws on the ground. The zombie thumped to the ground, dropping the ceiling ring, and stopped moving. Old Zhou hurried over, squatted down, and touched the leak-proof squat toilet nearby. His fingertips brushed the glazed surface. Look, this glaze is smooth, and the base has a sealing ring. It won't leak water. One can earn 200 points, and there are 2 here. That's 400 points. He also showed Lele how to tell the quality. You feel the glaze. If it's slippery, it's good, like little bear's fur. If it's rough, it's poor quality. Lele imitated old Zhou, touched the squat toilet carefully, then gently put it into her small cloth bag. Little bear, this toilet is slippery. It won't leak anymore. Inside the building materials store, a strong smell of wood hit the nose, much warmer than outside. The air also carried a faint scent of moisture-proofing agents, probably leftover from before the end of the world, when the materials were maintained. The solid wood partitions on the shelves were neatly arranged, some with moisture-proof labels. Chun Mo turned on a metal detector and slowly walked along the shelves. When the detector reached the bottom layer, the beeping sped up suddenly, and the red light kept flashing. There are hidden flushing devices here. Lao Zhou quickly squatted down and moved aside the clutter at the bottom. There were 3 sets of simple flushing devices with water-saving valves. He picked up one set and looked at the label. Push-button flush, only half a bucket of water each time. One set can be exchanged for 150 points. There are 3 sets here, totaling 450 points. Chen Mo also found a wall-mounted storage shelf in the corner of the shelf. It was made of solid wood and had no cracks. This shelf can hold a toilet brush and toilet cleaner. One layer can hold 3 items. One can be exchanged for 80 points. Since there are 2 shelves, that's 160 points. Lele was lying on the ground and found several mini storage racks under the shelf. They were cartoon bear-shaped, each marked cleaning supplies. Uncle Chunimo, these small racks are perfect for Little Bear. One rack can be exchanged for 10 points. I found 4 racks, so that's 40 points. Chunimo helped her put the mini racks into a small cloth bag and tighten the straps. Don't drop them. When we go back, put the mini cleaning supplies for Little Bear. Meanwhile, the grain and oil team also made a discovery at the flour mill. The warehouse door was slightly open, and the flour bags inside were stacked neatly. Lin Wanji, wearing old gloves she found from the ruins, carefully picked up a bag of high-gluten flour. This flour isn't damp, feels loose when squeezed, no lumps. One 5 kilograms bag can be exchanged for 45 points. There are 15 bags here, so that's 675 points. She quickly put the flour into a moisture-proof bag and sealed it tightly. Sujing, this flour is perfect for making bread. It's enough for Fong Xiao to use for half a month. Sujing was looking for rice noodles on the shelf. She picked up a bunch, noting its bright white color and flexible texture. This rice noodle will make the canned meat taste better. A 200g bunch can be exchanged for 15 points. I found 20 bunches, so that's 300 points. She also found several bags of whole wheat dried noodles that weren't damp. This dried noodle cooks quickly. 1 kilogram bag can be exchanged for 20 points. I found 12 bags, totaling 240 points. Fong Xiao was searching the bottom of the shelf for cornmeal. She found several bags with evenly sized grains. This cornmeal can be used to make corn pancakes. A 2 kilograms bag can be exchanged for 30 points. I found 8 bags, so that's 240 points. Kobayashi used a fine sieve to sift the flour, removing impurities. This good flour needs to be stored carefully. When making bread, it rises well and tastes softer. Everyone will love eating it. At 1:30 p.m., 2 groups gathered at the flour factory entrance. The supplies were piled high like a small mountain. 2 leak-proof squat toilets, 400 points. 3 flushing devices, 450 points. 2 wall-mounted shelves, 160 points. For mini shelves, 40 points. 15 bags of high-gluten flour, 675 points. 20 packs of rice noodles, 300 points. 12 bags of dried noodles, 240 points. And 8 bags of cornmeal, 240 points. The total points reached 2,505. Zhao Lei carried a leak-proof squat toilet, which was a bit heavy. His shoulders sank slightly under the weight. Chen Mo quickly went over to help steady the side of the toilet. Walk slowly, don't fall. If the glaze on the squat toilet cracks, it won't be usable, he said. Su Qing carried a moisture-proof bag full of flour and told Lin Wanji, tomorrow, we'll make bread with the new flour and cook beef stew with rice noodles. Everyone will get hot meals. Lele held a small teddy bear toy, and her small pouch was filled with mini shelves. She took out one now and then, saying to the teddy bear, when we go home, we'll install the new squat toilet and enjoy rice noodle stew again. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw that the upgrade of the 202 squat toilet was already ready. The ceiling ring and screwdriver were on the ground, and the partition frame leaned against the wall. Chen Mo first disassembled the leak-proof squat toilet, tested the seal of the flushing device, then put on gloves and started installing. Align the squat toilet with the drain, press the ceiling ring tightly, and connect the flushing device to the nearby water bucket. It saves water and works well. Old Zhou handed over screws, his eyes shining. Now I won't worry about leaking water and wetting my pants when I get up at night. With the partition, I won't have to wait for the public bathroom anymore. Everyone worked together. Chen Mo installed the squat toilet and flushing device. Zhao Lei fixed the solid wood partition. Old Zhou arranged the shelves for cleaning supplies, and Lele helped hand over small screws and put on cartoon labels. After an hour, the upgrade was complete. The leak-proof squat toilet was firmly fixed to the ground, with the seal fitting perfectly. The solid wood partition stood nearby, with light shining through the ventilation gaps. On the wall-mounted shelf, the toilet brush and toilet cleaner were neatly arranged, and the teddy bear mini shelf was placed at the bottom. Old Zhou pressed the flushing device, and water flowed smoothly, without leaking a drop. He clapped excitedly. This is so useful. Now I don't have to worry about getting wet when I check on the chickens at night. I won't have to wipe my pants anymore. During dinner, everyone sat around the dining table. The dishes were neatly arranged on the warming stand, and the freshly cooked food smelled wonderful. The whole wheat bread was soft on the outside and chewy inside. The canned beef with noodles was so tasty it made eyebrows lift. The corn tortillas were sweet, and Lele ate with flour on her lips, looking like a little kitten. Feng Xiao baked nut bread on the double stove and placed it on the warming stand, filling the room with a lovely aroma. The new facilities and new flour are really good. Old Zhou took a bite of the corn tortilla and sighed happily. Now it's easier to go to the bathroom, and eating fresh noodles is so enjoyable. Chen Mo patted his shoulder. With good facilities, you can spend more time taking care of the chickens. More eggs mean more points, and you can pay off your debt sooner. After dinner, Lin Wanji placed the points ledger and calculator on the new dining table. The warm yellow light shone on the paper, making the writing clear. She first updated the points pool. Original points pool, 25,839. Subtract 980 points for the toilet upgrade, add 400 points as a reward, and add 2,505 points for new supplies. Now, the points pool is 25,839 to 980 400 2,505 is equal to 27,764. Then she started calculating for each person. Everyone gathered around to watch. Lele leaned on the table, her small head very close. Chen Mo, assessing building material quality, 300 points. Installing the toilet/flushing system, 250 points. Testing ceiling, 80 points. Daily repair tools, 50 points. Total points earned, 300, 250, 80, 50 equals 680. Recalculating, detect building materials adds 120 points, so total is 800. Deduct rent, 588. The balance changed from minus 5,707 to minus 5,707. 800 minus 588 is equal to minus 5,495. He also added 212 points, successfully bringing the debt below minus 5,600, getting closer to breaking even. Chen Mo looked at the ledger, a big smile spreading across his face. Finally below minus 5,500. If we find 2 more valuable items, we might balance the accounts by the end of the month. Zhao Lei, carrying the toilet/partition, 400 points, handling zombies, 100 points, installing partitions, 150 points, daily chicken feeding, 30 points. Total points earned, 400,100,150 is equal to 680. Recalculating, carrying flower boxes adds 120 points, so total is 800. Deduct rent, 588. The balance changed from minus 7,627 to minus 7,627. 800 minus 588 is equal to minus 7,415. After adding 212 points to make up for the deficit, approaching minus 7,400, the debt significantly decreased. Zhao Lei patted Chen Mo's arm and said, "You added 212 points, and I also added 212. With our progress, we can catch up with you next month." Su Qing bought high-gluten flour/rice noodles, 450 points, checked the freshness of grains and oils, 150 points, made rice noodles with canned food, 200 points, daily meal preparations, 350 points. Total points earned, 450,150,200,350 is equal to 1,150. After paying rent of 816 points, 68 by 12, the balance changed from minus 3,754 to minus 3,754. 1,150 minus 816 is equal to minus 3,420. She added 334 points to reduce the debt significantly, approaching minus 3,400. Su Qing smiled and said, "The rice noodles with canned food smell so good. Next time, I'll add some cabbage to make it tastier, and I can earn more points." Fang Xiao checked grains and oils/building materials, 250 points, filtered flour impurities, 100 points, baked whole wheat bread, 100 points, organized flour, 50 points. Total points earned, 250,100,150 is equal to 500. After paying rent of 408 points, 34 by 12, the balance changed from 936 to 936. 500 minus 408 is equal to 1,028. She added 92 points to break the 1,000 mark, which allows her to exchange for 7 bags of flour and 2 bags of yeast. Fang Zhao's eyes lit up and said, "Now I can get more flour to make bread. When everyone finds supplies, they can carry some for snacks so they won't go hungry and we can earn more points." Shaolin packed grains and oils/building materials, 350 points, divided flour into portions, 150 points, cleaned new facilities, 50 points, daily packing, 80 points. Total points earned, 350, 150, 5080 is equal to 630. After paying rent of 612 points, 51 by 12, the balance changed from minus 5,139 to minus 5,139. 630 minus 612 is equal to minus 5,121. She added 18 points to reduce the debt. Even though rent is high, the debt keeps decreasing. Shaolin touched the new storage shelves and said, "In the future, if cleaning supplies are organized neatly, it will be easier to find tools when packing, and efficiency will improve." Old Zhou, building materials/grain and oil, 200 points, storage shelf, 80 points, watching the chicken flock/flour storage, 80 points, labeling help, 50 points. Total points earned, 200, 80, 80, 50 equals 410. After deducting rent of 432 points, 36 by 12, new rent, and adding the upgrade assistance extra reward of 100 points, the total income is 510 points. The balance changes from minus 4,038 to minus 4,038. 510 minus 432 is equal to minus 3,960. He also recovers 78 points to adjust for the new rent, still a big debt. Old Joe laughs and says, The new squat toilet is so convenient. I can take care of the chickens more, and the points from eggs can help pay off the debt. Lele, assisting with building materials, 80 points, picking up mini storage shelves, 40 points, labeling/organizing cleaning supplies, 40 points. Total points earned, 80-40-40 is equal to 160. His total points go from 2682 to 2842, breaking 2,800. Now he can exchange for a new bear dress, a mini squat toilet model, and a small flower bag toy. Lele jumps up and says, "Now I can buy a new dress for the bear and a mini flower bag. Soon it can also make bread." Lin Wanji pushes the ledger to the middle of the table. The red negative numbers are much lighter than before. Chun Mo's minus 5,495 and Zhao Lei's minus 7,415 stand out. The figure of minus 8,000 is now history. This time, with everyone helping find supplies and upgrading the squat toilet, we recovered a total of 944 points. Chun Mo and Zhao Lei each recovered 212 points. Su Qing recovered 334 points. We're getting closer to breaking even. Fong Xiao looks at the flour and noodle shelves, then at the recipe for cabbage and noodle stew, and says, "Tomorrow I'll bake multigrain bread with the new flour." Sister Su Qing will use cabbage and noodles for dry rations. We'll go to the vegetable shop Peach mentioned, find some cabbage and radishes. They can be used for stews, vegetable pancakes, and also help us earn more points to pay off debts. Old Joe nods too. The new squat toilet is so handy. I can save more time to take care of the chickens, and the points from eggs can help pay off the debt. In the evening, the sunset bathes the apartment windows in warm gold. The new squat toilet in room 202 is lit with a small nightlight. The partition glows softly, and the cleaning supplies on the shelf are neatly arranged. The heated counter in the restaurant still kept the noodles and meat warm, filling the corridor with a fragrant aroma. Near the chicken coop in the yard, the mother hen had quieted down, occasionally making soft cluck sounds. In room 201, Fong Xiao was tidying up a mini storage shelf, placing it next to the private bathroom for the teddy bear doll. Lin Wanji leaned against the restaurant door, feeling the gentle evening breeze carrying the scent of noodles and bread. It felt as soft as a mother's touch. Tuo's voice echoed softly in her mind. "Host, after activating room 202's squat toilet, the apartment's living index increased to 850%. I scanned 2 kilometers south and found an abandoned vegetable shop with cabbages, radishes, and potatoes, winter vegetables that last long. We can check it out tomorrow to get ingredients for new dishes and help everyone pay back the debt faster." "Sounds good," Lin Wanji responded happily in her mind. "Tomorrow, everyone will go out again to find vegetables for the menu. We aim to reduce Chinmo's debt to below minus 5,400, getting closer to breaking even." Lele ran over holding her teddy bear, grabbing Fong Zhao's hand. The mini storage shelf in her small pouch made a rustling sound. "Sister Xiao, tomorrow let's go to the vegetable shop. Can we find a small radish? We can make mini radish soup for the teddy bear to try something new." Fong Xiao crouched down, patting Lele's head with a smile.
Sure.
"Let's find the freshest little radish and make the tastiest mini radish soup so the teddy bear can enjoy the new vegetables too." The evening breeze continued to, passing over the new squat toilet in room 202, the noodles and meat in the restaurant, and the window of room 201. This once lonely small building was gradually becoming the safest and warmest home in the apocalypse, equipped with convenient facilities, stocked winter supplies, the laughter of friends, children's hopes, and confidence in the future. As the vegetable shop called out, new stories quietly began to unfold in the gentle night. She tightly twisted the leaking pipe fitting. The old tape tore with a crackling sound. "No hot water is fine, but the pipe itself has cracks. Yesterday, I tested the water pressure, and it almost burst. There's nowhere to put the shower gel, and I have to hide in the corridor to change clothes. Even though the place is empty now, it needs fixing quickly. Otherwise, what if the new person gets frozen in winter?" Su Qing just helped Lele place a small bear toy storage shelf into room 101's closet. Note: Su Qing and Lele live together in room 101, and there's a small sun drawing on the closet. Hearing this, she took her toolbox and went into room 202. The shower head is so rusty it could cut your hand. The tape on the pipe is yellow and brittle. The wall has dark mold spots from long-term leaks, and there's no proper non-slip mat. Only a torn cloth on the floor. "We need to fix it quickly," Su Qing said, touching the wall and noticing her fingers were damp and moldy. "If it leaks more, the wall next door might collapse." Then Zhao Lei from room 102 might have to move out. Lin Wanji took out a silver exchange device. As her fingertips touched the cool screen, a light blue task window appeared with a slight vibration. The screen clearly showed points pool, 27,764, reflecting their worried expressions. Side mission: upgrade shower facilities in room 202 to level 2. Mission requirements: 1. Replace core parts. Leak-proof thermostatic shower head ×1. Simple solar water heater ×1. Explosion-proof waterproof hose ×1. 2. Add supporting equipment. Solid wood shower partition ×1. Double-layer wall-mounted shower racks ×2. Non-slip rubber mats ×2. 3. Improve safety design. Glow-in-the-dark waterproof warning stickers. Install 16A leakage protection plug. Wrap with explosion-proof tape. Mission rewards: 1. 400 points. One-time addition to the points pool. 2. Shower accessory kit ×1, including 3 travel-size bottles of body wash, a nozzle descaling brush, and sealing strips for the partition. 3. Emergency maintenance kit ×1, 2-meter spare hose, electric leak detector, waterproof glue. Task cost: 860 points, deducted directly from the points pool, suitable for vacant rental temporary emergency needs. Future changes: room 202 rent increases from 36 points/hour to 49 points/hour. Meets level 9 apartment operation standards, with added constant temperature explosion-proof features. Task description: upgrading the level 2 shower addresses the 3 major issues: no hot water, easy cracking, and safety concerns. Removing obstacles for new residents and meeting winter bathing needs. Room 202 shower can be upgraded to level 2. Lin Wanji held the redemption device. Zhao Lei, who was feeding chickens in the yard, note: Zhao Lei lives in room 102, with chicken feed on his work pants, immediately ran over with a metal rod. Chun Mo note: Chun Mo lives in room 103, holding a screwdriver for fixing the oven. And Old Zhou note: Old Zhou lives in room 104, holding freshly collected eggs, also gathered around. Spend 860 points to get 400 rewards and install solar water heating too. Lin Wanji pointed at the constant temperature shower head icon on the screen. From now on, anyone living here won't have to shiver during winter baths, and water pipes won't burst and flood the room. Upgrade. It must be upgraded. Zhao Lei stabbed the ground with a metal rod. Yesterday, Tao Tao found a building materials store to the south, next to a vegetable shop. Today, 2 groups will go: me, Chinemo, Old Zhou, and Lei will carry shower parts, while Sister Wanji, Su Qing, Feng Xiao, and Xiaolin will grab vegetables. The weather is getting colder, so cabbage and radishes can last longer. If we wait too long, other survivors might take them. Feng Xiao note: Feng Xiao lives in room 201, just put the fermented dough into the oven, wiped the flour off her hands and said, "I understand shower equipment." The constant temperature shower head should have a red temperature control valve. Turning it smoothly is best. Solar devices depend on the heat-absorbing panel. Only those without cracks or deformations are usable. For vegetables, choose firm ones. Tight-headed cabbage lasts longer, and radishes without frost spots are tastier when cooked. The division of tasks was quickly decided. Building materials team: Zhao Lei, carrying solar equipment and partition frames, responsible for handling zombies. Chinemo, checking equipment safety, carrying a leak detector and multimeter. Old Zhou, helping pick parts, carrying a tape measure to measure sizes. Lei, assisting with detection, hanging a small cloth pouch with Feng Zhao's sewing inside, containing a mini shower model made of clay, with small straws poked in as hot water pipes. Vegetable team: Lin Wanji, finding cabbages and radishes, carrying moisture-proof bags. Su Qing, checking vegetable freshness, holding a small spray bottle to water dry vegetables. Feng Xiao, guiding the selection, using a fine sieve to remove rotten leaves. Xiaolin, packing and sorting, using an electronic scale for weighing to help calculate points. Both teams agreed to meet at the vegetable shop entrance at 2 p.m., staying in contact via walkie-talkie on the way. After the upgrade, Xiaolin would move into room 202. Note: Xiaolin had previously stayed in the common area. This time, after the facilities were improved, he would officially move in. Once the upgrade was complete, Lin Wanji would hand over the keys. Before leaving, Su Qing was busy in the small kitchen of room 101, folding oil paper into triangles, each wrapped around 2 pieces of nut bread with honey brushed on top, marinated dried tofu stored in a small ceramic jar with a tight lid, millet porridge in a 3-layer insulated bottle, decorated with a small showerhead drawn by Lele, with a little bear holding a towel nearby. Build 2 more bags of bread. Su Qing handed the dry food to Zhao Lei. The solar device is heavy, so you carry it. If you're hungry, just eat. Don't push yourself too hard. She also slipped a strawberry candy into Lele's cloth pouch, patting his head. When you're tired of finding parts, eat some candy. Don't compete with the uncles for carrying things, and stay safe. Feng Xiao helped Lele adjust the position of the small bear doll, facing the pouch's opening. Little bear, help watch the spray head. If you see rust, tell Lele, okay? The 2 teams set off along the small road to the south, the wind carrying the smell of dirt and the distant metallic scent from the building materials store. Frost still clung to the wild grass along the roadside, making a crunching sound when stepped on. The building materials team led the way. Zhao Lei's metal detector beeped softly, clear but not loud. Lele's small boots slipped on the frost now and then, so Chen Emo simply picked her up and sat her on his arm. Uncle Chen Emo, if the detector beeps fast, does that mean there's a big showerhead nearby? Yes. Chen Emo smiled and patted her head. Find the big showerhead, and Uncle Lin in 202 can take hot showers in the future. If Lele wants to wash, she can come too. After walking about 40 minutes, the shadow of a building materials store appeared in the distance, a small gray brick building with a rusty iron sign hanging at the door, half the paint peeled off with the words, "Convenient Building Materials." In the yard, a few solar water heaters were stacked, blue plastic sheets fluttered in the wind like big wings. At that moment, Lin Wanji's walkie-talkie crackled. Building materials team, pay attention. The vegetable shop over here looks suspicious. There are fresh footprints at the door, as if someone just came by. Zhao Lei frowned, about to reply, when a loud noise came from the store entrance. A zombie dressed in blue work clothes crawled out from under the plastic sheet. Unlike normal zombies, this one was faster, with half a rusty water pipe wrapped around its arm, black sewage dripping from the pipe's opening. Its eyes were cloudy green, and it growled, haha, as it rushed toward the team. It's a mutated zombie. Lele, hold on to me. Chen Emo quickly pulled Lele behind him, while Zhao Lei gripped his iron rod and stepped forward. This mutated zombie was twice as fast as a normal one and could spray sewage with the water pipe. As Zhao Lei dodged its claws, sewage splashed onto nearby solar water heaters, making a sizzling sound and leaving black marks. We can't fight it head-on. Chen Emo took out a multimeter, shined it into the zombie's eyes, and the bright light made it pause. Zhao Lei hit it at the back of the head. That's its weak spot. Zhao Lei took the chance to circle behind the zombie, gripping his iron rod tightly, and struck the back of its head hard. With a muffled bang, the zombie wobbled, tried to turn around, but old Zhou quickly handed him a long wooden stick. Zhao Lei pressed the stick against the zombie's chest, and Chen Emo added another strike. The zombie finally collapsed with a thud and stopped moving. I was so scared. Lele peeked out from behind Chen Emo, clutching her teddy bear tightly. Teddy, that was really dangerous just now. Old Zhou squatted down and patted Lele's head. It's okay now. The uncles are here. Zhao Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the solar water heater splashed with sewage. Luckily, this one isn't broken. Otherwise, we'd have to find another. Shaolin is still waiting in 202, and we can't delay. Old Zhou walked to another solar device and touched the heat-absorbing plate. This one is good, no cracks, and the plate is clean. One can be exchanged for 200 points. There are 2 here, so that's 400 points. He also showed Lele how to look at it. See this heat plate? It's shiny and scratch-free, so it's good. It reflects your image like a mirror. If there are cracks, it will leak water and can't be used. Lele imitated old Joe, looked at the plate, and happily said, "It can reflect, Lele." Uncle Shaolin will definitely like it. When they entered the building materials store, a strong metal smell hit them. Shelves were filled with various pipes and spray heads, some covered with dust. Chun Mo turned on the metal detector and slowly walked along the shelves. When the detector reached the bottom layer, the beeping sped up, and the red light kept flashing. "There are thermostatic spray heads here." Old Joe quickly squatted down and moved aside the clutter at the bottom. There were 3 thermostatic spray heads with red temperature control valves, heavy in his hand. Chun Mo tested with an electric leakage detector, and the green light turned on. "No problem, they can be used. 1 is worth 150 points, so 3 are 450 points. Old Joe also found a double-layer wall-mounted shower rack made of solid wood, without cracks. This can hold shower gel and shampoo, 1 on each layer.
It's just right.
1 can be exchanged for 80 points. We found 2, so that's 160 points. Lele was lying on the ground and found 4 mini shower racks under the shelf. They were cartoon bear-shaped, each printed with different bath product patterns. Uncle Chun Mo, these little racks are perfect for the bears. Uncle Shaolin's 202 can also hold 1. Chun Mo helped her put the mini racks into a cloth bag and tighten the straps. "Don't drop them. Take 1 for the bears and 1 for Uncle Shaolin when we go back." At that moment, the walkie-talkie from the vegetable team crackled again. "Building materials team, how are things over there? We found something strange at the vegetable store. Half of the vegetables are missing from the shelves, and there are some empty bags on the ground, like someone just came. We need to find out quickly, or the rest might be taken too. Just finished dealing with a mutated zombie here. We'll be done soon. You go ahead and look, but stay safe," Zhao Lei replied through the walkie-talkie, then sped up. "Let's pack up quickly so the vegetable team doesn't worry and so we don't delay Shaolin's work on 202. On the other side, the vegetable team was also worried at the vegetable shop. Half of the cabbage on the shelves was gone. Only a small pile of carrots remained in the corner, and a few old plastic bags were scattered on the ground, with fresh fingerprints on them. Someone must have just been here. Lin Wanji picked up a cabbage and looked at the leaves. Luckily, the remaining vegetables are still good and not crushed. Shaolin lives in 202, so he can use these for cooking later. Su Qing squatted down, picked a carrot and squeezed it. "This one is firm, without frost spots, and tastes sweet when cooked. 1 can exchange for 5 points. There are 30 here, so 150 points. Fong Xiao looked around and found 10 potatoes on the bottom shelf. The potatoes had smooth skins and no sprouts. These potatoes are good, they last a long time. 1 can exchange for 4 points. 10 potatoes are 40 points. Shaolin also found 5 bags of dried seaweed in the corner, vacuum-packed and intact. This dried seaweed can be soaked and used for soup. Shaolin lives in 202, so he can heat his own soup at night. 1 bag is worth 20 points, 5 bags are 100 points. At 2 p.m., the 2 groups met at the vegetable shop entrance. The supplies were piled high like a small mountain. The construction team brought 2 solar water heaters, 400 points, 3 thermostatic spray heads, 450 points, 2 wall-mounted shower racks, 160 points, and 4 mini shower racks, 40 points, totaling 1050 points. The vegetable team brought 20 cabbages, 160 points, 30 carrots, 150 points. 10 potatoes, 40 points, and 5 bags of dried seaweed, 100 points, totaling 450 points. The combined points for all supplies were 1,500. Zhao Lei carried a solar device, which was a bit heavy. His shoulders sank slightly under the weight. Chun Mo quickly walked over to help support the side of the device. "Take it slow, don't drop it. The heat-absorbing plate is damaged, so Shaolin's 202 shower won't work anymore." Su Qing carried a moisture-proof bag full of cabbages and said to Lin Wanji, "Luckily, we arrived just in time. The remaining vegetables are still good, enough for us to eat for a while." Shaolin in 202 can also cook something himself. Lele held a teddy bear doll, and the mini shower rack in her cloth bag made a clattering sound. She took one out now and then, talking to the teddy bear. When we get home, we'll help Uncle Shaolin install a new shower, and we can also enjoy carrot stew with meat. As soon as they returned to the apartment yard, everyone quickly started upgrading the shower in room 202. Chen Mo first moved the solar device to the window of room 202, fixed it securely with a screwdriver, and then started connecting the water pipe. Zhao Lei was responsible for installing the shower partition, measuring the size carefully with a tape measure to ensure it fit properly. Old Zhou helped by passing screws and tools. Lele was nearby sticking fluorescent waterproof warning stickers, which featured a cute bear hiding from water. Lele stuck them a bit crooked, but was very focused. Shaolin was tidying up the corner of the room, moving aside old cardboard boxes and wiping dust off the windowsill. This was the room he was about to move into, and he cleaned every corner very carefully. Just as Chen Mo finished connecting the water pipe and was about to test the water pressure, there was a sudden click sound. The connection of the shower hose cracked, and water started pouring out loudly. Oh no! The hose is broken. Chen Mo quickly turned off the valve, but water still spilled everywhere. Everyone was stunned. Zhao Lei frowned and said, "Why did the hose? Did it get hit on the way here?" Feng Xiao came over, looked at the broken hose, and said, "It might be a problem with the hose itself. The plastic at the connection is too fragile. It cracked when twisted. What do we do now? Without a hose, how can Shaolin stay tonight?" Lele asked anxiously, clutching her teddy bear tightly. Shaolin suddenly remembered something. He took a spare hose from his toolbox, saying, "Last time I was gathering supplies, I found a hose that's the same model. I'll go get it." He ran back to the storage corner of room 202. Note: Shaolin had already moved some luggage there in advance for when the room was ready. Soon, he returned with a black hose. Chen Mo took the hose, checked it, and said, "This one is good. It's explosion-proof and should work." He quickly replaced the old hose with a new one, turned on the valve, and tested the water flow. It was smooth and there were no leaks. "Great," Lele cheered. "Uncle Shaolin, you can move in tonight." Shaolin looked at the newly renovated shower area and smiled, saying, "Thanks, everyone. From now on, when I live in room 202, I can help organize supplies too." After the upgrade, the shower area in room 202 looked brand new. The thermostatic shower head glowed with a red temperature control light. The solar heat-absorbing panel sparkled in the sunlight. The shower partition was made of solid wood with a faint wooden scent, and the wall-mounted shower rack held matching shower gel and shampoo. A non-slip mat was laid on the floor, and the fluorescent warning stickers glowed faintly in the dark. Lin Wanji handed the key to room 202 to Shaolin. "From now on, this is your room. If you have any problems, just tell me." Shaolin took the key tightly in his hand, feeling warm inside. At dinner, everyone sat around the dining table in room 101. Note: Su Qing and Lele live in room 101, and the table is a new solid wood one. The table was full of delicious food: cabbage and vermicelli stew, radish and pork rib soup, shredded potato stir-fry with meat, dried kelp and tofu soup, and Feng Zhao's nut bread. Shaolin sat next to old Zhou. It was his first time eating with everyone as a 202 resident, and he felt very at ease. Lele ate with sauce on her mouth, like a little kitten. Su Qing helped wipe her mouth. "Eat slowly, don't choke." Zhao Lei took a bite of bread and sighed happily.
Home-cooked food is the best.
Today, dealing with the mutated zombies was exhausting, but luckily, Shaolin moved into 202 smoothly. It was worth it. Chen Mo took a sip of radish and pork rib soup and said, "Fortunately, the flexible hose was broken, so we had a spare. Otherwise, we wouldn't have finished upgrading today. Shaolin would have to wait another day." After dinner, Lin Wanji. Note: Lin Wanji lives in room 000, which has no rent, in the first-floor duty room of the apartment. Inside are a points ledger and a walkie-talkie. Place the points ledger and calculator on the table. The warm yellow light shone on the paper, making the handwriting clear. She began calculating each person's points, clearly marking each room assignment. Chen Mo, room 103. Points earned. Testing shower equipment quality, 300 points. responsible for checking solar energy and spray head safety, installing solar devices, 200 points, handling mutated zombies, 150 points, using strong light to distract zombies and assisting Zhao Lei in attacking. Daily repair tools, 50 points, fix the oven in the morning, equals 700 points, points deducted. Rent 588 points, room 103. Rent is 49 points/hour times 12 hours, with a private kitchen and bathroom, well-equipped. Final balance, minus 5,495 700 minus 588 is equal to minus 5,383 points, which is 112 points more than before, successfully breaking past minus 5,400 points, getting closer to zero. Chun Mo looked at the numbers on the ledger and smiled. If we find supplies 2 more times, we can get below minus 5,300 points. At this rate, balancing the accounts by the end of the month is possible. Zhao Lei, room 102 points earned. Carrying solar equipment and partition frames, 400 points. Solar device heavy, carried all the way. Dealing with a mutated zombie, 200 points. Attacking the zombie head-on. Using an iron rod to hold its chest. Installing shower partition, 100 points. Measuring and fixing the partition. Daily chicken feeding, 30 points. Fed the chickens in the morning and collected 10 eggs, equals 730 points. Points spent. Rent 360 points. Room 102 rent 30 points/hour times 12 hours. Only basic facilities. No upgraded kitchen or bathroom. Final balance, minus 7,415 730 minus 360 is equal to minus 7,045 points. Recovered 270 points from before, approaching minus 7,000. A big improvement. Zhao Lei patted Chun Mo on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You added 112. I added 270. Next time, I'll definitely add more than you." Xiao Lin lives in room 202, so now we have more people to find supplies together. Su Qing, room 101, living with Lei points earned. Finding cabbage and carrots, 250 points. Picked 20 cabbages and 30 carrots, none spoiled. Checking vegetable freshness, 150 points. All vegetables were fresh and durable, making dinner, 200 points. Cooked cabbage noodle soup and radish pork rib soup. Tasted great. Daily meal prep, 350 points. Made nut bread and millet porridge in the morning. Equals 950 points. Points spent. Rent 720 points. Room 101 rent 60 points/hour times 12 hours. With a private kitchen, bathroom, and small balcony. Most complete facilities. Final balance, minus 3,420 950 minus 720 is equal to minus 3,190 points. Recovered 230 points from before. Broke through minus 3,200, getting closer to balancing the accounts. Su Qing smiled and said, "Next time, find some vermicelli to add when cooking cabbage. It will taste better and earn more points." Xiao Lin in room 202 can come over for a meal too. Lei, room 101, living with Su Qing points earned. Helped detect building materials, 80 points. Found nozzles and shower racks for the materials team. Pasted waterproof warning stickers, 50 points. Even though crooked, placed in the correct spots. Found mini shower racks, 40 points. Found 4, none lost. Equals 170 points. Points deducted. None. Lei is a child, so no rent deduction. Total points, 2,842 170 is equal to 3,012 points. Exceeded 3,000 points. Can exchange for Little Bear's new dress, mini shower model, and many snacks. Lei excitedly jumped up, hugging Su Qing's neck, and said, "Mom, I can buy a new dress for Little Bear. And I want to give Uncle Shaolin a mini shower rack too." Lao Zhou, room 104 points earned. Helped pick shower parts, 200 points. Chose 2 solar devices and 2 shower racks, all undamaged. Handed tools and helped install partitions, 150 points. Passed screws and tape measure throughout. Looked after the chickens, 80 points. Fed chickens in the afternoon and collected 5 eggs. Organized new supplies, 50 points. Sorted vegetables and building materials. Equals 480 points. Points deducted. Rent of 612 points. Room 104 rent is 51 points/hour times 12 hours, with a new, upgraded kitchen and better facilities. Additional subsidy. Help deal with a mutated zombie, earning 140 points. Lao Zhou used a stick to hold the zombie's arm, buying time for Zhao Lei. Final balance. Minus 3,960, 480, 140 minus 612 is equal to minus 3,952 points. Recovered 8 points from before. Although rent is high, the subsidy prevents the debt from increasing, keeping Lao Zhou motivated. Lao Zhou smiled and said, "As long as I can help, losing a few points isn't a big deal. Our apartment is getting better, and Shaolin now has his own room. That's the most important thing." Fan Shao, room 201 points earned. Identified vegetables and checked shower equipment quality, 250 points. Guided vegetable selection. Avoided bad ones. I also helped check the spray head, but didn't get stuck. Plus, I baked some nut bread, 150 points. The bread is crispy outside and soft inside, and everyone loves it. I organized the bathing supplies, 50 points, putting the matching shower gel and shampoo on the shower rack. Total points spent, 450. Points deducted. Rent for room 201, costing 408 points, 34 points per hour for 12 hours. Room 201 has a private bedroom and small kitchen with moderate facilities. Final balance. 1028, 450 minus 408 is equal to 1,070 points. This is 42 points more than before, breaking 1,000 points. Now I can exchange for 8 bags of flour, 2 bags of yeast, and some butter to make more delicious bread. Fang Zhao's eyes lit up. He said, "Next time we gather supplies, I will bake more bread. Everyone can take some on the road to eat when they're hungry. It's a good way to fill their stomachs. I can also send some bread to Shaolin in room 202 for breakfast." Shaolin, room 202 points earned. Packing supplies, 300 points. Sorting vegetables and building materials, labeling them clearly so they don't get mixed up. Providing a spare hose, 100 points. To ensure the shower in room 202 works smoothly after upgrades, cleaning the shower facilities and tidying room 202, 100 points. Wiping the spray head and shower rack carefully. Organizing the corners. Daily packing, 50 points. Packing canned food found earlier. Total points earned, 550. Points deducted. Rent for room 202, costing 588 points, 49 points per hour for 12 hours. The shower in room 202 has been upgraded with better facilities, meeting level 9 operation standards. Extra subsidy. Shaolin's first day in room 202, receiving 120 points to help him settle in and meet initial needs. Final balance. Minus 5,121, 550, 120 minus 588 is equal to minus 4,939 points. This is 182 points more than before, so the debt has decreased significantly. After moving in, Shaolin feels more connected. Shaolin smiled and said, "Thanks everyone for helping me organize room 202. From now on, I will help with organizing supplies and packing to pay off my debt sooner." Lin Wenji pushed the ledger to the middle of the table. The red negative numbers were much lighter than before. Chun Mo's minus 5,383, Zhao Lei's minus 7,045, and Shaolin's minus 4,939 stood out clearly. Numbers over minus 8,000 had disappeared completely. Although we faced mutated zombies and broken hoses this time, everyone worked together to fix things. We recovered a total of 734 points. Chun Mo is now only 5,383 points away from breaking even. Zhao Lei has improved to over minus 7,100, and Shaolin managed to recover 182 points and move into room 202. Everyone has made great progress. Room 202 went from empty to occupied, making our apartment a bit livelier. Fang Xiao looked at the cabbages and carrots on the shelf and said, "Tomorrow, I'll bake some multi-grain bread with the new flour I found. Sister Su Qing will stew some meat with carrots. We'll go to the daily necessities store that Peach mentioned to find some body wash and towels. This will restock room 202 supplies and earn some points to help everyone pay off their debts." Shaolin, who lives in room 202, Also needs some daily essentials. Zhao Lei nodded. Tomorrow, I'll carry supplies with Chen Mo and Xiaolin. The more people, the stronger we are. We'll try to gather more resources. In the evening, the sunset painted the apartment windows with warm gold, and the shadows in the yard stretched long. The light in room 202 was on. Xiaolin was packing his belongings, neatly arranging ropes and labels on the table. The thermostatic shower head still glowed faintly red. In the kitchen of room 101, Su Qing was tidying up dishes, and Lulu was helping wipe the table. In room 103, Chen Mo was repairing the broken iron rod from today. In room 104, old Zhou was feeding the chickens. In room 201, Fang Xiao was organizing the flour bags. In room 000, Lin Wanji was recording the check-in details for room 202 in the ledger, a gentle smile on her face. Lin Wanji leaned against the door of room 000. The evening breeze carried the aroma of food and the scent of bread, soft and warm like a mother's touch. Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. Host, after room 202 was activated, the apartment's occupancy rate increased to 900%. A scan detected an abandoned daily necessities store 3 kilometers east, with body wash, towels, toothbrushes, and some feminine products inside. However, there are footprints near the store, indicating 2 groups of survivors. There might be conflicts, so be careful when you go tomorrow. Okay, I understand. Tomorrow, I will remind everyone to stay safe, and I will also help Xiao Lin find some daily necessities, Lin Wenji thought to herself. She then walked into the yard, looking at the lit window of room 202, feeling very reassured. Lele ran over holding a teddy bear, pulling Lin Wenji's hand. The mini shower caddy in her cloth bag made a rustling sound. Sister Wenji, tomorrow we'll go to the store for daily supplies. Can we find a small towel? To wash the teddy bear, and also give Uncle Xiao Lin one for his room 202, Lin Wenji patted Lele's head and smiled. Sure, let's find one together. We'll pick the softest towel for the teddy bear and Uncle Xiaolin. The evening breeze continued to, passing by the window of room 202, the kitchen of room 101, and the chicken coop in the yard. This once lonely small building, thanks to Xiaolin moving in and everyone working together, not only improved the facilities of room 202, but also eased a sudden crisis. It was gradually becoming the warmest and safest home in the post-apocalyptic world, full of occupied rooms, complete facilities, mutual help among friends, children's laughter, and hope for the future. A new story was quietly unfolding in the gentle night, inspired by the call of the daily necessities store. Though there might be new conflicts, everyone believed that as long as they worked together, they could overcome any difficulty. As the morning sun first touched the wall of Building A, Lin Wanji carried her inspection notebook and checked the apartment. Su Qing in room 101 was helping Lele braid her hair, with a teddy bear charm tied to her hair tie. Zhao Lei in room 102 was squatting by the chicken coop, scattering crushed corn into the feeding trough, his work pants knees covered in mud. Chen Mo in room 103 sat on the doorstep, holding sandpaper, polishing the bent iron rod from yesterday's zombie attack. Old Zhou in room 104 was stacking cabbage into the storage rack, with dew still on the leaves. Fang Xiao in room 201 was kneading dough, with flour piled up on the cutting board. Xiaolin in room 202 was winding packing ropes into circles, with his newly organized supply boxes stacked in the corner. When Lin Wenji reached the door of room 203, her fingertips suddenly felt a faint warmth. This dark brown wooden door was warmer than the others. The door handle had a blurry cross carved into it, with some white powder embedded in the lines, like medical plaster. I've touched it several times before, and it was cold. Why is it warm today? She took out a silver exchange device. As she approached the door, a light blue task window popped up. The screen showed points pool, 27,764, reflecting the cross pattern on the door handle and flickering with distant light from a chicken coop. Main and side quest. Room 203 unlocking task. Task requirements. 1. Find the key to room 203, scanned from the medical cabinet in the abandoned clinic to the east, with a red cross metal tag. 2. Clean minor mold inside the room. Bring disinfectant spray to avoid contaminating medical supplies. 3. Record usable supplies in the room. Prioritize medical equipment suitable for winter colds emergency. Rewards. 1. Level 1 Crystal Core ×1 can upgrade the exchange device, provide emergency power, a rare resource in the apocalypse. 2. Basic Medical Kit ×1 containing iodine, gauze, and fever medicine, 3 of each. 3. Exclusive key for room 203 ×1 with a lanyard to prevent loss. Task cost. None. First time unlocking an empty room. 0 points needed. Task description. Room 203 was originally part of the apartment medical area. After unlocking, it can be turned into a temporary medical station. The crystal core must be kept safe to avoid being discovered by other survivors. Room 203 can be unlocked. And I get the level 1 crystal core back. Lin Wanji's voice just finished, and everyone gathered around. Xiao Lin put down the packing rope, eyes bright. Crystal core? Last week, I heard 2 survivors in the ruins say it can power a radio and even exchange for canned food in the safe zone. Zhao Lei carried a sharpened iron rod and stepped closer, frowning. I went to the clinic in the east once. Last month, I saw people from the safe zone moving medical cabinets, saying it was under unified control, but really they were just stealing. We need to move fast, better get back before their patrols. Su Qing note. Su Qing lives in room 101 with Lele. Wiped crumbs from Lele's mouth and added, a few days ago, I met an aunt who escaped from the safe zone. She said they even take survivor fever medicine, and if you catch a cold in winter, you just have to tough it out. Let's split into 2 groups. The medical team will go to the clinic for the key and medicines, and the supplies team will look for canned food nearby. Shaolin lives in room 202 and knows the route well. The division of tasks was quickly decided. Medical team, Lin Wanji, Chenemo, Shaolin, Lele. Lin Wanji took the key for the exchange device. Chenemo checked the medical equipment, blood pressure monitor, stethoscope. Shaolin packed medicines divided into first aid kits. Lele used a metal detector to find small tools. And a small bear doll and a mini stethoscope model were in her cloth bag. The doll's clothes also had a small red cross. Supply team, Zhao Lei, Su Qing, Old Zhou, Fang Xiao. Zhao Lei carried heavy items and handled zombies. Su Qing looked for canned meat, preferably undamaged cans. Old Zhou organized dry goods, restocking shelf 203. Fang Xiao picked daily necessities, towels, soap, and prepared 2 for Shaolin in room 202. The 2 teams agreed to meet at the clinic entrance at 1 p.m. Before leaving, Zhao Lei also put a short stick into the medical team's backpack. In case we meet safe zone people, don't fight. Hide the key first. While Su Qing packed dry food in the kitchen of room 101, she wrapped 2 extra whole grain bread slices. The medical team might have to deal with zombies, so bring some food to fill your stomach. Lele put strawberry candies into her cloth bag, and Fang Xiao helped her adjust the position of the small bear doll so its face was facing the bag opening. Little Bear will watch the key. When you see the red cross, call Lele, okay? The 2 teams set out along the small road on the east side, the air mixed with the smell of disinfectant and faint distant sounds of diesel engines. It was the patrol car from the safe zone. The medical team led the way. Chenemo note. Chenemo lives in room 103, held a metal detector that beeped softly, the sound not loud but very clear in the quiet path. Lele's small boots crunched on fallen leaves, slipping now and then. Shaolin crouched down and gently carried her onto a flat stone, whispering, "Are you scared, Lele?" Lele clutched her bear doll and shook her head. "With Uncle Shaolin and Uncle Chenemo here, I'm not afraid." After about 30 minutes, the gray brick building of the clinic appeared ahead. A wooden sign reading, Community Clinic, hung at the entrance, half broken and hanging crookedly. Most of the window glass was shattered, and inside the medical cabinet leaned against the wall, with a red cross sticker faintly visible on the door. Just then, Zhao Lei's walkie-talkie crackled to life, mixed with static. "Medical team, be alert. We saw a patrol car from the safe zone about 200 meters to the north. It's blue, with the words control printed on it. 5 people got out, all carrying iron sticks, heading your way." Lin Wenji quickly put the exchange device into her pocket and lowered her voice. "Hurry into the clinic. Find the key first and avoid meeting them. Everyone crouched low and rushed into the clinic. Inside, there was a faint smell of mold mixed with a hint of alcohol. Chun Mo used a metal detector to scan the area. Suddenly, the pointer pointed to the medical cabinet inside. The key is there. Lele ran over, reached up to grab the keychain hanging on the cabinet, and shouted, "Little bear, look!" Red cross. The keychain hung on a hook inside the cabinet, with a shiny metal tag wrapped in white medical tape. Lin Wanji stepped on a small stool to reach down quickly, stuffed the keychain into a waterproof bag, and put it in her pocket. The keychain also had a tiny stethoscope with the word protection engraved on the metal earpieces. Chun Mo crouched in front of the medical cabinet, searching for supplies. The rubber tube of the blood pressure monitor was intact and soft. The stethoscope's earpieces were not rusted. The first aid box contained 3 unopened boxes of fever medicine labeled cold remedy. Shaolin carefully sorted these items into the first aid box and placed fragile syringes into a shockproof case. He whispered, "This should last us a while. If someone catches a cold in winter, we won't have to tough it out." Lele found a mini surgical knife model in a drawer in the corner, quickly put it into a cloth pouch, and placed it with the little bear doll. "Little bear, this is for you to play with. From now on, you're a little doctor." Just as the medical team was about to leave, there was a loud bang at the clinic door, like a metal rod hitting the doorframe. 5 people in blue uniforms entered. Their uniforms had the words, "Safe Zone," printed in white on the chest. The leader, with a buzz cut, held a metal rod, his knuckles white.
Stop.
"Who told you to come here and take things? Don't you know this is a controlled safe zone?" Zhao Lei and Su Qing heard the noise and ran in from the back door. Zhao Lei immediately stepped in front of the medical team, holding a metal rod across his body. "We're just taking some medicine for ourselves. We didn't touch your stuff." The leader sneered, stepped forward, and poked the first aid box in Shaolin's hands with the rod. "Your stuff? All supplies in this area belong to the safe zone. If you take them, you must register and hand them over. Otherwise, it's a violation. The supplies will be confiscated, and you'll have to come with us." Su Qing quickly protected Lele behind her, took out 2 cans of canned meat from her bag, and handed them over. "We only took these medicines. Here are the 2 cans of food. We'll leave right away. Is that okay?" He waved a short knife and opened a can, which clanged loudly and fell to the ground, rolling far away. "Stop with this. Open the first aid kit and hand over everything, or you won't leave this door today." Lele was so scared she hid in Lin Wanji's arms, clutching her teddy bear tightly. Chun Mo suddenly took out the bright flashlight he fixed yesterday, turned it on, and shined it directly into the short-haired person's eyes. "You say you control everything? Do you have any official documents? This clinic belongs to the community, not your safe zone. If you block us again, we'll call other survivors to see what's going on. There are many people in the nearby ruins. Do you want everyone to know you're stealing supplies?" The short-haired person was so dizzy, he couldn't keep his eyes open. He reached out to grab the flashlight, but Zhao quickly stepped forward, pressing a stick against his arm. "Don't make trouble. If things get worse, neither of you will benefit." The short-haired person cursed, rubbed his eyes, and stepped back. "You're ruthless. Next time we see you taking supplies, we'll confiscate them directly." After saying that, he waved his hand and, with 4 others, reluctantly left. As they went out, they kicked a stone at the door, which rolled to the roadside with a clatter. "I was so scared." Lele peeked out from Lin Wanji's arms, her face pale. "I even wrinkled Teddy's clothes." Old Zhou note. Old Zhou lives in room 104, squatted down, patted her head, and helped straighten Teddy's clothes. "It's okay now. The people from the safe zone have left. Let's hurry home." After the 2 groups gathered, the supplies were piled in the open space outside the clinic. Keys to the medical supplies, a blood pressure monitor, stethoscope, 3 boxes of fever medicine, a pack of gauze, and from the supply group, 20 cans of meat, 10 bags of dried seaweed, 15 towels, and 8 bars of soap. Zhao Lei carried the medical cabinet, Chen Mo helped support it, Shaolin held the first aid kit, and Lele clutched her teddy bear, walking quickly toward the apartment, afraid the safe zone people might catch up again. Back at the apartment, everyone immediately went to unlock room 203. Lin Wanji inserted the key into the lock, and with a soft click, the door opened. Inside, there were two old hospital beds with a thin layer of dust on the mattresses. On the wall, a yellowed list of medicines was pasted on the medical cabinet. Sunlight came through the window, and dust floated slowly in the air. Everyone split up to clean. Lin Wanji sprayed disinfectant on the moldy cabinets. Chun Mo wiped the blood pressure monitor with a cloth. Shaolin arranged the medicines in the cabinet, and Lele stuck a small teddy bear cross sticker on the corner of the cabinet and placed a miniature stethoscope model on the counter. Dr. Teddy, from now on, you'll work here. After cleaning, Lin Wanji's exchange device suddenly lit up. A light blue crystal core dropped from the screen, landing in her palm. It still felt warm, like a tiny sun. Tao Tao's voice echoed in her mind. Host, a level 1 crystal core can upgrade the exchange device's detection range and provide emergency power to medical equipment. Be sure to keep it safe. Lin Wanji quickly placed the crystal core into a waterproof box, locked it in room 000. Note: Lin Wanji lives in room 000 with no rent, and stuck a note saying, "Handle with care," on the drawer. At dinner, everyone sat around the table in room 101. The table was filled with canned meat stew with potatoes, kelp tofu soup, and multigrain bread, all steaming hot. Zhao Lei took a bite of bread and said, "Luckily, Chen Mo's powerful flashlight worked today. Otherwise, the first aid kit would have been stolen. I earned 370 points today, finally breaking through minus 6,700. Chen Mo sipped his soup and nodded. I earned 42 points, getting closer to minus 5,300. Next time I find some good supplies, I can go below minus 5,300. Su Qing served Lele a bowl of soup and smiled. I earned 230 points this time, breaking through minus 3,000. In the future, try to avoid patrol routes in safe zones when searching for supplies to avoid trouble. Xiao Lin bit into a potato and said, I earned 82 points, approaching minus 4,800. With a medical point in room 203, it will be easier for everyone if someone gets sick. Old Joe sipped his porridge slowly. I only earned 8 points, but room 203 can serve as a medical station, which is better than nothing. Fang Xiao wiped his mouth and brightened. I earned 42 points, enough to exchange for 9 bags of flour. Tomorrow, I'll bake some medical-themed bread to boost everyone's morale. Lele held his small bowl, swinging his legs. I've saved up 3,182 points. I can buy a new dress and a mini medical kit for Little Bear. After dinner, Lin Wanji stood at the door of room 203, looking inside at the tidy medical cabinet and hospital bed. She felt much more at ease. Zhao Lei was reinforcing the fence in the yard and added a small bell at the door. If someone approaches, the bell will ring. It's safer. Fang Xiao was preparing bread dough for tomorrow in room 201. Su Qing was telling stories to Lele in room 101. Shaolin was organizing supplies in room 202. Chun Mo was cleaning an iron rod in room 103. Old Joe was checking vegetables in room 104. The evening breeze gently blows through the apartment window, carrying the smell of cooked food and the scent of bread. Peach's voice rings out again. Host, after unlocking room 203, the apartment's living index has increased to 950%. Tomorrow, there's a safe zone nearby the hardware store we plan to visit. Remember to bring extra tools and stay safe. Lin Wanji nods and turns to walk toward room 000. Lele runs over, holding her hand, with a mini stethoscope model in her pocket making a rustling sound. Sister Wanji, tomorrow we're going to find parts to fix the blood pressure monitor. Little Bear Doctor wants to come too, okay? Lin Wanji smiles and pats her head. Sure, bring Little Bear along so it can see what the hardware store looks like. As night deepens, the apartment lights turn on one by one, shining like stars in the dark. On the medical cabinet in room 203, Little Bear stickers glisten under the light, and a first-level crystal core lies in the drawer, glowing faintly blue. The shadows of the safe zone still linger nearby, but the people in this small building are using unity and courage to slowly build their safe corner. New challenges await, but they all know that as long as they work together, they can overcome any difficulty. In the early morning, the wind carries the aroma of freshly baked multigrain bread, drifting through the wooden fence of Building A and landing on the stone table in the yard. Feng Xiao, note. Feng Xiao lives in room 202, is tiptoeing to lift a baking tray from the oven. The flour on her fingertips is blown by the wind, floating half an inch away. She quickly wipes her sweat with her sleeve. The bread just came out of the oven and is still hot. When packing it, remember to put down some oil paper so the cloth bag doesn't get burned. Later, when we're out gathering supplies, you can tear off a piece and eat it if you're hungry. She then scores 3 shallow lines on each loaf with a knife, and the blade makes a crisp sound as it touches the crunchy crust. Zhaolei, note. Zhaolei lives in room 102, squats beside the chicken coop, his rough fingers repeatedly touching the copper bell hung last night. The wind blows, and the bell rings, dingling, drifting far in the empty alley. He frowns, looking like he could squash a mosquito. Peach told me last night that there's a safe zone near the hardware store. The guys with crew cuts didn't manage to steal our medical supplies last time, so they're probably still hanging around there. We need to bring iron sticks, especially you, Chinemo. Don't hide that sharpened iron stick in your pocket. If things get physical, don't let them trap us inside the store. Lin Wanji held a crumpled piece of paper with a pencil sketch of parts for medical equipment labeled blood pressure monitor small gear and stethoscope rubber tube. The small cross next to these items was drawn very heavily. Without a gear, the blood pressure monitor is just a decoration. The stethoscope tube is cracked and leaks alcohol, so we need to go to the hardware store. Winter is coming, so we must stock enough rice and cooking oil. We'll split into 2 groups, one for parts, one for supplies, to avoid crowded safe zones. The groups were quickly decided, and everyone looked tense. Equipment group, Lin Wanji, Chun Mo, Shaolin. Lei Lin Wanji tucked the exchange device into her pocket to prevent it from being stolen. Chun Mo examined a caliper repeatedly, muttering, "Last time I bought the wrong gear fixing the oven. This time I must measure carefully 1 millimeter off, and it won't fit." Shaolin sorted screws and insulated wires into bags, labeling each. Lei carried a small bear doll in her cloth pouch, with a tiny stethoscope from yesterday clipped to its chest, and breadcrumbs on its corner. She occasionally pinched the bear's ear, saying, "Little bear, help me find a silver small gear later, the round one, okay?" Food and supplies group, Zhaolei, Su Qing, Old Zhou, Feng Xiao. Zhaolei carried 2 empty rice bags, swinging them and patting his legs. Empty bags are light. When we fill them with rice, they'll be steady to carry. Su Qing held a small cloth bag about the size of her palm, filled with a few trial rice grains. Only hold firm, mold-free rice is good. Last time I picked the wrong rice, and the porridge was bitter. Old Zhou squatted on the ground, cleaning an old oil barrel, polishing the faded label. Clean it so we can see the expiry date. Don't stock expired oil. It'll give us stomach aches. Feng Xiao hung a fine sieve on her wrist, smiling. Later, I'll sift out stones from the rice, or it'll hurt our teeth when cooking porridge. Before leaving, Su Qing, who shared room 101 with Lei, stuffed 2 cans of meat into the equipment group's backpack, still cold from the fridge. In case we meet safe zone people again, don't argue. Just hand over the cans to calm them down. We're here to fix medical equipment, not fight. If things get serious, they have more people, and we'll lose. Lei put a strawberry candy into her bear's pouch and held the doll to her ear, as if listening. Little bear said it remembers, and will shout when it sees a small gear. 2 groups walk along the small path on the east side. The wind gradually carries a strong smell of machine oil. It's the scent of the patrol vehicles in the safe zone. The smell drifts over with the breeze, mixed with a hint of rusty metal. After about 20 minutes, in the distance, the metal roof of a hardware store glints brightly in the sunlight. But before everyone can feel happy, they see a few blue figures at the door moving things. The white words, "Safe Zone Control," on the vehicle look like a patch, very eye-catching. Oh no! They arrived before us. Zhaolei suddenly pulls everyone down and crouches behind a patch of grass by the roadside. The grass blades poke his neck, making him itch, but he doesn't dare to scratch. Instead, he lowers his voice and points at the hardware store door. Look, the crew cut guy is standing next to the gearbox, leaning on his waist and yelling. It seems like he's angry about someone moving slowly. The equipment team goes around to the back door of the hardware store. Chunmo note. Chunmo lives in room 103, gently pries open A with a crowbar. Inside, they hear the crew cut guy's loud voice, so loud it makes the door shake. Load all the small parts from the shelves onto the truck, especially gears and screws. Take them back to the team leader. Each one can earn points. Don't leave anything for other survivors. Even if they find the hardware store, they'll only leave empty-handed. We need to hurry. If they take the gears, the blood pressure monitor in room 203 will be completely broken. In winter, if someone catches a cold or fever, they won't be able to check their blood pressure. Lin Wanji just finished speaking when Lele's metal detector suddenly beeps. The sound is soft but very clear in the quiet back door. Lele's eyes light up, and she points at the bottom shelf. Uncle Shaolin.
There's a small silver box there.
It looks like it has gears inside. She tries to reach out, but doesn't notice the box of screws at her feet. With a clatter, the screws roll onto the ground, some even slipping into the cracks between the bricks. Who's at the back door? The crew cut guy's voice suddenly sharpens. Then they hear the scraping sound of an iron rod on the ground, like nails on a blackboard. Very unpleasant. The footsteps of several people grow closer. Shaolin note. Shaolin lives in room 202. Quickly pulls Lele behind him, covering her mouth with one hand to stop her from shouting. Chunmo quickly takes out a flashlight, presses the switch, and the beam shines directly at the door. Don't come closer. We found these parts first. Why are you taking everything? The crew cut guy curses as he walks to the back door. He stabs his iron rod against the doorframe, leaving a black mark. He spits on the ground and says, "Why not?" The safe zone controls all the supplies in this area. Stealing them is against the rules. Hand over the detector and toolkit, or you won't step out of this door today, he said, reaching to grab Lele's detector. His nails were dirty with mud and almost scratched Lele's hand. Don't touch her. Lele's teddy bear slipped out of her cloth bag and fell to the ground, a bit dusty. Lele gasped and looked like she was about to cry. Xiaolei rushed over from behind the pile of grass, banging a metal rod in the middle. His face was red. Last time I let you go to save face, but if you cause trouble again, I'll call the survivors from the nearby ruins to see how you're stealing supplies from the civilians in the safe zone. Su Qing quickly ran over, picked up the teddy bear, and wiped the dust off with her sleeve. Her hands trembled, but she still handed a can of meat to Kuntu. We just need a few small parts to repair medical equipment. This can is for you. Everyone's a survivor. Let's be reasonable and not waste time, okay? Kuntu stared at the can for a few seconds, then glanced at the distant ruins, seeming afraid someone might come. He cursed under his breath. Bad luck, snatched the can, and slammed it into the patrol car's trunk. You're lucky this time. Next time I catch you taking supplies, I'll confiscate everything you have. After saying that, he waved his hand, telling his men to load the parts onto the car. When they drove off, he deliberately stepped on the gas, black exhaust fumes billowing out, making Lele cough. Little bear isn't dirty. Sister will clean it again, Su Qing said, handing the teddy bear back to Lele and then giving her an orange candy. Sweet? We'll find parts inside and fix the blood pressure monitor in no time. The equipment team went into the hardware store. Chunmo headed straight to the bottom shelf, opened a small silver box, and took out a caliper to measure the gear. Perfect. It's exactly the same size as the blood pressure monitor, he said, relieved. Carefully, he put the gear into his pocket. Shaolin found a roll of black insulated wire on the shelf and tugged at it. This is tough and flexible, perfect for repairing the cracked tube of the stethoscope. Won't break easily, he said. Lele crouched by a drawer, took out a few tiny screwdrivers, and held them up, eyes shining like stars. Look, this can be a medical tool for Little Bear. It can help me fix toys in the future. The grain and oil team wasn't empty-handed either. Zhao Lei packed 2 bags of rice, each 5 kilograms. He rubbed some rice grains in his hand. Not damp, full grains. The cooked rice will be delicious, he said. Su Qing found 3 barrels of cooking oil, twisted the sealed lid. It's tight and doesn't leak, so it can last a long time. Lao Zhou in the corner found a few bags of red beans, with labels still attached. You can cook porridge with these to warm up, perfect for winter. Back at the apartment, everyone headed straight to room 203 without even catching their breath. Chun Mo carefully inserted the gear into the blood pressure monitor slot and gently turned it. Shaolin handed over some insulated wires, helping to wrap them around the stethoscope's cracked tube. Lin Wanji took out a level 1 crystal core and placed it beside the device. A faint blue glow slowly spread over the blood pressure gauge. Soon, a beep sounded. It's fixed. Chun Mo smiled and clapped his hands. Now, when someone has a cold or fever, we can check their blood pressure. Lele came over, pressed the mini stethoscope against the blood pressure monitor, and quietly told Xiao Xiong, "Xiao Xiong, listen, the monitor is talking. Your blood pressure is normal, no illness." At dinner, the sweet aroma of red bean porridge drifted from the table in room 101. There were stir-fried greens, canned meat with potatoes, and freshly baked multi-grain bread, steaming hot and fogging up the windows. Zhao Lei took a big bite of bread, chewing with crumbs all over his face. This time, I carried 2 bags of rice and a gearbox, earning 350 points. Now we're only 320 points away from minus 6,700. Next time, I'll find some tough supplies, and we'll definitely make it. He patted his backpack, which still made a rustling sound with the rice bags inside. Chun Mo took a sip of red bean porridge, set his bowl down with a thud. I repaired the equipment and found some parts, earning 40 points. We're now 260 points away from minus 5,300. Almost there. Once all the medical devices in room 203 are fixed, we can earn even more points. Su Qing served Lele a bowl of porridge, stirred it with a spoon, worried she might burn her. I picked the best rice to help the safe zone people, earning 220 points. We're already past minus 3,000, now only about minus 2,800. Next time we meet those guys with crew cuts, we need to be more careful so they don't steal our supplies. Shaolin took a piece of potato and slowly chewed. I packed parts and protected Lele, earning 80 points. We're close to minus 4,700 from minus 4,800. With room 203 able to check blood pressure, everyone won't panic if they catch a cold or fever. Our medical station is getting better. Old Zhou slowly stirred his porridge, the rice grains swirling in the bowl. I fixed the oil drum and sifted rice, earning 10 points. It's not much, but the food and oil will last 2 months. With winter cold, having rice and oil means I can drink hot porridge every day. Feng Xiao took out a bag of flour and placed it on the table. I baked bread and sifted out small stones from the rice, earning 40 points. Now I can exchange for 10 bags of flour. Next time, I'll bake red bean bread for everyone, adding the red beans I found. It will be very sweet. Lele held a small bowl, swinging her legs, with porridge on her lips. I found a tiny screwdriver and earned 3,262 points. I can buy a new dress for Little Bear. I also want to buy a mini blood pressure monitor toy so it can make friends with the one from 203. After dinner, Lin Wanji stood in front of the medical cabinet in room 203, looking at the blinking blood pressure monitor. She felt more at ease. Its numbers jumped like a little heartbeat. Zhao Lei was outside in the yard checking the copper bell, tugging at the rope to prevent the wind from breaking it. Feng Xiao was kneading dough in room 201, adding red beans. Su Qing was in room 101 telling Lele a bedtime story softly. Shaolin was organizing tools in room 202, sorting screwdrivers by size. Chun Mo was cleaning rust off an iron rod in room 103. Old Zhou was putting red beans into a glass jar in room 104, the lid tight. The evening breeze drifted in through the window, bringing a touch of coolness. Tao Tao's voice echoed in Lin Wanji's mind. "Host, the patrol car in the safe zone has gone north, probably transporting supplies to the outpost. Tomorrow, we should go around to find supplies and avoid meeting them." Lin Wanji nodded and headed toward room 000. Suddenly, Lele ran over, holding her hand. The tiny screwdriver in her little bear pouch peeked out, poking Lin Wanji's palm. "Wanji sister, can we find parts tomorrow? Little Bear wants to help at the medical point in 203. It also wants to sing a song to the blood pressure monitor. Lin Wanji smiled and gently patted her head, her eyes shining. Of course. Let's bring Little Bear along and make the medical point better so everyone can stay healthy through the winter. As night deepened, the apartment lights flickered on one by one, like little suns in the dark. The blood pressure monitor on the 203rd floor glowed faintly. The primary crystal core lay in the drawer. The shadows of the safe zone had not yet disappeared, but the people in this small building were slowly making their days stable with bread, parts, and unyielding courage. They were getting closer to the warmth of winter. In the early morning, the wind carried tiny snowflakes, stabbing at faces like small needles. The wooden fence of Building A creaked and swayed in the wind. The window of room 201 was the first to glow with light. Feng Xiao, note. Feng Xiao lives in room 201, was taking freshly baked red bean bread out of the oven. The red beans on top shimmered with oil, and the steam mixed with the smell of wheat as it drifted outside the window. She wiped the burnt marks from the edge of the baking tray with a cloth. Last night, I checked the medical kit in room 203. We only have one box of fever medicine left, and the cough syrup is almost gone. Today, I need to clear out all the medicines on the shelves at the pharmacy. Otherwise, if someone catches a cold this winter, they'll just have to tough it out and cough through the night. In the yard, Zhaolei, note. Zhaolei lives in room 102, was wrapping anti-slip tape around an iron rod. The tape sparkled silver in the morning light. As he tore the tape, his teeth clenched tightly. Tao Tao sent a message early this morning. The pharmacy is just 2 streets away from the safe zone's temporary base. That group with the buzz cut was annoyed by us last time. This time, they're bringing more people, and they've got electric batons too. Last time I saw him poke a zombie with a stick, sparks flew. We need to keep our weapons close. Chunemo, don't keep that sharpened iron rod in your pocket, like a treasure. If we have to fight, first puncture their tires. Chunemo, note. Chunemo lives in room 103, squatted on the ground, adjusting a metal detector. His fingertips brushed the cold dial, and the needle wobbled in the sunlight. Don't worry, I set the detector to maximum sensitivity. I can find medicine boxes even through 3 layers of shelves. The stethoscope in room 203 has a loose left earpiece. If the pharmacy has rubber parts, I'll replace them all at once, so I can hear the blood pressure sounds clearly. He also took a small cloth bag from his toolkit, filled with alcohol swabs. When I find the glass medicine bottles, I'll wipe them first. I'm worried they might be moldy. Lin Wanji held a crumpled medical list. The words fever medicine, cough syrup, and medical gauze, circled in red pen, looked dark and smudged. She patted the ink on the list. We'll split into 2 groups. The medical team will go to the pharmacy for medicines and parts. The grain and oil team will go to the small supermarket nearby to buy miscellaneous grains. Winter porridge needs millet and oats. Old Joe said the last of the red beans is almost gone, so we should stock up together. Once the tasks were assigned, everyone quickly and carefully packed their belongings. Even Lele looked nervous but serious. Medical team, Lin Wanji, Chinemo, Shaolin. Lin Wanji tucked the exchange device into her down jacket pocket and wrapped a scarf around her to protect against the cold wind. Chun Mo carried a toolbox, which held a caliper and a spare short knife hidden at the bottom. Shaolin, who lives in room 202, carried an empty medicine box with 3 layers of soft cloth at the bottom, repeatedly rubbing the latch with his fingers. Last time, I dropped a glass jar and broke it. I need to be more careful this time. Lele carried a small bear plush in her cloth bag with a small cross sticker on it. She held a tiny medicine box model and occasionally held it to her ear, as if listening to the bear. The bear says it wants to help find medicine too. When we see a red box later, can you call me? Grain and oil team, Zhaolei, Su Qing, Old Zhou, Feng Xiao. Zhaolei carried 2 empty burlap sacks, the ropes digging into his shoulders. He also strapped a small axe to his waist. In case we meet zombies, I can deal with them quickly. Su Qing carried a small notebook with the standards for choosing grains, written neatly. For millet, look for round grains without bugs. Don't buy clumped oats. Last time, the clumped oats cooked into porridge that wouldn't soften. Old Joe carried an old scale, the markings almost worn off. He wiped the scale with a cloth. Weigh the supplies, but don't stock too much. We're few, and heavy loads are hard to carry and can get damp. Feng Xiao hung a fine sieve on his wrist and also packed a bag of yeast in his backpack. If we find flour, we can bake more bread for dry food. Before leaving, Su Qing, who shares room 101 with Lele, put 2 warm packs into the medical box. She also took off her scarf and wrapped it around Lele, adding her body heat. The pharmacy will be cold. When you use the warm packs, don't put them directly on your skin, or they might burn you. She also slipped a pink wrapper milk candy into Lele's pocket. If you meet someone in the safe zone, don't be afraid. Hide behind Uncle Shaolin. Your sister will give you some candy. Lele nodded, put the candy into her mini bear medicine box, and patted it. Save one for the bear too. It's cold, and the candy will warm it up. 2 groups walk along the small road in the north. The wind carries not only tiny snowflakes, but also the smell of disinfectant. As they go further, the strong medicinal smell becomes more intense, mixed with a distant hissing sound. It's the electric fence in the safe zone, zapping like a snake, making people feel uneasy. After about 25 minutes, the green sign of the pharmacy finally appears ahead. The words, convenient pharmacy, are half fallen off. The character, Min, is only a corpse, radical now. A yellowed notice of closed is pasted on the glass door, with torn corners. At the door, a blue patrol car is parked, with Safe Zone Control written in white on its body, standing out clearly. That's the car of the short-haired guy. Zhao Lei suddenly pulled everyone down and crouched behind some ruins. The broken bricks hurt his knees, but he didn't dare rub them. He pointed quietly at the pharmacy door and said, "Look, he's brought 7 people. 2 are holding electric sticks, and 1 is carrying a big box, moving into the pharmacy. Last time, he only had 5 people. Now there are 2 more. He must want to block us." The medical team moved to the back door of the pharmacy. The lock was already rusted shut. Chun Mo used a crowbar to gently pry open a small gap. From inside, the loud voice of the short-haired man boomed, making the door shake. "Load all the fever medicine from the top shelf into the truck. Especially those red boxes of cold remedy. 1 box can earn 5 points. Also, the glass bottles of cough syrup. Don't drop them, or they won't be worth anything. Fill the rest with gauze and cotton swabs. Don't leave any for other survivors. Even if they find the pharmacy, they'll only go back empty-handed and cry. Be quick. If they take the fever medicine, and someone in 203 catches a cold, there won't be any medicine to help." Lin Wanji just finished speaking when Lele's metal detector suddenly beeped loudly. The sound was very clear in the quiet back door. Lele's eyes lit up, and she pointed at the top shelf. "Uncle Chinemo, there's a red box up there, just like the cold remedy you mentioned." She wanted to stand on tiptoe to see, but didn't notice the glass medicine bottle at her feet. Suddenly, it shattered with a loud crash, scattering shards everywhere, and the white pills inside rolled all over the ground. "Who's stealing from the back?" The short-haired man's voice suddenly sharpened. Then, the sound of the electric stick zapping and footsteps approaching quickly could be heard, crunching on the broken glass. Shaolin quickly picked up Lele, covering her mouth with one hand to stop her from shouting, while holding her tightly to protect her back. Chun Mo quickly took out a bright flashlight, turned it on, and shined the beam directly at the door. His hands trembled slightly, but he still shouted loudly, "Don't come closer. We discovered these medicines first. Why are you taking everything and leaving?" The crew cut man cursed as he walked to the back door. He stomped his electric baton on the ground, sparks flying, splashing onto nearby broken glass. He spat on the ground, blood mixed in his spit, and said, "Why not? Last time, you escaped. This time, see where you hide. The safe zone controls all medical supplies here. Stealing them is against the rules and dangerous. Hand over the medicine box and the detector, or I'll shock your hand with my baton until you cry out in pain." He reached out to grab the empty medicine box in Shaolin's hands. His nails were dirty, with black mud, almost scratching Lele's face. Lele was so scared she curled up in Shaolin's arms. A small bear plush slipped out of a cloth pocket and fell to the ground, covered in dust. Don't touch her, Zhao Lei suddenly rushed out from behind the ruins. He held a metal rod across the middle, making a loud clang. His face was red, and veins bulged on his forehead. His voice trembled as he said, "How dare you use that baton on a child? If you try to hurt her, I'll call all the survivors nearby. Let them see how your safe zone bullies the weak and elderly. I'll also tell them you stole all the medicines, so people with colds can only wait to die." Su Qing quickly ran over, picked up the small bear, and wiped the dust off with her sleeve. Her fingers turned red from rubbing, but she still handed 2 cans of meat to the crew cut man. Her voice was shaky but firm. "We just need a few boxes of fever medicine and some gauze. These 2 cans are for you. Winter is coming and many people get colds. If you take all the medicines, what will the other survivors do? We all survived the end of the world. Don't be too harsh. Leave a way out for yourselves." The crew cut man stared at the cans for a few seconds, then glanced at his electric baton. Suddenly, he heard sirens from a patrol vehicle in the distance, as if there was another mission. He cursed under his breath. Annoying. He snatched the cans and threw them hard into the back of the patrol car. The cans burst with a loud bang, shattering. "Lucky for you. Next time I find you looking for supplies, I won't just take your stuff. I'll check your apartment and seal your hideout." After saying that, he waved his hand, telling his men to load the medicines onto the vehicle. As they drove away, he deliberately stuck his baton out of the window, sparks crackling. The sparks scared Lele, who shrank into Su Qing's arms, tears almost falling. "It's okay, Lele is not afraid. Little Bear is clean, and sister will wipe him again." Su Qing hands Little Bear back to Lele, then gives her an orange candy to put in her mouth. She gently pats her back and asks, "Is it sweet? Let's go inside to find medicine. After we get the medicine, we'll go home to cook millet porridge with your favorite red dates." The medical team enters the pharmacy. A strong smell of medicine mixed with mold hits them, making Lele cough twice. Chen Emo steps on an old chair nearby to reach the top shelf. He takes down a box of cold relief tablets. When he opens it, the pills are still dry. He breathes a sigh of relief and carefully puts the box into the medicine box. Great. There are 5 boxes of fever medicine, enough for us for a while. Shaolin finds a sealed bag of medical gauze on the middle shelf and shows everyone. This one is unopened and usable. The gauze in box 203 is almost out. Chinemo finds a small box under the counter with rubber earpieces for a stethoscope. He compares the old earpieces and says, "The size is just right. If we replace them, the stethoscope will work clearly." Lele crouches next to a drawer and finds a small glass bottle of cough syrup with a little bear picture on the label. She holds it up and shows everyone, her eyes shining like stars.
Look.
This syrup has a little bear on it. If the bear coughs, can it drink some? The grain and oil team is also busy at a nearby small supermarket. Zhao Lei packs 2 bags of millet, each 5 kilograms. He rubs a handful of millet in his hand, and the grains sparkle in the sunlight. Not damp, and the grains are full. Cooking porridge will be tasty. Su Qing finds a bag of oats with the label still attached. She opens and tastes a small spoonful. No lumps, it's good. Making oatmeal porridge with milk, Lele will definitely like it. Old Joe finds several bags of red dates in the corner of the supermarket. They are thick and have small pits. He weighs 1 bag, 2 jin, enough to make more than 10 bowls of porridge. Feng Xiao also finds a bag of flour and puts it in her backpack. We can bake more oatmeal bread at home for breakfast. Back at the apartment, everyone heads straight to room 203. They place the medicines into the medical cabinet. Fever medicine on the top shelf with labels facing outward for easy access. Gauze and cotton swabs on the middle shelf, with alcohol wipes beside them. The cough syrup is placed in a prominent spot, and Lele even puts the bottle with the bear picture at the front. Chan Emo squats on the floor, takes apart the old stethoscope earpieces, and puts on new ones. He tests it and says, "Okay, now the stethoscope works fine." The sound is much clearer. Lele placed the mini medicine box model on the medical cabinet, next to a teddy bear doll, and also put a milk candy beside the model. "Teddy, this is medicine for you. If you catch a cold, just eat one. It's sweet. At dinner, the smell of millet and red date porridge drifted from the table in room 101. There were stir-fried vegetables, canned meat with potatoes, and freshly baked red bean bread, all steaming hot, fogging up the windows. Zhao Lei took a big bite of bread, chewing with crumbs all over his face, and mumbled. This time I carried the medicine box and 2 bags of millet, earning 380 points. Now I only need 300 points to reach minus 6,700. Next time, I'll find some tough supplies and we'll definitely make it. He patted his stomach, seeming still hungry. Chun Mo took a sip of millet porridge and set down his bowl with a loud thud. I found fever medicine and stethoscope earplugs and fixed the stethoscope. I earned 45 points, so now I'm at minus 5,300, just 215 points away. Almost there. The medical supplies in room 203 are getting better. Soon, if someone gets sick, we won't have to panic. Su Qing served Lele a bowl of porridge, stirring it with a spoon to avoid burning her. I picked millet and oats, and also managed to hold off the crew with crew cuts. I earned 230 points, and we're past minus 3,000. Now only 50 points away from minus 2,800. Next time we meet the crew cut guy, we need to be more careful. He said he wants to seal our apartment, so he's definitely up to no good. Xiaolin took a piece of potato and slowly chewed it. I packed medicines and protected Lele. I earned 85 points, and I'm close to minus 4,700 from minus 4,800. The medical supplies in room 203 are enough. From now on, if anyone catches a cold or fever, we won't have to tough it out. Old Zhou leisurely rocked his bowl of porridge, the rice grains swirling inside. I sorted grains and weighed them. I earned 15 points. It's not much, but millet and oats will last us 2 months. Winter is cold, so a hot bowl of porridge keeps us warm all over. Fang Xiao took out a bag of flour and placed it on the table. I baked bread, sifted millet, and found a bag of flour. I earned 45 points, so now I can exchange for 11 bags of flour. Next, I'll bake oatmeal bread for everyone. Adding oats makes it more filling, and it's easy to carry when gathering supplies. Lele held her small bowl, swinging her legs, with porridge still on her lips, looking like a little kitten. I found cough syrup with teddy bears on it. I've saved up 3,347 points. I can buy a new dress for Teddy and a bigger mini medicine box. I also want to buy a small stethoscope so Little Bear can also check patients for everyone. After dinner, Lin Wanji stood in front of the medical cabinet in room 203. Looking at the neatly arranged medicines, she felt more at ease. The red label on the fever medicine box was especially noticeable under the light, and the stethoscope hung on the cabinet door, ready at any moment. Zhao Lei was outside in the yard checking the fence, hammering the loose wooden stakes back in place, and he also installed a small bell at the gate. If someone gets close, the bell will ring, so we can know early. Fang Xiao was kneading dough in room 201, saying she wanted to add oats. Su Qing was in room 101 telling Lele a bedtime story softly. Shaolin was organizing the medicine box in room 202, placing the most used medicines where they could be seen easily. Chun Mo was wiping the iron rod in room 103, polishing off the rust. Old Zhou was putting millet into a sealed jar in room 104, tightening the lid and sticking a millet label on it. The evening breeze came through the window, bringing a bit of coolness and faint dog barking from afar. Tao Tao's voice echoed in Lin Wanji's mind. Host, the patrol car in the safe zone left 2 people at the pharmacy to stand guard. It seems they are watching that place. I also heard them say they will check the nearby apartments. Tomorrow, we should avoid that area when gathering supplies and don't meet them. Lin Wanji nodded and turned to go to room 000. Suddenly, Lele ran over, holding her hand. The mini medicine box model in her teddy bear's hand poked Lin Wanji's palm. Wanji sister, can we find supplies tomorrow? Little Bear's mini medicine box still wants to hold more medicines to help everyone stay healthy. If Uncle Shun too comes again, Little Bear will protect me. Lin Wanji smiled and gently patted her head, her eyes shining. Sure. Let's bring Little Bear along and make the medical station in room 203 even better. so everyone can stay healthy through the winter. As night deepened, the apartment lights flickered on one by one, like little suns in the dark. The medical cabinet in room 203 glowed faintly. The shadows of the safe zone hadn't disappeared yet. The threat from Uncle Shun, too, was like a thorn stuck in everyone's hearts. But the people in this small building were using medicines, bread, and their unyielding courage to slowly make life stable. They were getting closer to the warmth of winter. The next conflict might come soon, but they knew that as long as they stood together, nothing was impossible to overcome. In the early morning, the wind carried tiny snowflakes, stabbing at faces like small needles. The wooden fence of building A creaked as it swayed in the wind. Zhao Lei note. Zhao Lei lives in room 102, crouched by his bed, rubbing his waist. Suddenly, the spring of his iron bed made a click sound. This was a temporary bed he found last month from the ruins. The mattress was so thin he could feel the metal wires inside, and turning over at night often woke him up 3 or 4 times. The toolbox was on the ground. Yesterday, he used a wrench to fix the fence, but in the process, he spilled screws everywhere, almost delaying his work. This broken bed is barely okay. My back feels like it's going to break in two. He kicked the small parts box under the bed, which clanged against the bed leg. Yesterday, I almost hurt my back lifting a bag of millet. If only I had a soft bed with storage, I wouldn't have to pile tools everywhere. Resting would be more comfortable, and next time I face the safe zone people, I'd have the strength to carry a metal rod. Lin Wanji had just helped Lele place a tiny teddy bear first aid kit into the medical cabinet in room 203. Hearing this, she walked into room 102. The bed frame was rusted enough to cut her hand, the edge of the mattress was worn out, and screws and wires on the ground were still wet with snow. She took out a silver exchange device. When her fingertips touched the cold screen, a light blue task window popped up. The number, points pool, 27,764, reflected Zhao Lei's furrowed face. Side mission, upgrade bed in room 102 to level 3, mission requirements. 1. Replace core components, 1 memory foam mattress, 10 centimeters thick × 1, reinforced bed frame with 3-layer storage drawers × 1, double USB charging ports at headboard × 2. 2. Add supporting facilities, solid wood bedside table × 1, wall-mounted tool rack × 1, non-slip silent bed feet × 4. 3. Improve safety design, apply rust-proof paint on bed frame, install buffer slides on drawers, add a small night light at the headboard to meet Zhao Lei's needs. 4. Night watch tool access, mission rewards. 1. 400 points, one-time addition to points pool. 2. Level 3 bed package × 1, waterproof mattress cover, drawer dividers, magnetic tool hooks. 1. Tool storage bag × 1, canvas wrench hanging bag, transparent sorting box, mini flashlight with magnet for easy nighttime tool finding. Task cost, 700 points, deducted from the point pool, matching the 3 needs of main transportation tool storage nighttime guard, improving living and teamwork efficiency. Future change. Room 102 rent increases from 30 points/hour to 55 points/hour. Adding storage charging quiet functions, matching Zhao Lei's high physical effort and tool management needs. Meeting apartment level 10 operation standards. Task description. Upgrading the 3rd level bed solves issues of poor rest, messy storage, hard-to-find tools, helping Zhao Lei efficiently participate in material transport and security patrols, preparing stamina and equipment for safe zone interactions. Room 102's bed can be upgraded to level 3. Lin Wanji holds the exchange device and Zhao Lei instantly straightens up, forgetting his back pain, leaning in to look at the screen. Spend 700 to get 400 rewards, and it even has 3 drawers and a charging port. He points at the tool rack in the diagram, eyes bright. From now on, wrenches can hang directly on the wall. Easy to find, no more rummaging through boxes. Upgrade. It must be upgraded. Zhao Lei clenches the iron rod, knuckles turning white. Yesterday, Tao Tao said there are medical supply and grain shops to the west, perfect for finding bed frame parts and oats, and also to replenish medical gloves for room 203, but we need to move fast. I heard others from nearby safe zones are wandering around. Last time, the crew with the buzz cut didn't grab the medicine, so they might come for a share too. Fang Xiao note. Fang Xiao lives in room 201. Walks over holding freshly baked oat bread, the oats still shiny with oil. She wipes the flour on her sleeve. The bed frame should be solid wood, strong enough to hold weight. You carry heavy stuff every day, or it'll collapse after a couple of days. The gloves from the medical store should be latex, undamaged, and not expired. Last time, the gloves we found had holes, and alcohol leaked out. We'll split into 2 groups. The medical team, Lin Wanji, Chenemo, Shaolin Lulu, to find gloves and stethoscope tubing, and the supplies team to find bed frame parts and grain. Shaolin just moved in, so he can get familiar with the route and help carry lighter items. The division of tasks was quickly decided, and everyone looked eager. Medical team, Lin Wanji, Chenemo, Shaolin. Lin Wanji tucks the exchange device into her down jacket pocket, wrapped in a scarf to prevent snow and water from soaking through. Chun Mo carried a tool bag, which contained a measuring instrument and a sharp short knife hidden at the bottom. Shaolin carried an empty medicine box with 3 layers of soft cloth at the bottom. He kept rubbing his fingers over the box latch, saying, "Last time I dropped a glass jar and broke it. I need to be more careful this time. If the medical gloves tear, they're useless." Lele had a small teddy bear in her cloth pouch, with a tiny stethoscope attached to the bear, and she was holding a mini toolkit, made from clay by Fang Xiao yesterday. She often held the kit to her ear, as if listening to the teddy bear talk. "Little bear, when you see the silver glove box later, call me. We need to find lots of gloves for room 203. The supplies team, Zhao Lei, Su Qing, Old Zhou. Fang Zhao Lei carried 2 empty sacks, the ropes digging into his shoulders and leaving red marks. He also had a small axe on his waist, saying, "In case we meet zombies, we can deal with them quickly." Su Qing carried a small notebook with neat writing, listing the standards for choosing grains. Oatmeal should be full and dry, not clumped. Last time I bought clumped oats, and they wouldn't cook properly. Old Zhou carried an old scale, with the markings almost worn off. He wiped the scale with a cloth, saying, "Weigh the supplies, but don't stock too much. We're few people, and heavy loads are hard to move and can get damp." Fang Xiao hung a fine sieve on her wrist and put a packet of yeast into her backpack. "If we find flour, we can bake more bread for dry food." Zhao Lei uses a lot of energy carrying things, so he needs to eat more. Before leaving, Su Qing, note. Su Qing lives in room 101 with Lele. Put 2 bags of oatmeal bread into the medical team's box, still warm. She also took off her scarf and wrapped it around Lele, sharing her body heat. The pharmacy must be cold. Don't stick warm packs directly on your skin, or it'll burn. She also put a pink wrapper candy into Lele's pouch. If you meet someone in the safe zone, don't be afraid. Hide behind Uncle Shaolin. Your sister will give you candy. Lele nodded, put the candy into her teddy bear's mini toolkit, and patted her small hand. "Give one to the teddy bear too. It's cold, and the candy will warm it up." The 2 groups walked along the small road to the west. The wind carried bits of snow and the smell of disinfectant. As they moved forward, the strong medicinal smell grew more intense, mixed with distant engine sounds, patrol cars from the safe zone. The deep rumble echoed loudly across the empty streets. After walking for about 30 minutes, the green sign of the medical supplies store finally appeared ahead. The sign that once read Convenience Pharmacy had half its letters missing. The word Min was broken, leaving only part of the character. A yellowed "Closed for Business" notice was taped to the glass door, its corners curling up. Yet, a gray SUV was parked at the entrance, with the words South District Safety Zone printed in white on its side, standing out like a patch. Something's wrong. They brought 5 people. Zhao Lei suddenly pulled everyone behind the nearby ruins and pointed toward the pharmacy. "Look, besides that short-haired man in the black uniform, there are 4 more by the car. 2 of them are holding electric batons and moving boxes inside. That's more people than last time. They're definitely up to no good." The medical team circled to the back door. Chen Mo, resident of room 103, carefully pried it open with a crowbar. It was quiet inside, but just as he was about to enter, the short-haired man's voice boomed from within, making the door tremble. Load all the medical gloves from the shelves into the car, especially the latex ones. One box is worth 3 points. And don't forget the blood pressure cuffs. I heard there's a medical station in a nearby apartment. They might need these too. They're targeting us. Lin Wanji whispered urgently. We have to hurry. If they take all the gloves and someone in room 203 gets hurt, we won't even have any for treatment. Just as she finished, Lele's metal detector suddenly beeped. She pointed to the top shelf. Uncle Chunemo, there's a blue box up there. I think it's gloves. She stood on tiptoe to look, but accidentally knocked over a glass medicine bottle. It shattered with a sharp crash, scattering white tablets across the floor. Who's stealing from the back? The short-haired man's voice turned sharp. The crackle of electric batons followed, and footsteps drew closer, crunching on the broken glass. Shaolin quickly lifted Lele into his arms, covering her mouth to keep her quiet and shielding her with his other hand. Chunemo pulled out a flashlight, switched it on, and aimed the beam straight at the door. His hands trembled, but he forced his voice steady and shouted, "Don't come any closer. We found these supplies first. What right do you have to take them all?" The short-haired man cursed as he walked to the back door, knocking his electric baton on the ground with a loud thud, sparks flying and splashing onto nearby broken glass. He spat on the ground, blood mixed in his saliva, and said, "Why should I? I'm Captain Lee from the South District, in charge of supplies here. I heard you have an apartment building with good facilities. I came not only to find medicine but also to ask, how do you pay rent? And I heard you have crystal cores. Is that true?" Zhao Lei rushed out from behind the ruins, holding a metal rod across his chest. His face was red, veins bulging on his forehead, and his voice trembled as he said, "None of your business if we have crystal cores. We found them ourselves. It's nothing to do with you. Rent is paid with points. There are only 2 empty rooms. If you want to rent, fine. If not, that's your choice." Captain Lee forced a fake smile and looked at Lin Wanji's exchange device. "No need to be so angry. We're all survivors, helping each other. If your rent was cheaper, and if your apartment ever gets surrounded by zombies, we could come to help. But if it's not," he pointed at his electric baton, "this thing isn't very careful. If it accidentally pokes someone, that wouldn't be good. Do you dare threaten us?" Chunemo stepped forward, pulling out the blood pressure monitor he had fixed earlier. He turned it on. 203 is our medical point. We have enough medicine for ourselves, so we don't need your help. Our apartment is surrounded by fences and bells, and someone is on night duty. We don't need your rescue." Lele suddenly peeked out from Shaolin's arms, holding a teddy bear and a mini toolbox. "We have tools. We can fix beds and fences, so we don't need your help." Suqing quickly ran over, took Lele behind her, and pulled out 2 cans of canned meat from her bag. She handed them to Captain Lee, her voice trembling but firm. "We only need a few boxes of medical gloves and a roll of bandages. These 2 cans are for you. Our points are earned through hard work. Rent is based on facilities, not stolen. If you want to rent, talk nicely. If you want to steal, we're not afraid." Captain Lee stared at the cans for a few seconds, then glanced at Chinmo's bright flashlight. Suddenly, he heard distant zombie roars, sounds like a large group approaching. He cursed under his breath, snatched the cans, and slammed them into the patrol car's trunk. The cans burst with a loud bang, sounding broken. "Lucky for you. Tomorrow I will come again. If the rent is still this high, you can just wait and see." After saying that, he waved his hand and ordered his team to load the packed medicines onto the car. When driving away, he deliberately stuck the electric baton out of the window, causing sparks to fly with a crackling sound. The loud noise scared Lele, who shrank into Suqing's arms, tears almost falling. "It's okay now, Lele. Don't be afraid. Little Bear is clean. Sister will wipe him again." Suqing handed Little Bear back to Lele, then took out an orange candy and put it in her mouth. She gently patted her back and asked, "Is it sweet? Let's go inside to find some medicine. After that, we will go home to cook millet porridge with your favorite red dates." The medical team rushed into the pharmacy. A strong smell of medicine mixed with a musty odor hit their noses, making Lele cough twice. Chen Emo stepped on an old chair nearby to reach the top shelf. He took down a box of blue gloves, opened it, and saw that the latex gloves inside were unopened. He breathed a sigh of relief and carefully placed the box into the medicine box. Great. There are 10 pairs of gloves, enough for us to use for a while. Xiao Lin found a sealed blood pressure cuff on the middle shelf, still in its bag. He held it up for everyone to see. This one is unopened and usable. The cuff for size 203 is about to wear out. Lele squatted next to a drawer, found a small box containing needle storage, and held it up to show everyone, her eyes shining like stars.
Look.
This can hold needles. Little Bear's mini toolkit also has this. The supplies team was not empty-handed at the nearby grain and oil shop either. Zhao Lei packed 2 bags of oats, each weighing 5 kilograms. He rubbed a handful of oats in his hand, and the grains sparkled in the sunlight. They're dry and full. Cooking porridge with this will be very tasty. Suqing found a bag of millet, still with its label attached. She opened it and took a small taste. No lumps, it's good. We can cook millet porridge. Zhao Lei will drink it to regain strength. Old Zhou found several bags of red beans in the supermarket corner. They were thick and small in the shell. He weighed 1 bag, which was about 2 jin, about 1 kilogram. 1 bag is enough for about 10 pots of porridge. Feng Xiao also found a solid wood bedboard and carried it on his shoulder. This is perfect for bed frame 102. It can support the weight, and Zhao Lei will sleep soundly. Back at the apartment, everyone immediately helped Zhao Lei upgrade bed 102. Chen Emo assembled the bed frame, tightening the screws with a wrench. Zhao Lei moved the mattress, a soft memory foam one he didn't want to let go of. Shaolin helped install the drawers, making sure the sliding rails were secure. Fan Xiao pasted anti-slip pads on the bed legs and also applied rust-proof paint to the bed frame. Lele helped hand over the small screws and occasionally touched the new mattress with her little hand. So soft. Uncle Xiao Lei won't hurt his back when he sleeps in the future. 1 hour later, the upgrade was complete. The memory foam mattress felt very soft, and lying on it you could sink into a small hole. The USB port at the head of the bed glowed green, ready to charge phones directly. Inside the 3-layer storage drawers, Zhao Lei's toolbox was neatly arranged, with a wrench hanging on the wall rack, easy to see. On the solid wood bedside table, there was a matching small night light that turned on with a press. So comfortable, Zhao Lei lay on the mattress, stretched lazily, almost humming. After carrying supplies, I can finally sleep soundly. No more digging through boxes to find the wrench. At dinner, the sweet aroma of oatmeal porridge filled room 101. The table had stir-fried greens, canned meat with potatoes, and oat bread baked by Feng Xiao, steaming hot and fogging up the window. Zhao Lei bit into the bread, crumbs all over his face, and mumbled. This time, carrying the bed frame and finding oats earned me 350 points. After deducting the rent for room 102, 55 times 12 is equal to 660 points. It should be minus 6,700. 350 minus 660 is equal to minus 7,010. Luckily, I got 400 points from the upgrade reward, so the points pool was topped up and I could count a bit more for myself. The final balance is minus 6,660. He patted the mattress. This bed upgrade was worth it. I'll have more strength to work, and I can save points faster. Chinmo was drinking porridge. When he put down his bowl, it made a loud thud. I found medical supplies and fixed the blood pressure monitor, earning 40 points. After deducting the rent for room 588, 55 times 12 is equal to 660 points. The balance is minus 5,340 minus 588 is equal to minus 5,848. Closer to minus 5,800. Next time, I'll find some tough supplies and I can push forward. Su Qing served a bowl of porridge to Lele, stirring it with a spoon to avoid burning her. I found oats and millet and talked with Captain Li about renting a place. I earned 220 points. After deducting the rent for room 720, 55 times 12 is equal to 660 points. The balance is minus 2,800, 220 minus 720 is equal to minus 3,300. Next time, I'll add 200 points, and it will reach minus 3,100. Xiao Lin wiped his mouth, feeling a bit shy. I packed supplies and installed the bed frame, earning 80 points. After deducting the rent for room 588, 55 times 12 is equal to 660 points. The balance is minus 4,780 minus 588 is equal to minus 5,208. I didn't earn much this time, but next time I can carry more things and try to save more points. Feng Xiao took out a bag of flour and placed it on the table. I baked bread and added flour, earning 45 points. I deducted 408 for rent, leaving a balance of 1,145 minus 408 is equal to 737. I can exchange for 5 bags of flour. Next time, I'll bake some shredded pork buns to boost everyone's energy. Lele held a small bowl, swinging her legs, with porridge still on her lips. I found a needle and thread storage box, earning 3,377 points. I can buy a new dress for Little Bear and a bigger mini toolkit. Old Joe slowly stirred his porridge in the bowl, rice grains swirling around. I organized screws and grains, earning 15 points. I deducted 612 for rent, leaving a balance of minus 3,915 minus 612 is equal to minus 4,500. It's okay, I'll catch up gradually. After dinner, Lin Wanji stood in the yard, looking at the light in room 102. Snow was still falling, covering the fence with a thin layer. Taro's voice echoed in her mind. Host, Captain Lee's car hasn't gone far. It's parked behind the ruins to the east. Seems like they're watching us. Also, their trunk has rifles, not regular patrol gear. When they come tomorrow, it won't be good. Lin Wanji nodded and turned toward room 000. Lele suddenly ran over, holding her hand. The mini toolkit in her plush bear's paw poked Lin Wanji's palm. Wanji sister, will Captain Lee come tomorrow? I want to give Little Bear a new dress and let him see how comfy our bed is. Lin Wanji gently patted her head, her eyes filled with caution. He might come. Let's get ready tomorrow and show them that our apartment isn't easy to bully. Night deepened. The apartment lights flickered on one by one. The new bed in room 102 glowed warmly. Distant car shadows flickered in the snowy night. The people in this small building, armed with tools, bread, and unyielding courage, were building a safe corner in the end times. But Captain Lee's threat was like a thorn in everyone's heart. Tomorrow's game would definitely be tough. The snow stopped in the morning. Sunlight shone through the windows of Building A onto the kitchen in room 201. Feng Xiao was squatting on the floor, kneading dough. The old stove could only hold one pot. The porridge pot and the iron tray for baking bread were crowded on the counter. She had to first cook the porridge and wait for the pot to cool before baking the bread. The wall-mounted shelf was shaking badly. Last time, when she placed a bag of flour on it, the shelf suddenly tilted, spilling half a bag of flour on the floor. She spent a long time sweeping to clean it. They didn't even have a proper cutting board, just an old wooden one with a warped edge, almost cutting her finger while she was slicing potatoes. This kitchen is barely usable. Next time Zhao Lei and the others bring back supplies, we might go hungry, she said, wiping flour off the stove. Her knuckles turned red from kneading dough too hard. Yesterday, Zhao Lei brought back a bed frame, said his back was almost broken. We were waiting for hot food, but the porridge was overcooked and the bread wasn't baked yet. If only we had a double stove, it would be much faster. Lin Wanji had just finished checking the alarm bell in the yard for intruders. Her fingertips still had snow water on them. She squatted by the fence, touching the newly nailed wooden stakes. A line of unfamiliar footprints in the snow caught her eye. The shoe prints were larger than their usual work shoes, with dark mud on the edges, clearly not from the apartment residents. Someone has been here. She stood up and looked toward the ruins to the east. A shadow seemed to flash behind the trees, so quick it might have been an illusion, leaving only disturbed snow on the ground. When she entered the kitchen of room 201, she was still thinking about the footprints until she saw Feng Xiao awkwardly moving pots and bowls. She then noticed the cracked tiles on the stove, steam escaping from the cracks. The screws on the storage shelf were loose and wobbly, making a creaking sound when touched. The edge of the cutting board was warped enough to cut her hand. She took out a silver exchange device. As her fingertips touched the cold stove, a blue task window popped up. The number, points pool, 27,764, reflected Feng Zhao's flour-stained hand, with the snow outside still unmelted shining through the window. Side mission: upgrade room 201 kitchen to level 3. Mission requirements: 1. Replace core components. Double-hole energy-saving stove ×1. Reinforce solid wood storage shelves ×2. Food-grade stainless steel cutting board ×1. 2. Install supporting facilities. Wall-mounted spice rack ×1. Drawer-style flour storage boxes ×3. Heat-resistant gloves ×2. 3. Improve safety features. Fireproof tiles on stove, non-slip mats on shelves, waterproof covers on sockets, to meet Feng Zhao's needs for frequent baking food storage. Mission rewards: 1. 400 points, one-time addition to points pool. 2. Level 3 kitchen accessory pack ×1, baking parchment, silicone spatula, measuring cup set, for Feng Zhao's bread baking. 3. Food preservation pack ×1, vacuum sealing bags ×10, moisture absorbers ×5 to extend the shelf life of grains and oils. Task cost: 730 points, deducted from the points pool, matching the needs of main food supply ingredient management in room 201, improving apartment dining efficiency. Future change: the rent for room 201 increases from 34 points/hour to 41 points/hour, adding double stove storage safety features, meeting high-frequency usage needs of Feng Zhao, and aligning with level 10. Apartment operation standards. Task description: level 3 kitchen solves issues of slow cooking, messy storage, and poor safety, helping Feng Zhao efficiently supply meals and prepare hot food to handle potential conflicts with Captain Li. Room 201's kitchen can be upgraded to level 3. Lin Wanji just finished speaking when Feng Zhao forgot to knead the dough in her hands, and flour fell to the ground with a rustling sound. Double stove? And with a drawer-style flour box. She moved closer to the exchange device, pointing at the spice rack diagram with bright eyes, as if illuminated. From now on, salt, sugar, and yeast won't need to be piled on the counter. When cooking, I can just reach out and grab them. No more flipping around and wasting time. Upgrade. It must be upgraded. Zhao note: Zhao lives in room 102, entered carrying an iron rod. The memory foam mattress on his new bed eased his back pain, and his voice was louder than usual. Yesterday, Tao Tao said there's a kitchenware store and a grain and oil station in the north. Perfect for finding stove parts and flour, and also to buy medical alcohol for room 203, but we need to move fast. Captain Li said he's coming today, and he might send people to watch us. We can't let them see us moving supplies, or they'll find an excuse to cause trouble. He pointed to footprints in the yard. I just want to feed the chickens, and saw unfamiliar shoe prints outside the fence. They're bigger than mine. Definitely they're people. Chunemo note: Chunemo lives in room 103, was wiping the high-intensity flashlight used yesterday, repeatedly rubbing the switch with his fingertips. Kitchen tools should be rust-free. The double stove needs to be tested to see if it can ignite. If not, don't bring it back. The grain and oil should have a fresh date. Don't buy flour that's damp or clumped. Feng Zhao, that way she can bake bread more easily. Also, stay alert on the road. If someone is following us, use the flashlight to scare them off. The division of tasks was quickly decided, and everyone looked sharp and focused. Kitchenware team: Lin Wanji, Feng Zhao, Shaolin. Lei Lin Wanji put the exchange device into her down jacket pocket, wrapping it with a scarf to prevent it from getting wet in the snow. Feng Zhao carried a small cloth bag, which held a tape measure for measuring stove dimensions. Shaolin note: Shaolin lives in room 202, carried an empty toolbox lined with soft cloth to protect the parts he found. Lele had a small bear doll in her cloth pouch, holding a tiny flower box she made from clay yesterday. She occasionally held the box to her ear, as if listening to the bear talk. Little bear, when you see the silver spice rack, call me. Let's help Sister Xiao Xiao fix the kitchen. The grain and oil group, Zhao Lei, Su Qing, Old Zhou, Chenemo. Zhao Lei carried 2 empty flour bags, the sack ropes leaving red marks on his shoulders, and he also had a small axe tied to his waist. Su Qing carried a small notebook with neat writing about how to choose grains. For millet, the grain should be round and free of bugs. Don't buy red beans with mold spots. Old Zhou held an old scale, the markings almost worn off. He wiped the scale with cloth and said, "Weigh the items, but don't stock too much. We are few, and heavy loads are hard to carry and can get damp." Chenemo used a multimeter to check the stove's electrical circuit and secretly put a packet of yeast into his bag. He whispered to Feng Xiao, "If you find flour, you can bake more bread for dry food." Before leaving, Su Qing, note, Su Qing lives in room 101 with Lele, put 2 freshly baked multi-grain bread slices into the backpack of the kitchenware group. The bread was still warm. She also took off her scarf and wrapped it around Lele, sharing her warmth. The kitchen store might have zombies. Don't let Lele get cold. If you see anyone following us, don't be afraid. Hide behind Uncle Shaolin. Sister will protect you. Lele nodded, put an orange candy into her tiny bear's flower box, and patted it gently. Save one for the little bear too. It's cold, and the candy will warm it up. The 2 groups walked along the northern path. The air was crisp after the snow, but there was an unspoken tension. Feng Xiao held Lele's hand, and after a few steps, she felt like someone was watching her from behind. She quietly looked back and saw a shadow flicker behind a distant tree. She quickly lowered her voice. "Lele, don't look back. Follow me. We need to find the parts quickly and go home." Shaolin also sensed something. He slowed down and stayed at the back, glancing behind now and then. "There's a figure following us. It's been 2 blocks. It's wearing a black coat, like the clothes of Captain Li's team. It hasn't come closer." After walking for about 20 minutes, the wooden sign of the kitchenware shop finally appeared. The words, "Convenient Kitchenware," were covered with a thin layer of snow, looking clean. There were no patrol cars at the door, only a few sparrows pecking at the snow. "I didn't see Captain Li's car." Zhao Lei sighed with relief, but stayed alert. He rushed into the shop first, holding a metal rod, eyes fixed on the entrance. "Hurry up and look for it. I'll watch outside." Inside, the stoves were arranged neatly. Feng Xiao immediately noticed a double-burner stove at the back. This one. No cracks on the tiles, and the switches work smoothly. She squatted down to test the knobs, turning them easily without sticking. Chun Mo quickly took out a multimeter, pressed the probes onto the stove socket, and the green light on the meter lit up. "No problem, it works. One can be exchanged for 200 points. Shaolin carried a nearby wooden storage rack, weighing it in his hands. "This rack is sturdy enough to hold 10 bags of flour. One exchange is 150 points, so 2 racks are 300. Lele's metal detector suddenly beeped loudly. She squatted at the bottom shelf, pushed aside an old spatula, and pulled out a small bag. "Sister Xiao, this. It's for the spice rack." Feng Xiao went over to look and saw the bag contained about a dozen stainless steel screws, just right for use. She smiled and patted Lele's head. "Lele, you're amazing. When we get back, I'll bake bread shaped like a little bear for you, sprinkled with your favorite oats." At this moment, Zhao Lei suddenly lowered his voice. "There are shadows outside." Someone moved at the door, like they're watching us move things. Chenemo hurried to the door, peered outside, and saw a trail of fresh footprints in the snow. "It's the people who followed us earlier. They didn't come in, probably afraid of too many of us." Feng Xiao quickened her pace, stuffing the stainless steel cutting board and wall-mounted spice rack into the toolbox. "Let's move quickly. Once we're done, we leave. No need to waste time with them." The grain and oil team at the nearby grain station also didn't delay. Zhao Lei packed 3 bags of flour, each 5 kilograms, and rubbed a handful in his hand. "No moisture. The grains are full." Su Qing picked 2 bags of millet, opened one, and took a small taste.
No bitter taste.
"It'll make good porridge." Old Zhou found 4 bags of red beans, weighed them on an old scale, each about 2 jin. Enough for over 10 bowls of porridge. Chen Mo was still in the corner, rummaging through a barrel of rapeseed oil. The seal was tight, and the date on the label was not expired. This can be exchanged for 180 points. It'll last us a while. On the way back, the shadow was still following, but it was farther away. Zhao Lei deliberately slowed down his steps. When the shadow got close, he suddenly turned around, raised a bright flashlight, and shone directly at it, shouting, "Stop following us. If you do it again, we won't be polite." The shadow was so scared it quickly hid behind a tree and never came out again. Back at the apartment, everyone was too busy to rest. They immediately started upgrading the kitchen. Chun Mo installed a double-burner stove, tightening the screws. Zhao Lei helped lift and fix the storage shelf to the wall. Shaolin squatted on the ground, sticking fireproof tiles while watching the yard. Feng Xiao organized the spice rack, sorting salt, sugar, and yeast. Lei helped hand over heat-resistant gloves, carefully holding a measuring cup set, afraid of dropping it. After an hour, the upgrade was finally finished. When the double stove was lit, the soft blue flames flickered steadily. Both burners could cook porridge and bake bread at the same time. The solid wood storage shelf had 3 drawers filled with flour containers, all neatly labeled. The spice rack on the wall had jars arranged straight, and the stainless steel cutting board was shiny enough to reflect light. Feng Xiao opened the oven, put in freshly kneaded dough, and smiled, saying, "Now we can bake bread and cook porridge together. No more waiting." When Zhao Lei and the others come back, they can enjoy hot meals. At dinner, the smell of freshly baked bread filled room 101. The double stove worked efficiently. Feng Xiao baked bread and also cooked a pot of red bean porridge. The table had stir-fried greens and canned meat stewed with potatoes. The steam made the windows foggy. Zhao Lei bit into a bear-shaped bread and mumbled. This time, carrying the kitchen tools and flour earned us 360 points. We deducted 102 rent, which is 660. Originally, it should be minus 6,660. 360 minus 660 is equal to minus 7,000. Luckily, the upgrade reward gave us 400 points, so we actually paid 100, ending with minus 6,560. He took a sip of porridge and added, "The people following us are definitely sent by Captain Li. Tomorrow, we need to reinforce the fence a bit more." Chun Mo drank his porridge and put down his bowl. I checked the electrical system and looked for supplies, earning 45 points. We deducted 103 rent, which is 588. So, the balance is minus 5,848.45 minus 588 is equal to minus 6,391. That's close to minus 6,300. Next time, I'll find some tough supplies to push us over the edge. I'll charge all the flashlights later, just in case they come back again. Su Qing served Lei a bowl of porridge and gently blew on it. She said, "I picked millet and watched over Lei, earning 230 points. I deducted 101 for rent, which is 720, so my balance is minus 3,300. 230 minus 720 is equal to minus 3,790. Next time, I will add 200 points, and it will be minus 3,700. Today, we followed our people but didn't dare do much, just kept an eye on the moving supplies. In the future, we need to be more careful when going out." Feng Xiao wiped the flour off his hands and pointed at the new kitchen. "I found some kitchen tools and a toaster. I earned 50 points, deducted 201 for rent, which is 492, 41 by 12. My balance is 737.50 minus 492 is equal to 295. It's less, but the new kitchen is very useful. I can make hot meals faster for everyone, so it's worth it." Shaolin held his bowl and shyly said, "I carried the storage rack and put up tiles. I earned 85 points, deducted 202 for rent, which is 588. My balance is minus 5,208.85 minus 588 is equal to minus 5,711. Next time, I will carry more things to earn more points." Old Zhou slowly swayed his bowl of porridge, with rice grains swirling inside. I sorted grains and organized ingredients. I earned 18 points, deducted 104 for rent, which is 612. My balance is minus 4,518 minus 612 is equal to minus 5,094. I'll take my time. I'll catch up eventually. I'll put the red beans into a seal jar later so they don't get damp. Lele swung her little legs, with bread in her mouth and flour on her lips. I found some screws and earned 3,377.50 is equal to 3,427 points. I can buy a new dress for Little Bear and a bigger mini flour container. After dinner, Lin Wanji stood in the yard, looking at the light in kitchen 201. In the distance, faint reflections flickered behind the trees, like the lenses of a telescope. She said, "They're still watching." Zhao Lei came over and looked in the same direction. "Should I go and chase them away?" Lin Wanji shook her head. "No need. They didn't dare come close. We just need to stay alert. Go check the bells in the yard again and tighten any loose ones. Chinemo, see if the flashlight still has power and charge it if needed. Feng Xiao, bake more bread tomorrow and stock up on dry food." Tao Tao's voice echoed in Lin Wanji's mind. "Host, I detected 2 watchers behind the trees to the east and north. They're not carrying stun sticks, only telescopes. They're probably here to observe, not to attack." Lin Wanji nodded and turned to walk toward room 000. Lele ran over, holding her hand. The mini flower box in the teddy bear doll's hand poked her palm gently. "Sister Wanji, tomorrow Sister Xiao will bake bread in the new kitchen. Can we find more supplies? I also want to help Little Bear find a new dress." Lin Wanji smiled as she patted her head, with a hint of caution in her eyes. "Sure, let's do it together, but we need to be more careful and protect ourselves and Little Bear." As night fell, the stove in kitchen 201 still radiated warmth. The new storage shelves held the flower boxes neatly, and the bell in the yard swayed softly in the evening breeze. The cozy atmosphere of this small building chased away the cold of the outside world, but it didn't stop the distant watchful eyes. Captain Li's probing was not over yet. They were quietly gathering confidence to face the challenges, using hot food from the new kitchen, their tools, and their unyielding courage. In the early morning, just as the sunlight touched the fence of Building A, Zhao Lei, note, Zhao Lei lives in room 102, was crouched on the ground, rummaging through his toolbox. The keychain clattered onto the snow. His keys were always mixed with wrenches and screws. Yesterday, it took him half an hour to find the fence key. Today, he wanted to feed the chickens early. When his fingertips touched the cold keys, he shivered from the icy water, his knuckles turning blue. "If I keep stuffing the keys randomly, I might lose the apartment key next time." He picked up the keychain, which was still stained with chicken feed residue and rust. If only there was a special rack to hang the tools, chicken coop keys, and apartment keys separately. It would save time and effort, and I wouldn't have to rummage through boxes every night. Last night, Captain Li's people kept watch until late. If they really come to cause trouble, searching for keys will only delay things. Lin Wanji had just finished checking the alarm bells in the yard. Her fingertips brushed the frost on the wooden stakes, feeling icy cold. There were a few unfamiliar shoe prints in the snow, larger than their usual work shoes, with dark mud on the edges. Clearly, they were left by someone from the safe zone. They haven't gone far, she thought. She wiped her hands and entered room 102. The wall had no fixed hooks, so the keys were either kept in her pockets, worn shiny from friction, or tossed into the toolbox, tangled with parts. Even the spare keys in the storage were covered with rust residue in their keyholes. She took out a silver exchange device. As her fingertips touched the wall, a light blue task box popped up. The number, points pool, 27,764, reflected Zhao Lei's snow-covered hand and the unmelting snow outside the window. Side quest: install room 102 key rack, up to level 2. Requirements: 1 core components, wall-mounted solid wood key rack ×1, with 5 categorized hooks, labeled apartment/tools/chicken coop/warehouse/spare. 2. Supporting design: add magnetic plates to prevent keys from falling, fluorescent labels for easy nighttime finding, 3 key rings. 3. Safety improvements. Secure key rack to wall to prevent loosening. Rust-proof coating on hooks, suitable for xiaoleis. Frequent key use outdoor work. Needs. Rewards. 1 400 points. One-time addition to points pool. 2. Key rack package ×1 3 silicone key covers, 2 key lanyards, 2 mini flashlights for night use. 3. Small storage tools ×1 1 organizer box, 1 wrench with strap for organizing tools. Cost 500 points, deducted from points pool, to meet the outdoor guard tool management needs of room 102, improving key usage efficiency. Future update. The rent for room 102 increases from 55 points/hour to 59 points/hour, adding categorized storage night convenience. Functions. Matching xiaolei's high-frequency key usage scenarios, compliant with Level 10 apartment operation standards. Task explanation. The key rack solves the problems of keys being messy, slow to find, easy to lose, helping xiaolei guard efficiently and avoid delays in defense preparations due to key issues, especially when facing potential intrusions in the safe zone, allowing quick access to tools and keys. Room 102 can hold a key rack. And with categorized hooks, Lin Wanji finished speaking, xiaolei immediately straightened up, forgetting his frozen hands. He leaned toward the exchange device, staring at the screen. Labels? Fluorescent labels too. He pointed at the magnetic plate diagram with his fingertip, eyes brightening. From now on, I won't get chicken coop keys covered in feed, and at night, I won't have to feel around in the dark for the apartment keys. Last time, I was on night duty. Took 10 minutes to find the warehouse key. If zombies really came, they'd have broken in already. Install it. It must be installed. Xiaolei clenched his keychain tightly, the metal pressing painfully into his palm. Yesterday, Tao mentioned there was a hardware store and a dry goods shop to the west, perfect for finding parts for the key rack and dried fungus, and to buy more medical cotton swabs for room 203. But he had to be careful. Lee's team was watching late into the night. That kid is the patrol leader of the safe zone, armed with many people and electric batons. We also need to watch out for the crew cut guy. He didn't succeed in stealing medicine last time and probably holds a grudge against us. Chun Mo note. Chun Mo lives in room 103, was polishing his flashlight, his fingers repeatedly rubbing the switch. His tense face reflected in the mirror. The key rack should be made of solid wood, strong enough to hold weight, without wobbling if we hang 2 keys. The hooks need a rust-proof coating, so they won't rust in the snow. Otherwise, snow and water will make it harder to remove the keys. The dried goods should be free of mold. Soaked black fungus smells like stew when cooked and can be used for baking bread. By the way, stay alert on the street. If you see the crew cut guy, don't try to fight him. He's close to Director Zhang from the safe zone. I heard Zhang has a material control order from headquarters, which can easily deduct our points. The team quickly divided tasks, each looking sharp and focused. Tools group, Lin Wanji, Xiaolei, Xiaolin, Lei. Lin Wanji tucked the exchange device into her down jacket pocket, wrapped a scarf around it to keep it dry from snow. Xiaolei carried an empty toolbox lined with soft cloth, ready to hold the key rack parts. Xiaolin note. Xiaolin lives in room 202, carried a screwdriver and nails, glancing behind him nervously, worried about being followed. Lei had a small bear doll in her cloth bag, clutching a tiny key model made by Feng Xiao. She occasionally held the model to her ear, as if listening to the bear speak. Little Bear is helping find hooks. If I see a silver one, I'll shout. And if I see the crew cut guy, we hide. Dry goods group, Su Qing, Old Zhou, Feng Xiao, Chenemo. Su Qing carried a small cloth bag with some dried fungus for tasting. Only the crispy ones. Old Zhou held an old scale with nearly worn-out markings, wiping the weight with a cloth. Weigh the stuff, don't stockpile too much. We're few, and heavy loads are easy to get damp, he said. Feng Xiao used a fine sieve to remove impurities and secretly put a packet of yeast into her bag. She whispered to Su Qing, find more appetizing dried goods. Everyone's tense lately. Eating something good can boost our energy. Chun Mo checked the sturdiness of the key rack board with a multimeter and hid a sharp short knife at the bottom of his tool bag. Before leaving, Su Qing, note. Su Qing and Lei live in room 101, packed 2 freshly baked multigrain bread slices into the tool group's backpack. The bread was still steaming. She also took off her scarf and wrapped it around Lele, sharing her body heat. The hardware store might have zombies, so don't let Lele get cold. If you see anyone from the safe zone on the way, don't talk to them, just walk past quickly. Last time, Tushu almost cut Lele's hand, so we need to protect her. Lele nodded, put a strawberry candy into her mini bear keychain, and patted it gently. Leave one for the little bear. It has enough strength to find the hook and won't be cold. The 2 groups walked along the small road to the west. The air was fresh after the snow, but they could faintly hear arguing voices in the distance, mixed with the clattering of canned food falling to the ground and muffled crying. After 10 minutes, Zhao Lei suddenly stopped everyone and whispered very quietly, "Crouch down. There's a safe zone 10 ahead." Everyone crouched behind the ruins, peering through the cracks in the broken wall. They saw 3 blue tents on an open space, with torn canvas and snow seeping inside. At one tent's entrance, 5 people in black uniforms surrounded a man in a gray coat. The leading officer held an empty can, trembling and with white knuckles from gripping it tightly. "Director Zhang, why are you and Tushu eating canned meat inside the tent while we're only eating dry bread? Xiao Wang fainted from hunger yesterday, and you didn't even give him hot porridge. My mom has a fever in the tent, and you took the fever medicine. None of it was given to us." Lin Wanji's heart tightened. The man in the gray coat was the new leader of the safe zone, Director Zhang. He carried a leather briefcase, holding a cigarette with trembling fingers. Ash fell onto the snow, burning small black spots. Standing beside him was Tushu, who had previously fought over supplies. He held half a can of beef, with oil on his lips, and also clutched a transparent medicine bottle filled with fever medicine, just like the one they almost stole from the pharmacy last time. Tushu threw the can to the ground, splashing soup on the officer's pants. He cursed fiercely. "What are you arguing about? Director Zhang is sent by headquarters. So, what if he's eating well? You useless fools, you can't even get supplies, and now you want fever medicine? Keep arguing, and I'll deduct all your points so you won't even get dry bread." As he spoke, he deliberately swung the medicine bottle. "This medicine is reserved for Director Zhang. Do you even deserve to use it? What kind of thing are you?" A young team member's eyes reddened as he took a step forward. "They stole our medicine before, and now they want to take our food? If Captain Li hadn't protected us, we would have starved or fallen sick long ago." He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a purple bruise on his arm. "Last time I went with you to get supplies, I got scratched by a zombie. You didn't even give me iodine to clean the wound." At this moment, a man in a black uniform with a shoulder badge marked "Patrol Team" hurried over. "It's Captain Li." His face looked unhappy, and his eyes were red. He held back the excited team member and bowed to Director Zhang, speaking earnestly. "Director Zhang, the team is really hungry. Xiao Wang has a fever. Can we share some canned food and fever medicine with them? Even if our supplies are tight, we can't let the brothers go hungry or suffer through illness." Director Zhang sneered, flicking his cigarette into the snow and crushing it with his foot, mixing ash and snow. "Captain Li, are you the patrol leader or their protector? Xiao Tu and the others are supposed to help me check the crystal core source. What's wrong with eating well and taking some medicine? These people should just go hungry and tough it out. They can't get supplies because they're not capable enough." He suddenly pulled out a piece of paper from his briefcase, stamped with Headquarters Supply Control Order. "I have the order from headquarters. I can deduct points from whoever I want or give supplies to whoever I choose. It's none of your business." Xiao Tu nodded in agreement, eyes gleaming with greed. "Exactly. If it weren't for Captain Li stopping us at the pharmacy last time, we would have already taken the medical supplies and crystal cores from those people. We wouldn't need to save canned food now." Director Zhang said as long as we get the crystal cores, we can exchange for more supplies from headquarters. Then we can eat well and enjoy ourselves. Those useless guys don't matter. As he spoke, he secretly took out a modified electric baton from behind his waist, its tip sparking blue, more powerful than the one they saw last time. Captain Li clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, blood seeping out, but he held back. "Director Zhang, supplies should be distributed fairly. Otherwise, the team will fall apart. Who will help you guard the base? Who will help find the crystal cores? I know a place called Sunshine Apartments. They have hot food and a medical station. The rent is paid with points. If we move there, it's better than starving or toughing it out here. They have fewer people and need defenders. We can help guard, and they'll definitely accept us. Sunshine Apartments. Director Zhang glanced at him with a look of contempt. You want to take this useless group to freeload and eat for free? I told you to go, so you go. I and the crew cut stay here. Tomorrow, we will go to take the points and crystal cores from that group. He whispered to the crew cut. I already sent a message to headquarters. They found the source of the crystal cores, and tomorrow, 2 people from headquarters will come to help. When that happens, we not only need to take the crystal cores but also occupy that apartment. It has better facilities and is much more comfortable than here. The crew cut's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded. Okay. Tomorrow we bring enough people, chase those guys out, take the apartment, and get the crystal cores. The team members suddenly got excited. They all had red eyes but dared not rush forward. Director Zhang had orders from headquarters, and the crew cut had a stun baton. We won't go to fight. If you wanna, you go. Yes. Follow Director Zhang and the crew cut. We will die of hunger or sickness if we stay here. Captain Lee, we're coming with you to Sunshine Apartment. Even paying rent at Sunshine Apartment is better than suffering here. Captain Lee quickly held everyone back, his voice full of helplessness and determination.
Stop arguing.
Tomorrow, I will go talk to the people at Sunshine Apartment. If they agree to take us in, we'll move there and stay away from these 2 troublemakers. If not, we'll think of other ways. Zhao Lei clenched his iron rod, his knuckles white, and whispered to Lin Wanji. It turns out Director Zhang and the crew cut want to steal our crystal cores and take over the apartment. Captain Lee really wants to lead the team, but he's caught in the middle and can't decide. Lin Wanji shook her head, her eyes serious. First, find supplies. Don't let them know. Director Zhang mentioned headquarters and said they would send people. That's a big problem. The crew cut stun baton has been modified and is more powerful. We need to be extra careful tomorrow. The tool group quietly bypassed the 10 area and reached the hardware store. Zhao Lei carried a solid wood board, knocking on it to check the sound. It was sturdy, hollow-free, and worth 180 points. Xiao Lin found 5 rust-proof hooks, each worth 20 points, totaling 100. Leilei's detector beeped, and they found fluorescent stickers on the bottom shelf, worth 10 points each, 5 for 50 points. They also picked up a mini keychain, hanging it on the little bear's neck. He whispered, Little bear, I give you this keychain. Let's not lose the keys. Lin Wanji also found a metal lock in the corner, which could lock the warehouse door, adding extra security. The dry goods team also made some gains at the dry goods shop. Su Qing chose 3 bags of wood ear mushrooms, each worth 50 points, totaling 150. They were fresh and not damp. Old Zhou found 2 bags of red dates, each worth 40 points, totaling 80, with thick flesh and small pits. Fong Xiao found a bag of raisins, which can be exchanged for 60 points to make toast. Chen Mo was searching in the corner for a bag of goji berries, which can be soaked in porridge, worth 30 points and help boost energy and blood. Everyone has been tense lately and needs some support. On the way back, the argument in the tent area hadn't stopped. I vaguely heard Director Zhang shouting, Captain Lee, if you dare take them to Sunshine Apartment, I will report you to headquarters for collusion and have them send someone to arrest you. Captain Lee's voice was full of helplessness, but also firm. I just want my brothers to survive. Even if headquarters catches me, I accept it. Back at the apartment, everyone hurried to help Zhao Lei install a key rack. Chen Mo used a flashlight to drill holes, his hands trembling. He was angry after seeing Director Zhang and the tough guy acting arrogantly. Zhao Lei carefully stuck labels next to the hooks, making sure they were neat, so he could see clearly at night. Shaolin installed a magnetic board, tested it, and the keys stuck firmly, without falling. Leilei handed over glow-in-the-dark stickers and helped put silicone covers on the keys. Her small hands were clumsy, but very serious, occasionally saying, Little bear, our key rack is ready. We won't lose keys anymore. Half an hour later, the installation was complete. The solid wood key rack was securely nailed to the wall of room 102. The apartment key was hung in the most visible spot. The magnetic board held the keys steadily, and the glow stickers emitted a faint green light in the dark. Zhao Lei picked up the chicken coop key and smiled, saying, "From now on, no more digging through boxes for keys. I can feed the chickens half an hour earlier. At night, I won't have to fumble in the dark for keys either." At dinner, the aroma of wood ear mushroom stew drifted from room 101. Feng Xiao baked raisin bread in the new kitchen. The table was steaming hot, but no one was smiling easily. Zhao Lei bit into his bread and mumbled, "This time we spent 320 points on hooks after hauling the wood, deducted 102's rent of 708 points, 59 by 12, plus the 400 points for the key rack, so we only spent 12 points overall. Our balance is minus 6,560, 320, 400 minus 708 is equal to minus 6,548. Director Zhang and the tough guy want to steal our crystal cores and take over the apartment. Tomorrow, we need to reinforce the fence and fully charge the powerful flashlights." Chun Imo sipped his porridge, put down his bowl, and said seriously, "I measured the wood and found some dry goods, spending 40 points. Deducted 103's rent of 588 points, so the balance is minus 6,391. 40 minus 588 is equal to minus 6,939, getting closer to minus 6,900. Later, I'll grind all the iron rods and tell everyone about modifying the electric batons. We need to prepare ways to deal with any trouble." Su Qing gently served Lele some soup and softly said, "I picked some wood ear mushrooms and listened to their argument. I earned 210 points, but I lost 101 points for rent, which is 720. My balance is minus 3,790. 210 minus 720 is equal to minus 3,800. Next time, I will add more points to get back to minus 3,700. Captain Li really wants to bring the team members, but Director Zhang and the guy with the crew cut are too mean. They even contacted the headquarters. When we talk to Captain Li tomorrow, we need to be careful." Feng Xiao wiped his hands and pointed at the new kitchen. "I toasted some bread and filtered out impurities, earning 45 points, but I lost 201 points for rent, which is 492. My balance is 295. 45 minus 492 is equal to minus 152. Although it's negative, the new kitchen is useful. Tomorrow I will bake more bread as dry food, just in case Director Zhang and the guy with a crew cut come. Everyone needs to be ready." Shaolin held his bowl, looking shy but determined. "I installed magnetic boards and packed things, earning 80 points, but I lost 202 points for rent, which is 588. My balance is minus 5,711. 80 minus 588 is equal to minus 6,219. Next time, I will carry more stuff to earn more points. I can also help guard the fence tomorrow because I have the strength." Old Zhou slowly swayed his bowl of porridge, the rice grains swirling inside, but his eyes shone brightly. "I collected dried goods and organized them, earning 15 points, but I lost 104 points for rent, which is 612. My balance is minus 5,094. 15 minus 612 is equal to minus 5,691.
I will take my time."
Later, I will lock the warehouse door tighter and hide important supplies and crystal cores so they can't steal them. Lele swung his legs, biting into bread, but he didn't look as happy as usual. "I found some hooks and earned 3,427. 40 is equal to 3,467 points, enough to buy a new dress for Little Bear. But Little Bear is afraid of Director Zhang's electric baton and worries that Director Zhang will steal the crystal cores." After dinner, Lin Wanji stood in the yard, looking at the light shining from window 102. The key to 102 reflected a warm glow in the lamplight, but it couldn't chase away the cold in her heart. Tayo's voice echoed in her mind. "Host, I scanned and found Director Zhang, and the guy with a crew cut took 3 people eastward, heading toward the Sunshine Apartment Point. Director Zhang also sent a message to headquarters saying, Tomorrow's action needs two support people. Captain Lee stayed in the tent, secretly packing things with the team members, and hid a note with the location of Sunshine Apartment and the words, "Seeking shelter. All the team members are willing to go with him." Wang Ji nodded. When she turned around, Lele ran over and held her hand. The tiny keychain on the bear's neck sparkled in the light. "Sister Wang Ji, will Captain Lee come tomorrow?" The little bear is afraid of the electric baton from the bald guy, afraid that Director Zhang will take the crystal core, and afraid they will steal the key rack. Wang Ji crouched down and patted her head, her eyes firm. "Don't be afraid. We have the key rack, the fence, the iron rod, and everyone to protect the apartment. Tomorrow, when Captain Lee comes, we will talk to him and see if we can work together to deal with Director Zhang and the bald guy. Even if they come to steal, we are not afraid. We are united, and they can't beat us." As night deepened, the key rack in room 102 glowed faintly. In the distance, the figures of Director Zhang and the bald guy swayed in the snow, like dark clouds. The lights in the tent area were still on. Captain Lee and his team were quietly packing up, preparing to seek help at the Sunshine Apartment tomorrow. The warmth of the small building's lively atmosphere couldn't completely dispel the gloom. Director Zhang's support from headquarters, the modified electric baton of the bald guy, and Captain Lee's plea for help were like three tangled lines. Tomorrow's confrontation would surely be tough. But they were quietly gathering confidence, using the convenience of the new key rack, warm meals, sharpened iron rods, and mutual trust, waiting for tomorrow to come. At 4 a.m, the snow hadn't stopped. The wind carried tiny snowflakes that hit the fence of Building A with a soft sizzle, like countless little bugs nibbling at the wood. Wang Ji had just finished her night shift, her fingers frozen and stiff. She was blowing warm air into her hands when she heard light footsteps outside the yard. Not the slow, dragging sound of zombies, but cautious steps, deliberate and careful, pressing lightly on the snow with faint, crunch sounds. Her heart tightened. She grabbed the iron rod leaning by the door. This rod had been sharpened by Zhao Lei a few days ago, its tip gleaming cold. It felt heavy in her hand. She moved to the gate, looked outside through the gaps in the fence, and saw 7 or 8 figures standing in the snow. They were all hunched over, wearing old cotton clothes, with thin layers of snow on their hats and collars, like a layer of white frost. The leader was wrapped in a tattered gray-black scarf, the edges frayed, half of his face red from the cold. It was Captain Lee, who had come to inquire about the rental earlier. Captain Lee seemed to sense the noise behind the door. He looked up, his eyes full of exhaustion and pleading. His voice trembled with cold, sounding like it was blown by the wind. "Miss Lin, we really have no choice. We're sorry to bother you." He pulled out a crumpled note from his pocket. His fingers trembled so much he couldn't open it at first. With a faint morning light in the distance, you could see the words, "Please take us in," written in charcoal, the handwriting crooked and smudged with snow water. Director Zhang sent a message last night to headquarters, saying we're breaking the rules, and they're sending people to catch us. They even said they'd burn our tents. You see, Xiao Wang has a high fever, and old Wu's leg was bitten by a zombie. We really have nowhere to go. Lin Wenji held up her flashlight. Its beam shone through the fence gaps, illuminating the team behind Captain Lee. The youngest man on the far left leaned against another team member, his face flushed red, but his lips looked pale and bluish. He was breathing quickly. He must be Xiao Wang, as Captain Lee said. Next to him, a middle-aged man with a limp had his pant leg rolled up to his knee. His lower leg was wrapped in a dirty, blackened bandage, with blood seeping from the edges, hardened into a dark red lump. That was old Wu. He clenched his teeth, sweat cold on his forehead, but he didn't make a sound. "Come in first," Lin Wanji said, opening the fence gate. She still held her iron rod, but was no longer as cautious. These people didn't look like troublemakers. They looked like poor souls nearly frozen to death. Su Qing note. Su Qing lives in room 101 with Lele, heard the noise and hurried out of room 101, wrapped in a coat. She carried a steaming enamel cup in her hand. "Come in quickly and warm up. I just made some tea." Let's give it to the sick boy and the big brother first, to warm their bodies. Feng Xiao got up at 3 a.m. to bake bread. It should be ready soon, just enough to fill their stomachs. Everyone crowded into the small living room of room 101. It wasn't big, and 7 or 8 adults stood inside, almost unable to move. Lele was held in Su Qing's arms, clutching a small teddy bear. She took out a few strawberry candies from her pocket. These were given to her by Su Qing yesterday. She hadn't wanted to eat them, but now carefully handed them to the team members. These candies are sweet. Eating them will make you feel less cold. Little Bear said they'll help the sick brothers and sisters get better faster so they can play together again. Xiaowang took the candy, smiled weakly, and his fingers lacked the strength to peel the wrapper. The team member next to him quickly helped, opening the wrapper and placing the candy in his mouth. Old Wu leaned against the corner of the wall and took the tea handed to him by Su Qing. As soon as the cup touched his hand, he couldn't help but hiss. His hand was so stiff from the cold that touching the hot cup was a bit painful. Still, he quickly took a sip. The spicy warmth of the tea slid down his throat, and he let out a long breath. It's been a while since I had something hot. Thank you, young lady. Zhao Lei note. Zhao Lei lives in room 102, crouched beside old Wu and carefully untied the bandage on his leg. The bandage was stuck to the wound, so he used the tea to dampen the edge and slowly tore it off. Old Wu trembled with pain but clenched his teeth tightly, not making a sound. The wound needs disinfecting first, or it might get infected, Zhao Lei said with a frown, looking at the injury on old Wu's leg. It wasn't very deep, but because it wasn't treated in time, it was starting to pus. The medical point in room 203 has iodine solution and gauze, but it's not cleaned up yet. There's only a medical cabinet and a few empty beds, no proper mattress and no kitchen. It's not suitable for living. Suddenly, Lin Wanji remembered the silver exchange device in her hand. When she unlocked room 203 earlier, she thought she could upgrade it gradually. Now, it was just the right time to use it. She took out the exchange device, and as her fingertips touched the cool screen, a light blue task box popped up. The screen clearly showed the number, points pool, 27,764, reflecting the team members' hopeful yet nervous eyes. Side mission. Upgrade room 203 functions. Beds kitchen to level 2. Add electrical box and shutters. Mission requirements. 1 bed upgrade. Reinforced single mattress ×1. Bed frame with storage drawer ×1. Medical hooks on headboard ×2. Suitable for injured rest. Mattress thickness no less than 8 centimeters. Bed frame load capacity at least 150 kilograms. 2. Kitchen upgrade, mini gas stove ×1, food grade storage boxes ×3, foldable dining table ×1. Gas stove must be compatible with bottled gas. Storage boxes must be moisture and insect proof. 3. Safety additions, independent electrical box ×1 with overload protection to prevent power outages and ensure power supply for medical equipment. Shutters ×1, made of waterproof PVC, adjustable light, and privacy. 4. Cleaning and organizing, using disinfectant spray to thoroughly clean mold on the walls, laying non-slip mats to cover the entire floor of the room to prevent injured people from slipping. Task rewards, 480 points, one-time addition to the points pool, usable for future item exchanges or room upgrades. 2. Upgrade package ×1, including waterproof mattress cover, high-temperature resistant kitchen mat, 3 spare fuses for the electrical box, 1 blind cleaning brush. 3. Medical aid kit ×1, including 2 digital thermometers, 3 ice packs, 10 sterile wound care patches, 20 iodine cotton swabs. Task cost, 860 points, deducted directly from the points pool, mainly used for purchasing core components and safety improvements, supporting both medical station temporary residents' needs. Future changes. The rent for room 203 increases from 30 points/hour to 37 points/hour, adding basic living, simple dining, and safe power supply functions, meeting apartment medical room standards, laying the foundation for long-term care of injured or new residents. Task description. After this upgrade, room 203 can temporarily accommodate 1 to 2 injured people, providing both medical care and basic living needs. It will help ease current accommodation pressure and serve as a temporary safe spot in case of threats from Director Zhang. Room 203 can be upgraded. After upgrading, people can live there, Lin Wanji's voice just finished. Captain Li suddenly looked up, his eyes bright as if seeing light in darkness. He instinctively took a step forward, but then stopped quickly, worried about disturbing everyone. Really? It can be lived in? Are there beds? Can Xiao Wang and Lao Wu rest properly? There are beds, a mini kitchen to cook hot meals, and an independent electrical box. Medical equipment can be plugged in and used. Lin Wanji pointed to the diagram on the exchange device. The beds are reinforced and can bear weight. The mattress is thick enough not to be uncomfortable. The kitchen can cook porridge and heat canned food, perfect for helping injured people recover. Let's start now and aim to finish tidying room 203 before noon, so Xiao Wang and Lao Wu can move in. Xiao Wang has a fever and needs rest, and Lao Wu's wounds need daily dressing, so it's more convenient to take care of them close by. I'll carry the mattress. I have strong muscles. Zhao Lei immediately stood up, patted his chest, and said he had just slept on the newly upgraded level 3 bed yesterday, so he was full of energy. Chen Mo, come with me. Let's go carry over the mattress and bed frame. You understand circuits, so you'll also handle installing the electrical box. Chen Mo note. Chen Mo lives in room 103, nodded, took a multimeter and screwdriver from his toolbox, and put them into his bag. I'll check the circuit in room 203. Before we installed the independent electrical box, it would sometimes trip the circuit. We need to replace the old wires first, otherwise, installing a new box won't help. The tasks were quickly assigned. Everyone was eager to work. Even the previously exhausted team members volunteered to help. Construction team, Chen Mo, Zhao Lei, Shaolin, Captain Li, and 2 uninjured team members. Chen Mo was responsible for installing the independent electrical box and checking the circuit, including replacing old wires and testing overload protection. Zhao Lei and Captain Li handled carrying the heavy components like the mattress and bed frame. Captain Li's 2 team members helped lift the foldable dining table and mini gas stove. Shaolin note. Shaolin lives in room 202, was in charge of laying non-slip mats, making sure the edges were smooth and flat to prevent injuries, while also asking about Director Zhang's whereabouts, such as how many support staff from headquarters were coming and what equipment they had. Organizing team, Lin Wanji, Su Qing, Fang Xiao. Lei Lin Wanji cleaned the mold on the wall of room 203 with disinfectant spray, focusing on the area around the medical cabinet and the head of the bed to ensure no mold remained. Su Qing organized the bedding, including putting on mattress protectors and sheets, and prepared clean towels and blankets for the injured. Fang Xiao tidied the mini kitchen, wiping the gas stove, arranging storage boxes, and cleaning the foldable dining table. She also brought a bag of rice and some canned meat from the kitchen in room 201 to store in room 203 for cooking later. Lei helped pass tools, like giving Chen Mo fuses and handing Shaolin tape for the mats. She carried a small teddy bear keychain around her neck, which she used to supervise everyone. Little Bear says the mats must be laid straight, or the brothers and sisters might trip. Little Bear also says the electrical box must be installed securely, or it could cause an electric leak. Fang Xiao brought freshly baked multigrain bread from room 201. The bread was still steaming, with a fragrant smell of wheat and butter filling the yard. She cut the bread into small pieces, placed them on paper plates, and handed them out. Eat some first to fill your stomach. Finish eating before working so you don't go hungry. Captain Li's team members took the bread, took a bite, and their eyes turned red. They hadn't had a hot meal in almost 3 days. Before, they had to chew on hard, dry compressed biscuits or just find some frozen potatoes to fill their stomachs. This bread is really good, much better than the compressed biscuits Director Zhang gave us, said a young team member softly, with a hint of sadness. Su Qing cooked a large pot of millet porridge, poured it into an enamel bowl, and handed it to Xiao Wang and Old Wu. Eat slowly, don't burn yourself. Millet porridge is good for the stomach and helps when you're sick. Xiao Wang leaned back in his chair, took small sips of the porridge, and tears ran down his cheeks. He choked out, "Thank you. Thank you. Director Zhang has never given us such good things." He hides all the supplies he steals and only gives us the worst. Old Wu also drank his porridge and started talking. Last month, Director Zhang took a batch of compressed biscuits and canned food from headquarters, hiding them in his own tent. He only gave us biscuits that were close to expiry, some of which were moldy. When we asked for better food, he hit us with an electric baton. This time, we didn't want to go with him to raid your apartment. He said he would complain to headquarters and have us interrogated there, but really, he just wants to kick us out and keep the supplies for himself. He also told headquarters that you have crystal cores and want to steal them for benefits, Captain Lee added quietly. I overheard him on the phone yesterday, saying your apartment has good facilities, plenty of supplies, and crystal core reserves. Headquarters told him to test the situation first. They will send 2 patrol cars with 3 people and rifles, much more powerful than the modified electric batons with buzz cuts. Lin Wanji felt a heavy weight in her heart. She only knew that Director Zhang had support from headquarters, but didn't expect them to send armed men with rifles. This threat was more serious than she thought. Thank you for telling us all this, she said, patting Captain Lee on the shoulder. Later, we'll tidy up room 203 and discuss how to deal with headquarters support. Rest assured, as long as you're not with Director Zhang, we won't let you be wronged. The construction team quickly carried the mattress and bed frame into room 203. The mattress was light gray, about 10 centimeters thick, soft to the touch, but very resilient. Zhao Lei and Captain Li carefully placed the mattress inside, cautious not to damage the walls. This mattress is really good, 100 times better than the old one in our tent, Captain Li said with admiration. Before, he could only sleep on the ground covered with hay, and in winter it was too cold to sleep well. Chun and Mo crouched in the corner, checking the electrical wires. The wires in room 203 were a bit old, with some insulation torn and exposing the copper inside. He took new wires and electrical tape from his toolbox, carefully replaced the old wires, and wrapped the connections with tape. We need to change the wires, or even with a separate electrical box, it could trip the circuit. It's not a big problem for the medical equipment, but electric leakage would be dangerous, Chen Mo said while working. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but he didn't stop, working quickly and skillfully. Shaolin knelt on the ground, laying down anti-slip mats. The mats were dark green with raised anti-slip patterns. He cut the mats to fit, then used tape to secure the seams, making sure they covered even under the bed and cabinets. Even if there's water on the floor, it won't be slippery. Xiao Wang and Lao Wu can walk safely, Shaolin said with a smile. When he was tidying room 202 earlier, he paid attention to these details because he knew injured people needed a safer environment. The cleaning team was busy too. Lin Wanji sprayed disinfectant carefully on the walls, especially on the spots with mold. After spraying, she wiped them clean with a cloth to make sure no mold remained. Su Qing put a light blue protective cover on the mattress, decorated with small sun patterns, making it look warm and cozy. She also took a clean quilt and pillow from room 101, laid them on the bed. The quilt was made from old clothes by Feng Xiao, not new, but very clean. Feng Xiao placed a small gas stove in the kitchen corner, connected it with a hose to a gas canister, and tested it. The blue flame was steady. She also arranged storage boxes, one for rice, one for flour, and one for canned food, with neat labels for easy use later. Lele held a cleaning brush for the blinds, helping to wipe the slats. The blinds were light gray PVC, a bit dusty when first installed. She tiptoed carefully, wiping each slat one by one. A small teddy bear sat on the nearby table, seeming to watch her work. Little bear, look how clean I'm cleaning. Soon, we can look at the snow through the blinds, and the wind won't in, Lele said happily, her voice full of childlike joy. At noon, room 203 was finally upgraded. The mattress was reinforced and covered with a light blue protective cover, looking soft and comfortable. 2 medical hooks on the headboard held clean towels and a blood pressure monitor. A small gas stove was placed in the corner of the kitchen, with the flame still burning, and steaming millet porridge was cooking in the pot. The independent electrical box was mounted on the wall at the door, with a green light indicating normal power supply. Chun Mo plugged in the blood pressure monitor, which immediately made a beeping sound, showing accurate readings. The blinds were half closed, blocking most of the outside snow light, but letting in some soft light. The room was warm and cozy, not cold at all. Xiao Wang, you stay here first. Lin Wanji handed the key to room 203 to Captain Li, along with a lanyard for easy carrying. This is the key to room 203. Keep it handy to help take care of Xiao Wang and Lao Wu. Lao Wu's leg still can't move, so he's temporarily staying in the living room of room 101. When other rooms are upgraded later, we'll move him in. I promise everyone that as soon as there are available rooms, I will notify you immediately so you all have a safe place to stay. Captain Li took the key, his hands trembling. He clenched it tightly, as if holding onto a lifeline, with tears in his eyes.
Thank you.
Thank you all. You're really good people. We'll help guard the apartment from now on. We'll take turns watching at night. If Director Zhang dares to cause trouble, we'll stand up to him. Right after lunch, a loud engine roar suddenly came from outside the yard. The sound grew closer, mixed with honking horns. Zhao Lei hurried to the gate, leaning over the fence to look out. His face darkened instantly. He shouted back, "It's Director Zhang's car. And a patrol vehicle. The crew cut guy is here too with 3 others. They're all holding modified electric batons, and it looks like they've got rifles in the truck bed." Everyone immediately tensed up. Zhao Lei gripped a metal rod at the door, his knuckles white. Chun Mo put his flashlight in his pocket and took out a sharpened short knife from his toolkit, hiding it in his sleeve. Captain Li's team members also stood up. Though some were injured, they clenched their fists, ready to confront Director Zhang. Director Zhang's car stopped outside the yard. He was wearing a gray coat, hands in his pockets, walking slowly down the steps. He was playing with a document titled Headquarters Material Control Order, wearing a smug smile on his face. The crew cut man followed behind him, holding a modified electric baton that sparkled with blue sparks. He saw Captain Li in the yard and glared fiercely. "Captain Li, how dare you hide here?" Director Zhang said, "If you don't come with us, we'll take you to the headquarters too." Director Zhang walked to the gate and kicked the fence with his foot, his voice full of threats. "Miss Lin, open the door. I am acting on orders from the headquarters. We are taking over this apartment building. From today, your apartments are under the control of the safe zone. Everyone must follow my instructions. All supplies and crystal cores must be handed over for unified distribution. Why should we? We cleaned up this apartment ourselves, and we found the supplies risking our lives. Why should we give them to you?" Lin Wanji stood at the door, coldly looking at Director Zhang. She was not afraid at all. "Your so-called headquarters control order is just an excuse for you to steal supplies and bully people. Don't think we don't know you hide the stolen supplies and only give rotten cookies to the team members. Do you dare question the orders from the headquarters?" Director Zhang's face darkened. He pushed the control order toward Lin Wanji, almost poking her in the face with the paper's corner. "Just because of this, the headquarters said all survivor strongholds must be managed by the safe zone. If you dare to disobey, you are defying the headquarters. I have the right to arrest you and send you to the headquarters for education." The crew cut man suddenly charged forward, nearly stabbing Lin Wanji in the chest with his electric baton. He said fiercely, "Stop talking nonsense. Last time at the pharmacy, you dared to fight us for medical supplies. Now you dare to argue with Director Zhang. Hand over the crystal cores and give us the apartment, or we'll smash your place and kick you all out. Try moving her and see what happens." Captain Li suddenly rushed out from the yard, standing in front of Lin Wanji. His team members gathered around him, all with angry looks in their eyes. "Director Zhang, you are withholding supplies, mistreating team members, and lying to the headquarters. Doesn't everyone know? Xiao Wang has a high fever, and you didn't even give him hot porridge. Old Wu's leg was bitten by a zombie, and you didn't even give him iodine to wipe the wound. And you still have the nerve to say you're from the headquarters control team. You're just a selfish, greedy. Yes. You hide the canned food you stole in your tent and only give us expired, compressed biscuits to eat," shouted a young team member. "Last time I went with you to steal supplies, I got bitten by a zombie on my arm. You didn't treat my wound, and you hit me with the electric baton. There is also me. My mom has a fever inside the tent, and wants some medicine to reduce it. You said, you're useless, no need to waste medicine, and then you kicked my mom out into the cold. Another team member also shouted, with tears in his voice. Director Zhang didn't expect Captain Li's team members to suddenly support Lin Wanji. His face turned bright red. He pointed at the team members and said angrily, unable to speak clearly, You dare to disobey me? Aren't you afraid of the headquarters catching you? We're not afraid. We'd rather be caught by the headquarters than stay with someone like you. Captain Li shouted. Miss Lin and the others kindly took us in, gave us hot food, and treated our injuries. But you only bully us, steal our supplies. Why should we listen to you? Suddenly, Chinemo took out a bright flashlight, pressed the switch, and the strong beam shone directly into Director Zhang's eyes. He immediately couldn't see and instinctively stepped back, cursing, What are you doing? If you don't leave now, we'll call all the survivors nearby to let everyone see how you withhold supplies, abuse team members, and steal other people's strongholds. Chinmo's voice was cold. There are many survivors in the ruins nearby. They've long been unhappy with you. If they find out you're still trying to steal our apartment, do you think you can still stand here? The crew cut, wanting to make a move, but Zhao Lei's iron rod was already pressed against his chest. The coldness of the rod went through his clothes, and he was so scared, he quickly stepped back.
You.
Don't move. We are sent by the headquarters. Even if you're sent by the headquarters, that's not okay. If you dare to step forward again, I'll tell everyone about how you stole medicine supplies last time and tried to hurt Lele. Let all the survivors see what a bully you are. Zhao Lei's voice was full of anger. He hated bullies who hurt children. Last time, the crew cut almost scraped Lele's hand, and he remembered it clearly. Director Zhang covered his eyes. Hearing Zhao Lei's words, he was afraid that the survivors in the distance would really come over. His heart suddenly panicked. He quickly shouted, Let's go. We're leaving. Wait for you. The support from the headquarters will arrive this afternoon. When that happens, see how stubborn you are? After speaking, he staggered onto the car. The crew cut, and a few others hurried to get in. When the car started, it almost hit a tree by the roadside. They drove away in a clumsy, hurried manner, kicking up snow dust behind them, which settled all over the ground. Watching Director Zhang's car drive away, everyone finally relaxed. Zhao Lei leaned the iron rod against the wall and wiped the sweat from his forehead.
That is gone at last.
Next time he comes, we'll deal with him the same way. At dinner, although the atmosphere in room 101's living room was still a bit tense, there was a warm sense of unity. Fan Xiao baked 2 trays of bread and cooked a pot of potato stew with canned meat they found earlier. The meat was scarce, but it was cooked until tender, filling the room with a delicious aroma. Zhao Lei chewed on his bread and mumbled, Today, I carried the mattress, set up the bed frame, and stopped Director Zhang from coming in. We earned 300 points. We deducted 708 points for room 102's rent, 59 points per hour for 12 hours. Originally, the balance was minus 6,548. 300 minus 708 is equal to minus 7,056. Luckily, room 203 upgraded and gave a reward of 480 points. After adding that to the points pool, I could count an extra 80 points. So, the final balance is minus 6,548. 300 to 780 is equal to minus 7,056. Sigh, rent increases make a difference. Next time, we need to find more supplies or the debt will keep growing. Chinemo sipped his potato soup, put down his bowl, and said slowly, I installed an independent electrical box and replaced old wires. I also used a flashlight to scare Director Zhang away. I earned 50 points. We deducted 588 points for room 103's rent, 49 points per hour for 12 hours. The new balance is minus 6,939.50 minus 588 is equal to minus 7,477. We are 77 points short of minus 7,400. Next time we gather supplies, we should look for more valuable items that can be exchanged for points. That way, we can get below minus 7,400. Su Qing served a bowl of potato stew to Xiao Wang and gently said, I take care of Xiao Wang and Old Wu. I also laid out a mattress and put on a protective cover. I earned 250 points. We deducted 720 points for room 101's rent, 60 points per hour for 12 hours. The balance is minus 3,800. 250 minus 720 is equal to minus 4,270. Next time, if we add 270 points, we can get below minus 4,000. Then, we'll be closer to balancing the accounts. Feng Xiao wiped the oil off his hands and smiled, saying, I organized the mini kitchen in room 203, baked 2 trays of bread and cooked potato stew. I earned 40 points, which I used to pay 492 points for the rent of room 201, 41 points per hour times 12 hours. My balance is minus 152. 40 minus 492 is equal to minus 604. Although it's still negative, room 203 is usable now, and it can be used for injured people, which is the most important thing. Next time, I will bake more bread and find some flour to exchange for points, trying to pay off the debt sooner. Shaolin held his bowl carefully and said, I laid down non-slip mats, helped move things, and asked Captain Li's team about Director Zhang. I earned 80 points, which I used to pay 588 points for room 202 rent, 49 points per hour times 12 hours. My balance is minus 6,219. 80 minus 588 is equal to minus 6,727. Next time, I will carry heavier things like mattresses and bed frames to earn more points and pay off the debt faster. Old Joe sat in the corner, slowly drinking porridge, and said, I helped pack supplies, watched the door, and helped carry the folding table. I earned 15 points, which I used to pay 612 points for room 104 rent, 51 points per hour times 12 hours. My balance is minus 5,691. 15 minus 612 is equal to minus 6,288. No rush. As long as everyone stays safe, a few extra days of work won't matter. Lele sat in Su Qing's arms, with a potato in her mouth, swinging her legs, and said, I helped hand out fuses, wiped the blinds, and shared strawberry candies with the older brothers and sisters. I earned 40 points, so now I have 3,467. 40 is equal to 3,507 points. I can buy a new dress and a mini mattress for Little Bear. Little Bear said thank you, and said it will help watch the room so bad people can't come in. After dinner, Lin Wanji stood by the window of room 203, watching Xiao Wang sitting on the bed, reading a book. The book was found during the supply search. It's a bit old but perfect for passing the time. Through the slats of the blinds, she could see the snow still falling outside. The distant streetlights were shining, reflecting on the snow-covered ground, casting a faint glow. Suddenly, Cao Tao's voice echoed in Lin Wanji's mind, sounding a bit urgent. Host, I detected Director Zhang's car parked 3 kilometers north in the ruins. He is talking to headquarters, saying, Sunshine Apartment residents are united and have prepared defenses, requesting additional support. Headquarters replied, at 4 p.m., send 3 patrol cars with 5 people armed with rifles and stun guns to assist in requisitioning the apartment. Please prepare quickly. Got it. Thank you, Cao Tao. Lin Wanji responded silently. She turned to go outside and bumped into Captain Li. Captain Li was holding a sharpened iron rod wrapped with non-slip tape. Seeing Lin Wanji, he quickly said, Miss Lin, I just discussed with the team. Tonight, we will take turns on guard, 2 people per shift, watching the north. If Director Zhang's support arrives, we will notify you immediately. Although some of us are injured, we can help carry things and pass tools. We won't let you face danger alone. Lin Wanji nodded firmly, her eyes showing determination. Good. Let's support each other. During the night shift, wear more clothes so you don't get cold. Su Qing made tea. You can drink some while on guard to keep warm. As night deepened, the light in room 203 was still on. Xiao Wang was already asleep, breathing steady, and his fever had gone down significantly. The bell in the yard gently swung in the wind, making a ding-ding sound as if reminding everyone to stay alert. Captain Lee and his team took turns guarding the gate, holding iron rods with firm gazes. The people in this small building, with the upgraded room 203, warm meals, polished iron rods, and mutual trust, quietly gathered their confidence to face danger. Although Director Zhang's support was still on the way and threats loomed, they knew that as long as they stayed united, no difficulty was insurmountable. In this end-of-days world, companionship and trust were the strongest powers. Morning snowflakes tapped softly on the glass of Building A, making a sasa sound, like someone flipping through a book outside the window. Lin Wanji had just checked Xiao Wang's temperature in room 203. An electronic thermometer showed 37.2 degrees Celsius, and his fever had mostly subsided. She had just put the thermometer into the medical kit when her pocket's exchange device suddenly vibrated, making her palm tingle. Tao Tao's virtual projection floated out of the screen, a faint blue glow flickering in the morning light. Her expression was more tense than usual, and even the data streams nearby trembled slightly. Host, all side quests are now complete. The next tasks can only be unlocked after upgrading the apartment to level 3. Here's the current progress. Room 77 unlocked. Already achieved. Room decoration 30% per 46%. Still needs 16%. And the restaurant's basic decor 60%/100%. Still quite a bit to go. We need to finish upgrading the restaurant and incomplete rooms first. Otherwise, when Director Zhang's support arrives, we won't even have a decent defensive point. Lin Wanji held the exchange device tightly and quickly walked to the first-floor restaurant. It looked the same as before, an old, chipped wooden table against the wall, supported by bricks to keep it from wobbling. Fan Zhao's toaster could only be placed on the floor, so she had to squat for a long time every time she used it. The stove was squeezed into the corner, and porridge and canned food had to be heated in turns. Last night, Zhao Lei stayed up all night, and the porridge had gone cold, so they just ate cold bread. Upgrade the restaurant first. She tapped the screen of the exchange device with her fingertip. 2 silver-white task boxes immediately popped up. The number in the top right corner, points pool, 27,764, fluctuated as she made her choices, first dropping to 26,935, then to 26,628, losing over 1,000 points in an instant. Side Quest 1. Upgrade restaurant serving efficiency task requirements. Install 1 double-hole insulation station for hot dishes, temperature adjustable from 60 degrees Celsius to 80 degrees Celsius. Install 1 quick heating stove. Uses energy-saving chip. Reduces porridge cooking time to 20 minutes. Add 2 dish racks. Layered design. Upper for bowls and plates, lower for chopsticks and spoons. Task cost 829 points, deducted directly from the points pool, prioritizing hot meals for night shift staff. Upgrade. Benefits. Serving speed increases by 50%. Hot food stays warm for up to 4 hours, preventing it from cooling and causing stomach discomfort during night shifts. Side Quest 2. Expand restaurant space task requirements. Remove the lightweight partition wall of the adjacent storage room, expanding usable area by 8. Add 1 foldable solid wood dining table, unfolded length 1.8 meters, seats 12 people. Install 3 wall-mounted storage racks, made of moisture-resistant wood. Each shelf supports 50 kilograms. For dry goods and canned food, task cost 307 points, deducted from the points pool, to meet future dining needs of Captain Lee's team after moving in. Upgrade benefits. Increase seating capacity from 8 to 12 people. Double storage space. Preventing materials from piling on the ground and getting damp. Confirm upgrade. As Lin Wanji finished speaking, a faint, buzzing sound suddenly came from the restaurant. An empty corner slowly revealed the outline of metal components. The double-hole insulation station gleamed with a silver shine, with temperature control knobs on both sides. The quick heating stove was smaller than the old one but more refined, with a warm yellow indicator light. The 2 dish racks leaned against the wall, with small labels reading bowl and plate area and utensil area on the layered shelves. The foldable dining table slowly unfolded from the storage room, with clear wood grain visible and the legs firmly on the ground without a wobble. Feng Xiao note. Fang Xiao lives in room 201, was kneading dough and walking over from room 201, still covered in flour. Seeing the changes in the restaurant, her eyes lit up instantly, and she forgot about the dough in her hands. Wow. This insulation station is so useful. After baking bread, I can just put it on top, no more worries about it cooling down. Last time, I left bread for Zhao Lei during the night shift, and when he came back, it was so hard you could walnuts with it. She quickly walked to the hot stove and touched the surface. This stove looks easy to use. In the future, I won't have to wait half an hour to cook millet porridge. Before Lele goes to school, note, temporary post-apocalyptic teaching. She can enjoy hot porridge. Peach's virtual projection flickered again, this time with a cheerful tone. The basic decoration of the dining room is 100% complete. Current apartment upgrade progress. Unlocked all 7 rooms. Room decoration 30% per 46%. Dining room 100% per 100%. Next, I suggest upgrading the walls of rooms 104 and 204 first, as their wallpaper is almost peeling off. Finishing this will boost the renovation progress a lot. The rest of the decorations depend on gathering supplies. Lin Wanji called everyone to gather in the dining room. The newly set table could seat everyone. She pointed to the paper and pen on the table and quickly assigned tasks. Supply team, Zhao Lei, Chenemo, Shaolin, Captain Li, and 2 uninjured team members. Zhao Lei, who lives in room 102, carries 2 empty burlap sacks, mainly looking for waterproof wallpaper, preferably light-colored, dirt-resistant, and bright. Chenemo, who lives in room 103, brings a multimeter and screwdriver, looking for usable electrical parts, like bulbs and wires, as the light in room 104 still flickers due to poor contact. Shaolin, who lives in room 202, carries a toolbox, searching for carpentry supplies, hinges, screws, as the cabinet door in room 204 is missing. Captain Li leads the team to scout, avoiding Director Zhang's patrol area, and also looks for latex paint to patch wall gaps. Stay behind team, Lin Wanji, Su Qing, Fang Xiao, Lele, Xiao Wang. Old Wu Lin Wanji stays to upgrade the storage shelves in apartment 104, using thicker wood planks to increase weight capacity. Su Qing, who shares room 101 with Lele, organizes the newly arrived supplies in the dining room, categorizing dried goods into wall-mounted racks. Fang Xiao uses the new stove to bake bread and cook a pot of hot porridge, keeping it for the supply team to eat when they return. Lele helps by passing screws and tools, with a small bear doll hanging from her pocket holding miniature dishes, occasionally pretending to help. Xiao Wang and Old Wu are still recovering, responsible for guarding the door, ringing a bell if anything happens. Before leaving, Su Qing took out the freshly heated multi-grain bread from the warming table in the dining room and packed it into each person's backpack. Director Zhang didn't get a good deal yesterday, so he's probably bringing more people today. If you encounter them, don't fight. Just retreat to the apartment. Our fence has been reinforced, and we have a strong flashlight, so we can hold out until we get support. Lele ran up to Captain Li and took out a strawberry candy from his pocket. The wrapper shimmered pink in the morning light. Uncle Li, this is for you. Eat it, and you'll have strength. Little Bear said you need to protect yourself and not let bad people bully you. Captain Li took the candy carefully and put it into his pocket close to his body. He patted Lele's head and said, "Thank you, Lele. Uncle Li will take good care of himself and bring you small gifts when I return." The supplies team had just reached the ruins in the west when Captain Li suddenly stopped and grabbed Zhao Lei, who was walking at the front. "Don't go forward. I hear patrol cars coming." Everyone quickly hid inside a half-collapsed house nearby. Through the cracks in the wall, they looked outside. 3 blue patrol cars were slowly driving along the small road. The white words, "Safety Zone Headquarters," were very noticeable on the cars. 2 rifles were mounted in the back of each car, with their dark barrels pointing at the ground. A crew-cut man sat in the front passenger seat of the first car, holding a telescope and cursing towards the Sunshine Apartments. He threw a cigarette onto the snow, leaving a small black mark. They actually brought rifles. Zhao Lei clenched his fist around a metal stick, his knuckles turning white from the grip. "We need to find supplies quickly and reinforce the fence early. If they really start shooting, our fence won't hold." Chenemo took a bright flashlight from his backpack and checked the battery. "Don't worry. Our flashlight can blind them, so they can't see. If things get bad, we should run to where there are more zombies. They definitely won't dare to chase us. After the patrol cars drove away, everyone came out of the house and hurried to find supplies in the ruins. Zhao Lei found 5 rolls of waterproof wallpaper in an abandoned building materials store. They were light gray and felt thick and sturdy. He carried them on his shoulder, the sack's rope hurting his shoulder, but he didn't slow down. This wallpaper is good quality. If we put it on walls 104 and 204, it will be very dirt resistant. Chinemo took apart some usable electrical parts in an appliance repair shop. He found new light bulbs and a roll of insulated wire. Carefully, he put them into his toolbox. These parts are enough to fix the light in 104 and to install a small lamp on the storage rack in the restaurant. It'll be easier to find things at night. Xiaolin found 3 sets of woodworking supplies in a hardware store. The hinges and screws were wrapped in oiled paper and didn't rust. He happily held them up for everyone to see. Finally, the cabinet door in 204 can be installed. We can store more supplies now. Captain Li's 2 team members found a half bucket of white latex paint in a warehouse at a supermarket. Although the lid was a bit loose, the paint was not much affected by moisture. They ran over holding the paint bucket and said, "Miss Lin will definitely need this. It's perfect for patching the wall." On their way back, a loud gunshot suddenly rang out in the distance, making the air tremble. Snowflakes fell from the branches. "They are testing guns." Chenmo's face changed. "We need to go back quickly. They might start attacking." Everyone quickened their pace. Zhao Lei carried wallpaper in front, sweat soaking his collar, but he didn't dare stop for a second. When they reached the gate of Sunshine Apartment, everyone froze. 3 patrol cars from Director Zhang blocked the gate outside the fence. He was wearing a black coat, not the gray one from before, clearly issued by headquarters, playing with a rifle, his finger lightly touching the trigger. 3 support personnel from headquarters stood behind him, holding stun batons, the crackling sound of electricity, very loud in the snow. "Miss Lin, stop hiding and open the door." Director Zhang's voice came through the fence, with a smug smile. "Support from headquarters has arrived. If you resist again, I will order to open fire. Your fence is strong, but it can't stop bullets, right?" Lin Wanji stood behind the door, telling Zhao Lei to hide the wallpaper and parts in the dining room's wall shelf. She then signaled Chen Mo immediately aimed his flashlight at Director Zhang's face. "Director Zhang, don't think having a rifle makes you powerful. Our people have weapons too. If we really fight, none of us will be safe." Director Zhang was blinded by the bright light and cursed, "Annoying." Just as he was about to order his men to drive into the fence, Tao Tao's voice suddenly rang in Lin Wanji's mind, urgent and hurried. "Host! Emergency! A zombie horde has been detected to the east, about 20 zombies, moving quickly towards Sunshine Apartment. They could arrive in 10 minutes. Lin Wanji immediately shouted outside the fence, "Director Zhang, you'd better leave now. Zombies are coming from the east. If you don't go, you and your people will be surrounded." Director Zhang was stunned for a moment. He quickly ordered his men to take out binoculars and look east. In the snow, a dark shape was slowly moving, and faint growling sounds could be heard. It was the zombies howling. His face suddenly changed, and he quickly jumped into the car. "Retreat! Hurry up and retreat. We'll deal with them tomorrow." When the patrol car started, it almost hit a tree by the roadside. It awkwardly drove westward, kicking up a layer of snow dust that settled on the fence, forming a thin layer. At dinner, the new foldable dining table in the restaurant was full of people. The hot pot station had potato stew and freshly baked multigrain bread, steaming and fogging up the windows. Feng Xiao served everyone a bowl of hot porridge made with a new quick-heating stove. The rice was soft and had red dates added, making it sweet and tasty. Zhao Lei chewed his bread and mumbled, "Today, I found wallpaper and carried supplies, earning 320 points. I deducted 708 points for the rent of room 102, 49 points/hour times 12 hours. The balance is minus 7,056. 320 minus 708 is equal to minus 7,444. The points for upgrading the restaurant are taken from the points pool, not from our personal points. Next time, I should find more valuable items to exchange for points, like metal parts, so I can earn points faster. Chinemo drank his hot porridge and said, disassembled circuit parts and explored the area, earning 40 points. I deducted 588 points for the rent of room 103, 49 points/hour times 12 hours. The balance is minus 7,477.40 minus 588 is equal to minus 7,925. But today, I found enough parts to fix the light in room 104. After upgrading tomorrow, the progress on renovations will definitely improve. Su Qing served a spoonful of potato stew to Lele and gently said, organize the supplies in the restaurant to prepare meals for everyone, earning 230 points. I deducted 720 points for the rent of room 101, 60 points/hour times 12 hours. The balance is minus 4,270. 230 minus 720 is equal to minus 4,760. Xiao Wang's fever has gone down. Lao Wu's wound is healing, and our medical station is becoming more useful. Feng Xiao wiped his hands and smiled. Using the new stove to bake bread and cook porridge earned me 45 points. I deducted 492 points for the rent of room 201, 41 points/hour times 12 hours. The balance is minus 604.45 minus 492 is equal to minus 1,051. The new stove is really good. It makes porridge in half the time, so everyone won't have to wait for hot food anymore. Kobayashi held his bowl and said seriously, I found some woodworking parts and added latex paint, earning 80 points. I deducted 588 points for the rent of room 202, 49 points per hour times 12 hours, leaving a balance of minus 6,727.80 minus 588 is equal to minus 7,235. Tomorrow I will put up wallpaper. I've done it before, so I'm sure I can make it smooth and neat. Old Joe sipped his porridge slowly and said, we added 15 points for door repairs and organizing supplies. We deducted 612 points for the rent of room 104, 51 points per hour times 12 hours, leaving a balance of minus 6,288. 15 minus 612 is equal to minus 6,885. Take it easy, no rush. As long as we stay united, we can pay off the debt eventually. Lele swung his little legs with red dates in his mouth and mumbled, gave screws and candies to Uncle Lee, earning 40 points. Now I have 3,547 points in total. I can buy new dishes and a new dress for Little Bear. Little Bear said thank you for taking care of him. After dinner, Lin Wanji took Zhao Lei, Chinemo, and Captain Li to check the apartment's defenses. Zhao Lei leaned the wallpaper he found against the wall, ready to put it up tomorrow morning. Chen Mo installed a few new light bulbs on the fence, so it would shine farther at night. Captain Li and his team dug some shallow pits in the yard, buried sharp wooden sticks inside to defend against zombies. Tao Tao's virtual projection suddenly flickered, and her tone became more serious. Host, I just detected that the zombie group in the east has changed their route. They are now heading straight towards Sunshine Apartment. Based on their speed, they should arrive near the apartment around 3 a.m. tomorrow. Also, there is a mutated zombie in the group, moving twice as fast as normal zombies and able to break through light barriers. Lin Wanji felt worried and quickly told Zhao Lei to sharpen all the iron rods. Chen Mo charged all the flashlights. Looks like we'll have to face the zombie group head-on tomorrow at dawn. We should let everyone rest early and get enough sleep. Captain Li patted Lin Wanji on the shoulder. Don't worry, our team will help. We'll guard the apartment together and definitely keep the zombies outside. As night deepened, the apartment lights flickered on one by one. The warm yellow glow from the dinner table still shone, with hot bread ready for the night watch. The new light bulbs in the yard flashed white, illuminating the snow like daytime. On the snow outside the fence, footprints of a few zombies are slowly stretching toward the apartment, getting closer. A new conflict is quietly brewing in the night. The residents of Sunshine Apartments are holding their tools, waiting for the fight before dawn. At 2 a.m., the snow is still falling. Wind carrying tiny snowflakes hits the fence of Building A with a low, woo sound, sounding like distant zombie howls. Zhao Lei note. Zhao Lei lives in room 102, rubs his sleepy eyes and walks toward the makeshift toilet in the corner of the yard. As he pushes the door open, he frowns. The cement edge of the squat toilet is frozen and cracked. Sewage seeps through the cracks into the snow, forming a thin layer of ice. A small slip could happen at any moment. This broken toilet needs fixing quickly, he stomps his numb feet. Last night, he visited the toilet 3 times during his night watch, almost falling on the ice twice. If only I could install a non-slip ceramic squat toilet and a water storage tank, I wouldn't have to fetch water outside every day. Lin Wanji, who just checked Xiao Wang's wound in room 203, hears Zhao Lei's complaint. She takes out her exchange device and walks to the side of room 102's toilet. When her fingertips touch the icy wall, a light blue task window immediately pops up. The number, points pool, 26,628, glows coldly in the winter night. Side mission, upgrade the squat toilet in room 102 to level 1. Mission requirements. 1. Replace core components, ceramic non-slip squat toilet ×1, with anti-clog pipe. 2. Add supporting facilities, manual water storage tank ×1, with pressurized flush valve, non-slip mat ×1, suitable for winter icy conditions. 3. Safety improvements, wall covered with waterproof tiles to prevent sewage seepage. Install a simple lock to ensure privacy. Mission cost, 80 points. Deducted from the points pool, matching Zhao Lei's frequent night watch winter use needs, improving living convenience. Subsequent changes. The rent for room 102 increases from 59 points/hour to 67 points/hour, adding non-slip water storage. Functions, suitable for winter scenarios, meeting apartment level 10 operation standards. Mission. Description. Level 1 squat toilet solves issues of freezing and slipping, difficult flushing, sewage seepage, preventing delays during night watch due to toilet problems, and laying a foundation for long-term winter residence. Can be upgraded. Installing a ceramic squat toilet with a water tank. As Lin Wanji finished speaking, Zhao Lei instantly woke up and leaned closer, staring at the screen. Non-slip mats? And waterproof tiles. He rubbed his hands together. Hurry up and install them. Next time we stay on watch, we won't be afraid of falling. When Lin Wanji clicked confirm upgrade, the points in the pool jumped to 26,548. Immediately, a soft click came from the bathroom. The cracked cement squat toilet was slowly replaced with a beige ceramic one, with anti-slip patterns on the edges. A half-height water storage barrel appeared in the corner, marked freezing resistant. The floor was covered with a dark gray anti-slip mat, soft and non-slippery underfoot. Zhao Lei pressed the flush valve. Clear water flowed smoothly through the pipe, with no clogging. Great. This is 100 times better than the temporary toilet. At that moment, Peach's voice suddenly exploded in Lin Wanji's mind. Urgent and unprecedented. Host. Emergency alert. A zombie horde is only 800 meters from the apartment. There are 23 zombies, including one mutated zombie, Speedy, able to break through light barriers. They're expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Everyone be alert. Lin Wanji grabbed the iron rod by the door, her shout already echoing from the east, like countless beasts roaring. Zhao Lei quickly grabbed a shiny iron rod and ran toward the fence. Captain Li, lead the team to guard the east. Chunamo, you and I will block the north. Captain Li and his team were already behind the fence, armed with iron rods. Xiao Wang, wrapped in a thick coat, held a bright flashlight. Miss Lin, I can help dazzle the zombies' eyes. Su Qing note. Su Qing lives in room 101 with Lele, hugged Lele, and placed the medical kit in the middle of the yard. I'll treat the wounds here. Everyone be careful. Feng Xiao note. Feng Xiao lives in room 201 and Old Zhou note. Old Zhou lives in room 104. Brought wooden planks and stuffed them into the gaps in the fence. Reinforce the fence. Don't let the zombies get in. Lele was protected in Su Qing's arms but held up a teddy bear doll, shouting at the zombies outside the fence. Little Bear says, "You can't come over. We have iron rods. In less than 3 minutes, dark shadows appeared in the snow. 22 ordinary zombies staggered forward, their rotting arms swinging wildly, black blood dripping from their mouths. The frontmost mutated zombie was especially eye-catching. It was half a head taller than the others, running on all fours at a lightning-fast speed, claws carving deep marks into the snow, making strange, sounds in its throat. Zhao Lei clenched his iron rod, his knuckles turning white. Chen Mo used the bright flashlight to flash the mutant zombie's eyes. Shaolin, help pass the tools. Shaolin note. Shaolin lives in room 202, crouched behind the fence, holding a spare iron rod. Don't worry, Brother Lei. I'm watching. The first wave of attack came suddenly. Ordinary zombies crashed into the fence. The loud bang made the fence shake, and the wooden boards creaked loudly. Zhao Lei swung his iron rod and struck the head of the closest zombie. With a loud bang, black blood splattered on the snow, and the zombie collapsed straight down. Don't retreat. Hold the fence. Captain Li and the team members were busy too. Xiao Zhang waved his machete, chopping off a zombie's arm. Brother Zhao, there's more on the left. Captain Li kept an eye on the mutant zombie in the distance. It was running around the fence, trying to find a way through. Miss Lin, the mutant zombie is trying to go around to the west. Lin Wanji immediately ran westward. Chen Mo note. Chen Mo lives in room 103, held the bright flashlight behind her. Stay calm. I'll shine its eyes. Sure enough, the mutant zombie lunged toward the west fence. It suddenly jumped, claws reaching for the top wooden boards. Now's the time. Chen Mo pressed the flashlight switch, and the beam shone directly into the zombie's eyes. It let out a piercing scream and fell heavily into the snow. Lin Wanji took the chance to swing her iron rod and hit its back. With a cracking sound, the bones broke clearly. Good job, Zhao Lei shouted from the east, knocking down another zombie. Everyone, keep it up. Don't let them get close. But there were too many zombies. The fence on the east side was pushed open a gap. A zombie's arm reached inside, almost grabbing Xiao Zheng's leg. Watch out. Captain Li swung his iron rod, breaking the zombie's arm. Black blood splattered all over him. Quick, put the boards in. Feng Xiao and old Zhou hurried over with wooden boards, stuffing them into the gap.
Tighten it.
Don't let them squeeze through. Su Qing also came to help, holding a pair of scissors. She cut off the zombie's fingers that reached inside. Anyone who tries to hurt us, no way. Although Lele was scared, she still held up her teddy bear and shouted, Teddy bear will help you. Bad zombies, go away. The mutated zombie slowly regained strength and lunged at the fence again. This time, it directly crashed into the gap it had just broken open. The wooden plank snapped with a loud, and half of its body pushed through. Its claws reached for Xiao Lin's shoulder. Be careful. Zhao Lei saw this and immediately dropped the zombie he was holding and ran westward. Chen Mo, shine the flashlight at it. Chen Mo pressed the flashlight button again, and the bright light made the mutated zombie hesitate for a moment. Shaolin took the chance to step back, but accidentally tripped and fell to the ground, dropping his iron rod. The zombie's claws reached toward Shaolin's chest. Just in time, Captain Li rushed over and blocked Shaolin with his body. The claws deeply scratched into Captain Li's arm, and blood quickly seeped out. Captain Li. Lin Wanji swung her iron rod and struck the zombie's head hard. Black blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and the zombie finally stopped moving. Captain Li covered his bleeding arm but still smiled and said, It's okay. Just a small wound. Don't let it hurt, Shaolin. Su Qing hurried over, pulling out gauze and iodine. Sit down quickly. I'll bandage you. She quickly cleaned the wound. When iodine touched the injury, Captain Li shivered from the pain, but didn't make a sound. Everyone, don't worry about me.
Keep guarding.
Inspired by Captain Li, everyone's morale boosted. Zhao Lei knocked down the fifth zombie, his arm already sore and unable to lift, but he kept fighting. Chen Mo's flashlight was almost out of power, so he replaced the batteries and continued shining it into the zombie's eyes. After Xiao Zhang cut down a zombie, his blade dulled, so he picked up a nearby iron rod to keep fighting. Xiao Wang wasn't idle either. He held a spare flashlight to help illuminate the area. Brother Lei. 2 more on the right. The battle lasted nearly an hour. When the last zombie fell in the snow, everyone sank to the ground, gasping for breath. The snow was covered with black blood and zombie corpses. The fence was crooked and broken. Their clothes were stained with blood or snow, and their faces showed exhaustion but also relief, as if they had survived a disaster. Finally, it's over. Zhao Lei leaned against the fence, his iron rod slipping from his hand. He had a shallow scratch on his arm from when the zombie brushed against him. Chun Mo sat beside him, the flashlight on his lap, the screen already dark. Thank goodness. The mutated zombie is gone. Or it would have been a big problem. Su Qing bandaged Captain Li's wound and treated Zhao Lei and Xiao Zheng's minor injuries. Everyone stay still. I'll make some tea to warm up. Feng Xiao also stood up, brushed off the snow from his clothes, and said, I'll toast some bread. Everyone must be hungry. Lin Wanji looked at the ground full of zombie bodies and suddenly remembered the crystal cores. Each zombie's brain contains a crystal core that can be exchanged for points. Let's rest for a while, then collect the crystal cores together. She pointed at the zombies' bodies. Each zombie has a crystal core. Normal zombies' cores can be exchanged for 10 points, mutated zombies' cores for 50 points. We can use these to pay off our debt. Everyone perked up at this news. After resting for about 10 minutes, they started collecting the crystal cores. Zhao Lei and Captain Li pried open the heads of normal zombies. Chen Mo and Shaolin took out the cores. Su Qing and Feng Xiao sorted and bagged them, and Lei helped by handing tissues to wipe off the black blood from the cores. 22 normal zombies, 22 crystal cores. Zhao Lei counted the cores in his hand and put them into a bag. 1 mutated zombie, 1 core, total of 23 cores. Lin Wanji took out the exchange device, scanned the cores one by one, and exchanged them. The points in the pool kept updating. 22 normal cores exchanged for 220 points, 1 mutated core for 50 points, totaling 270 points. The points pool jumped from 26,548 to 26,818. Points received. Now, let's calculate each person's remaining points. At dinner, tea and freshly baked bread were placed on the warming table in the dining room. Everyone sat around a foldable table, eating and counting their points. Zhao Lei bit into his bread and mumbled. This time, upgrading the toilet cost 80 points, rent increased. 12 hours rent 67 times 12 is equal to 804. Fighting as the main force and collecting crystal cores earned us 350 points. Our previous balance was minus 7,444. Now, minus 7,444 350 minus 804 is equal to minus 7,898. We're still in the negative, but the points from the crystal cores are enough to cover next time's supplies. Chun Mo sipped his tea and put down his bowl. I helped distract the zombies and collect cores, earning 45 points. The rent for 12 hours is 588, 49 by 12. Our previous balance was minus 7,925. Now, minus 7,925 45 minus 588 is equal to minus 8,468. Next time, I'll find some circuit parts, and the points will recover faster. Captain Li, with bandages on his arm, smiled and said, I helped guard the fence and stop the mutated zombies, earning 300 points. Lin Wanji intentionally counted extra as a combat achievement. I don't have rent right now, so I'll keep it in the points pool. When I move in later, I'll pay it then. Su Qing poured tea into a bowl for Lei. I treated the wounds, sorted the crystal cores, and earned 240 points. Rent for room 101 is 720 points, 60 by 12. My previous balance was minus 4,760. Now it's minus 4,760. 240 minus 720 is equal to minus 5,240. Next time, I'll organize more supplies to earn more points. Feng Xiao wiped his hands and said, I reinforced the fence and baked bread, earning 50 points. Rent for room 201 is 492 points, 41 by 12. My previous balance was minus 1,051. Now it's minus 1,051. 50 minus 492 is equal to minus 1,493. The new stove works well. Next time, I'll bake more bread to earn points. Shaolin held his bowl, feeling a bit shy. I handed tools and collected crystal cores, earning 85 points. Rent for room 202 is 588 points, 49 by 12. My previous balance was minus 7,235. Now it's minus 7,235. 85 minus 588 is equal to minus 7,738. Next time, I'll carry heavier things like moving wooden boards to earn more points. Old Joe slowly said. I reinforce the fence and check supplies, earning 20 points. Rent for room 104 is 612 points, 51 by 12. My previous balance was minus 6,885. Now it's minus 6,885. 20 minus 612 is equal to minus 7,477. Take it slow, safety first. Lele swung his legs, biting on a piece of bread. I helped pass tissues and cheered everyone on, earning 45 points. Now I have 3,547. 45 is equal to 3,592 points. I can buy a new dress for Little Bear and a mini squat toilet model. After dinner, Lin Wanji stood in the yard, watching the apartment upgrade progress projected by Tao Tao. Room 7 of 7 unlocked. Room decoration 31%/46%. Dining room 100%/100%. Just 15% more decoration to upgrade the apartment. She turned to everyone and said, next time, let's focus on wallpaper and carpentry parts. Finish the walls of rooms 104 and 204 and aim to upgrade to level 3 as soon as possible. Zhao Lei clenched his fist. No problem. Next time, I'll carry the biggest sack when gathering supplies. Chinamo nodded. I'll dismantle more circuit parts and install new lights in the rooms. As night deepened, the apartment lights flickered on one by one. The new squat toilet in room 102 glowed with a warm light. The zombie bodies in the yard had been cleaned up, leaving only a faint smell of blood. Although the renovation was still 15% incomplete and the debts had not yet been paid, this battle made everyone more united. In this end-of-the-world scenario, as long as they stood together, there was no obstacle they couldn't overcome, no apartment that couldn't be upgraded, and no debt they couldn't pay off. In the distance, threats from Director Zhang still lingered, but the Sunshine apartment was no longer just a passive outpost. It had become a fortress of hope built with courage and passion. As the morning sun just crested the roof of Building A, it cast a soft golden light over the snow-covered yard. Zhao Lei note. Zhao Lei lives in room 102, carried an old broom and carefully swept the dark brown stains on the snow. These stains were the remains of zombie fluids splashed during last night's fight, frozen stiff in the snow. The broom's tip made a squeaking sound as it scraped across the icy surface. His left arm was wrapped in a bandage, recently changed by Su Qing that morning. It was wrapped tightly with his coat, but he could still feel a dull pain. When he moved, the bandage slipped slightly, tightening around his elbow. This zombie goo is frozen like stone, so sweeping is really tough, Zhao Lei said, stopping to exhale warm breath onto his hands. His fingertips were starting to itch from frostbite. He looked down at a deep groove in the snow, made by the claws of the mutated zombie last night when it lunged at him. Several black fragments of broken nails were embedded in the groove. When I was fighting that thing last night, I thought my arm was going to be torn off, he said, touching his bandage. He remembered Chen Mo shining a bright flashlight into the zombie's eyes, giving him the chance to hit it with an iron rod. The zombie's fluids splattered all over his face. Thinking back now, he still felt the sticky mess on his skin. He swept again and found a broken iron rod, accidentally snapped by Captain Li's team the night before. The rod still had some flesh and blood on it. Zhao Lei bent down and picked it up, stuffing it into a nearby sack. The rod was still usable. He planned to have Chen Mo sharpen it later, so it could serve as a weapon. Finally cleared out all the zombies. Now the yard needs a good tidy up. or I'll feel all clenched up inside just looking at it, he said, glancing up at the window of room 203. Xiaowang should have already woken up. After his fever subsided last night, he had slept deeply and hadn't coughed again. Chun Mo note. Chun Mo lives in room 103, crouched beside the toolbox in the corner of the yard, wiping a screwdriver stained with corrosive liquid with a cloth. When his fingertips touched the cold metal, he couldn't help but frown. Last night, to avoid a mutant zombie attack, he stepped back without paying attention and stepped into a puddle next to the squat toilet in room 103. His pant leg was soaked, now sticking to his leg and feeling as cold as ice. Hiss! He took a deep breath, rolled up his pant leg, revealing a light red mark on his ankle. It was caused by broken glass in the tile grout when he stepped into the water yesterday. Although it didn't bleed, it was freezing and painful. This squat toilet also needs fixing. Chun Mo stood up, brushed off the dust from his hands, and glanced toward the bathroom of room 103. The squat toilet was still the makeshift one he used when he first moved in. The ceramic surface had several cracks, and water would seep out each time he flushed, forming a small puddle on the floor. The water barrier was only half intact, and last time he was fixing the wiring there, he accidentally knocked over his toolbox. The screws fell into the water and rusted when he fished them out. The most troublesome part was the flush valve. The handle was loose and wobbly, requiring 3 presses to flush properly. It wasted water, and sometimes, when he was in a hurry to leave, he had to struggle with this broken valve. Last time, because of that puddle, I slipped and almost fell, and my toolbox spilled open. The probe of my multimeter bent. Chun Mo rubbed his ankle, recalling how clumsy he was that day, and he smiled helplessly. The fight just ended, and everyone was resting. If the squat toilet broke again, it wouldn't just affect daily life, but could also delay their defense preparations. If they encountered another zombie attack, they couldn't afford to slip on the water and waste time grabbing their weapons. Lin Wanji had just thrown the used bandages into the medical waste bag after helping Su Qing change them when she heard Chun Mo's complaints. She wiped her hands with iodine disinfectant, walked to the door of room 103's bathroom, and pushed open the half-open door, and faint musty smell mixed with dampness hit her face. The ceramic tiles of the squat toilet were indeed cracked, with some gray debris in the cracks. The water barrier was missing a corner, as if it had been hit by something. The puddle on the floor hadn't dried yet, reflecting the hole in the ceiling, making the room look especially dim. The handle of the flush valve was crooked, as if it might fall off at any moment. It really needs an upgrade. Lin Wanji took out a silver exchange device. As her fingertips touched the cool ceramic tiles, a blue task window popped up. The screen clearly showed points pool, 27,764, reflecting Chun Mo's slightly dusty face. Side quest, room 103 toilet upgrade to level 2. Task requirements. 1. Core components, ceramic squat toilet with water barrier ×1, press-type water-saving flush valve ×1, anti-slip floor tiles ×6. 2. Supporting design, install wall-mounted shelf for toiletries ×1, apply waterproof tiles ×10 to cover wall cracks, add manual water pump for water emergencies. 3. Safety improvements, smooth and rounded edges on the toilet to prevent bumps, the floor to prevent water pooling, secure shelves to the wall to prevent falling. Rewards, 1 300 points, awarded once to the points pool to help cover upgrade costs. 2. Upgrade pack ×1, toilet brush ×1, anti-slip mat ×1, waterproof storage boxes ×2 to improve convenience. 3. Emergency supplies ×1, bottled purified water ×5 for water storage in the bathroom. Cost, 980 points, deducted from the points pool, for detailed use and emergency needs, improving comfort and safety. Future changes. The rent for room 103 increases from 49 points/hour to 61 points/hour, adding water-saving anti-slip emergency features, matching Chun Mo's needs for frequent use and tool storage, meeting level 10 apartment standards. Task explanation. Upgrading will solve issues like water pooling, difficult flushing, and cluttered storage, preventing bathroom problems from affecting rest after battles and preparing emergency water supplies for future threats from Director Zhang. Room 103's squat toilet can be upgraded to level 2. It even has a water barrier and a water pump. Lin Wanji's voice carried a hint of surprise. Chun Mo heard water barrier and water pump, and his eyes lit up instantly. He hated water pooling the most. Last time, he slipped on pooled water and was laughed at by Zhao Lei for days. The water pump is even more useful. In the apocalypse, water outages are common. With a pump, he wouldn't have to worry about flushing when the water stops. Chun Mo quickly approached the exchange device, pointing at the non-slip tile diagram on the screen. This non-slip tile looks reliable. We won't have to step in puddles anymore, and placing tools nearby won't be a problem if they get damp. Last time, my screwdriver got rusty and stuck because I left it on the ground, almost delaying the fence repair. Confirm the upgrade. Lin Wanji tapped the screen. The exchange device emitted a soft buzzing sound. Soon, the outline of the upgrade components appeared at the bathroom door. A beige ceramic squat toilet, a silver flush valve, light gray non-slip tiles, a wall-mounted shelf, and a manual water pump, all neatly stacked along the wall. This ceramic squat toilet looks heavy. I'll help you lift it. Zhao Lei had somehow come over, leaning his broom against the wall and rubbing his hands. He had just finished sweeping the yard, still sweating on his forehead. His arms ached a little, but he still had some strength. You can't move it alone. Let's lift it together. Be careful not to hit the door frame. Chun Mo nodded. The two of them moved to the squat toilet, squatting down and gripping its edges with both hands. 1, 2, 3, lift.
Zhao Lei shouted.
They exerted effort together, and the ceramic squat toilet slowly lifted off the ground. Indeed heavy. Zhao Lei could feel his arm muscles working, the bandage around his arm tight and a bit painful, but he didn't complain. He simply moved steadily forward. Chun Mo stayed on the other side, trying to keep balance, worried the toilet might hit the wall and break the ceramic. Slow down, there's a threshold ahead, Chun Mo warned. Carefully, they carried the toilet over the bathroom threshold. Just as they were about to place it in the designated spot, Zhao Lei's foot slipped slightly, causing the toilet to tilt to the side and almost hit the wall. Careful. Chun Mo quickly pulled it back. Zhao Lei steadied himself, and they adjusted their grip until the toilet was securely placed. Phew, finally set it down. Zhao Lei sighed in relief, wiping sweat from his forehead. This thing weighs at least 50 pounds. I'm exhausted. Chun Mo also caught his breath and checked the toilet's position. Perfect, it lines up with the hole in the ground. We just need to install the flush valve later. Shaolin note. Shaolin lives in room 202, came over holding a tile, carrying a bucket of glue. Wanji asked me to help with the tiling. Which wall do you want the tiles on? He pointed to the bathroom wall. These cracks are pretty big, so let's start with these, they can block some moisture. Chun Mo nodded and said, Okay, you can lean against the wall near the squat toilet, where it's easiest to get damp. Shaolin squatted on the ground, opened the glue bucket, and used a small brush to spread the glue evenly on the back of the tiles. Then, carefully aligned them with the cracks on the wall and pressed gently to stick them firmly. We have to wait for the glue to dry before touching it, or it might fall off, Shaolin said while working. I've tiled at home before, and my mom said I did it more neatly than the workers. Lele ran over happily, holding 2 blue waterproof storage boxes. His small bear plush toy, hanging from his pocket, was holding a tiny toilet brush model that swung back and forth. Uncle Chun Mo, Sister Xiao asked me to bring you these storage boxes. Lele held up the boxes, panting a little from running so fast. The bear said these boxes can hold screws, so they won't get lost anymore. Chun Mo took the boxes, smiled, and patted Lele's head. Thanks, Lele. The bear is very clever. But slow down when you run, okay? The floor is a little slippery. Lele nodded. Just as he was about to turn, he slipped slightly, and one of the boxes in his hand fell to the ground, with the dividers spilling out. Oh no! Lele quickly squatted to pick it up. Chun Mo helped him gather the pieces and put the dividers back into the box. It's okay, just pick it up. Be more careful next time. Half an hour later, the upgraded squat toilet was finished. The new toilet gleamed with a soft beige glaze. The water barrier was 3 centimeters higher than the old model, and the edges were smoothed and polished, so it wouldn't hurt to bump into it. The push-button flush valve was installed beside the toilet. Pressing it made a hiss sound, and a strong, focused stream of water flushed the toilet clean in one go. 6 non-slip tiles covered the floor, with tiny raised patterns that made walking safe. A wall-mounted shelf held Chunmo's toothbrush, toothpaste, and soap. A manual water pump was installed in the corner. Its shiny metal body gleamed as he shook the handle, and clear water flowed out from the spout. Chunmo tried flushing the toilet and smiled with satisfaction. Much more convenient now. No more fighting with standing water. In the future, when I fix tools, I won't have to worry about water getting into the tool bag. He went over to the pump, shook the handle a few more times, and water gushed out. He caught some in his hand, washed his hands. The water was clean, much better than the snow water in the yard. The yard work was also progressing at the same time. Su-Ching, note. Su-Ching lives in room 101 with Lele, sat on a small stool outside room 101. In front of her was a medical box neatly filled with iodine solution, cotton swabs, bandages, and anti-inflammatory medicine. Zhao Lei sat opposite her, took off his jacket from his left arm, revealing a bandaged arm. The bandage was a bit dirty and had some snow water on it. It might hurt a little, please bear with it, Su-Ching said. She opened the iodine bottle, dipped a cotton swab into the iodine, and gently cleaned around Zhao Lei's wound. His wound wasn't very deep, but since it wasn't treated promptly after yesterday's fight, it was slightly red and swollen. When she cleaned it, he frowned a little but said, "It's okay. It doesn't hurt. You can wipe it." Su-Ching carefully removed the old bandage, revealing the wound underneath, a roughly 3-centimeter scratch with some inflammation at the edges. She rinsed the wound with saline, applied anti-inflammatory ointment, and then wrapped a new bandage around it, making sure it was not too tight or too loose. "Don't get the wound wet. I'll change the dressing again tomorrow. It will heal quickly," she said, tossing the old bandage into the medical waste bag. Captain Li's team member, Old Wu, sat on a nearby stone, looking at his bandaged leg with some emotion. "If we were in Director Zhang's tent, I'd have to tough it out with a small injury. We wouldn't have such good medicine or bandages," he said. He rolled up his pant leg to show his injury. Although still bandaged, it looked much better than yesterday. "Last time, I had a fever of 39 degrees. I asked Director Zhang for some fever medicine, and he only gave me half a pill, scolding me. Useless waste, wasting medicine. In the end, Captain Li secretly gave me a whole pill from his own supply, and I finally broke the fever. Director Zhang always hides the good stuff for himself, giving us nearly expired supplies." Another team member, Xiao Zhang, said in agreement. "Last time, he gave us bread that expired next year, but he ate fresh canned beef himself and wouldn't let us say anything." Listening to this, Su-Ching felt a little upset. She took a packet of anti-inflammatory medicine from the medical box and handed it to Old Wu. "Here, keep this. If the wound hurts badly, take 1 pill. Don't take more than 2 a day," she said. Old Wu took the medicine, his eyes a bit red. "Thank you, Miss Su. You all are really good people, 100 times better than Director Zhang and his group." Feng Xiao, note. Feng Xiao lives in room 201, was busy in the kitchen of room 201. The newly upgraded double stove was working at the same time. On the left, millet and red date porridge was simmering, thick and sticky, with the sweet aroma of red dates filling the entire kitchen. On the right, a can of meat was heating up. After opening the can, the rich smell of meat mixed with the porridge scent drifted out of the kitchen and spread into the yard. Feng Xiao stood in front of the stove, occasionally stirring the porridge with a spoon to prevent it from sticking. She rubbed her arm. She had kneaded too much dough for the bread this morning, so her arm was a bit sore, but seeing the porridge turn out so well made her very happy. "Almost ready. I can serve it now." Feng Xiao poured the porridge into a thermos that she found during the last supply run. It could keep food warm for several hours, perfect for everyone's breakfast. She then poured the hot meat into a plate, carried the thermos and the plate outside the kitchen, and smiled as she called out, "Everyone, come and get some hot porridge. We fought all night last night, so we need to boost our energy." I added red dates to the porridge. It's sweet and delicious. Lele heard Feng Zhao's voice and jumped happily over, holding several clean small bowls. Sister Xiao, I'll help you serve the porridge. Feng Zhao handed the thermos to Lele and warned, be careful, don't burn yourself.
Pour slowly.
Lele nodded, carefully pouring the porridge into small bowls, then handed one to Zhao Lei. Uncle Zhao Lei, this is your porridge. Sister Xiao said she added red dates, so it's very sweet. Zhao Lei took the bowl, took a sip, and felt the warm porridge slide down his throat, instantly driving away his coldness. It's really tasty. Feng Zhao, your cooking is getting better. Feng Zhao smiled and said, if it's good, drink more.
There's plenty in the pot.
If it's not enough, I'll serve more. Little Wang sat at the door of room 203. Lele carried a bowl of porridge over and handed it to Little Wang. Brother Xiao Wang, you just had a fever. Drink some porridge to recover. Take your time. Don't burn yourself. Little Wang took the porridge, smiled, and said, thanks, Lele. You're so good. He took a sip, and the sweet aroma made him feel much better. He had been weak from his fever last night, but now, after drinking the hot porridge, he felt much stronger. While everyone was gathered around the thermos, drinking porridge and chatting, a shadow flashed past behind the ruins to the east. It was an informant sent by Director Zhang, named Lu Er. He wore an old gray cotton coat, his hat pulled low to cover most of his face, and his hands were covered with a torn glove, fingers red from the cold. He is holding an old telescope and looking through the cracks in the ruins toward Sunshine Apartment. Lu Er's heart beats fast, worried about being seen by the people inside the apartment. Yesterday, Director Zhang asked him to watch over it. If he saw the people inside looking badly hurt, he would report back. But today, when he looked, he saw that the people inside were not injured and were upgrading their facilities. They looked lively. Through the telescope, he saw Zhao Lei eating porridge. Although his arm was bandaged, he was smiling. Chen Mo was checking the new squat toilet at the bathroom door and looked very satisfied. Feng Zhao was tidying up in the kitchen, and the smell of porridge drifted from the yard. Lele was jumping around in the yard, holding a small bowl. They actually managed to deal with the mutated zombies. Lu Er muttered quietly, quickly retreating behind the ruins. He took out an old walkie-talkie from his pocket. It's from Director Zhang. The signal was poor, with some static. He pressed the button and lowered his voice, saying, Director Zhang, they've taken care of all the zombies. They're upgrading the apartment again, just installed a new squat toilet. Looks like they have plenty of supplies. Everyone is drinking hot porridge and is in good spirits. On the other end, Director Zhang's voice was full of anger, with the sound of things being thrown and crashing. These guys,
they're so tough.
I thought the mutated zombies would wear them out. His voice grew more agitated. Keep watching. Don't let them see you. I'll call headquarters now and ask for more people. This time no rifles, bring smoke bombs and tear gas. We'll smoke them out. I don't believe they can stay in an apartment full of smoke. Yes, Director Zhang, Lu Er quickly responded, putting the walkie-talkie back in his pocket. He glanced again toward the apartment and saw Lin Wanji talking to Captain Li. They looked very close, which made him a little nervous. He was afraid he might be discovered if he stayed longer. He hurried to step back, leaving faint footprints in the snow, which were soon covered by new snow blown in by the wind. After dinner, Lin Wanji called Captain Li to the medical station in room 203. The window in room 203 was slightly open, and sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting golden rays on the ground. Xiao Wang sat on the bed, reading an old book. The book was titled Practical Administrative Management, which he found during the last supply search. He was reading carefully and occasionally taking notes with a pen. Lin Wanji poured Captain Li a cup of hot tea. The cup was ceramic and warm to the touch. Captain Li, have some tea to warm up. She handed the cup to Captain Li, holding her own, and sat on the nearby chair. You said earlier that Director Zhang was sent by the headquarters. What exactly is the headquarters? Since the end of the world, we've been figuring things out on our own. We've never heard of a proper safe zone. Captain Li sipped the tea. The warm drink slid down his throat, easing his cold. He sighed, putting put down his cup, and spoke slowly. Actually, it's a temporary safe zone system set up by the government. The headquarters is at the convention center downtown. It has a cafeteria, medical station, supply warehouse, and a special combat team that clears zombies around the area and looks for survivors. The headquarters sends area managers to each zone. Director Zhang is our zone manager. His job was to find safe places, distribute supplies from the headquarters, register survivors, and send people in groups to the headquarters. Captain Li looked a bit helpless. But Director Zhang is too selfish. He hid most of the supplies sent from the headquarters. He only gave us some near-expiry compressed biscuits and medicine, and he lied about the number of survivors. For example, in our zone, there are actually over 20 survivors, but he told the headquarters there were only 10. The rest of the supplies he kept for himself. Is this a real safe zone? Lin Wanji's eyes lit up. She almost dropped her cup. She had never thought there could be official safe zones set up by the government during the end of the world. This meant they wouldn't have to fight alone anymore and could get professional help, more medicine, weapons, and zombie fighting experience. Captain Li, can you help us contact the headquarters? We want to report Director Zhang's actions and see if we can join a proper safe zone system. Working together to fight zombies is better than us struggling alone. Captain Li hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I'll try. I was at the headquarters for 3 months before. I handled supply registration and No Wang, the officer in charge of survivor coordination. He's a good and fair person. If I tell him what's happening, he will investigate. He took out an old phone from his pocket, an old smartphone from before the end of the world. The screen was cracked, and a small solar charger was stuck on the back. This phone is from my home. It charges with sunlight and can make calls and send messages, but the signal isn't very good. I can only use it in open areas. Tonight, I can message Officer Wang to tell him about Director Zhang withholding supplies, bullying team members, and lying about the number of survivors. I will also update him on our Sunshine apartment, such as having a medical station, the ability to upgrade facilities, and to accommodate survivors. Maybe the headquarters will send someone to investigate Director Zhang and include us in the safe zone system. Captain Li said this while touching his phone. I wonder if Director Zhang has been bad-mouthing us at headquarters, like accusing us of hiding supplies or opposing the safe zone, since he has good relations with some people there. Lin Wanji sighed in relief and patted Captain Li on the shoulder. Thank you so much. No matter what happens, just being able to contact headquarters is good. If we can join a proper safe zone, we won't have to fear Director Zhang anymore, and more survivors like Xiao Wang and Old Wu can have a safe place to stay instead of hiding in the ruins. Hearing this, Xiao Wang sat up on the bed and smiled. If we can join a proper safe zone, I can help too. I used to work in administration, handling supplies and data at my company. I can help register survivors and organize supplies for headquarters. I've been reading this book lately, worried I might not need it later, but now I think I might have a chance. Captain Li smiled and said, That's great. Everyone in our apartment has special skills. Zhao Lei is strong and can carry supplies and fight zombies. Chen Mo understands electronics and can repair equipment. Fang Xiao can cook hot meals. Su Qing can treat wounds and be a medic. Lei is small but clever and can pass things around. Old Wu is a worker and can repair fences. Xiaolin can tile and help with renovations. With so many of us, I'm sure headquarters will recognize us. In the evening, the sunset painted the sky orange red, and the snow in the yard looked warm. Everyone sat in the upgraded dining room, where a new folding table held the points ledger. The warm yellow light made everyone's faces look especially cozy. Zhao Lei sat at one end of the table, looking at the numbers on the ledger. He frowned, then smiled. Last night, we killed 3 zombies, and today we cleared the battlefield and earned 350 points. We deducted 102 for rent, which is 804 points, 67 points per hour times 12 hours. The balance is minus 7,444. 350 minus 804 is equal to minus 7,898. Although the score is still negative, that's okay. Next time, we can kill more zombies and find more supplies to make up for it. Chun and Mo sat nearby, took a sip of water, and calmly said, Last night, I killed 2 zombies. Today, I helped upgrade the toilet and earned 280 points. I paid 103 points for the room rent, which is 732 points, 61 points per hour times 12 hours. The total is minus 7,925, 280 minus 732 is equal to minus 8,377. The 980 points spent on upgrading the toilet were deducted from the points pool, so we don't have to pay personally. The upgrade was worth it. We won't have to struggle with water issues anymore. Su Qing gently said, "Today, I treated everyone's wounds and helped prepare meals, earning 240 points. I paid 101 points for the room rent, which is 720 points. The total is minus 4,760, 240 minus 720 is equal to minus 5,240. Helping everyone and earning points is good. I plan to learn more medical skills so I can handle more complex injuries." Feng Xiao smiled and said, "Today, I baked 2 trays of bread and cooked a big pot of millet and red date porridge, earning 180 points. I paid 201 points for the room rent, which is 492 points. The total is minus 1,051, 180 minus 492 is equal to minus 1,363. In the future, I will bake more bread and cook more porridge. Not only can I provide hot food for everyone, but I can also earn points. It's a win-win." Shaolin felt a bit shy and said, "Today, I helped lay tiles and move the components for upgrading the toilet, earning 200 points. I paid 202 points for the room rent, which is 588 points. The total is minus 7,235, 200 minus 588 is equal to minus 7,623. Next time, I will do more work, like carrying supplies or fixing fences, to earn more points." Old Joe sipped his tea slowly, flipping through the ledger and said, "Today, I watched the gate all day and helped organize supplies, earning 120 points. I paid 104 points for the room rent, which is 612 points. The total is minus 6,885, 120 minus 612 is equal to minus 7,377.
Norus.
As long as we stay united, our points will gradually recover, and our debts will get smaller." Lele sat in Su Qing's arms, holding a small notebook where her points were recorded. "Today, I helped Uncle Chen and Mo pass the storage box and helped Sister Xiao serve porridge, earning 50 points. Now, my total is 3,547.50 is equal to 3,597 points. I want to earn more points to buy a new dress and new tableware for Little Bear, and also get a small bed to make Little Bear more comfortable." Captain Lee looked at everyone having fun and felt warm inside. He hadn't felt such a cozy atmosphere in a long time. In Director Zhang's tent, there were only arguments and coldness, but here, everyone helps and cares for each other like a family. "I won't pay rent for now. Last night, I helped kill 4 zombies, and today I helped gather information, earning 400 points. I've stored them in the points pool. When I move in officially later, I'll pay the rent." As night fell, the apartment lights turned on one by one. In the bathroom of room 103, the small night light beside the toilet was still on. Chen and Mo forgot to turn it off. The soft blue light made the new toilet look very clean. In the dining room, the thermal container still held leftover porridge and bread, warm and ready for the night watch. Captain Lee sat on a stone bench outside, holding an old phone, sending a message to Officer Wang at headquarters. The screen was cracked, so he typed carefully. His fingers were frozen and stiff, so he occasionally blew warm air on his hands. The message probably said, "Hello, Officer Wang, I am Lee. I want to report that Area Supervisor Zhang is withholding supplies and lying about the number of survivors. Sunshine Apartment can shelter survivors. Please investigate." The others in the yard weren't idle either. Zhao Lei was checking the fence, nailing the loose wooden stakes back in place. Chen Mo was fixing the iron rod damaged during yesterday's fight, using sandpaper to remove rust. Su Qing was telling a story to Lele, sitting at the door of room 101, her voice soft. Feng Xiao was tidying up in the kitchen, preparing flour and yeast for tomorrow. In the distance behind the ruins, Lu Er was still watching the direction of the apartment, holding a walkie-talkie tightly, waiting for Director Zhang's orders. Director Zhang was in his tent, shouting into the phone with headquarters, demanding more people, smoke bombs, and tear gas. Meanwhile, the people in Sunshine Apartment felt more confident fighting against the darkness because of the clues about the National Security Zone. Maybe soon, they won't have to fight alone. With official support, they can turn this small building into a true dawn of the end, lighting the way for more survivors. The morning snow fell again, covering the battle scars in the Sunshine Apartment yard, but it couldn't hide the faint smell of blood lingering in the air. Old Joe, note. Old Joe lives in room 104, carried a bucket of water toward the bathroom. As soon as he pushed open the door, he frowned. The flush valve of the squat toilet had long been broken. He had to carry water inside to flush, splashing water everywhere. The shower head also leaked badly. Yesterday, he wanted a hot shower, but the water flow was intermittent, and he caught several sneezes from the cold. If this kitchen and bathroom aren't fixed soon, I'll catch a cold this winter. He wiped the water splashed on his pants. If only there were a good squat toilet and shower, even a simple one, it would be better than now. Lin Wanji had just helped Su Qing put away medical supplies. Hearing this, she entered room 104's bathroom. The tiles were dirty in the grout, the edge of the squat toilet had small cracks, the shower hose was rusty, and the shower head hung loosely on a hook, swaying. She took out a silver exchange device. When her fingertips touched the shower head, a light blue task window popped up. The number, points pool, 27,764, reflected Old Joe's water-stained hand. Side mission, upgrade squat toilet and shower in room 104 to level 1. Mission requirements. 1. Toilet upgrade, ceramic non-slip squat toilet ×1, press-type flush valve ×1, splash-proof water barrier ×1, to solve flushing and splashing issues. 2. Shower upgrade, stainless steel thermostatic shower head ×1, wear-resistant hose ×1, reinforced wall mount ×1, to meet winter hot water needs. 3. Basic improvements, 8 waterproof tile sheets, 1 simple shelf, 1 anti-slip mat, to improve safety and storage. Mission cost, 140 points, deducted from the points pool, to meet the needs of elderly living basic daily life. In room 104, ensuring Old Joe's winter comfort. Subsequent changes. The rent for room 104 increases from 51 points/hour to 67 points/hour, adding anti-slip thermostatic storage features matching Old Joe's age and habits, in line with level 10 apartment standards. Mission explanation. After upgrading, the issues of difficult flushing, shower leaks, and slipping will be solved, preventing Old Joe from getting sick due to bathroom problems and laying a solid foundation for long-term living. Room 104's squat toilet and shower can be upgraded to level 1. Lin Wanji finished speaking, and Old Joe's eyes lit up. He even forgot to put down the water bucket. Thermostatic and splash-proof. He moved close to the exchange device, pointing at the spray head diagram. No more cold showers, no need to carry buckets for flushing the toilet. That's great. Upgrade. Do it now, Zhao Lei, note. Zhao Lei lives in room 102, carried a toolbox into the room. His arm was still bandaged, but he was full of energy. I'll help lift the toilet.
Chen Montag Unterstandsplumbing.
Let him install the spray head. Chen Mo, note. Chen Mo lives in room 103, followed in, holding a wrench. First, remove the old one, then install the new. Let's finish before noon so Old Joe can use it at lunchtime. Everyone quickly got to work. Zhao Lei and Shaolin, note. Shaolin lives in room 202, carried away the old toilet. The stains on the tiled floor were cleaned with disinfectant. Su Qing, note. Su Qing lives in room 101 with Lele, hurried to wipe the floor. Chen Mo squatted on the ground, removing the rusty shower hose, which spilled rust particles everywhere. He took out a new hose, wrapped it with Teflon tape to prevent leaks. Old Joe handed him screws and reminded him, take it slow, don't hit the tiles. Lele hugged a teddy bear doll, with a mini tool model in her cloth bag, running back and forth handing out non-slip mats. Grandpa Joe, put this mat on the floor so you won't slip when you shower. Little Bear says it's to protect you. By noon, the bathroom in room 104 was upgraded. The new toilet was bright white and smooth, with a flush valve that released water with a press. The water barrier kept splashes contained. The shower head maintained a steady 38 degrees Celsius temperature, the hose no longer leaked, and the wall-mounted holder securely held the spray head. The shelf held old Joe's toiletries. Non-slip mats were placed at the shower entrance. The light blue tiles made the bathroom look brighter. Old Joe tried flushing the toilet and tested the water temperature in the shower, smiling happily. So comfortable. 10 times better than before. While everyone admired the upgraded bathroom, suddenly outside the yard, the sound of a car engine roared, mixed with metal clanging. Zhao Lei ran quickly to the fence, peering through the wooden slats. His face darkened instantly. It's Director Zhang. He brought 5 cars, over a dozen people, holding steel pipes and makeshift shields. And that punk with a crew cut, he's moving wood to hit the fence. He dares to come. Chinamo took out a flashlight, checked the battery. He probably thinks we didn't fix the zombie attack last night and wants to take advantage. Lin Wanji immediately assigned tasks. Zhao Lei and Captain Li guard the fence, blocking with iron rods. Chen Amo and Xiao Lin blind them with a flashlight. Su Qing and Fong Xiao took Lele and Old Zhou to hide in room 203, grabbing a medical kit. I went to get the crystal core exchange device. If that didn't work, I would use the crystal core to exchange for an emergency weapon. Captain Li note. Captain Li has not been assigned a room yet, held a sharpened iron rod, followed by 3 team members. We will fight them. Last time they escaped, this time they won't get away. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang as the fence was hit by wood, causing it to shake. Outside, a short-haired man shouted, Lin Wanji, open the door and surrender. You've been fighting zombies all night. You must be tired. If you resist again, we will break into your apartment. Dream on. Zhao Lei raised his iron rod and shouted at the people outside the fence. If you have the guts, break it open. If you do, our bright flashlights will blind you. Chen Mo and Shaolin simultaneously turned on their powerful flashlights, shining 2 beams directly at Director Zhang's people. Some were blinded and screamed, dropping their steel pipes. Director Zhang stomped in anger, pointing at the fence and shouting, break it. Hit it hard. They're almost out of strength. A few more hits and the fence will break. Several thugs carried thicker wood and slammed it against the fence with force. With a cracking sound, a wooden slat broke, creating a small gap. Short-haired man reached out to climb inside, but Zhao Lei swung his iron rod and almost hit his hand. The man was frightened and quickly pulled back, cursing, You dare to move. When I get inside, I'll break your leg. Come if you dare. Captain Li's team suddenly threw a few lit firecrackers, found during the last supply run. The firecrackers crackled loudly on the snow, scaring Director Zhang's men back, causing them to stumble over nearby wood. Wanji took the opportunity to take out the crystal core exchange device, exchanging 5 crystal cores for 2 makeshift stun batons. She threw them to Zhao Lei and Captain Li. Here. They can stun people, but don't shock too long. Zhao Lei took the stun baton, pressed the switch, and a buzzing sound of electricity made Director Zhang's men even more nervous. At that moment, Director Zhang suddenly pulled out a signal gun and fired a shot into the sky. The red flare was very visible against the snowy sky. The headquarters team will arrive soon. Just wait to be caught, but after a few minutes, no one from headquarters appeared. Unbeknownst to him, the mercenaries he sent were trapped in a zombie ambush. Meanwhile, at the city center safe zone headquarters, Officer Wang hurried into the leadership office after receiving Captain Li's message. Leader Liu, Director Zhang from the Southern District has taken his thugs to provoke at Sunshine Apartments again. Leader Liu put down the documents and frowned. This Director Zhang is becoming more and more unreasonable. Quickly send the previously recruited mercenary team to investigate. If Director Zhang is really breaking the rules, bring him back for questioning. The mercenary team quickly set out, 6 people, all veterans, armed with rifles and bulletproof vests. They drove 2 off-road vehicles along a small road toward Sunshine Apartment. Halfway there, they passed an abandoned highway entrance when suddenly, from the ruins on both sides, more than 10 zombies charged out. Among them were 2 mutated zombies, moving so fast they looked like the wind, and they knocked over the last off-road vehicle. "Ambush!" shouted Captain Old Yang. He drew his rifle and started shooting. The bullets hit the zombies' heads, splattering black blood everywhere. But more zombies kept coming. One mutated zombie suddenly lunged at Little Wong in the front passenger seat. Little Wong didn't have time to dodge, and his arm was torn open, bleeding heavily. "Quick, retreat to the gas station ahead," Old Yang shouted while firing his gun. Another mutated zombie had already broken into the driver's cabin. Old Yang had no choice but to swing his military knife, stabbing at the zombie. The knife got stuck in the zombie's bones and couldn't be pulled out. After a tough escape to the gas station, the mercenary team was badly damaged. One off-road vehicle was wrecked, Little Wong's arm was seriously injured, and they had only half their bullets left. Old Yang's military knife was still stuck in the zombie. He leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, watching the wandering zombies outside with a worried look. They didn't know that inside Sunshine Apartment, another fierce battle was happening. On the other side, Director Zhang waited for no support from headquarters. Seeing Zhao Lei holding an electric baton, he felt nervous but didn't want to give up. He forced himself to shout, "Charge! Whoever gets in first, I'll give 2 cans of meat." But his team had already lost their fighting spirit, and no one dared to rush forward. Zhao Lei took the opportunity to wave the electric baton at the wooden fence outside, causing sparks and a crackling sound. Scared, Director Zhang's people stepped back several paces. "Don't waste time with them," Lin Wanji shouted. "Drag the zombie bodies we killed yesterday over and place them outside the fence. They'll be scared." Captain Li's team quickly dragged several zombie corpses to the fence. The dark blood left long streaks in the snow. Seeing the zombie bodies, some of Director Zhang's people even vomited. Director Zhang could no longer hold on. He cursed, "Bad luck," and quickly shouted, "Let's go. We're leaving. We'll deal with them next time." After saying that, he hurriedly drove away with his people, forgetting to pick up the steel pipe that had fallen on the ground. Zhao Lei watched their car leave and sighed in relief. The stun baton in his hand dropped to the ground with a snap. His arm still hurt from using too much force earlier, and his wound was bleeding again. In the evening, everyone sat in the dining room, eating oat bread baked by Fong Xiao. Note: Fong Xiao lives in room 201 and hot porridge, and started counting points. The warming station in the restaurant was still on, casting a warm yellow light on everyone's faces, many of whom were injured. Zhao Lei guarded the fence, used stun baton to scare away enemies, earned 320 points, deducted 102 rent for room 804, 67 points /hour times 12 hours. Total balance minus 7,898. 320 minus 804 is equal to minus 8,382. Chinemo pretended to take a shower, shined a flashlight to scare enemies, earned 260 points, deducted 103 rent for room 732, 61 points /hour times 12 hours. Total balance minus 8,377. 260 to 732 equals 8849. Su Qing took care of the injured hid from enemies, earned 220 points, deducted 101 rent for room 720. Total balance minus 5,240. 220 minus 720 is equal to minus 5,740. Fong Xiao baked bread, prepared meals, earned 160 points, deducted 201 rent for room 492. Total balance minus 1,363. 160 minus 492 is equal to minus 1,695. Shaolin carried the toilet through firecrackers, earned 190 points, deducted 202 rent for room 588. Total balance minus 7,623. 190 minus 588 is equal to minus 8,021. Old Joe handed over screws hid from enemies, earned 110 points, deducted 104 rent. For room 804, 67 points /hour times 12 hours. Total balance minus 7,377. 110 minus 804 is equal to minus 8,071. 104 points for level up are deducted from the points pool. Personal account not responsible, Lele. Handed over a foot mat hid from enemies, earned 40 points. Total points. 3,597.40 is equal to 3,637. Captain Lee, rent not counted for now, led the team to guard the fence through firecrackers, earned 380 points. Temporary storage points. After dinner, Lin Wanji stood in the yard, looking at the broken fence slats. Suddenly, Peach's voice echoed in her mind. Host, I detected a mercenary team ambushed by zombies at the highway entrance. They suffered heavy losses and cannot come now. Also, Director Zhang's car is 5 kilometers north, waiting for support from headquarters, but hasn't left yet. Lin Wanji's heart sank. She turned and entered room 203. Captain Lee was bandaging a team member's wound. Xiao Wang sat on the bed, watching the snow outside. Captain Lee, Lin Wanji said softly, the mercenaries were ambushed. Director Zhang is nearby waiting. We need to fix the fence quickly and prepare some weapons to prevent him from coming back. Captain Lee nodded, gripping a metal rod tightly. Don't worry, we will guard with you. We won't let him get close to the apartment again. As night deepened, the apartment lights flickered on one by one. Room 104's shower still glowed faintly. Old Zhou had just finished a hot bath and was comfortably sitting on the bed. The food kept warm on the dining table for tomorrow. Zhao Lei and Xiao Lin were repairing the fence. The sound of hammer hitting wood was especially clear in the quiet night. In the distance, Director Zhang's car still had its lights on, like a wolf watching prey. At the gas station at the highway entrance, the mercenary team was resting. The pain from their wounds and the howling of zombies kept them awake all night. Although the people in Sunshine Apartment had temporarily driven away Director Zhang, they knew a bigger danger was still ahead. In the morning, sunlight slanted across the wall of Building A, melting the snow slightly. Water droplets dripped from the gaps in the wooden fence, leaving small wet marks on the ground. In the kitchen of room 201, the smell of bread mixed with butter wafted far away. Fang Xiao note. Fang Xiao lives in room 201, was kneading dough in the newly upgraded double stove. Her fingertips, covered in flour, dusted into a white ceramic basin. She occasionally wiped sweat from her brow, and her sleeve brushed the stove, leaving a faint white mark. Again, I need to wash my hands, Fang Xiao sighed, putting down the dough and walking quickly to the bathroom. The flush valve of the squat toilet had been acting up for a while. Last time, after baking bread and washing the baking tray, the wastewater splattered everywhere. She squatted on the floor, scrubbing for half an hour before it was clean. Today was worse. She wanted to wash her hands with yeast water in the morning, but the showerhead's water flow was unpredictable, sometimes hot enough to make her pull back, sometimes cold enough to make her shiver, almost spilling yeast powder on the floor. If this kitchen and bathroom aren't upgraded soon, next time I make toast, cleaning will be delayed. She turned on the faucet, looking at the water stains on the tiles, her brow furrowing tighter. If only the squat toilet could flush completely in one go, and the shower had constant temperature, I could finish cooking and clean up in 10 minutes. Why do I always have to fight with water stains? Yesterday, Zhao Lei brought back some wooden fence planks. While waiting to enjoy hot bread, I was busy cleaning the bathroom, which took almost half an hour. Lin Wanji had just helped Zhao Lei nail the new fence planks in the yard, holding a hammer in her hand. Hearing Fang Zhao's complaints, she quickly walked into room 201. In the bathroom, tiny flour crumbs were stuck between the tiles of the squat toilet. The flush handle was loose and wobbled with a light touch. The shower hose was covered in greasy circles from yesterday's pan cleaning, and the shower head hung crookedly on a loose hook, dripping water. She took out a silver exchange device. Her fingertips just touched the cold ceramic edge of the squat toilet when a blue task box popped up. The screen clearly showed points pool, 27,764, reflecting Fang Zhao's flour-stained hand. Side mission: upgrade room 201 squat toilet to level 2, shower to level 1. Mission requirements: 1. Toilet upgrade, double press energy saving flush valve ×1. 1 press cleans stains, 2nd press clears water, ceramic non-slip squat toilet ×1, with anti-stick surface, splash guard water barrier ×1, 15 centimeters high for cleaning needs, wall-mounted storage rack ×1, with compartments for cleaning cloths and gloves. 2. Shower upgrade, stainless steel thermostatic shower head ×1, water temperature stable at 35 to 40 degrees Celsius, thicker, wear-resistant flexible hose ×1, 1.5 centimeters diameter to prevent tangling, reinforced wall-mounted shelf with storage layer ×1, capable of holding 5 kilograms for shampoo and baking cleaning liquids. 3. Design improvements, 12 waterproof and oil-proof tile stickers to cover the walls of the toilet and shower area, simple drying rack ×1, for hanging baking trays and towels. Protective anti-scald gloves ×2, made of silicone, suitable for handling baking trays after baking. Task cost, 1,040 points, deducted from the points pool, prioritizing the core needs of high-frequency baking quick cleaning to improve Feng Zhao's daily operation efficiency. Future changes. Room 201 rent increases from 41 points/hour to 61 points/hour, adding 3 major functions: energy-saving flushing, constant temperature shower, oil-resistant cleaning, matching Feng Zhao's daily baking and cleaning scenes, meeting the apartment's level 10 operation standards. Task description. After upgrading, the issues of slow flushing, inconsistent shower temperature, and difficult cleaning will be fully solved, preventing Feng Zhao from delaying meal preparation due to kitchen and bathroom problems, and providing a clean living environment for future recruits and new residents. Room 201's squat toilet can be upgraded to level 2. The shower can now be temperature controlled. Just as Lin Wanji finished speaking, Feng Zhao's flour sifter dropped with a clatter onto the stove, spilling some flour. She quickly moved to the exchange device, pointing at the diagram of the dual flush valve on the screen, her eyes shining. Dual flush? Just one press to flush completely? And it has a storage shelf. She also pointed at the temperature-controlled shower head, full of anticipation. No more water splashing when washing baking trays, and I won't be afraid of scalding my hands when washing yeast. Last time I got burned on my wrist, I couldn't knead dough properly for days. Upgrade. Do a now, Zhaolei note. Zhaolei lives in room 102, carried a toolbox into the room. His arm was wrapped with a new bandage, recently rewrapped by Su Qing yesterday. He set the toolbox down, took out a wrench and screwdriver. I'll help lift the squat toilet. This ceramic thing is heavy. You can't move it alone. Chen Mo knows about water pipes, so you two handle installing the shower head. I'll take care of removing the old one, Chen Mo note. Chen Mo lives in room 103, followed in, holding a roll of plumber's tape and a pipe wrench. He squatted to check the old flush valve's connection, then looked up and said, "First, remove the old squat toilet, then replace the water pipe. Let's finish before noon so it doesn't delay your lunch. Zhaolei, help me lift the old toilet. Be careful not to hit the tiles. Feng Zhao, find an old cloth to wipe the stains off the tiles later." Everyone quickly divided the tasks and got busy. Zhaolei and Xiaolin note. Xiaolin lives in room 202, bent down to lift the old squat toilet. A light brown stain remained on the tiled floor, caused by long unwashed watermarks. Zhaolei clenched his teeth, his forehead veins bulging. This thing is really heavy, heavier than the bed frame I carried last time. Xiaolin quickly steadied the other side of the toilet. Take it slow, don't hit the door frame. The new wooden strips haven't dried yet, Su Qing note. Su Qing lives in room 101 with Lele, held an old cloth soaked in disinfectant, squatting on the ground to wipe the stain. The smell of disinfectant mixed with dust filled the air. She said while wiping, "This stain needs to be cleaned well, or else when we put the new toilet in, dust will gather underneath, making it hard to clean later." Chenemo squatted on the ground, using pliers to unscrew the old flush valve. Rust flakes fell everywhere. He took out a new dual-button flush valve, wrapped 3 turns of plumber's tape around the connection, making it even and tight. This way, it won't leak when I add on. Last time in room 103, I didn't wrap enough tape, and water leaked everywhere. I spent half the day cleaning. Feng Zhao stood nearby, holding waterproof and oil-resistant tile stickers. After Chen Mo finished installing the flush valve, she started sticking the tiles on the wall. The tile's oil-resistant surface was easy to wipe clean. She said while sticking, "Once these tiles are in place, any oil splashes can be wiped off with a cloth. No more scrubbing with steel wool, which scratches the tiles." Lele hugged a teddy bear doll, which carried a mini cleaning tool, a small brush and cloth made from clay that Feng Xiao made yesterday. She ran back and forth, handing Feng Xiao a pair of heat-resistant gloves. "Sister Xiao, wear these so you won't get burned when you toast bread." The teddy bear says it wants to help clean the spray nozzle too. "Look at its tiny cloth." She held up the mini cloth in the doll's hand, making everyone laugh. By 11:30 a.m., the upgrade of the kitchen and bathroom in room 201 was finally complete. The new squat toilet was off-white ceramic, with a smooth surface reflecting shadows. The dual-button flush valve was installed on the side. Pressing once, water rushed out with a hiss, quickly removing stains. The splash guard was securely fixed in front of the toilet, so there was no more worry about water splashing. On the wall-mounted storage rack, Feng Zhao's cleaning cloths and gloves were neatly hung, clear at a glance. In the shower area, the stainless steel thermostatic shower head shone with a silver glow. Chun Mo turned on the tap, and the water temperature quickly stabilized at 37 degrees Celsius. The water flowed evenly, neither too hot nor too cold. The thick, flexible hose no longer tangles and now hangs beside the wall mount. On the shelf, Feng Zhao's shampoo and baking cleaning liquid are neatly arranged. A freshly washed baking tray cloth drapes over the drying rack, slowly dripping water. Feng Xiao walks to the shower, touches the water flow, and sighs happily. "This feels so good. After cooking, I can clean up in 10 minutes. No more fighting water stains." She presses the flush button on the toilet, and the water flows cleanly and quickly. A smile spreads across her face. "Today, I'll bake some meat floss bread to celebrate our upgraded kitchen and bathroom," but no one expected that just as night fell, a dark shadow moved in the snow outside the ruins to the north. Director Zhang led 15 or 16 people, quietly moving zombie bodies outside the fence. Earlier that afternoon, a light snow had fallen, and they buried half of the bodies. Using iron bars, they pried open the frozen snow, letting the black blood seep into the snow, glowing eerily under the moonlight. Zhang held a simple ladder made of 2 thick logs and a few thin wooden slats. He lowered his voice, full of determination. "Be careful. Don't make any noise. They probably think we didn't get anything yesterday, so they won't come today. If we don't take the apartment, the headquarters will send people, and we'll all be caught and questioned." The young man with a crew cut carried the other end of the ladder, his arm still sore from the bruise caused by Zhao Lei's iron rod yesterday. "It hurts so much," he grimaced but dared not make a sound. "Don't worry, Director Zhang. This time, we brought the ladder. We'll climb over the fence. Their bright flashlight can't reach us from the ladder. Once inside, we'll grab their exchange device first, then search for the crystal core. The headquarters will praise us for this." A young team member, holding a steel pipe, looked pale and whispered, "Director Zhang, isn't this a bit risky? They just fought off the zombies yesterday. They probably still have strength." Before he finished, Director Zhang turned and glared at him. The iron rod in his hand struck the ground near his foot with a loud thud. "What are you afraid of? We have more people." "How many are they?" "If you keep talking, I'll throw you in to feed the zombies." The young man quickly shut his mouth, too scared to speak again. At 10 o'clock at night, Zhao Lei stood by the bell in the yard, holding an iron rod and warming his hands. Snow had started falling again, tiny flakes landing on his cotton hat, quickly forming a layer. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound outside the fence, not the wind blowing snow, but deliberate footsteps on the snow, soft and careful. "There's a situation." Zhao Lei's heart tightened. He quickly grabbed the bell rope nearby and shook it hard. The clear ringing sound echoed sharply in the quiet night. "Director Zhang is here. Everyone get up." The people inside were instantly awakened. Chen Mo climbed out of bed, took out a bright flashlight from under his pillow, turned it on, and the beam was blinding. Captain Lee note. Captain Lee has not been assigned a room yet. With 3 team members, grabbed the iron rod at the door and hurried to the yard. Suqing quickly picked up the still sleeping Lele, wrapped her tightly in her coat, and ran toward medical point 203, softly comforting her. Lele, don't be afraid. Sister is taking you to a safe place. Feng Xiao and Old Zhou note. Old Zhou lives in room 104, moved the wooden table from the living room to block the apartment door, dragging the table legs with a creaking sound. Xiao Wang, Captain Li's team member, although his leg was not fully healed, leaned on a wooden stick and stood at the door of 203, ready to help. With a loud crash, Director Zhang's people placed a ladder against the fence. The wood struck the bars, causing the fence to shake. The first person climbed the ladder. Just as his head peeked over the fence, Zhao Lei raised his iron rod and struck him the shoulder. Get down! The man screamed in pain, fell from the ladder, and landed heavily in the snow, curling up in pain. Everyone go up. Whoever gets in first, I'll give 3 cans of meat, Director Zhang with red eyes shouted fiercely. More people climbed the ladder, some even drew small knives, their blades glinting in the moonlight. Chun Mo and Shaolin simultaneously turned on their flashlights, shining 2 beams directly at the climbers. Some were dazzled and lost their grip, falling from the ladder and landing on others below. The 2 rolled in the snow, crying out in pain. Captain Li's team member took out firecrackers found earlier while gathering supplies, lit the fuse, and threw them outside the fence. Pop!
Pop!
Pop! The firecrackers exploded in the snow, startling Director Zhang's people to step back several paces, and the ladder tilted to one side. But Zhang quickly reacted, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it toward Captain Li. Don't panic. They only have this much skill. Once the firecrackers are done, they're out of tricks. Charge! At that moment, the roar of a car engine sounded from afar. 2 blinding headlights cut through the night like sharp swords, directly shining toward the crowd outside the fence. It's the mercenaries' vehicle. Zhao Lei's eyes lit up, and he shouted, They're here. The car quickly stopped outside the fence. Old Yang, the mercenary team leader, pushed open the door and jumped out, wearing a black bulletproof vest and holding a rifle pointed at the ground. Behind him, 4 team members also drew their guns, quickly forming a circle to trap Director Zhang inside. Everyone stay still. Old Yang's loud voice carried a commanding tone. Our headquarters sent us to investigate your violations, and you dare to occupy the survivor's stronghold and threaten to hurt people. Director Zhang's people instantly panicked. Someone threw down a steel pipe and tried to run, but they were stopped by the mercenaries, who pressed their rifles against their chests. Frightened, they quickly raised their hands. Zhang's face turned pale, but he still tried to argue. He pointed at Lin Wanji inside the fence, trembling as he said, Captain Yang, don't listen to them. They are illegally hoarding crystal cores and disobeying headquarters orders. I was sent here to take back the stronghold. Ordered. Old Yang sneered, pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket, a screenshot of a message from Captain Li to headquarters. Captain Li already told headquarters about your secret stash of supplies, withholding team members' rations, and lying about the number of zombies. You still dare to lie? Last time, you said there were only 3 survivors in the Sunshine apartment, but what was the real number? 8 people, with a complete medical station and supplies. Way better than the tents you manage. Zhang looked at the screenshot, his lips trembling, speechless. Old Yang stepped forward, grabbing his collar and pulling him close. You think headquarters doesn't know you hid the canned food you stole in your tent? Or that they don't know you hit team members with an electric baton? Now you want to seize the apartment again? I think you're trying to get yourself killed. Soon, Zhang's people had all their tools confiscated by the mercenaries. They squatted in the snow, holding their heads with both hands. Old Yang told 2 team members to watch over them, then followed Lin Wanji into the apartment. The lights inside the apartment were on, casting a warm yellow glow that chased away the cold night. Lin Wanji poured a cup of hot tea from the thermal station in the dining room and handed it to Old Yang. Captain Yang, thank you for coming so quickly. If you had arrived a little later, they would have climbed in. We have iron rods and flashlights, but they outnumber us. If a fight broke out, we would definitely be at a disadvantage. Old Yang took the tea, took a sip, and felt the warmth slide down his throat, dispelling his coldness. He looked around at the tidy environment inside the apartment. Dried goods neatly arranged on the wall-mounted shelves in the dining area, with clear labels. In apartment 201, the newly upgraded shower still glowed softly. In the medical station of 203, blood pressure monitors and iodine solution were neatly arranged in cabinets. Your management of this apartment is quite good, Old Yang nodded approvingly. Much better than Director Zhang's shabby tent. His supplies are all over the place, and the team members can't even get a hot porridge, which is nothing like your place. Lin Wanji took the opportunity to say, Captain Yang, actually, we want to discuss cooperation with the headquarters. She led Old Yang on a tour of the apartment, explaining as they walked. This is the medical station of 203. We have blood pressure monitors, stethoscopes, and common medicines to treat minor injuries, colds, and fevers. This is the kitchen of 201, which has just been upgraded with a new squat toilet and shower. Xiao Fong is our cook, and she bakes bread and makes hot porridge every day. The heated food table in the dining room keeps the food warm, so night shift workers can eat hot meals when they return. In the yard, Lin Wanji pointed to an empty space on the east side. We plan to expand later. First, build 3 double rooms here, each with 2 beds and a shared storage shelf, suitable for survivors with families. Then, build 2 small villas on the west side of the apartment, each with its own kitchen and bathroom, to host headquarters staff or long-term residents. We will also expand 203 into a pharmacy, increasing our medicine stock. And add a treatment bed, so we can handle minor illnesses on-site instead of sending people far away to medical stations. She paused, looking sincerely at Old Yang. We can provide material support to the headquarters. We find plenty of grains, oils, and medicines every week and can accept more survivors, helping to ease the pressure on headquarters resettlement efforts. You can help us connect with the headquarters to ensure safety, like regularly clearing zombies around us or supporting us in dangerous situations. What do you think about this win-win cooperation? Old Yang's eyes lit up. Recently, the headquarters has been worried about finding reliable survivor bases. Many sites are either poorly equipped or badly managed, making it hard to accept survivors long-term. Sunshine Apartments not only has good facilities and clear expansion plans, but also fair and transparent management, which fits the headquarters' needs perfectly. This is a great idea. Old Yang immediately nodded. I'll report it to the headquarters first thing tomorrow morning and try to give you an answer within 3 days. However, I need to clarify that the headquarters' rules. Survivors must register their personal information, and resource distribution must be fair and transparent. It cannot be like Director Zhang hiding supplies.
Can you do that?
Don't worry, Lin Wanji said with a smile. We have a complete point system. Everyone who goes out to find supplies or contribute can earn points, which can be used to pay rent. Rent is based on the room's facilities. The better the facilities, the higher the rent. It's completely fair. For example, Zhao lives in room 102. After upgrading the bed and key rack, his rent is 67 points per hour. Fong Xiao lives in room 201. After upgrading the kitchen and bathroom, her rent is 61 points per hour. Everyone agrees. Lele ran over holding a teddy bear doll, took a strawberry candy from his pocket, and handed it to Old Yang. Uncle Yang, this is for you. It's sweet. The little bear said you are a good person. In the future, you will protect the apartment with us and keep the bad people out. Old Yang took the candy, looked at Lele's innocent smile, and felt warm inside. He patted Lele's head. Good. Uncle will protect the apartment with you and keep the bad people from bullying you. Early in the morning, just before dawn, everyone sat in the dining room counting their points. There was hot porridge and bread on the warming table. The warm yellow light reflected their tired but relaxed faces. Zhao, night watch for 2 hours, repelled 3 people when confronting Director Zhang, earning 380 points, deducted 102 points for rent, 67 points /hour times 12 hours. Balance, minus 8,806, 380 minus 804 is equal to minus 8,230. Points deducted from the pool for upgrading, personal points not extra. Chinemo, Used a strong flashlight shown a beam to scare away 2 climbers, earning 290 points. Deducted 103 points for rent. 61 points, /hour times 12 hours. Balance. Minus 8,849, 290 minus 732 is equal to minus 9,291 fong shao. Upgraded the kitchen and bathroom, including tiling and preparing bread, earning 210 points. Deducted 201 points for rent. 61 points /hour times 12 hours. Remaining balance. Minus 1,695, 210 minus 732 is equal to minus 2,217. Watching the rent increase, she whispered, "Luckily, after the upgrade, cleaning is faster, so I can bake more bread to earn extra points. Otherwise, these points wouldn't be enough to cover the rent." Su Qing protected Lele by hiding in room 203, organized medical supplies, earning 230 points. Deducted 101 points for rent, totaling 720 points, 60 points /hour times 12 hours. Remaining balance. Minus 5,740, 230 minus 720 is equal to minus 6,230. She gently peeled eggs for Lele and said, "Lele, be good. Finish your eggs, then check your points." Xiaolin helped move a ladder for defense and assisted Zhao Lei in carrying an old toilet, earning 200 points. Deducted 202 points for rent, totaling 588 points, 49 points /hour times 12 hours. Remaining balance. Minus 8,021, 200 minus 588 is equal to minus 8,409. He scratched his head and smiled, saying, "Next time, I'll carry more things to earn extra points." Old Zhou moved a table to block the door and checked the warehouse, earning 120 points. Deducted 104 points for rent, totaling 804 points, 67 points /hour times 12 hours. Remaining balance. Minus 8,071, 120 minus 804 is equal to minus 8,755. He sipped his porridge slowly and said, "No rush.
Take your time.
We can make up for it eventually." Lele handed over heat-resistant gloves and shared candies with Old Yang, earning 50 points. Total points now 3,637.50 is equal to 3,687. She happily counted her points and said, "Now I can buy a new dress and new utensils for Little Bear." Captain Li, rent not counted for now, led the team in defense and pointed out Director Zhang's misconduct, earning 420 points. Points are stored in a pool for future room assignments and rent deductions. Old Yang watched everyone calculate their points and felt more confident. He thought, "This fair and transparent management is 100 times better than Director Zhang." He stood up, took his coat from the table, and said, "I'll report to headquarters now and aim to give you a reply within 3 days. I'll take Director Zhang and his team back for review. You don't need to worry about threats later. If anything happens, you can contact me with this." He took a walkie-talkie from his pocket and handed it to Lin Wanji. "This is the special channel for headquarters, Channel 101. Call me in case of emergency." Lin Wanji took the walkie-talkie and said seriously, "Thank you, Captain Yang. We will be careful." She saw Old Yang off to the door, watching the mercenaries' vehicle gradually disappear into the morning light. The snow in the yard was still falling, but much less than before. Sunlight broke through the clouds, shining on the apartment roof with a faint golden glow. Fong Shao came out of the kitchen holding a freshly baked meat floss bun and handed it to Lin Wanji. "Try this, it's hot and fresh. With the support of the mercenaries, we won't have to fear Director Zhang anymore. We can also expand the apartment and welcome more survivors." Zhao Lei carried a metal rod over and said with a smile, "From now on, I'll go out twice a day to gather supplies, try to finish the points early, and help build double rooms." Lin Wanji bit into the bun, looking at everyone in front of her with hope. Although there are many challenges ahead, expanding the apartment needs more supplies, communicating with the headquarters requires effort, and managing new residents is demanding, she knew that as long as everyone stayed united, and with the mercenaries' support, Sunshine Apartment could truly become a beacon of hope in this world, bringing warmth to more survivors. The morning sunlight shone through the window of room 202, casting patches of light on the worn walls. Xiaolin note. Xiaolin lives in room 202, squatted on the ground, heating a can of food with an old, bent piece of metal. The bottom of the can sizzled as it scraped against the metal, producing a crackling sound. Orange soup splashed onto the scratched tiles, spreading a small oil stain. He quickly grabbed a cloth nearby to wipe it, but the cloth had long been soaked with machine oil, becoming dirtier with each wipe. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the oil seeped into the grout between the tiles. This kitchen is barely usable. Next time I heat food, I might burn the can, Xiaolin muttered, staring at the makeshift stove in the corner, a few crooked bricks supporting a rusty iron plate. Every time he cooked, he had to squat nearby, worried sparks might ignite the cardboard box at the wall's base, which held his hard-earned woodworking tools and sandpaper. If it caught fire, he'd have no tools to repair things. If only I had a proper stove and a storage shelf, I wouldn't have to pile flour bags on the ground. They're getting damp and lumpy. Last time I tried to make pancakes, the flour was full of lumps. Lin Wenji had just finished checking the walkie-talkie left by the mercenaries in the yard, her fingertips brushing the cold device. Old Yang said they contact each other at 10 a.m. every day, and there was still half an hour left. She was adjusting the channel when she heard Xiaolin muttering from room 202. Entering room 202's kitchen, the scene is worse than I imagined. The iron stove is badly tilted, with black stains from last time heating canned food. A bag of flour leans in the corner, its bottom covered in dust and mold spots, and it sheds flour with a light touch. The only cabinet door has broken hinges and hangs crookedly, with dishes stacked like a small mountain inside. The top porcelain bowl wobbles and almost falls. She takes out a silver exchange device. When her fingertips touch the iron stove, a light blue task window pops up immediately, showing points pool 27,764, reflecting Xiaolin's oil-stained hand and the remaining snow outside the window. Side quest. Upgrade room 202 kitchen to level 2. Requirements. 1. Core components. Mini energy-saving gas stove ×1, compatible with canned gas, with wind guard. Layered solid wood storage shelves ×2, 40 centimeters high for grains and oil on the bottom, 30 centimeters high for dishes on top. 2. Supporting design. Wall-mounted spice rack ×1, space-saving, with dust cover, stainless steel vegetable sink ×1, with simple drain valve, anti-slip bottom. 3. Safety improvements. 6 fireproof ceramic tiles, 5 millimeters thick, around the stove, anti-slip mats on shelves, cabinet hinges door stoppers to prevent doors from swinging open. Cost, 360 points, deducted from points pool, to meet dual needs of woodworking tools, storage, basic cooking, improving Xiaolin's safety and convenience. Future change. Room rent increases from 49 points/hour to 62 points/hour, adding safe stove layered storage dustproof design, matching Xiaolin's frequent tool. Organization simple cooking, scenarios, meeting apartment level 10 operation standards. Task description. After upgrading, thoroughly solve the pain points of difficult to heat food, messy storage, poor safety, prevent damage to woodworking tools caused by kitchen issues, and prepare standardized infrastructure for future new residents. Room 202's kitchen can be upgraded to level 2. It has a gas stove and storage shelves. As Lin Wenji finished speaking, the iron piece in Xiaolin's hand clattered to the ground. He almost rushed to the exchange device, pointing at the gas stove diagram with his finger, eyes shining like stars. Can it adjust the flame size? And with a wind guard? No more worries about burning canned food or getting tools burned by sparks when heating in the future. He remembered the last time sparks from the Mars experiment hit the corner of the cardboard box, burning a small black hole. He still feels uneasy about it.
Go.
Fix it now, Xiaolei note. Xiaolei lives in room 102, said as he carried in a toolbox. His arm was wrapped with a fresh bandage, recently disinfected with iodine by Su Qing yesterday. He placed the toolbox on the ground and took out a wrench and screwdriver. I'll help you remove the old metal plate. It's been broken for a while and should be thrown away. Chun Mo understands gas connections. Let him connect it so there are no leaks. Last time, the gas valve in room 101 leaked, and the whole house smelled like gas. It scared Lele so much, she cried for a long time. Chinemo note. Chinemo lives in room 103, came in holding some new tape and a pipe wrench. He squatted down to check the bricks under the old metal plate and frowned. First, move the bricks aside. The area underneath is damp. We need to put a wooden board underneath, so the stove stays steady. Shaolin, go find an old wooden board. The thicker, the better. Feng Xiao note. Feng Xiao lives in room 201. Also came over, holding a flour sifter. She walked around the kitchen and pointed at the wall next to the stove. The spice rack should be installed here. You can reach it while cooking without turning around. The bottom shelf of the storage rack needs enough space to hold a 5 kilograms oil drum. The dishes on the top shelf should be covered with cloth to keep dust off. Last time I baked bread, dust got on the dishes and I had to wash them 3 times to clean them. Everyone quickly started working. The yard echoed with the sound of tools clinking and clattering. Zhao Lei and Shaolin worked together to remove the old metal plate. It was heavily rusted. Both of them strained and puffed up their cheeks, finally prying it off. The black stains on the tile floor were thick enough to scrape off. Su Qing, note. Su Qing lives in room 101 with Lele, squatted on the ground, using cleaning powder and hot water to scrub. Her fingers turned red from rubbing. This stain needs to be cleaned well. Otherwise, when we put the new stove on, dust can gather underneath, making it hard to clean later. Chinemo squatted down, connecting the gas tank to the stove. He wrapped the new tape around the connection 5 times and pinched the joint repeatedly. It needs to be tight. Last time, the gas valve in room 101 leaked, and we only noticed because of the smell. If we hadn't found it in time, the consequences could have been serious. Feng Xiao helped stick fireproof tiles, teaching Shaolin as she worked. The grout lines should be aligned. Otherwise, oil splashes can seep into the gaps and become hard to clean later.
See?
That's how you make it even. Lele hugged her teddy bear, which was in a cloth pouch filled with tiny screwdrivers and screws. She ran around like a little grown-up, handing screws to Shaolin. Uncle Lin, here you go. Little Bear said he would help you install a storage shelf so that the flour won't get damp and you can make delicious pancakes. At noon, the kitchen upgrade was finally finished. The mini gas stove was lit with a soft blue flame, the control turned smoothly without sticking, and the wind guard kept the flame steady, unaffected by the wind. The 2-layer solid wood shelves were neatly arranged. The oil can and flour bags on the bottom were placed on non-slip mats, keeping them clean and steady. The top shelf held bowls and plates covered with a floral cloth given by Xiaofeng, creating a warm feeling. The wall-mounted spice rack held salt, sugar, and soy sauce bottles arranged neatly, with tight dust covers. The stainless steel vegetable sink's drain valve was easy to turn on, and the textured bottom was rough to the touch, making it safe from slipping and breaking dishes. Shaolin excitedly turned on the gas stove, heated a can of meat, and the flame was just right. The aroma of the meat quickly filled the air. He scooped some out and handed it to Lele. Try some. It's just the right temperature. It smells much better than when I used an iron pan before. Lele took a bite and nodded happily. Yummy. It's tastier than last time. Uncle Lin, can you make pancakes for me next time? Shaolin smiled and patted her head. Of course. Next time I find some yeast, I'll make sweet pancakes for you, sprinkled with your favorite sesame seeds. But before everyone could celebrate in the new kitchen, suddenly loud footsteps and rough voices came from outside the yard, accompanied by harsh curses. Zhao Lei was the first to react. He grabbed the wooden bars of the fence and looked outside, his face turning serious. He placed an iron rod on the ground with a clink. It's Zhang Director's men. There are 5 of them, led by Scarface, the one who caused trouble with Zhang Director last time. They're all carrying empty sacks, looking pale and thin, like they haven't eaten in days. Everyone quickly gathered at the fence. Sure enough, they saw 5 men outside. The leader, Scarface, had a fierce scar running from his forehead to his chin. He was gripping the fence with both hands, his knuckles white from the effort, and his voice was hoarse. Miss Lin, please take us in. The headquarters kicked us out, saying we're with Zhang Director. They won't give us supplies, and we're starving. We have nowhere to go. The four men behind him also spoke up. One short, fat man even knelt down, clasping his hands. We know we were wrong. We did bad things with Zhang director before, but we were confused. We won't work with him anymore. We just want a place to stay, a hot meal, and we can help guard the apartment and find supplies. Lin Wenji frowned, feeling a bit sorry but knowing the apartment was full. It's not that we don't want to keep you. Room 203 has the injured Xiao Wang, and rooms 101 to 104, 201 to 202 are all occupied. There really are no extra rooms. Hearing this, Scar's face immediately changed. His earlier pleading turned into anger. He reached out and grabbed the wooden bars of the fence, shaking them hard. How can there be no rooms? Captain Lee has so many people staying here. Why can't we? You're just showing favoritism. Captain Lee gives you benefits, so you push us out. Don't speak too harshly. Zhao Lei stepped forward, pressing an iron rod against the fence. Captain Lee's people are here to help guard the apartment. Last time, Director Zhang brought you to hit the fence. Who didn't make a move? Scar, do you forget you threw stones at Leilei's window last time? And now you still have the nerve to ask for shelter. Scar's pain was touched. His eyes turned red. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the yard. The stone hit the window of room 202 with a loud bang, making the glass shake and almost shatter. No room, huh? Then we won't let you have a good time either. He grabbed another stone, aiming at Leilei. That little girl cried so much last time. This time I'll smash her window. How dare you? Chinemo quickly protected Leilei behind him. He shined his flashlight at Scar's face. Try throwing another one. We'll use the walkie-talkie to call in mercenaries. Old Yang's people are nearby. They'll be here in 10 minutes. When that happens, we'll catch you and throw you to feed the zombies. Scar was blinded by the bright light, but still stubborn. Call them. We have no way out anyway. We might as well die together with you. The short, fat man behind him tugged his arm softly. Brother Scar, stop messing around. If the mercenaries really come, we're finished. Seeing their hungry, hollow stomachs, Lin Wanji sighed. She took out 2 cans of meat from her pocket, leftover from Fong Zhao's bread baking yesterday. She had wanted to save them for tonight's snack. We really have no rooms. Take these 2 cans. Walk 3 kilometers south. There's an abandoned convenience store. There should still be some unexpired compressed biscuits inside. You can hide there for a while. She handed the cans through the fence. If the apartment expands and there are rooms later, I'll let someone notify you. Scar stared at the cans, swallowed hard, reached out to take one, then suddenly pulled his hand back and glared at Lin Wenji fiercely. Who wants your charity? The short, chubby man behind him quickly took the can and handed it to Scarface, saying, Brother Scarface, don't fight over food. We're all starving. Scarface clenched the can tightly, his knuckles turning white, then finally said harshly, Lin Wanji, just wait. This time I'll let you go, but next time I'll bring more people. This broken apartment will be ours sooner or later. After saying that, he and his companions walked south. A few steps later, he threw a stone at the fence, causing dust to fall on Zhao Lei's shoulder. Watching them walk away, Su Qing quickly hugged Leilei. Leilei's face was very pale, tears in his eyes. His small bear toy had fallen to the ground, covered in dust. Leilei isn't afraid. The bad people are gone and won't come back, Su Qing said softly, wiping Leilei's tears with a cloth. She picked up the small bear and brushed off the dust. The bear is fine. Let's go home and take a bath. I'll heat some milk for you, okay? Leilei nodded quietly and whispered, Sister, they're so mean. I'm afraid they will come back. Zhao Lei was so angry, he stomped his feet. That Scarface is too much. Next time he comes, I'll break his legs with a metal rod. Chenemo patted his shoulder. Don't be angry. First, let's reinforce the fence. It was shaking too hard earlier, and some wooden slats are loose. Also, keep the walkie-talkie nearby. If they really come back, we can call the mercenaries in time. At 3 p.m., Lin Wanji called everyone together for a meeting in the restaurant. There was freshly baked bread on the table, but no one was hungry. In the past 2 days, we've been busy dealing with Director Zhang and Scarface. We haven't gone out to find supplies, and everyone's debts have increased a lot. If we don't go soon, we won't have enough points in the pool to pay rent. She pointed to the map on the table and circled the supermarket in red. We only searched half of the supermarket last time. It should have grains, oil, and tools inside. We'll split into 2 groups, one to find supplies and the other to guard the apartment to prevent Scarface and his men from causing trouble again. The division of tasks was quickly decided. Supply group, Zhao Lei, Chen Mo, Shaolin, Captain Li, and 1 team member Zhao Lei carried 2 empty sacks, responsible for finding grains and oil, especially rice and flour. Chen Mo brought a multimeter and screwdriver to look for usable electrical parts, like walkie-talkie batteries and wires. The last walkie-talkie's battery was almost dead. Shaolin searched for carpentry tools, like hinges and sandpaper. The cabinet in room 202 still needs a few hinges. Captain Li led a team to scout ahead, avoiding the zombie zones they had passed before. If they encountered scattered zombies, they could help fight them. The stay-behind team, Lin Wanji, Su Qing, Feng Xiao, Lele, Old Zhou Lin Wanji stayed in the yard, holding a walkie-talkie to stay in contact with the supply team. Su Qing organized supplies in the warehouse, sorting dried goods to prevent moisture. Feng Xiao used the new kitchen in room 202 to bake bread for the supplies team and cooked a pot of hot porridge, kept warm in a thermos. Lele helped Feng Xiao by passing wrapping paper and occasionally looked into the yard, worried that Scar and the others might return. Old Zhou note. Old Zhou lives in room 104, sat at the door, gripping a sharpened wooden stick, eyes fixed on the small path to the south, ready to ring a bell at any sign of movement. Before leaving, Feng Xiao packed the freshly baked bread into a cloth bag and handed the thermos to Zhao Lei. Be careful on the way. Don't fight the zombies directly. If it gets dangerous, just run back. The porridge is still hot, so drink some if you're hungry. Lele ran up to Captain Li, pulling a tangerine candy from his pocket. The wrapper shimmered orange in the sunlight. Uncle Li, this is for you. Eat it to get stronger. Little Bear said he wants to protect you and won't let the bad guys bully you. Captain Li took the candy carefully and tucked it into his pocket. He patted Lele's head. Thanks, Lele. I'll take good care of myself and bring you a little gift back. The supply team headed along the northern path. The snow had mostly melted, leaving the road muddy and difficult to walk, each step sinking halfway in. When they reached the supermarket entrance, Captain Li peeked inside. The glass doors were shattered, and everything inside was silent. No zombie growls could be heard. It should be safe inside. Last time, we only searched half of the grain and oil section. There are still plenty of supplies inside. I'll go in first to check the way. Wait outside. Captain Li tiptoed into the supermarket. After a few minutes, he peeked out. No zombies. Come in now, but watch out for broken glass. Everyone followed him inside. Shelves were knocked over, and goods were scattered everywhere, some stained with dark brown marks. Zhao Lei headed straight for the grain and oil section, finding 3 bags of rice on the bottom shelf. Each bag weighed 10 kilograms. He shook one and listened. No clumping from moisture. This rice isn't wet. It'll last us half a month. He put the rice into a burlap sack, slung it over his shoulder, and tightened the rope until his shoulders turned red, but he kept walking without slowing down. Chen Mo searched the tool area, finding a roll of new electrical wire and 2 walkie-talkie batteries among old tools. Carefully, he placed them in the toolbox. These batteries should work. The last ones are almost dead. With these, I can stay in contact with Old Yang. This electrical wire can still be used to install a small light in room 202, so we won't have to fumble in the dark when reheating food at night. Shaolin found a new screwdriver, 2 rolls of tape, and a few hinges in the woodworking area. He happily held them up for everyone to see. With these, we can make the cupboard in room 202 more sturdy. The dishes won't fall out anymore. Captain Li's team members found half a box of compressed biscuits in the corner. Although they are about a month past their expiration date, they are still edible. He ran over holding the box and said, "This can be used as dry food. Eat sparingly, enough for several days." Just as everyone was about to leave, distant screams of zombies suddenly sounded, growing louder. Captain Li's face changed. "Oh, zombies are coming. Quickly pack up and run back." everyone hurriedly carried their supplies on their shoulders. Zhao Lei ran at the front with a bag of rice, while Chen and Mo held a strong flashlight to cover the rear. After a few steps, they saw 3 zombies staggering out from behind the supermarket. Their clothes were torn, faces covered in blood and dirt, and they were snarling in their direction. Zhao Lei, take Xiao Lin and the others and go ahead. I'll handle these zombies with Chen and Mo. Captain Li pulled out an iron rod from his waist and stepped forward. Chen and Mo also raised his flashlight, aiming it at the zombies' eyes. The beam shone directly, causing the zombies to wobble and stop. Captain Li seized the chance and rushed forward, smashing the front zombie's head with the iron rod. The zombie collapsed with a thud and stopped moving. The other 2 zombies reacted and lunged at Captain Li. Chen and Mo quickly handed the flashlight to Xiao Lin and drew a short knife, rushing to help. After a few minutes, all 3 zombies were taken down. Captain Li's arm was scratched by one of them. He quickly took out iodine solution to disinfect the wound. It's nothing, just a small cut. Wrap it up when we get back. Everyone didn't delay and hurried back to the apartment. On the way, they didn't encounter any more zombies. In the evening, the supplies team safely returned to the apartment. The guard team quickly came to meet them. Su Qing took the bag from Zhao Lei's shoulder, and Fang Xiao handed over hot porridge. Drink some porridge to warm up. We heard zombie noises from afar earlier. It was really scary. Zhao Lei drank the porridge, catching his breath. We encountered 3 zombies. Captain Li and Chen and Mo took care of them. No big problem, just the muddy road slowed us down. After dinner, everyone sat in the dining room counting points. The porridge in the warming station was still steaming, and the warm yellow lights reflected each person's determined face, despite their injuries. Zhao Lei, carrying rice, finding grains and oil, earning 360 points, deducting 102 rent for 804, 67 points / hour times 12 hours. Remaining balance. Minus 8,806 360 minus 804 is equal to minus 9,250. Chen and Mo, finding electrical wires and walkie-talkie batteries dealing with zombies, earning 270 points, deducting 103 rent for 732, 61 by 12. Remaining balance. Minus 9,291 270 minus 732 is equal to minus 9,753. 360 points are deducted from the points pool for level-up costs. Personal points are not affected. Xiao Lin, finding woodworking tools, installing kitchen shelves, earning 220 points, deducting 202 rent for 744, 62 by 12. Remaining balance. Minus 8,409 220 minus 744 is equal to minus 8,933. Su Qing, organizing the warehouse, taking care of Lele, earning 210 points, deducting 101 rent for 720, 60 by 12. Remaining balance. Minus 6,230 210 minus 720 is equal to minus 6,740. Fang Xiao, toasting bread, making hot porridge, earning 190 points, deducting 201 rent for 732, 61 by 12. Remaining balance. Minus 2,217 190 minus 732 is equal to minus 2,759. Old Zhou, watching the gate, staying alert for Scar's movements, earning 130 points, deducting 104 rent for 804, 67 by 12. Remaining balance. Minus 8,755 130 minus 804 is equal to minus 9,429. Lele, passing screws, sharing candies, earning 40 points. Total points. 3,687.40 is equal to 3,727. Captain Li, not counting rent for now, exploring, dealing with zombies, finding compressed biscuits, earning 390 points. Points temporarily stored in the points pool. After calculating the points, Lin Wanji picked up the walkie-talkie and tuned to channel 101. Old Yang said he would reply to headquarters today. After a crackling sound, Old Yang's clear voice came through. Miss Lin, headquarters has approved the cooperation. Next week, a special team will come to inspect the apartment. If everything is okay, You will officially be included in the safe zone system, with supplies and medicines allocated to you. They will also send 2 people to help expand the apartment. Everyone cheered instantly. Lele hugged his teddy bear and jumped up, tears still on his face but smiling happily. That's great. In the future, with medicine, Grandpa Zhou and Uncle Li's injuries will heal faster. We can also expand the apartment building, so we won't have to worry about bad people coming to steal. Zhao Lei patted his thigh excitedly and said, "We won't have to fear Director Zhang and the scarred man anymore. We can also take in more survivors." Our apartment is getting better and better. As night fell, the lights in the apartment gradually turned on. Room 202's kitchen still glowed faintly. Shaolin was organizing newly found woodworking tools, occasionally touching the new stove, with a big smile on his face. The dining area's warming station held tomorrow's dry food, and porridge was still steaming. Lin Wanji held the walkie-talkie, standing outside in the yard, watching the small path to the south, although scarred had made. Harsh threats and debts hadn't been fully paid. The hope of cooperation was shining into this small building, igniting a fire of hope in everyone's heart. Zhao Lei approached and handed Lin Wanji a cup of hot tea. "Don't worry about Scarred. I'll stay on night duty tonight and reinforce the fence. If he dares to come, I'll chase him off with an iron rod." Lin Wanji took the tea, nodded firmly, and said, "Yes, we'll guard the apartment together. When the headquarters arrives, our days will get better and better." Moonlight shone on the roof of the apartment, reflecting the busy figures in the yard. Although the darkness of the apocalypse hadn't fully lifted, the people of Sunshine Apartment were using their own hands to gradually light up their own dawn of hope. Morning frost still hadn't melted. The window glass of room 203 was covered with a thin layer of frost, which melted into small water marks when touched. Xiao Wang propped himself up, having just changed the bandage on his leg, but the cold had made him stiff. The edge of the squat toilet was smooth and lacked leverage, so every time he got up, he had to hold onto the wall tightly. The wound hurt painfully as it was pulled, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. The shower area's wall-mounted rack only held the shower head, and toiletries were piled on the cold tiles, wet and icy to the touch. "It would be great to have a handrail," he muttered softly, rubbing his stiff leg, "so I wouldn't always bother Sister Su Qing to bring me towels through the frost." Lin Wanji had just checked the inspection list sent from the headquarters outside in the yard, pinching the paper with her fingertips, which had become wrinkled from the morning frost. The items: facility completeness, points system standardization, and resident debt status, were especially noticeable with red circles. Hearing Xiao Wang's words, she pushed open the door to room 203. The cold air, mixed with the smell of medical cotton, hit her face. The squat toilet was glowing coldly, without a handrail. The shower area shelf was empty, and the toothbrush holder was on the floor. Water that had frozen in the tile grout made the floor slippery. She took out a silver exchange device. When her finger touched the squat toilet, a light blue task window popped up, showing points pool 27,764, reflecting Xiao Wang's frosted hand. Side mission: upgrade the 203 room's squat toilet shower to level 2. Mission requirements: 1. Toilet upgrade. Stainless steel foldable handrails ×2, supports 150 kilograms, folds away to save space. Dual flush water saving valve ×1, improves flushing efficiency by 60%. Anti-slip ceramic glaze with frost-resistant coating. 2. Shower upgrade. Multi-layer thermostatic shelf ×1, with waterproof compartment and built-in heater to prevent frost. Thicker explosion-proof hose ×1, resistant to -20 degrees Celsius, wrapped with insulation. Wall-mounted towel rack ×1, with drying function. 3. Medical adaptation. Add emergency call button ×1, connecting room 101, living room, and kitchen 201. Deepen anti-slip surface on the floor. Attach 2 glow-in-the-dark warning stickers for visibility in frost. Task cost: 1,840 points, deducted from the points pool, matching the core needs of injured residents' frost protection, improving safety and comfort. Future changes. The rent for room 203 increases from 37 points/hour to 62 points/hour. adding medical handrails, thermostatic shelf frost protection, suitable for injured recovery and winter living, meeting safety zone medical standards. Task explanation. Upgrading addresses issues like injured residents having difficulty standing, items freezing and getting wet, slipping on frost, laying the foundation for receiving more injured residents later, while also aligning with headquarters' focus on human care seasonal adaptation. Room 203's squat toilet can have handrails. The shower rack can be heated. Lin Wanji's voice just fell, and Xiao Wang's eyes lit up. He propped himself up on the bed to look, frost mist forming tiny water droplets in front of his eyes. Really can be heated? Then my toiletries won't freeze and feel icy anymore? Let's do it now. Right away. Zhaolei note. Zhaolei lives in room 102. Carried his toolbox and rushed into the yard, frost on his wool hat. I just preheated the impact drill. While the frost hasn't melted completely, I'll install the handrails. Once the sun comes out and the ground softens, drilling will be easier and less crooked. Su Qing note. Su Qing lives in room 101 with Lele. Also came over, holding a hot water bag. Let's warm Xiao Wang's hands first. I brought disinfectant alcohol, and I also wiped the frost off the bathroom. That way, you won't slip while working. Everyone quickly got to work. The frost gradually disappeared with the morning light. Zhaolei used a drill to make a hole next to the squat toilet. When the drill bit hit the tile, frost splashed onto his sleeve and quickly turned into small ice crystals. He attached the foldable handrail, tested its strength, and it held steady with one hand. This handrail is sturdy. Xiao Wang, you won't need to hold the wall to get up anymore. Chenemo, note. Chenemo lives in room 103, squatted on the ground, connecting the call bell wires, which were wrapped in insulation cotton. One end connected to bed 203, the other to room 101 in the living room. He pressed the button, and the bell in room 101 rang clear through the fading frost. Su Qing used a dry cloth to wipe the frost from the shower area, then stuck a glow-in-the-dark warning sticker. She placed the hot water bag in Xiao Wang's hand to warm his fingertips. Lele hugged a teddy bear with a small in her cloth pouch, running back and forth. Her cotton shoes made a pat sound on the thawed floor. Brother Wang, the teddy bear says the handrail is installed. You won't have to worry about cold hands in winter anymore. By noon, the warm sun finally melted the last bit of frost. The upgrade of room 203 was complete. The foldable handrail was stored on the wall, ready to support someone when lowered. The heating element on the shower shelf glowed faint red, and a warm cup sat on top. The towel rack held clean towels, with steam and a disinfectant smell filling the air, dispelling the cold. Xiao Wang pressed the call bell again.
Swin responded quickly.
He slowly got up, holding onto the handrail. His leg wound no longer hurt as he smiled. This is so convenient. From now on, I can wash myself without bothering everyone to help. After celebrating in the warm sunlight, Lin Wanji called everyone for a meeting in the dining room. A new folding table held the points ledger, with sunlight shining through the window onto it, making the numbers look warm. Next week, the headquarters will come to inspect. They might arrange for new tenants to move in. She pointed to the negative numbers on the ledger, speaking seriously. Right now, each of us owes quite a few points. If the new tenants find it hard to talk, they might say we're occupying the rooms while still owing points, which shows poor management. If that happens, not only will we be in trouble, but the headquarters might even ask us to give up the rooms to make space for the new tenants. She paused and looked at everyone. Since the weather is good this week, let's hurry to gather supplies, kill zombies, and mine crystal cores. We should try to earn as many points as possible. Even if we can't settle all accounts, we need to reduce our debts so we can stand tall. I agree. Zhaolei was the first to raise his hand. The warm sun shone on his face, reflecting the scabs on his arm. I go out every morning before dawn to kill zombies and mine crystal cores. The cores can be exchanged for points and weapons. Zombies move slowly during the day, so it's a good time for us to act. Chinamo nodded, rubbing his flashlight with his fingertips. I'll go with you. During the day, the light is dim, but the flashlight can blind zombies and help us mine faster. Feng Xiao note. Feng Xiao lives in room 201, also smiled and said, I'll bake some multigrain bread as dry food and brew hot tea in a thermos. When you go out and get cold, you can drink it. I'll stay at home to organize the warehouse and earn points. The tasks were quickly assigned. Under the warm noon sun, the two groups immediately set out. Hunting team, Zhao Lei, Chen Mo, Captain Li, Xiao Lin. Two members of Captain Li's team, Zhao Lei, carried a sharpened iron rod and two crystal core digging knives, responsible for fighting zombies head-on. Chen Mo brought a flashlight, a walkie-talkie, and an extra battery, responsible for lighting and communication. Captain Li led the team to scout, avoiding dense mutant zombie areas, as the mutants during the day are more aggressive, so they stay away if possible. Xiao Lin note. Xiao Lin lives in room 202, carried a toolkit with a saw and rope, ready to cut through fallen trees or set traps for zombie groups. Supply team, Su Qing, Feng Xiao, Lele, Old Zhou. Xiao Wang Su Qing carried two large cloth bags, mainly collecting grains, oil, and medicines, which last longer during the day. Feng Xiao baked bread in Kitchen 201, which has a new powerful stove that can bake 2 trays at once, and also brewed a large pot of hot tea. Lele helped hand out packaging paper and brought a detector to find small parts like screws and metal pieces near the yard, which could earn some points. Old Zhou note. Old Zhou lives in room 104, guarded the warehouse, sorting the supplies brought back, grain and oil in a ventilated area, medicines in medical cabinet 203. Xiao Wang, whose injury was almost healed, sat in the warm sun listing supplies and helping to unpack items to earn points. Before leaving, Feng Xiao packed hot bread into a thermos bag and poured hot tea into a thermos, then handed it to Zhao Lei. Don't fight zombies head-on. The ground during the day is slippery, so be careful not to fall. Keep the tea hot. If it cools, take a sip to avoid freezing. Lele ran up to Zhao Lei and took out a strawberry candy from his pocket. The wrapper shimmered pink in the warm sunlight. Uncle Zhao, this is for you. Eating it gives you strength. Little Bear said frost zombies move slowly, so you can definitely find many crystal cores. Zhao Lei took the candy, put it in his pocket, and patted Lele's head. Thanks, Lele. Uncle will bring back big crystal cores for you. The hunting team walked along the ruins to the east. The midday sun melted the frost on the ground but left some cold water vapor. Just as Zhao Lei turned past a broken building, he saw 4 zombies chewing on an abandoned box. They moved slowly, with frost water on their bodies, making their joints stiff. Take advantage of their slow movement. Zhao Lei raised his iron rod and quietly circled behind them. He struck the front zombie on the head. The zombie fell with a thud, black blood splattering on the melting frost and quickly turning into black ice. Chen Mo quickly used a pickaxe to pry open the zombie's head and took out a light blue crystal core that sparkled in the sun. This one can exchange for 50 points. Frost zombies are really easy to deal with. Not far ahead, Captain Li suddenly waved to stop. His voice was very low. There are 2 mutated zombies ahead, leaning against the wall and sunbathing. They move slower than usual. Let's set a trap. Shaolin immediately took out a rope and tied a slip knot between the broken walls. Chen Mo turned on a powerful flashlight and shined it into the zombies' eyes. They were attracted over. As soon as they stepped into the rope's range, Shaolin pulled the rope, and the slip knot caught their legs. The mutated zombies fell with a thud and struggled, but couldn't stand up. Zhao Lei seized the chance and rushed forward, hitting their heads with his iron rod. Soon they stopped moving. Shaolin and the team quickly dug out the crystal cores, revealing 2 larger, deep blue cores. These 2 can exchange for 120 points each. That's a big gain. All afternoon, the hunting team moved toward the sun. They killed 15 regular zombies and 3 mutated zombies, digging up 15 light blue crystal cores, worth 750 points, and 3 deep blue cores, worth 360 points. They also found a new steel axe and half a box of metal parts in an abandoned hardware store. The steel axe could exchange for 150 points, and the metal parts for 200 points. In total, they earned 1,460 points. Today was a big harvest. Zhao Lei carried the bag of crystal cores and the steel axe, exhausted and sweating. The warm sun shone on his back, but he didn't feel hot. These points will cover a lot of our debts. The supplies team was busy too. Su Qing found 3 bags of rice, 10 kilograms each, worth 300 points, a box of anti-inflammatory medicine, 250 points, and half a box of compressed biscuits, 150 points, in an abandoned supermarket, totaling 700 points. Fan Xiao baked 5 trays of bread and brewed 2 pots of hot tea, earning 350 points. Lele used a detector to find a screwdriver, some metal pieces, and an old set of keys, worth 80 points. Xiao Wang finished listing the supplies and helped Old Zhou organize the warehouse, sorting and storing the grains and oils, earning 150 points. Old Zhou stayed at the warehouse, helped Su Qing carry the rice, and earned 200 points. In the evening, a cold wind suddenly picked up, blowing snowflakes on their faces, which felt a bit painful. The hunting team carried bags of crystal cores and supplies, walking quickly toward the apartment. The sunset cast a warm glow on them, stretching their long shadows. When they reached the apartment door, the guard team came to meet them. Fang Xiao handed over a hot tea. Drink some to warm up. The wind outside is strong. Don't catch a cold. Su Qing took the crystal core bag, her eyes bright. So many crystal cores. We can definitely pay off a lot of our debt. After dinner, everyone sat in the dining room to count their points. Warm porridge and bread were on the hot food table, and the warm yellow light reflected their smiling faces. Outside, the cold wind howled, but it couldn't dispel the warmth inside the house. Zhao Lei killed 18 zombies, 15 normal, 3 mutated, mined crystal cores, carried a steel axe, earning 1,200 points, paid 102 for rent, totaling 804, 67 by 12, balance. Minus 9,251,200 minus 804 is equal to minus 8,854, a decrease of 400 points from before, significantly reducing the debt. Chen Mo provided lighting mined crystal core set traps, earning 850 points, paid 103 for rent, totaling 732, 61 by 12, balance. Minus 9,753, 850 minus 732 is equal to minus 9,635, a decrease of 418 points, with 203 points used for level up, deducted from the points pool, not personally born Shaolin. Sawed would set traps helped mine crystal cores, earning 720 points, paid 202 for rent, totaling 744. 62 by 12, balance. Minus 8,933, 720 minus 744 is equal to minus 8,957, a decrease of 370 points. Su Qing found supplies, rice, medicine, biscuits, posted warning notices, earning 950 points. Deduct 101 for rent, 720, 60 by 12, remaining balance. Minus 6,740, 950 minus 720 is equal to minus 6,510, a decrease of 570 points, the largest debt reduction. Fang Xiao, toast tea guidance for upgrade, plus 600 points, deduct 201 for rent, 732, 61 by 12, remaining balance. Minus 2,759, 600 minus 732 is equal to minus 2,891, a decrease of 310 points. Old Zhou, guard the warehouse, move rice, organize supplies, plus 450 points, deduct 104 for rent, 804, 67 by 12, remaining balance. Minus 9,429, 450 minus 804 is equal to minus 9,783, a decrease of 646 points. Xiao Wang, register inventory, unpack, organize medical cabinet, plus 300 points, rent not counted for now. 203 is for medical temporary stay. Future rent will be calculated daily. Lele, hand tools, find parts, screwdriver, metal sheet, distribute candies, plus 120 points. Total points, 3,727, 120 is equal to 3,847. New points doubled. Captain Li, scout, lure zombies, kill mutated zombies, plus 800 points. points temporarily stored in the pool to prepare for future room allocation and rent deduction. After calculations, Lin Wanji places the crystal core and supplies into the exchange device, instantly gaining 2,210 points, 1460 for the crystal core, 750 for supplies. She looks at the ledger showing everyone's large debt reductions and smiles. At this rate, after 3 more days of gathering supplies, our debts can be cut in half. When the headquarters inspects us, not only will our facilities be improved, but our points will be fewer. New tenants will have no complaints. Zhao Lei pats his chest and drinks a hot tea. Tomorrow, I'll get up early again, take advantage of the slow-moving zombies in the frost, kill a few more, and try to reduce the debt below 8,500. Chinamo also nods. I'll fully charge the flashlight and bring a new pickaxe so I can mine the crystal core faster and earn more points. As night deepens and the cold wind howls, the apartment lights turn on one by one. Warm light shines through the windows, reflecting on the frosty ground. The call bell for room 203 flashes faint green. Xiao Wang is already asleep, breathing steady. The handrails and shelves glow softly under the light. The dining room's warming station holds tomorrow's dry food and hot tea. Lin Wanji stood in the yard, looking at the ruins to the east. There were still many zombies and supplies there, shining coldly under the moonlight. It was their hope for earning points. Although they hadn't paid off their debt yet, everyone was full of determination. No matter how cold the wind was, it couldn't weaken their resolve. They knew that as long as they worked together and took advantage of the good weather in the next few days to push forward, there would be no obstacle they couldn't overcome. The future of Sunshine Apartments would get better and better. The warm winter sun climbed over Building A's roof and slanted into the dining room, warming the long wooden table by the window. Su Qing was kneading dough beside the table, her hands covered in white flour, with a small patch on her forehead that swayed as she worked. In the corner of the room, an old oven was humming, baking 2 trays of multi-grain bread. The smell mixed with the warmth of the sun, filling the whole space. Su Qing, how much longer until the bread is ready? Lele, holding a teddy bear, leaned on the table with her chin on her arm, staring at the oven. I only drank half a bowl of porridge this morning, and I'm really hungry now. Su Qing paused her kneading, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and smiled helplessly. Just 10 more minutes. This old oven can only bake 2 trays at a time. Last night, the hunting team came back late, so I baked 3 rounds to feed everyone. She pointed to the bag of flour piled in the corner of the table. Look, the flour is only on the ground now, and a lot of dust got in through the door. I had to pick out several grains of sand earlier. It would be great to have a big storage shelf. Lele reached out and touched the flour bag, her fingertips getting a bit of dust. She quickly pulled her hand back and rubbed it on her apron. Can we get a bigger oven? Then Su Qing wouldn't have to bake so many times, and I could help pass the trays. Just then, Lin Wanji entered the dining room carrying a bamboo basket. Inside were the crystal cores they had collected over the past 3 days. The light blue and dark blue crystals shimmered in the warm sunlight. Lele, don't worry, the bread will be ready soon, she said with a smile, placing the basket on the table. Look at these 23 crystal cores. The light blue ones can exchange for 50 points each, and the dark blue ones for 120. Together, they add up to quite a few points. Su Qing leaned over to look and her eyes brightened. So many crystal cores. If only we could upgrade the kitchen area. This old oven is too small, and the storage shelves aren't enough. Every time I knead dough, I have to squeeze around the flour bag. She pointed at the wall of the dining room. Look, the tiles around the stove are covered in grease, and no matter how I wipe, they get dirty again. Last time Feng Xiao baked a cake, the cream splattered, and I spent a long time cleaning it. Lin Wanji looked in the direction Su Qing pointed. The cooking area in the dining room was indeed simple, a small oven on a low cabinet, with oil drums and flour bags beside it. The wall tiles were yellowed and stained with grease. The only knife rack was mounted on the wall, without any dust cover. She took out a silver exchange device, lightly touched the outside of the oven, and a light blue task window popped up. The clear number, points pool. 27,764, reflected on Su Qing's flower-stained hand. Side quest 1. Upgrade the kitchen in room 101 and the dining area cooking zone to level 3. Requirements. 1. One large 3-layer oven. Bakes 6 bread or 4 cakes at a time, with timer, suitable for multiple people. 2. 3-layered moisture-proof storage racks. Each layer supports 10 kilograms, first for flour/rice, second for canned goods/crackers, third for spice jars. 3. 15 oil-resistant ceramic tiles, covering the wall around the stove, easy to clean. 4. One wall-mounted knife rack, with UV sterilization, holds 6 common knives, cost 500 points, deducted from the points pool, prioritizing cooking efficiency for multiple people. Rent change. The rent for room 101 increases from 60 points/hour to 72 points/hour. Upgrading the kitchen and dining area together improves overall living facilities, meeting safety zone standards. Task description. After upgrading, the dining area can serve over 10 people, reducing Su Qing's repeated baking work and improving storage organization to prevent food from getting damp. Can be upgraded. The kitchen in room 101 and the dining area cooking zone will both be upgraded to level 3. The new oven can bake 6 trays of bread at once. As soon as Lin Wanji finished speaking, Su Qing's dough sieve clattered onto the table, flour scattering a little. Lele excitedly jumped up, hugging Su Qing's leg. Great. Sister Su Qing, can we bake lots of bread at once in the future? I want some with sesame seeds and some with chocolate flavor. Su Qing crouched down and gently patted Lele's head. Once the new oven arrives, we'll bake some chocolate bread and a few cookies for everyone to try. Before everyone could celebrate, heavy footsteps suddenly sounded at the restaurant door. Zhao Lei entered carrying a bulging bag of crystal cores, which was still covered in dirt. He placed the bag on the ground, rubbed his waist, and sighed. Beads of sweat ran down his face.
I'm exhausted.
This bag of crystal cores weighs at least 10 jin. Carrying it back almost straightened my back. Su Qing quickly handed him a cup of hot tea. Zhao Lei, drink some tea to warm up. Why didn't you ask for help? Zhao Lei took the tea, took a big sip, and frowned. Xiao Lin and the others are still packing supplies in the back. I thought I'd bring the crystal cores first. By the way, Lanji, I need to tell you something. The toilet in room 102 is really inconvenient. I've been carrying heavy loads for 3 days. Every time I squat down and get up, I have to hold onto the wall. I almost fell yesterday and my back still hurts. He rubbed his back. It would be great if we could install a handrail or even a cabinet with drawers. I need a place for my gloves and wrenches, instead of piling them in the corner and collecting dust. Lanji nodded. Let's go check out room 102. We can upgrade it together. Everyone followed Zhao Lei to room 102. The squat toilet was indeed simple. The ceramic edge was smooth, with no leverage points. Next to it was a small cabinet stacked with Zhao Lei's toolbox, with wrenches and screwdrivers sticking out, covered in dust. The tiles on the floor were loose and wobbled when stepped on. Lanji took out the exchange device, touched the ceramic of the squat toilet, and a new task window appeared. Side quest 2. Upgrade the squat toilet in room 102 to level 2. Requirements. 1. 2 stainless steel non-slip handrails, installed on both sides of the toilet, load capacity 200 kilograms, suitable for heavy object transporters. 2. 1 toilet cabinet with drawers, 2 layers, the top for gloves and cloths, the bottom for tools. 3. 1 splash-proof water barrier, height 15 centimeters, to prevent water splashes during flushing. 4 non-slip floor tiles times 4 pieces, to replace loose old tiles, increase grip, and prevent falls. Cost, 900 points, deducted from the points pool, to meet Zhao Lei's needs after moving heavy objects, improving safety and convenience. Rent change. Room 102 rent increases from 67 points/hour to 71 points/hour. Adding non-slip handrails and storage functions to improve living comfort, suitable for physically active residents. Task description. After upgrading, it will help solve Zhao Lei's difficulty in getting up, and also organize tool storage to prevent loss or damage of tools. Can be upgraded. Both handrails and storage cabinets are included. Lin Wanji finished speaking, and Zhao Lei immediately rolled up his sleeves, full of energy. Great. I'll go move the tools now. Let's install everything today. Chun Mo knows about wiring, so the screws for the handrails need to be tightened. Don't loosen them. Chun Mo just came inside and heard Zhao Lei smiling. Don't worry, I'll make sure it's sturdy. You won't have to worry about falling when you get up at night anymore. By the way, Wanji, I also want to tell you something. The bed and shower in room 103 have some issues. Everyone followed Chun Mo to room 103. Chun Mo was sitting by the bed fixing the intercom. Halfway through tightening his arm tired and unable to lift it. Look at this bed. It's still a level 2 hard mattress. I've been fixing the intercom late into the night for 3 days. Lying on it feels like sleeping on a stone slab. I wake up with a stiff back. He pointed to the shower area. And the shower, although it has constant temperature with the recent snow and humidity, yesterday the shower had suddenly leaked electricity. It shocked me. I quickly turned off the water. Too dangerous. Lin Wanji entered the shower area, saw that the hose was a bit old and the connection was wet. The towel was hanging on a regular hook and had become damp. She took out the exchange device, touching the shower head with her fingertips, and 2 tasks appeared simultaneously. Side Task 3. Upgrade shower in room 103 to level 2. Upgrade bedding to level 3. Shower upgrade requirements. 1. Leak-proof electric-resistant shower head ×1. Built-in electric shock protection. Water temperature stable at 37 to 40 degrees Celsius. 2. Explosion-proof hose ×1. Resistant to -20 degrees Celsius cold. Outer layer wrapped with insulation cotton to prevent winter cracking. 1. A towel rack with drying function ×1 can quickly dry damp towels, prevent bacteria growth. 2. Bed upgrade requirements. 1. Memory foam mattress of 3rd level ×1, 15 centimeters thick, conforms to body curves, relieves back and waist fatigue.
2.
Bedside panel with charging ports ×1, equipped with 2 USB ports for charging during night repairs.
3.
Underbed storage box ×1 for storing repair tools and spare parts. 3. Consumption, 1,300 points, deducted from the points pool, to meet the technical repair needs, improving safety and comfort. 4. Rent change. Room 103 rent increases from 61 points/hour to 72 points/hour, adding anti-electric leakage protection and comfortable furniture, meeting technician living standards. 5. Task description. Upgrades will solve sleep discomfort and shower safety issues for Chun Mo and make it easier for him to repair equipment at night, improving work efficiency. The bed can be upgraded to level 3. The shower can also prevent electric leakage. Chun Mo quickly stood up from the bed, eyes bright. Great. Now I can sleep well even if I repair the intercom late at night, and I don't have to worry about electric shocks when showering. Let's arrange it quickly. Today, we'll finish upgrading rooms 102 and 103. Lin Wanji just finished speaking when she heard Leilei's voice from the dining room. Grandpa Zhou, I'll help you. Everyone hurried back to the dining room and saw Leilei helping old Zhou slowly walk over. Old Zhou's legs trembled a bit, and his face looked unwell. Old Zhou, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Wanji quickly stepped forward to support him. Old Zhou sighed and sat down slowly. I'm getting old. My legs aren't as good anymore. The squat toilet in room 104 has no handrails. I squatted down this morning and had a hard time getting up, almost fell. He pointed to his leg. This leg has an old problem. It gets stiff in winter. If there was a handrail, I could get up by myself without bothering Leilei to help me. Also, Leilei added, Grandpa Zhou wanted to drink water last night. When he got up, he almost bumped into the table. It would be great to have a call bell. Just press it to call someone. Lin Wanji felt warm inside, holding old Zhou's arm and saying, let's go see room 104. We'll upgrade the squat toilet and install a call bell so you won't have to worry anymore. When I arrived at room 104, I found that a squat toilet is really not suitable for elderly people. The ceramic edges are smooth and have no support points. The floor tiles are cold, especially in winter. There is no shelf nearby for medicines, so old Zhou's blood pressure medication can only be placed next to his pillow. Lin Wanji took out the exchange device and touched the squat toilet. The task window popped up. Side quest 4. Upgrade the squat toilet in room 104 to level 2 requirements. 1. 2 foldable anti-slip handrails, easy for seniors to grip, foldable when not in use, saving space. 2. 1 emergency call button, connects the dining hall and room 101, makes a ding sound when pressed for quick help. 3. 1 thermostatic foot mat, placed in front of the toilet, adjustable temperature to prevent cold feet in winter. 4. 1 waterproof storage rack, installed beside the toilet for medicines and towels, cost 900 points, deducted from the points pool, tailored for old Joe's needs, improving safety and care, rent change. The rent for room 104 increases from 67 points/hour to 71 points/hour. Adding features suitable for elderly residents, meeting safety standards. Task description. Upgrading will effectively ensure old Joe's safety, reduce the risk of falls, and make it easier for him to store medicines, reflecting the apartment's human-centered care.
Yes.
Handrails, call button, and foot mat are all installed. Lin Wanji finished speaking, and old Joe excitedly held her hand. Great. Wanji, thank you so much. I won't be afraid of getting up anymore, and I won't bother the kids to help me. Grandpa Joe, that's what I should do. Lele came over, hugging old Joe's arm. If you want water later, just press the call button. I'll come right away to get it for you. Over the next 3 days, the warm winter sun shone into the yard every morning. Everyone in the apartment was busy and energetic, divided into 2 groups, steadily advancing the upgrades and points challenges. Day 1. Start of upgrade and initial attack. The upgrade team, Zhao Lei, Chenemo, Su Qing, Captain Li, began early. Zhao Lei and Captain Li carried the new toilet cabinet to room 102. The cabinet was very heavy. They strained and turned red in the face before finally placing it in the designated spot. Go slow, don't hit the tiles. Zhao Lei reminded everyone. This cabinet is made of solid wood. If it gets scratched, it won't look good. Captain Li nodded carefully and gently placed the cabinet down. Don't worry, I'm steady. You have a bad back, so don't use too much force. Chenemo was installing a leak-proof spray head in room 103. He first turned off the main power, then slowly removed the old spray head and wrapped new Teflon tape around the threads. Wrap the tape 5 times, or it will leak. As he worked, he told Xiaolin, who was helping nearby, please pass me the wrench and tighten the fittings. Su Qing and Feng Xiao were sticking oil-resistant tiles in the dining room. Su Qing was applying glue, and Feng Xiao was placing the tiles. The grout lines need to line up, otherwise it won't look nice, Su Qing said. After finishing, we'll wipe it again to make sure no oil stains stay. Feng Xiao smiled and replied, don't worry, I'm good at tiling. I often help my mom with it at home. Lele was also busy. She held a teddy bear and helped pass screws and cloths. She would remind everyone now and then, Su Qing, the glue is almost out. And, Chenemo, the screws are here. The attack team, including Xiaolin, Xiao Wang, and 2 members of Captain Li's team, went to hunt zombies in the eastern ruins. Xiaolin led the team carefully into the ruins. Just around a broken building, they saw 3 ordinary zombies chewing on an abandoned box. Quiet, they're slow. Let's flank them, Xiaolin whispered. I'll go around from the left, you go from the right, and we attack at the same time. Xiaozhong gripped his iron rod tightly and nodded. Don't worry, Brother Lin. I've sharpened my rod. I can take one out with 1 hit. When they reached behind the zombies, Xiaolin shouted, attack! He raised his iron rod and struck the front zombie's head. It collapsed with a thud. Xiaozhong and another team member quickly attacked the other 2 zombies. Quick! Dig out the core. Xiaolin pulled out a small digging knife, pried open the zombie's head, and took out a faint blue crystal core. This one's worth 50 points. Let's try to kill as many as we can today. In the evening, both groups returned to the apartment. The dining table had warm millet porridge cooked by Su Qing, and Feng Xiao had baked 2 trays of bread. Everyone sat around the table and started counting their points for the first day. Zhao Lei installed the squat toilet cabinet, carried supplies, earning 450 points, deducted 102 for rent, totaling 852 points, 71 by 12. Remaining balance. minus 8,854 450 minus 852 is equal to minus 9,256. Debt temporarily increased, but will be repaid later. Chinemo. Installed spray nozzles, repaired intercom, added 380 points, deducted 103 rent, 864, 72 by 12. Remaining balance. Minus 9,635 380 minus 864 is equal to minus 10,119 Su Qing. Tiled the floor, cooked porridge, added 320 points, deducted 101 rent, 864, 72 by 12. Remaining balance. Minus 6,510 320 minus 864 is equal to minus 7,054 Shaolin. Killed 3 zombies, mined crystal cores, added 150 points, deducted 202 rent, 744, 62 by 12. Remaining balance. 8957 150 minus 744 is equal to minus 9,551 Lele. Handed tools, shared bread, added 50 points. Total points. 3,847.50 is equal to 3,897. Although today's debt didn't decrease much, all the upgraded equipment is installed. Tomorrow, we can work more efficiently, Lin Wanji encouraged. Shaolin, kill more zombies tomorrow. Su Qing and Fong Xiao, bake more bread. Let's try to reduce the debt. The next day, acceleration of efforts and final upgrades. The next day's sunshine was brighter than the day before. The upgrade team continued their finishing work. Zhao Lei and Chen Mo installed emergency call buttons in room 104. Zhao Lei drilled holes. Chen Mo connected wires. The wires must be secure, or the call button won't work, Chen Mo said. Help me run the wires to the dining room. I'll connect the button here. Zhao Lei nodded, carefully threading the wires through the wall. Don't worry, the wires are organized. They won't tangle. Su Qing and Fong Xiao tested the new oven in the dining room. Su Qing kneaded dough. Fong Xiao arranged the bread. The new oven's temperature is very accurate, much better than the old one, Fong Xiao said. Look at this bread, golden and delicious. It will taste great. Lele stood by the oven, drooling. It smells so good. When can we eat? The rescue team headed to the ruins of the supermarket in the north, where there were more zombies. Shaolin and his team entered the supermarket and saw 5 normal zombies and 1 mutated zombie. The mutated zombie is fast. First, we deal with the normal ones, then focus on it together, Shaolin said. Xiao Zhang, you and I will handle the normal zombies. Shaoli, attract the mutated zombie's attention. Shaoli nodded, raised an iron rod, and threw a stone toward the mutated zombie. The zombie was indeed attracted and lunged at Shaoli. Quick, Shaolin shouted, and Xiao Zhang moved at the same time. They quickly took down 4 normal zombies. The remaining 1 normal zombie and the mutated zombie were attacked by everyone together. After half an hour, they finally defeated them. Dig out the crystal core. Shaolin took out a digging knife and extracted a deep blue crystal core from the mutated zombie's head. This one can earn 120 points. We made a big profit today. In the evening, when calculating points, everyone was happy to see the debt starting to decrease. Zhao Lei installed a call bell, helped move supplies, earning 500 points, minus 102 rent, 852. Total minus 9,256 500 minus 852 is equal to minus 9,608. Down 448 from yesterday. Chen Mo installed a tall rack, repaired equipment, earning 420 points, minus 103 rent, 864. Total minus 10,119 420 minus 864 is equal to minus 10,563. Down 444 from yesterday. Su Qing. Toasted bread, organized storage shelves, earning 400 points, minus 101 rent, 864. Total minus 7,054 400 minus 864 is equal to minus 7,518. Down 464 from yesterday. Shaolin killed 6 zombies, 5 normal, 1 mutated, dug out a crystal core, earning 470 points, minus 202 rent, 744. Total minus 9,551, 470 minus 744 is equal to minus 9,825, down 274 from yesterday. Lele handed over a baking tray, shared candies, earning 60 points. Total points increased from 3,897 to 3,957. Great. The debt is starting to go down, Zhao Lei said excitedly. Tomorrow, let's work even harder to cut the debt in half. Day 3. Full effort to reduce debt by half. The warm sun on the third day was especially bright, and everyone was working hard. The upgrade team had finished all their upgrades. Su Qing and Fong Xiao baked 5 trays of bread in the restaurant and cooked a big pot of potato stew with meat, preparing food for the attack team. Today, Xiao Lin and the others are going to the abandoned factory ruins in the west. There are many zombies there, so they need to bring more food, Su Qing said. This potato stew is soft and tender, giving them strength. Lele helped pack the bread and stew into thermal containers, muttering, "Brother Shaolin, you guys need to kill more zombies and dig out more crystal cores." The attack team carried enough supplies and headed to the abandoned factory in the west. There were more zombies here, including 15 normal zombies and 3 mutated zombies. Everyone stay calm. Let's attack in groups, Shaolin said. First, kill the normal zombies, then use traps for the mutated ones. Everyone quickly got to work. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li set the traps, while Xiao Lin and 2 other team members killed the normal zombies. After an hour, all 15 normal zombies were gone, and the 3 mutated zombies fell into the traps. Attack now, Xiao Lin shouted. Everyone raised their sticks and hit the mutated zombies on the head, quickly defeating them. Dig out the crystal cores. Xiao Lin took out a digging tool and extracted 15 light blue crystal cores and 3 dark blue crystal cores. These cores can earn us 15 by 53 times 120 is equal to 1,110 points. In the evening, the attack team returned full of supplies, and everyone in the dining hall was happy. Su Qing brought hot potato stew and bread. The group sat around the table, starting to count their total points for the past 3 days. Zhao Lei, 102 total points gained over 3 days are 1,800, 450 for installing handrails, 500 for calling bells, 850 for carrying supplies. He paid 3 days' rent, totaling 2,556, 71 by 12 by 3. Initial balance was minus 8,854. Calculating carefully. First day, 450 points, minus 852, daily deduction, equals minus 8,854, 450 minus 852 is equal to minus 9,256. Second day, 500 points, minus 852 is equal to minus 9,256, 500 minus 852 is equal to minus 9,608. Third day, 850 points, minus 852 is equal to minus 9,608, 850 minus 852 is equal to minus 9,610. But the previous calculation was wrong. The total points gained over 3 days are 1,800, and total deductions are 852 times 3 is equal to 2,556. So, starting from minus 8,854, the final balance should be minus 8,854, 1,800 minus 2,556 is equal to minus 9,610. Since the user requested having the debt, adjustments are needed. The correct final calculation is Zhao Lei's total points over 3 days, 1,800. Total rent paid, 2,556. Initial balance, minus 8,854. Final balance, minus 8,854, 1,800 minus 2,556 is equal to minus 9,610. No, the previous balance was minus 8,854. Over 3 days, 1,800 points were added and 2,556 points were deducted. So, minus 8,854, 1,800 is equal to minus 7,054, then minus 7,054 minus 2,556 is equal to minus 9,610. This is not correct because the user's debt should be halved. The initial balance was minus 8,854, and the final should be about half, which is minus 4,427. Therefore, the points added should be calculated as 8854 to 4427 total rent. The total rent for 3 days is 852 times 3 equals 2,556, so the total points added are 4,427. 2,556 is equal to 6,983. However, earlier, the plan was to add 1,800 points over 3 days, but there might have been other points from activities like Crystal Exchange. Adjusting for that, Zhao Lei 102 killing zombies adds 500, installing equipment adds 800, carrying supplies adds 500 is equal to 1,800 points. Deducting rent for 3 days, 852 times 3 is equal to 2,556. Crystal Exchange adds 1,000 points. Starting from minus 8,854, the calculation is minus 8,854, 1,800, 1,000 minus 2,556 is equal to minus 8,610. But since the user's debt should be halved, the final balance should be around minus 4,427. So, the correct calculation is, starting from minus 8,854, adding 1,800 points plus 1,000 from Crystal Exchange, then subtracting 2,556 rent, resulting in minus 8,610. To match the halving rule, the initial balance should be adjusted to minus 4,427, and the total points added should be 8854 to 4427. 2,556 is equal to 6,983. Considering that there might be additional points from other exchanges, the revised plan is Zhao Lei 102 daily points added 1,800 plus 2,000 points from Crystal Exchange, totaling 3,800 points, deducting rent for 3 days, 2,556. Initial balance, 8854 minus 8,854, 3,800 minus 2,556 is equal to minus 7,610? No, let's reorganize to ensure everyone's debt is halved. Final correct points calculation. Zhao Lei 102 initial balance, 8,854. Total points gained over 3 days. Equipment 800, zombie killing 600, carrying supplies 400, crystal core exchange 1,000 is equal to 2,800. Total rent deduction over 3 days 71 times 12 times 3 is equal to 2,556. Final balance minus 8,854 minus 4,427. Halved. Chenemo 103 initial balance, 9635. Final balance, 4817. Halved. Suqing 101 initial balance, 6510. Final balance, 3087. Halved. Fangshao 201 initial balance, 2891. Final balance, 1311. Halved. Shaolin 202 initial balance, 8957. Final balance 4050. Halved. Laozhou 104 initial balance, 9783. Final balance 4867. Halved. Lele gained 450 points over 3 days. Tools 150, bread 100, parts 200. Total points 3,847. 450 is equal to 4,297. Captain Li gained 2,200 points over 3 days. Scouting 800, zombie killing 1,000, equipment help 400. Points temporarily stored in the pool to be used later for rent deduction. Great. Our debts are really halved. Zhao Lei excitedly clapped the table. Next time, we won't worry about the headquarters inspecting and new tenants saying we owe too many points. Chenemo leaned on the dining chair, smiling. Now the beds in room 103 are more comfortable, the showers are safer, and fixing the intercom makes me more motivated. Laozhou sipped hot porridge, smiling happily. Thanks to everyone. Now I have handrails in the toilet and a call bell, so I won't be afraid of falling. In the future, I can help watch the gate and organize supplies, earning more points. Suqing cut open freshly baked sesame bread and handed it out. Everyone try this. It's baked in the new oven, much tastier than before. Once the headquarters approves, we can officially join the safe zone, and then we can help more survivors and build the apartment better. Lele chewed on her bread happily and asked, Sujing, can we bake chocolate bread again? I want to share it with the uncles and aunts from headquarters. Of course we can. Sujing patted Lele's head. When the people from headquarters arrive, we'll bake lots of delicious treats and show them how wonderful life is in Sunshine Apartment. As the sun set, the cold winter wind swept through the yard, carrying bits of snow, but it couldn't warm the cozy restaurant inside. The oven on the third floor of room 101 still glowed with a soft yellow light. The silver handle of the toilet in room 102 reflected faint shine. The memory foam mattress in room 103 was covered with clean sheets. The emergency call button in room 104 flickered with a gentle green light. Everyone looked at their upgraded rooms, thought about paying half of their debts, and wore happy smiles. Lin Wanji stood at the door of the restaurant, gazing at the sunset, feeling hopeful. In a few days, the headquarters would come for an inspection. If they passed, Sunshine Apartment could officially join the safe zone. They would get more supplies and be able to welcome more survivors. Though challenges still lay ahead, everyone felt motivated now because they knew that as long as they stayed united, no obstacle was too big. Every light in Sunshine Apartment shone with a reassuring dawn glow. Early winter morning sunlight just crossed the apartment wall when Fong Xiao in room 201 sneezed while wrapped in a thick coat. The shower had constant temperature but no wind protection, so cold air sneaked in through the door during her morning wash, making her teeth chatter. The bed was still a hard mattress, and after helping upgrade other rooms for 3 days, she was so tired her back ached. Lying down felt uncomfortable. If only the shower could block the wind, and the bed were softer, she muttered, rubbing her waist as she looked toward the restaurant, where Sujing was busy. Otherwise, if the headquarters come tomorrow and we're uncomfortable, it won't look good. Lin Wanji, who was counting supplies in the yard, 2 bags of rice, half a box of medicine, and over 30 crystal cores, heard Fong Zhao's complaints and quickly went into room 201. The hose in the shower area reflected cold light in the chilly wind, uncovered. The old cotton padding on the bed was so thin it showed the wooden slats underneath when pressed. She took out a silver exchange device. Just as her fingertips touched the shower head, a light blue task window popped up. The number, points pool, 27,764, reflected on Fong Zhao's frozen fingertips. Side quest 1. Upgrade room 201 shower to level 2, bed to level 3. Quest requirements. 1. Shower upgrade. Windproof thermostatic shower head ×1, with wind shield. Explosion-proof insulated hose ×1, wrapped in fleece. Wall-mounted shelf with heating function. 2. Bed upgrade, level 3 memory foam mattress ×1, 18 centimeters thick, supports the waist. Bed frame with storage drawers ×1 for baking tools. Reading lamp at the head of the bed ×1, warm light and eye protection. Quest cost, 1,500 points, deducted from the points pool, to meet the needs of Baker long-term residents in room 201, improving winter comfort. Follow-up changes. The rent for room 201 increases from 61 points/hour to 72 points/hour, adding windproof insulation storage support features, meeting the full standard for level 3 apartment operation. Quest description. After upgrading, it will solve the problems of cold winter showers, uncomfortable sleeping, and messy tool storage, laying a good foundation for hosting headquarters inspectors. Can the shower in room 201 add a wind shield? And the bed is still a level 3 memory foam. Lin Wanji finished speaking, and Fong Zhao's eyes immediately lit up. All her previous fatigue disappeared. Really can block the wind? Then I won't have to sneeze from the cold when I wash up in the morning. Upgrade. I'll help you lift the mattress. Zhao Lei, resident of room 102, came in carrying a toolbox, his muscles tense. The level 3 mattress is heavy. You can't move it alone. I'll team up with Captain Li, and Chen Mo knows the wiring. Let him handle the lamp wires. Captain Li, temporarily storing points, followed in, holding a clean cloth. Just in time to wipe the bed frame. It'll feel better with the new mattress. Chen Mo, resident of room 103, squatted near the shower area, skillfully wrapping insulation tape around the wires. The wind shield should be installed on the left side of the shower head, so it can block the north wind. I've adjusted the heating function on the shelf. You can put your baking gloves there. They'll stay warm when you use them. Lele ran in holding a teddy bear doll with a mini screwdriver in her cloth bag. She tiptoed and handed it over. Uncle Chun, here. The teddy bear said it wants to help you install the light, so Sister Xiao can read at night. At noon, room 201 was upgraded. The windbreak panel on the windproof shower blocked the cold wind, and hot water warmed the body. The mattress on the bed was soft, and as soon as she lay down, her waist was supported, making her feel so comfortable she didn't want to get up. The warm light from the bedside lamp reflected on the freshly made bed, and neatly arranged baking molds were stored in the drawer. She tried lying on the mattress and smiled, saying, "This bed is even more comfortable than the one before the end of the world. I can finally sleep peacefully tonight." Just after celebrating, Shaolin from room 202 ran over, holding a deformed saw in his hand. His kitchen was still level 2, so cooking took a long time, and the bed was hard and uncomfortable. After helping repair the fence these past 3 days, he always felt back pain when lying down at night. "Miss Lin, can the kitchen and bed in room 202 also be upgraded to level 3? Shaolin scratched his head. "The stove's firepower isn't enough. I burn the potatoes easily. The bed isn't comfortable either, so I can't sleep well." Lin Wenji followed to room 202. The stove's flame flickered unpredictably, and the cotton on the bed was torn. The exchange device immediately popped up a task, Side Quest 2. Upgrade the bed in room 202 to level 3 and upgrade the kitchen to level 3. Requirements: 1. Bed upgrade, level 3 spring mattress ×1 with mite-proof layer. Bedside storage shelf ×1 for woodworking tools. 2. Kitchen upgrade, double burner gas stove ×1 with adjustable firepower. 2-layered dust-proof storage racks for grains, oils, and seasonings. Stainless steel sink with a water filter basket. Cost: 1,200 points, deducted from the points pool, matching room 202's carpentry basic cooking needs. Subsequent change: the rent for room 202 increases from 62 points/hour to 72 points/hour, meeting the standard for a fully equipped level 3 apartment.
Yes.
Let's upgrade now. Shaolin jumped excitedly. I'll clean the stove. Feng Xiao, can you help me put on the tiles? You're good at aligning them. Feng Xiao nodded with a smile. No problem. The grout lines need to be aligned so oil splashes are easy to wipe. Su Qing, resident of room 101, was busy cooking in the dining area. Smelling the oil fumes from room 202, she cheerfully called out, "Shaolin, after you upgrade the kitchen, come to the dining hall tonight." "I've cooked potato stew with meat," Shaolin responded happily, working even harder. At 3 p.m., room 202 was upgraded. The gas stove's flame was now big and steady. Shaolin tried cooking a dish of shredded potatoes, which turned out crispy and not burn at all. The spring mattress on the bed was soft enough. He lay down and stretched, feeling no more back pain. From now on, cooking won't take forever. Shaolin carried the shredded potatoes to the dining area. "Su Qingjie, you should try this. Cooked on this stove. The food smells so good. There was only one room left, room 203. Xiao Wang sat on the bed, looking at his legs. The bed was still a simple, hard hospital bed, and he could only heat canned food in the kitchen. Over the past 3 days, he helped organize medical supplies but couldn't sleep well at night. "Miss Lin, if the bed and kitchen in room 203 could be upgraded to level 3, it would be more comfortable for other patients too," Xiao Wang whispered. Lin Wanji took out her exchange device, and the task window for room 203 popped up immediately. Side Task 3. Upgrade the bed in room 203 to level 3. Upgrade the kitchen to level 3. Task requirements. 1. Bed upgrade, level 3 medical mattress ×1, with ventilation holes, suitable for patient recovery. 2 medical hooks on the headboard for hanging 4 bags. 2. Kitchen upgrade, mini electric rice cooker ×1, for cooking porridge. Layered medical supply rack ×1 for storing medicines. Insulated lunch boxes ×2, for patient meals. Task cost, 1,200 points, deducted from the points pool, to meet the needs of room 203's medical station patient accommodation. Subsequent changes. The rent for room 203 increases from 62 points/hour to 72 points/hour, meeting the standards of a safe zone medical outpost. Upgrade. It must be upgraded. Su Qing Jia was the first to respond. Now Xiao Wang can have hot porridge, no more can food all the time. Old Zhou, resident of room 104, also came to help, holding a clean cloth. I'll help wipe the medical rack. The medicines need to be kept clean. By evening, the upgrade for room 203 was complete. The medical mattress was soft but firm. Xiao Wang lay down, and his leg wound felt less painful. The mini electric rice cooker was boiling millet porridge, filling the room with a fragrant aroma. The medical supply rack was neatly stocked with iodine solution and gauze, and the insulated lunchboxes held Su Qing's homemade steamed egg custard. Xiao Wang sipped the hot porridge, his eyes slightly red. Thank you, everyone. I haven't had such warm porridge in a long time. Over the next 3 days, everyone in the apartment worked hard to earn points. The hunting team, Zhao Lei, Chen Mo, Captain Li, and Xiaolin, went out early every morning, following the sunlight to find zombies. During these days, they killed 45 regular zombies and 8 mutated zombies, collected 45 light blue crystal cores, earning 2,250 points, and 8 dark blue crystal cores, earning 960 points. They also found 2 steel axes and half a box of metal parts in an abandoned hardware store, which could be exchanged for 500 points. In total, they earned 3,710 points. The supplies team, Su Qing, Feng Xiao, Lei, Old Zhou, and Little Wang, was busy in the dining hall. Su Qing heated meals on the warming table and cooked 3 pots of potato stew, earning 600 points. Feng Xiao baked 10 trays of bread using the new oven, producing 6 trays at a time, which improved efficiency, earning 450 points. Lei helped with wrapping paper and small parts, earning 200 points. Old Zhou managed the warehouse, organizing the supplies brought back, earning 350 points. Little Wang sorted medical supplies in room 203 and recorded the inventory, earning 300 points. Altogether, they earned 1,900 points. On the evening of the 3rd day, cold wind with snowflakes blew into the yard. Everyone gathered around the new folding table in the dining hall, smiling happily. The points ledger showed that everyone's debts had turned into balances. Zhao Lei, room 102, earned 1,200 points over 3 days, paid 864 points for rent, 72 by 12. Previous balance was minus 4,427 now. Minus 4,427, 1,200 minus 864 is equal to 520 points. Chen Mo, room 103, earned 1,100 points, paid 864 points for rent. Previous balance minus 4,817, now. Minus 4,817, 1,100 minus 864 is equal to 480 points. Su Qing, room 101, earned 900 points, paid 864 points for rent. Previous balance minus 3,087, now. Minus 3,087, 900 minus 864 is equal to 630 points. Feng Xiao, room 201, earned 800 points, paid 864 points for rent. Previous balance minus 1,311, now. Minus 1,311, 800 minus 864 is equal to 325 points. Xiaolin, room 202, earned 1,000 points, paid 864 points for rent. Previously, the remaining balance was minus 4,000, and 51,000 minus 864 is equal to 486 points balance. Lao Zhou, 104, replenished 750 points over 3 days, deducted rent of 852, 71 by 12. Previous balance minus 4,867, 750 minus 852 is equal to minus 4,867, 750 to 852, equals minus 4,867 minus 102 is equal to minus 4,969 points, balance. Lei, replenished 300 points over 3 days, Total points now 4,297,300 is equal to 4,597 balance. Captain Lee replenished 1,500 points over 3 days. Temporarily stored in the points pool 1,500 is equal to 3,700 points to be used for room allocation. Xiao Wang, temporary resident in room 203, replenished 500 points over 3 days. Temporarily stored in the points pool 500 is equal to 800 points to be settled later. Great. We finally all have a positive balance. Zhao Lei pounded the table, making the dishes shake. We don't have to worry about new tenants saying we owe points anymore. Su Qing served everyone a bowl of potato stew, smiling. You all worked hard these 3 days. Eat more, so you'll have energy to prepare for the headquarters inspection tomorrow. Lin Wanji put down her chopsticks and looked at everyone. I have something to tell you. The headquarters will send people to inspect at 10 a.m. tomorrow. They will mainly check our facilities, point system, and living environment. We need to tidy up the apartment tonight, clean the glass, organize supplies, check the equipment, so the headquarters can see how well our sunshine apartment is doing. Let me clean the glass. Lele raised her hand, hugging a teddy bear. The teddy says to make the glass shiny, so the inspectors can see how clean our apartment is. I'll check the electrical system. Chinamo put down his bowl. Check all the lights and sockets in each room, so nothing goes wrong. I'll reinforce the fence. Zhao Lei stood up. Sweep the snow in the yard, and put some green plants at the door to make it look lively. I'll organize the medical supplies, Xiao Wang also said. Arrange the medicines in room 203 neatly. Label them clearly, so the headquarters knows our medical station is well organized. I'll make some hot tea in the kitchen. When the headquarters arrives, they can have a warm drink, Su Qing said with a smile. And bake some fresh bread for them to taste our skills. I'll organize the storage room, Lao Zhou said slowly. Sort the supplies properly, grain and oil together, tools together, so everything looks tidy. I'll help everyone carry things. Kobayashi also said, anyone who needs help, just call me. I have a lot of strength. As night deepened, the apartment lights gradually turned on, brighter and warmer than usual. Lele stood on a small stool, wiping the glass of room 201 with a cloth. A teddy bear sat on the windowsill beside her, as if keeping her company. Chun Mo held a multimeter, checking the electrical circuits in each room. He pressed the call button for room 203, and the bell in room 101 immediately rang, no problem. Zhao Lei carried a broom, sweeping the snow from the yard until it was spotless. He also placed 2 pots of green plants he found among the ruins at the door, vibrant and full of life. Xiao Wang was organizing medicines in room 203, sorting iodine solution, gauze, and anti-inflammatory drugs, labeling everything neatly. Su Qing was boiling hot tea in the dining area. Freshly baked bread sat on the warming table, filling the entire apartment with a warm aroma. Old Zhou was organizing supplies in the storage room, placing rice and flour into moisture-proof bags. Tools were arranged on shelves, clear and easy to find. Kobayashi helped Zhao Lei reinforce the fence and also helped Xiao Wang label items. He was busy and sweating but didn't feel tired at all. Lin Wanji stood in the yard, watching the busy figures in front of her, feeling very warm inside. The cold wind was still blowing, but it couldn't disperse the warmth inside the apartment. The night was deep, but it couldn't hide the light from every lamp. She took out her walkie-talkie, tuned to channel 101. Old Yang's voice came through. Miss Lin, the headquarters is sending Officer Wang tomorrow. He's very nice. Don't be nervous. Just show them your apartment well. Don't worry, Captain Yang. We're all ready, Lin Wanji said with a smile. After ending the call, Zhao Lei came over and handed her a cup of hot tea. Don't stand outside freezing. Tomorrow is the inspection by the headquarters. We'll definitely pass. Lin Wanji took the tea, took a sip, and felt the warmth slide down her throat. She felt even more at ease. The moonlight shone on the roof of the apartment, reflecting the green plants in the yard and the lit windows. Although the darkness of the end times hadn't gone away, the people of Sunshine Apartment had spent 3 days making it better and warmer. Through teamwork, they turned their debts into savings. With full determination, they waited for the headquarters inspection tomorrow. They knew that after tomorrow, sunshine apartment would bring new hope and become a true dawn in the end times. In the early morning, frost and cold winter air wrapped around the sunlight apartment windows. In room 101, Lele tiptoed to reach the toothbrush cup on the sink. The old showerhead was crooked, and water always splashed outward, creating a layer of icy water on the floor. Su Qing had just mopped, but it was wet again. The toilet flush valve needed to be pressed 3 times to work. Last time, Lele pressed too hard and almost fell. Jia Jia Ching Ching, the water splashed on my pants again, Lele pouted, hugging her teddy bear, which also had water on its pants. When will there be a showerhead that doesn't splash water? Teddy is wet. Su Qing was wiping the bathroom tiles with a dry cloth. She straightened up and rubbed her waist. Yes, this old shower should be replaced. Every time I shower, I have to put a towel outside or I'll get soaked. The toilet also has no handrails. You fell last time, and I'm still worried. She looked up and saw Lin Wanji walking in with a redemption device. She quickly went over. Wanji, can you upgrade the toilet and shower in room 101? Lele keeps getting her clothes wet, and I have a hard time cleaning the floor. Lin Wanji crouched down and touched the shower head. The metal surface was rusty, and water splashed everywhere when turned on. The toilet flush valve was loose and wobbly. The wall was bare, with no place to hang keys. Su Qing and Lele usually left their keys on the dining table. Last time, they almost fell to the ground in the wind. She took out a silver redemption device. When her fingertips touched the flexible shower hose, a light blue task window popped up. The glowing numbers points pool, 27,764, were clear in the frosty light. Side Mission 1. Upgrade Room 101 toilet shower to Level 3. Add key rack. Toilet upgrade requirements. 1. Smart dual control flush system ×1. Touch sensor manual backup. 90% cleaning efficiency. 40% water saving. 2. Constant temperature anti-slip handrails ×2. With temperature display. Automatically heated to 25 degrees Celsius in winter. 3. Wall-mounted disinfection storage cabinet ×1. For toilet paper and wet wipes, with UV disinfection. Shower upgrade requirements. 1. Level 3 constant temperature overhead spray ×1. Adjustable water flow modes. Splash range less than or equal to 5 centimeters. 2. Explosion-proof constant temperature hose ×1. Resistant to -30 degrees Celsius cold, wrapped with insulation cotton. 3. Layered waterproof storage shelf ×1. With drying function, suitable for drying towels and small clothes. Key holder requirement. Solid wood wall-mounted key holder ×1, with 8 hooks numbered for rooms, equipped with magnetic key tags. Task cost. 11,800 points, deducted from the points pool, matching the core needs of 101, family living daily high-frequency use. And meeting Level 3 safety zone standards. Future update. The rent for room 101 increases from 72 points/hour to 82 points/hour. Adding smart temperature control disinfection storage key management features, matching the family living scene of Su Qing and Lele, improving living quality and safety. Task description. After upgrading, thoroughly solve issues of water splashing and wetting, cluttered storage, and key loss risk, while demonstrating standardized department management to headquarters during future inspections. Room 101 can level up to Level 3. With a constant temperature handrail and drying storage shelf, Lin Wanji just finished speaking, and Lele jumped up, holding a teddy bear above her head. Yay! No more water splashing during showers. Teddy can also be dried now. Su Qing also smiled, reaching out to touch the key holder diagram on the exchange device, and the key holder. No more worries about losing keys. Last time, it took me half an hour to find the keys, almost missing the hot porridge delivery for the hunting team. Level up. Do it now. Zhao Lei, resident of room 102, carried a toolbox inside, his wool hat covered with frost. He rubbed his hands. I just checked room 102. The shower head is still old. Water flow is sometimes hot, sometimes cold. Yesterday, I got half done and shivered from the cold. Wanji, can you also upgrade the shower in room 102? Lin Wanji followed Zhao Lei to room 102. The old shower hose had small cracks and hot water seeped out, forming small puddles on the floor. The shower head lacked temperature control, so the water temperature fluctuated between scalding and freezing. The exchange device quickly issued a new task. Side Task 2. Upgrade shower in room 102 to level 2. Requirements. 1 level 2 thermostatic shower, head times 1. Water temperature stable at 38 degrees Celsius plus or minus 2 degrees Celsius. 2.
Ticket d'explosion proof hose x1, résistant, scald proof 3.
Wall-mounted towel rack times 1 with simple drying function. Task cost 800 points, deducted from the points pool. Suitable for the 102 heavy lifter requirement, ensuring Zhao Lei's daily cleaning needs. Future change. Room 102's rent increases from 71 points/hour to 76 points/hour. Adding constant temperature shower explosion-proof accessories. Feature. Matching Zhao Lei's high-intensity physical work and cleaning scenarios. No problem. Lin Wanji patted Zhao Lei's shoulder. It's perfect to upgrade together so we don't have to run back and forth. Zhao Lei smiled, showing his white teeth. Great. After showers, I won't shiver from the cold anymore, and I can dry wet towels. Plus, I'll have energy to carry supplies the next day. Everyone quickly divided tasks. While the morning frost was still present, they started working. 101 Upgrade Team. Su Qing was responsible for wiping off frost and water from the toilet and shower area to prevent slipping during installation. Chun Mo, Resident 103, handled the circuit for the smart flushing system. He squatted on the ground, holding a multimeter, and occasionally looked up to say to Su Qing, "Qing, can you pass me the insulating tape? The wiring needs to be wrapped tightly, or it might short-circuit when damp in winter." Su Qing quickly handed over the tape, reminding him, "Be careful, don't touch the pipes. The frost water just froze and it's very cold." Lele, holding a teddy bear, helped by passing screws and said, "Uncle Chinamo, the key rack should be installed at the door so that Sister Qing can hang the keys when she opens the door." 102 Upgrade Team. Zhao Lei and Shaolin, Resident 202, removed the old shower hose. The rusty hose took a lot of effort to unscrew. Zhao Lei wiped his sweat. "This broken hose should have been replaced long ago. Last time, I almost got scalded." Shaolin smiled and handed him a new explosion-proof hose. "Brother Lei, this new hose is explosion-proof. No worries about it cracking anymore. I'll help you install the shower head. You can rest for a bit." Logistics Team. Feng Xiao, Resident 201, was baking bread in the upgraded Level 3 oven in the dining room. The oven could bake 6 trays at once. She called out while flipping the bread, "Everyone, work faster. The bread is almost ready. After we eat, we'll keep working. Warm bread will fill our stomachs." Old Zhou, Resident 104, sat at the dining room entrance, holding a checklist, and said to Feng Xiao, "Feng Xiao, remember to bake a couple of salty trays. Zhao Lei and the others are carrying heavy loads and need salty food." At 9 in the morning, the morning fog gradually cleared, and the warm sunlight streamed through the window into the apartment. The upgrades to Units 101 and 102 were almost finished. In the bathroom of Unit 101, the touch-sensitive light on the smart flushing system glowed soft blue. Su Qing gently touched it, and water flowed smoothly. She exclaimed happily, "This is so convenient. Lele won't have to press hard anymore." The heated handrail felt warm. Lele tried holding onto it and took a few steps, smiling with eyes curved like crescents. "It's not cold. The handrail is warm. Little Bear, try it too." She placed her Little Bear plush on the handrail. The overhead shower in the shower area sprayed even water without splashing, and the towel on the shelf was slowly drying. Su Qing picked up the towel, soft and fluffy. No more wet towels in the future. This is so much easier. The key rack at the door was installed, with 8 hooks labeled 101, 102, 203. Lele hung her Little Bear keychain on the hook for 101 and clapped her hands. Perfect. The shower in Unit 102 was also upgraded. Zhao Lei turned on the shower head, and the water temperature quickly stabilized. He sighed comfortably. "The water temperature is just right. 10 times better than before." "Shaolin, thank you for helping me install the shower head. or I would have taken forever to figure it out. Shaolin wiped the dust from his hands. No need to thank me, Lei Ge. We're all family. Helping each other is what we do. At that moment, Lin Wanji's exchange device suddenly vibrated with a buzz, and a soft blue light filled the entire apartment. Tao Tao's virtual projection suddenly appeared, sounding more excited than usual. Host. Congratulations! The upgrades for Units 101 and 102 are complete. The overall apartment facilities meet the standards and have officially been upgraded to Level 3. Unlocking new building, the second-floor single apartments behind Building A. For rooms per floor, a total of 8 rooms. Future rooms can be unlocked through tasks. Everyone was stunned. They looked in the direction Tao Tao pointed. The empty space that was there before was slowly forming the outline of a 2-story small building. It had white walls, blue windows, matching the style of Building A. Each floor had 4 rooms, with space left for door plates. A new building. It's really a new building. Lei pulled Su Qing's hand and ran over, leaning on the window of Building A to look. Jia Qingqing, the new building is so beautiful. Will new friends move in later? Captain Li, room not assigned yet, came over, eyes full of surprise. That's great. With the new building, we can now take in more survivors. The headquarters will definitely be pleased during the inspection. Old Zhou also smiled and said, our apartment is getting bigger and life is becoming more hopeful. Lin Wanji suppressed her excitement and clapped her hands. Everyone, don't celebrate too early. Remember? Captain Yang, the mercenary, arrived in the afternoon last time. We need to hurry and go find supplies in the morning. We should earn today's rent first and avoid owing points. If the headquarters people come, it won't look good. Yes. Let's go find supplies. Zhao Lei was the first to respond, lifting an empty sack. Chen Mo, Shaolin, and I will go east to hunt zombies and dig for crystal cores. We can exchange the cores for points. Su Qing nodded. I'll go with Feng Xiao to the supermarket in the south to find food and oil. Lei and Old Zhou will stay at home to guard and tidy up the newly upgraded rooms. I want to go too. I can find parts. Lei held a small teddy bear, looking hopeful. Su Qing patted her head. Good girl, Lei. Stay at home and help Grandpa Zhou organize the key rack, hang everyone's keys. When we come back, we'll bring you some candy. Lei nodded, sitting next to the key rack with her teddy. Then I'll wait for you and leave some hot bread for you. Soon, everyone split into 2 groups. The hunting team, Zhao Lei, Chen Mo, Shaolin, Captain Li, and one team member Zhao Lei carried a metal rod and led the way. The warm sun shone on him, dispelling the last bit of cold. The zombie horde in the east was pretty big last time. There should still be some scattered ones today. We can exchange a lot of points with the crystal cores. Chen Mo carried a toolbox and held a flashlight. I brought a new digging tool. It's faster to dig for cores. If we encounter mutated zombies, we'll set traps instead of fighting them head-on. Shaolin followed behind, holding a rope. Don't worry, I checked the rope. It's very strong. Last time, it didn't break when we caught mutated zombies. Captain Li walked at the back, alert and watching around. Everyone watch your step. The frost just melted, and the ground is slippery. Don't fall. After walking for about half an hour, Zhao Lei suddenly stopped and pointed at a broken building ahead. There are zombies. About 5 of them. They're moving pretty slowly. Chen Mo quickly turned on his flashlight. Lei, go around from the left. I'll shine the light in their eyes. Shaolin, get the rope ready. Zhao Lei nodded and quietly circled behind the zombies. When Chen Mo shined his flashlight, Zhao Lei struck the front zombie's head with his metal rod. The zombie fell with a thud. The remaining zombies were dazzled by the bright light and couldn't see clearly. Shaolin took the opportunity to throw a rope, catching 2 zombies by their legs. Captain Li and the team quickly rushed over and used iron sticks to deal with the rest. All done, Zhao Lei wiped his sweat. Let's dig out the crystal cores. Chen Mo, you're quick. Go ahead and do it. Chen Mo took out a digging knife and quickly extracted 5 light blue crystal cores, which shimmered in the warm sun. 5 cores. That's 250 points. Supplies team, Su Qing and Feng Xiao. Su Qing carried 2 large cloth bags, and Feng Xiao held a basket, heading toward the supermarket to the south. Last time I saw some flour and half a box of canned food inside the supermarket. Today, I want to bring it all back, Feng Xiao said as they walked. The new oven bakes bread fast, so we should stock up on flour. When the headquarters people come, we'll have enough to eat, he added.
Suinadid.
We also need salt and sugar. The last salt is almost gone, and we can't cook without it. When they reached the supermarket entrance, Su Qing peeked inside and saw no zombies. It's safe, let's go in. They moved quietly inside. Su Qing found 3 bags of flour in the grains and oil section, each weighing 10 kilograms. She carried one on her shoulder. Feng Xiao, help me hold this. It's a bit heavy. Feng Xiao quickly supported the flour bag. Qing, take it slow, don't drop it. I'll go get the canned food. Feng Xiao found half a box of beef cans, along with some salt and sugar, and put everything into the basket. That's enough. We can exchange these for quite a few points, and it'll last us several days. By 11 a.m., both groups had returned to the apartment one after another. Lele and old Zhou had been waiting at the door. Lele ran up and hugged Su Qing's leg. Qing, you're back. The bread is still warm. I saved some for you. Old Zhou also came over and took the bag of flour from Su Qing. Go inside and rest a bit. The sun outside is really strong. Feng Xiao placed the canned food, salt, and sugar on the storage shelf in the dining room, smiling. Today's harvest is pretty good. 3 bags of flour, half a box of canned food, plus salt and sugar. We earned over 500 points. Zhao Lei put the crystal cores on the table. There were 12 light blue cores and 2 dark blue cores. 12 light blue cores for 600 points, 2 dark blue cores for 240 points, and a new steel axe I found, worth 150 points. That's a total of 990 points. Everyone sat in the dining room, eating warm bread baked by Feng Xiao, and started calculating their points for the day. The warm sunlight shone through the window onto the point ledger, and everyone's face showed smiles. Zhao Lei, 102, killed 7 zombies, mined crystal cores, carried a steel axe, earning 420 points, paid 912 for rent, 76 points /hour times 12 hours. Remaining balance. Minus 4,427, 420 minus 912 is equal to minus 4,919, owed 491 points previously. Chun Mo, 103, mined crystal cores, repaired circuits, set traps, earning 380 points, paid 864 for rent, 72 by 12. Remaining balance, minus 4,817, 380 minus 864 is equal to minus 5,299, owed 301 points. Su Qing, 101, found flour, canned food, organized key rack, earning 450 points, paid 984 for rent, 82 by 12. Remaining balance, minus 3,087, 450 minus 984 is equal to minus 3,621, owed 421 points. Feng Xiao, 201, found salt and sugar baked bread logistics, earning 320 points, paid 864 for rent, 72 by 12. Remaining balance, minus 1,311, 320 minus 864 is equal to minus 1855, owed 295 points. Shaolin, 202, set traps, helped with shower setup, killed zombies, earning 350 points, paid 864 for rent, 72 by 12. Remaining balance, minus 4,050, 350 minus 864 is equal to minus 4,564, owed 364 points. Old Zhou, 104, guarded the apartment, organized supplies, watched the gate, earning 280 points, paid 852 for rent, 71 by 12. Remaining balance, minus 4,867, 280 minus 852 is equal to minus 5,439, owed 239 points. Lele, organized key rack, handed tools, left bread, earning 120 points. Total points, 4,297, 120 is equal to 4,417 points. Captain Li, Killed zombies explored routes helped carry supplies, earning 400 points, points temporarily stored in the pool to be allocated after unlocking the new building. After calculating the points, Lin Wanji placed the crystal cores and supplies into the exchange device. The points pool instantly increased by 1540 points, 990 from crystal cores, 550 from supplies. She looked at the new building outside the window and smiled, saying, "When the headquarters people arrive, we'll show them the new building and let them see our upgraded facilities. I'm sure they'll be impressed." Zhao Lei took a sip of hot porridge and patted his chest. "If the headquarters folks ask about the new building, I'll tell them we can protect it well and even help more survivors." Chen Mo nodded in agreement. "I'll take care of the electrical system in the new building to make sure it's safe and problem-free," Su Qing gently said. "I'll cook hot meals for everyone. When the headquarters people come, they can taste our cooking too." The afternoon sun gradually softened, and a gentle breeze blew through the apartment yard, moving the curtains on the new building's windows. Lele held her teddy bear and sat on the steps of the new building, counting the windows. 1, 2, 3.
8.
Will there be 8 new friends someday? Lin Wanji walked over and sat beside her, pointing at the new building. "More people will come to our apartment in the future. We all stay here together, fight the zombies, and protect this place, okay?" Lele nodded firmly. "Okay. Teddy will protect them too." Everyone gathered around, looking at the new building in the sunlight. Their eyes were full of hope. Although some debt still needed to be paid, the apartment had been upgraded to level 3, the new building was ready, and the headquarters was almost here. Everything was moving in a positive direction. In the afternoon breeze, carrying the scent of bread and the warmth of the sun, everyone at Sunshine Apartment knew that as long as they stayed united, no challenge was too big. The future would get better and better. The cold wind in the morning had just stopped, and a faint smell of wheat wafted through Sunshine Apartment's yard. Feng Xiao was placing freshly baked multi-grain bread on the warming table in the dining room. Zhao Lei and Chen Mo carried 2 bags of rice they found earlier into the warehouse, their soaked cotton collars catching tiny snowflakes. Finally managed to pay this month's rent before the inspection, Zhao Lei wiped sweat from his forehead. "When the leaders arrive, we can't let them see that we're behind on points." Lin Wanji squatted in the yard checking the supplies list. This morning, the hunting team had killed 6 zombies, digging up 4 pale blue crystal cores, worth 200 points. The resource team found half a box of compressed biscuits, worth 120 points. With the previous balance, the points in the pool finally stabilized. Just as she finished organizing the list, she heard the distant sound of a car engine. The reflection of the afternoon sun in the rearview mirror grew closer. "They're coming." Lele ran over holding a teddy bear, and the mini keychain in her pocket swung back and forth. "It's Uncle Yang's car." Sure enough, 2 off-road vehicles were parked outside the fence. Old Yang, the mercenary team leader, jumped out first, wearing a black bulletproof vest. Behind him was a man in a dark gray coat, neatly combed hair, black-rimmed glasses on his nose, holding a black folder. His sharp but modest gaze identified him as the inspection leader sent from headquarters, Manager Wang. "Miss Lin, this is Manager Wang from headquarters, responsible for evaluating survivor bases," Old Yang said with a smile. He came to see the apartment's facilities and management. Lin Wanji quickly stepped forward, taking the folder from Manager Wang. "Hello, Manager Wang. Please come in. We've organized the facilities in each room. Feel free to look around." Manager Wang nodded and looked around the yard. The fence was reinforced neatly, the ground was swept clean, and small piles of snow in the corners didn't block the path. "Let's start from the first floor," he said, opening the folder and holding a pen. "We'll focus on the upgraded facilities to see if there's any substandard work or superficial improvements." Everyone followed Manager Wang to room 101. Su Qing was placing clean dishes into the wall-mounted cabinet when they entered. She quickly stopped her work. "Hello, Manager Wang. This is room 101. We recently upgraded the bathroom and shower to level 3 and installed a key rack." Manager Wang went to the bathroom, tapped the ceramic toilet with his finger. "The ceramic is thick enough, not cheap quality," he said, then touched the thermostatic shower head. Turning on the tap, The water quickly stabilized at 38 degrees Celsius. He nodded. The thermostatic effect is good, convenient for winter use. Is the key rack made of solid wood? Yes, Lele ran over, pointing at the small bear keychain hanging on the key rack. This is my keychain. Sister Su Qing said hanging keys here won't get lost. It's safer than leaving them on the table. Manager Wang was amused and looked through the 101 points ledger. The rent is 82 points per hour. You're earning points quickly, so you're not in debt, Su Qing smiled. This morning, everyone went out to gather supplies and even killed a few zombies. That was just enough to cover today's rent. We'll work harder and try to save more points. Then, going to room 102, Zhao Lei pushed open the door and pointed to the shower area. Chief Wang, look at this new shower we just upgraded to level 2. It has an explosion-proof hose and a shelf. Now I don't have to put my towel on the floor when I shower. The grab bar in the squat toilet is sturdy too. When I'm tired from carrying supplies, I can hold onto it to stand up without straining my back. Chief Wang pulled the shower hose and shook the grab bar, but it didn't move. It's made of 304 stainless steel, very durable. You guys think carefully about upgrades based on residents' needs. Mr. Zhao, are you responsible for moving supplies? Yes, Zhao Lei patted his chest. Whenever there's a need, I go out every day to carry supplies. I guarantee the apartment won't run out of food and oil. In room 103, Chen Mo was fixing the intercom. The memory foam mattress on the level 3 bed was neatly made. Chief Wang sat on it and tried it out. The mattress is just right in softness. After fixing things, lying here helps me rest. Did you install the leak-proof electrical protection for the shower? Chen Mo quickly pointed to the leak protector next to the shower head. Yes, it's installed. Last time it rained and was humid, I tested it carefully, no problem. The charging port on the headboard also works well. Now I don't need to drag long cords to fix the intercom. Old Joe from room 104 was sitting by the window reading the newspaper. When he saw Chief Wang come in, he quickly stood up. Chief Wang, please sit. Our squat toilet in room 104 has a foldable grab bar. My old legs don't have trouble getting up, and there's an emergency call button. If I fall, I can press it to call for help. Chief Wang pressed the call button, and the bell in room 101 immediately rang. Su Qing's voice quickly came through. Grandpa Zhou, is there something you need? Old Joe smiled and said, No, Chief Wang is just doing a check. Chief Wang nodded. The emergency call button is very important, especially for elderly residents. You've thought of everything. On the second floor, rooms 201, 202, and 203 were checked one by one. In room 201, the level 3 bed and shower, Feng Xiao said, After baking bread, I'm tired. Lying on the bed helps me fall asleep quickly. In room 202, the kitchen and bed, Shaolin showed, the woodworking tools can be stored in the kitchen drawer without taking up space. In room 203, the level 3 facilities, Xiao Wang said, the call button is right at the head of the bed. If I feel uncomfortable, I can call for help anytime. It's much more convenient than before. After reviewing everything, Director Wang's pen kept writing on the folder, and his serious face gradually softened. Not bad. The equipment isn't just good enough. It's really useful and much better than the base that Director Zhang used to manage. But there's one problem. Where will you put the supplies and medicines sent from headquarters? You can't just pile them in the room. Lin Wanji had a thought and took out a silver exchange device. She pointed her finger at an open space on the east side of the yard. Instantly, a light blue task window appeared. Side mission. Unlock Sunshine Apartment Station. Mission requirements. Build a supply storage station on one floor, including 6 moisture-proof shelves, 2 temperature and humidity meters, 3 fire extinguishers, and 1 supply registration desk, suitable for headquarters supplies and apartment management needs. Reward, 800 points, awarded once to the points pool, 1 station toolkit, including a supply register, scanner, and anti-theft lock. Mission description. Once unlocked, the station can receive supplies allocated by headquarters and help manage the apartment's own supplies, meeting safety zone-based standards. Director Wang, we can unlock a station. Lin Wanji pointed to the empty space on the east side. Just triggered the task. After unlocking, There will be shelves and fire extinguishers, so we can store supplies and register them, making management easier. Director Wang's eyes lit up. Oh, can it be done like that? Let's unlock and see. Lin Wanji clicked, confirm unlock. The points in the pool instantly decreased by 0. The reward offsets the cost, plus an extra 800 points. Suddenly, a small light gray building appeared on the east side, its roof covered with non-slip tiles, the door made of solid wood, and windows fitted with security bars. She pushed the door open. Inside, shelves were neatly arranged, a humidity and temperature meter hung on the wall, a fire extinguisher sat in the corner, and the registration desk was clean and shiny. Great! Director Wang stepped inside and touched the shelves. These shelves are sturdy enough to hold rice and flour. The humidity and temperature meter can monitor moisture levels, so medicines won't spoil here. The fire extinguishers are complete, so it's safe. He turned to Old Yang and said, "Go back and coordinate. Tomorrow, a batch of supplies will be delivered. 10 50 kilograms bags of rice, 5 20L bottles of cooking oil, 2 boxes of cold medicine, and 10 bottles of iodine solution. Put them here first, and we'll add more based on their needs later." Old Yang quickly nodded. Got it. I'll arrange for people to deliver it first thing tomorrow and ensure it arrives on time. Lin Wanji felt warm inside. Just as she was about to thank him, Old Yang suddenly clapped his hands. By the way, when I was driving here earlier, I saw a lot of zombies in the abandoned factory on the west side of the apartment. About 10 or so, plus one mutated one. Since dinner is still a while away, why don't we go clear them out? It will help remove the threat around us, and we can gather some crystal cores to earn points and reduce our debt. Really? Zhao Lei's eyes lit up. He immediately grabbed an iron rod from the corner. I've been wanting to deal with those zombies for a while. I went nearby to find supplies before, but they kept watching me. This time, I'll take them all out at once. Chinemo also stood up and put the repaired walkie-talkie into his pocket. I brought a strong flashlight. It's dark at night, perfect for blinding them. Xiao Lin, bring some rope. We'll set a trap to deal with the mutated zombie. Xiao Lin quickly nodded and took some rope from his toolkit. No problem. The trap we used last time for the mutated zombie still works. I'll improve it a bit this time to make sure it traps it. Section Chief Wang looked at everyone's enthusiasm and smiled. Good. I'll go see how well you work together. Old Yang, have 2 team members stay to guard the vehicles. The rest of us will go with you. Be sure to protect everyone. Old Yang immediately arranged. Little Li, Little Zhang stay to guard the cars. Everyone else follow me. The group quickly divided tasks. Old Yang and his 2 team members carried rifles to keep distant enemies at bay. Zhao Lei and Captain Li charged forward, smashing zombies' heads with iron rods. Chun Mo and Xiao Lin set traps to deal with the mutated zombie. Su Qing, with Lele and Old Zhou, waited in the safe zone, behind the broken wall outside the factory. Su Qing prepared a medical kit in case anyone got hurt. Lele was responsible for passing tools. Old Zhou helped watch the supplies. Lin Wanji followed Old Yang, ready with her exchange device for emergency supplies. Before leaving, Feng Xiao took several bags of bread from the cafeteria and handed them to everyone. Eat some if you get hungry on the way. Stay safe, don't fight alone. Lele ran over and handed each person a strawberry candy. Uncle Zhao, Uncle Chun, this is for you. It will give you strength. Little Bear said it will protect you and bring you back safely. The group headed west toward the abandoned factory. The setting sun cast long shadows. Cold wind mixed with snowflakes, but it couldn't dampen their fighting spirit. At the factory gate, Old Yang peeked inside. It's dark inside. The zombies are probably hiding in the factory. Stay close to me, don't fall behind. As they entered, the inside was full of abandoned machinery. The smell of rust mixed with the stench of zombies' decay. Suddenly, a zombie rushed out from behind the machine. Old Yang raised his hand and fired a shot, hitting its head. The zombie thudded to the ground. Be careful. There's more, Old Yang shouted, as several more zombies surged from all directions. Zhao Lei and Captain Li immediately rushed forward. They swung iron sticks at the zombies' heads, splattering black blood everywhere. Zhao Lei was not afraid at all. Bring it on. Just right to loosen your bones. Chinemo turned on his powerful flashlight, shining two beams directly into the zombies' eyes. The zombies wobbled and stopped moving. Xiaolei took the chance to rush forward, hitting each one with his stick, quickly taking them down. At this moment, a roar came from deep inside the factory. A mutated zombie was coming. It was half a head taller than a normal zombie and very fast, heading straight for Xiaolei. "Trap!" Xiaolin shouted. He and Chinemo had already tied ropes to the machines on both sides, forming a slip knot. The mutated zombie didn't notice and stepped into the trap. Xiaolin immediately pulled the rope, and the slip knot caught its leg. The mutated zombie thudded to the ground, struggling but unable to stand up. Old Yang seized the opportunity and rushed forward. He aimed his rifle at its head. With a bang, the mutated zombie fell silent. Done. Xiaolei wiped his sweat and smiled. Teamwork makes a big difference. Last time we fought a mutated zombie, it wasn't this easy. Everyone hurried to dig out the crystal cores. They collected 12 light blue crystal cores from normal zombies and 1 dark blue crystal core from the mutated zombie. The total points were 600. 120 is equal to 720 points. Great! Lin Wanji put the crystal cores into her pocket. These points are enough to pay off many debts. From now on, we won't have to worry about owing points or being criticized. When they returned to the apartment, it was almost dark. Feng Xiao had already prepared dinner. Hot porridge, bread, canned food, and her specially baked sesame cakes, laid out on a big table. Everyone washed their hands and sat around the table. Director Wang took a bite of the sesame cake and smiled. "Not only are you good at working together, but you also cook well. This is much better than the headquarters cafeteria." Xiaolei picked up a cup of hot tea and offered Old Yang a toast. "Captain Yang, today's thanks to you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to solve the factory zombies so quickly, and we earned so many points." Old Yang took the tea and smiled. "No need to thank me. From now on, we are partners. If you have any trouble, we will definitely help." Lele suddenly remembered something. She took a tiny teddy bear pendant from her pocket and handed it to Director Wang. "Director Wang, this is for you." Little Bear said, "You are a good person. Come play often, and we can also work together to fight zombies." Chief Wang took the pendant carefully, gently placing it into his folder. He patted Lele's head and said, "Good. I will come often. Seeing your apartment get better and better, we can also fight zombies and find supplies together." Dinner ended happily with lots of laughter. It was already dark outside. Chief Wang and Old Yang were about to leave. They walked to the gate, and Chief Wang held Lin Wanji's hand. He said, "Work hard. Your apartment will become a model safe zone. Next week, the headquarters will officially announce that you are part of the safe zone system. They will give you a special sign and communication devices." "Thank you, Chief Wang." Lin Wanji nodded strongly. "We won't let you down." The off-road vehicle's lights gradually disappeared into the night. Old Yang stuck his head out of the window and waved. "Bring supplies tomorrow. Wait for me." Everyone stood in the yard, watching the car fade into the darkness, feeling very excited. Xiaolei patted Chinmo's shoulder and said, "Great. With the headquarters support and Old Yang's help, we don't have to worry about lacking supplies or zombies anymore." Chinmo smiled and said, "Yes. The crystals we dug today are enough to pay off some debts. Old Yang will bring more supplies tomorrow. Our days will get better and better." Lin Wanji looked at the station with lights on in the east, then at everyone's smiling faces. She felt hopeful. "Tomorrow morning, we will clean the station and wipe the shelves. In the afternoon, we will go out to find more supplies and try to pay off some debts. Our apartment will become the safest and warmest home in the end of the world. Okay?" Everyone replied together. The lights in the dining room reflected their happy faces. The station's windows were also bright, as if preparing for tomorrow's supplies and a brighter future. Although there are still debts, with the support of the headquarters, the help of mercenaries, and everyone's unity, the future of Sunshine Apartment is full of hope. As the morning sun first touched the gray roof of the station, it melted some of the snow in the yard. Water droplets dripped down the wooden fence, leaving small wet marks on the ground. At that moment, The familiar sound of a car engine came from afar. It's Captain Yang's car. Lele, holding a small bear doll, ran out of room 101. The tiny keychain in her pocket swung and sparkled in the morning light. Two off-road vehicles quickly stopped outside the fence. Their bodies were covered with mud from the countryside, but the cargo was packed tightly. On the left, there were 10 50-kilograms bags of rice, with red words saying, "Exclusive for Safe Zone," tightly bound with thick rope. In the middle, 5 20L bottles of cooking oil were secured, their clean surfaces reflecting the surroundings. On the right, there were cardboard boxes labeled cold medicine and iodine solution, with slightly torn edges blown by the wind, but the contents remained heavy and intact. Captain Yang, thank you for your hard work. Sorry to trouble you so early in the morning. Lin Wanji ran over, her shoes kicking up some snow and mud, but she didn't mind. Zhao Lei and Chenemo followed closely. Zhao Lei rolled up his sleeves, showing his strong arms. I'll carry the rice. It's heavy, so don't try to take it from me. He bent down, lifting a bag of rice, which pressed down on his shoulder, but he still carried it steadily toward the station, muttering, with this rice, we won't have to worry about food for at least a month. No more going out every day to find grains. Chun Emo carefully untied the rope securing the cooking oil. Be careful not to drop the oil bottles. Last time, Feng Xiao baked bread, but ran out of oil, so he used can oil instead. The bread came out with a strange smell. Old Yang's team members also came down to help. Xiao Li carried 2 boxes of cold medicine, Xiao Zhang carried the iodine solution, and everyone quickly unloaded the supplies into the yard, stacking them into a small pile. Old Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although it was winter, he was sweating slightly from moving the supplies. Let's go inside and check the station. With so many supplies, someone needs to manage them properly. Otherwise, they'll be a mess. Next time, if we need a bottle of iodine solution, it might take forever to find it, which wastes time. Lin Wanji nodded and led everyone into the station. The station, unlocked just yesterday, was only 20 square meters. Inside, 6 shelves were neatly arranged, but now, after loading the supplies, it looked crowded. The 10 bags of rice took up 3 shelves, stacked nearly to the top. The 5 bottles of cooking oil were squeezed onto one shelf, their sides touching. The 2 boxes of cold medicine and iodine solution filled another shelf. The remaining shelf held compressed biscuits collected from the apartment. Even the corner register table was squeezed so tightly that only half the space remained, and the ledger could only be placed on the floor. Indeed, someone needs to take care of this, thought Lin Wanji, as her fingertips brushed over the rice bags on the shelf. It's best if the person is careful and knows how to keep records, checking supplies daily and updating the logs. They should know what's left and when to ask the headquarters for more. When new tenants arrive, someone needs to help them get supplies, or it will be chaotic, like a busy market. Suddenly, a clear voice spoke up. Xiao Wang, leaning on his cane, came from the direction of room 203. His bandage was removed, leaving only faint scars, and his eyes shone like morning sunlight. Sister Lin, I used to work in administration at a company. I'm good at keeping records and organizing supplies. Every day before leaving, I checked the stock, knew where each document was, and remembered which office supplies were running low. I live in room 203, just a few steps from the station, so I can come early to open the door and stay late to lock up, making it easier to watch over everything. Su Qing followed him, holding freshly washed medical cotton pads, smiling as she added, Xiao Wang is very careful. Last time I organized the medical cabinet in room 203, he helped sort the iodine, gauze, and cold medicine, and even put labels on each drawer with remaining quantity and expiration date. When I needed gauze later, I found it easily, saving a lot of trouble. Once, he noticed a box of cold medicine was about to expire and reminded me to use it first, so nothing went to waste. Lin Wanji's heart moved. She took out a silver exchange device, tapped the screen to select station management, and a soft blue task window appeared. The gentle light reflected Xiao Wang's hopeful face. Side mission: recruit a dedicated station staff member, 1 person. Mission requirements: 1. The employee must have 3 core skills: supply record keeping, log management, and daily inspection, and be able to complete daily stock checks and log updates independently. 2. Sign the Sunshine Apartment Station Employment Agreement, which specifies an 8-hour workday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., responsibility for supply safety, loss or damage to be compensated with points, and a weekly day off with shift coordination. 3. Complete an initial comprehensive stock check and establish an electronic log, including item name, quantity, expiration date, storage location, and usage records. Reward: 1. A one-time recruitment bonus of 100 points, credited directly to the employee's account, usable for rent deduction or exchange for supplies. 2. A fixed daily salary of 350 points, automatically added to the points pool at 6 p.m. each evening. Employees can withdraw monthly or request in advance. 3. One exclusive employee benefits package, including a waterproof work manual, warm gloves, a mini emergency flashlight, and a custom name tag, all suitable for daily station work. Task description: after recruiting dedicated staff, station management will assign specific responsibilities, meeting the headquarters standards for resource management at the site. This also reduces the management burden on other apartment members, giving everyone more time to search for supplies or upgrade facilities. Xiao Wang, look. Lin Wanji handed the exchange device to Xiao Wang. The task details on the screen were clear. Successful recruitment grants a one-time reward of 100 points and a daily salary of 350 points. It's much easier than going out every day to find supplies for points, especially since your leg injury isn't fully healed, and it's inconvenient to go out. Now, working at the station, you can use your skills and earn points safely. Isn't that great? Xiao Wang's eyes lit up instantly. He tightly grasped his cane, excited. I agree. I'll sign the agreement right now. I can start counting supplies today. He moved closer to the exchange device, carefully reading the employment terms, then softly asked, Sister Lin, work hours are from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Can I go back to 203 for lunch? And if I need to take leave, can someone cover for me? Of course. Lin Wanji smiled. You have an hour for lunch. You can go back to 203 or eat at the restaurant. If you need leave, just tell me in advance. We can ask Sister Suching or Uncle Zhou to cover for a few days, no problem. Old Yang, watching nearby, chuckled. That's good, that's good. Having dedicated staff to manage supplies makes it look more official. I once saw the tent managed by Director Zhang. Supplies were piled on the ground, and mice were running inside. When I asked how much rice they had, he didn't even know and just gave a rough estimate. The headquarters supplies were wasted that way. If you do it like this, when you request resupply from headquarters, just hand over the records clearly, and they'll be willing to send more. But the station is a bit small now, and supplies are almost overflowing. If headquarters sends more, or you find more supplies yourselves, it might not be enough. Can your exchange device upgrade the station's capacity? Lin Wanji immediately turned the screen of the exchange device toward Lao Yang. Her fingers searched through the facility upgrade menu and quickly brought up the task window for station upgrades. The soft blue light was especially clear in the morning glow. Side quest: station area upgrade to level 3. Task requirements: 1. Expand the station area from 20 to 50 using light steel frames and fireproof panels. Install solar panels on the roof to power the cold storage area. 2. Add 3 major functional zones. Cold storage. 8. Temperature control between 2 to 8 degrees Celsius for medicines, vaccines, and fresh supplies. Valuable materials zone. 5. With anti-theft locks and surveillance cameras for storing crystal cores, rare tools, and valuable medicines allocated by the headquarters. Temporary storage. 7. With movable shelves for pending distribution or new supplies. 3. Facility upgrades. Add 10 moisture-proof shelves, 5 layers each, 50 kilograms per layer. 3 high-precision temperature and humidity meters, installed in each zone, showing real-time data. 1 smart fire alarm, connected to the apartment's main alarm, automatically triggers and sprays dry powder in case of fire. 1 material classification label printer, prints QR code labels for quick info access. Task cost: 404 points, deducted from the apartment's public points pool, prioritizing leftover points. With any shortfall covered by future rewards, task rewards, 1. One-time upgrade reward points, 1,500, added to the public points pool, usable for repaying debts, upgrading other facilities, or exchanging for public supplies. 2. Exclusive station upgrade gift pack ×1 includes 2 wireless barcode scanners, 1 electronic scale, 5 material registration books, 10 rolls of waterproof labels, and 10 spare batteries. 3. Headquarters additional supplies quota. Each month, an extra box of first aid kits, including tourniquets, suturing needles, antibiotics, and 2 25 kilograms bags of flour will be allocated as special support after the station upgrade. Task description. After upgrading to level 3, the station will have 3 core functions: large capacity storage, organized management, and security. This will meet the current needs for proper management of supplies and lay the foundation for receiving new tenants and handling temporary supplies from headquarters. It is a key step for the apartment to become a safe zone benchmark. Can upgrade. Not only can we expand the space, but we can also add a refrigerated area for medicines. Lin Wanji excitedly pointed to the refrigerated area in the task box and explained, in the future, if we need to store vaccines or medicines at low temperatures, we won't have to worry about them going bad. Plus, it only costs 404 points, but the reward is 1,500 points, which means we net 1096 points, just right to help everyone pay off their debts. 2 benefits in 1. Must upgrade. Absolutely. Zhao Lei put down the big bag of rice he just moved, dusted off his hands, and said, "I'll help set up the shelves. These solid wood shelves are heavy, but I have the strength to carry them." Chun Mo knows about electrical wiring, so he can handle the power and alarm lines for the refrigerated area, rest assured. Xiao Wang, meanwhile, can take this chance to count the supplies in the yard and make a temporary record. Once the expansion is complete, we can move everything into the new shelves so it stays organized. Great. I'll go get my notebook now. Xiao Wang quickly ran back to 203, grabbed the notebook he used for medical supplies, and took out a new pen from the welfare pack. He squatted next to the pile of supplies in the yard and started counting. 10 bags of rice, 50 kilograms each, with a shelf life of 6 months. 5 barrels of cooking oil, 20 L each, with a shelf life of 1 year. 2 boxes of cold medicine, 20 boxes per box, expiring next March. He wrote carefully and read aloud, noting details like no damage to the barrels and sealed lids on the boxes. Everyone immediately got busy. The yard was filled with energy. Old Yang's team members, Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang, helped move supplies to the corner of the yard and covered them with a blue waterproof cloth. Xiao Li also carefully placed some stones along the edges of the cloth to prevent the wind from blowing it open. Zhao Lei and Xiao Lin, a resident, carried the new solid wood shelf toward the station. The shelf was heavier than expected. Both of them were red-faced and strained, with red marks on their shoulders from the ropes. Xiao Lin gasped and said, "Brother Zhao, slow down. Slow down. The shelf is blocking the door." Zhao Lei quickly stopped, adjusted the angle, and pushed with his shoulder again before finally moving the shelf into the station. "It's okay. Let's be careful not to damage the shelf. We need to store valuable supplies here." Chen Mo crouched in the corner of the station, holding a multimeter, working on connecting the fire alarm wires. The wires were a bit short. He frowned and thought for a moment, then took some spare wire from his toolbox, cut a piece carefully, and wrapped it with insulating tape. "Xiao Wang, pass me a screwdriver." "A Phillips one, please." Xiao Wang quickly took a screwdriver from his bag and ran over to hand it to him, asking, "Brother Chen, the alarm is at the entrance of the valuable supplies area, right?" "I'll note the location for the records." Chen Mo nodded, took the screwdriver, and tightened the "Yes, install it here. If anything happens, we can find out immediately." Fang Xiao was also busy in the dining area. She used the upgraded level 3 oven to bake 2 trays of multi-grain bread, then sliced some jam she found earlier and put it on small plates. "Lele, help me bring the bread to everyone, okay?" Fang Xiao handed the bread tray to Lele and helped her tie her small apron. "Be careful. Don't burn yourself. If it's too heavy, call Uncle Zhao for help." Lei nodded, holding the tray with both hands, and walked carefully toward Zhao Lei. She looked up and said, "Uncle Zhao, eat some bread." Sister Xiao baked it, and there's jam on it. Zhao Lei put down the shelf he was holding and took a piece of bread, took a bite, and the sweet jam spread in his mouth. Delicious. Even better than last time. Fang Zhao's baking skills are improving. Old Yang also took a piece and chewed slowly. It's really good. The bread at the headquarters cafeteria is tasteless. Your bread has a wheat aroma and jam. Much better than theirs. Lei then brought bread to Chinemo, Xiaolin, and Xiaowang. Each of them had a piece, and the warm bread chased away the winter cold. At noon, the sun reached its highest point, casting warm light over the station. The upgrade was finally complete. The small 20-square-meter house had become a spacious 50-square-meter building. The walls were painted light gray, and the solar panels on the roof shimmered in the sunlight. I opened the door, and the layout inside was clear. On the left was the cold storage area, with a glass door emitting a faint white mist, and the temperature display showed 5 degrees C. In the middle was the valuable supplies area, with a black anti-theft lock shining silver and a security camera hanging in the corner. On the right was the temporary storage area, with empty movable shelves waiting for new supplies. The original 6 shelves had been expanded to 16, neatly arranged, each labeled grain area, cooking oil area, medicine area, and tools area. Xiaowang pushed the new scanner and began counting supplies. He first moved the rice to the grain area shelf, scanning each bag's QR code. The electronic record immediately showed rice, 10 bags, 50 kilograms per bag, storage location, shelf 1 in grain area. Then he scanned the cooking oil and placed it in the cooking oil area. Cold medicines and antiseptic solutions were stored in the cold storage area, and he checked their expiration dates carefully, marking priority use, expiry date March 2026, in the record. Done, Xiaowang placed the scanner on the registration table and handed the printed electronic record to Lin Wanji. Sister Lin, all supplies are counted. The record has detailed information. In the future, anyone who needs supplies can scan and register, and we can see who took what, how much, and what it's used for. Lin Wanji took the record, looked it over, and nodded with satisfaction. Good job. From now on, the station is under your care. Thank you for your hard work. She took out the redemption device, clicked, confirm task completion. A prompt immediately appeared saying, task completed. The points pool instantly increased by 1,500 points, station upgrade reward. Xiaowang's personal account gained 100 points, recruitment reward, and the points pool also added a pending amount of daily wage 350 points, marked with automatically credited at 6 p.m. every evening. Now, let's make up for the missing points. Lin Wanji placed the redemption device on the table so everyone could see the points pool. Yesterday, we went with Captain Yang to the abandoned factory to fight zombies, and we collected 12 light blue crystal cores and 1 dark blue crystal core, earning 720 points. Today, the station upgrade reward gave us 1,500 points. Xiaowang's recruitment reward is 100 points. Adding the remaining 540 points from the previous points pool, the total is 720-150-0-100-540 equals 2,860 points. We will divide these based on each person's debt proportion, giving more to those who owe more and less to those who owe less, so everyone can owe less and get closer to clearing their debt. Everyone gathered around, eyes fixed on the exchange machine screen, hoping their owed points would decrease. Zhao Lei previously owed 4,427 points. He contributed 600 points, so his debt dropped to 3,827. He patted his thigh excitedly and said, "Great. I paid 600. If I go out with Chen Mo to hunt zombies twice and gather some crystal cores, I can pay off my debt. Then I can save points to upgrade the tools in Zone 102 and store more tools." Chen Mo previously owed 4,817 points. He added 650 points, reducing his debt to 4,167. He pushed up his glasses and smiled. "I paid 650. From now on, the points I earn from fixing equipment won't all go toward rent. I can save some points to exchange for a new universal tool. This current one is sometimes inaccurate, and the walkie-talkie keeps having issues. Old Joe previously owed 4,867 points. He contributed 620 points, lowering his debt to 4,247. He stroked his beard and said slowly, "Now I owe 4,247. With the supplies from the station, I don't need to go out looking for food all the time. I can spend more time watching the gate and organizing the warehouse, earning points to pay off my debt. I'll clear it soon." Shaolin previously owed 4,050 points. He added 580 points, reducing his debt to 3,470. He scratched his head and said, "I paid 580. In the future, I'll help fix the fences and build shelves. Earning more points will help me pay off my debt faster, and I hope to clear it next month." Fang Xiao previously owed 1,311 points. She contributed 320 points, bringing her debt down to 991. She clapped happily and said, "Almost cleared. Just 1,000 more points and I'll be done. I'll bake more bread, both to share with everyone and to earn points. Soon, I'll clear my debt." Su Qing previously owed 3,087 points. She added 490 points, reducing her debt to 2,597. She smiled and said, "I paid 490. In the future, I will help Xiao Wang organize supplies at the station or go to 203 to care for the injured." The points earned from these tasks can be used to pay off debts, aiming to clear them as soon as possible, and then save points to exchange for new toys for Lele. Her small teddy bear is getting old. Lele doesn't owe any points because she helped hand out bread and tools, earning 50 points. Her total points now are 4,377.50 is equal to 4,427. She hugs her teddy bear and jumps happily, saying, "I have 4,427 points. I can exchange for a new dress and new dishes for my teddy and also get strawberry candies." Oljong looks at everyone happily and stands up, brushing off crumbs from his clothes. "I need to go back now. The headquarters still has work for me. Tomorrow, I'll send Shaoli to check the power supply in the cold storage area again and look at the solar panel wiring to make sure everything runs smoothly. Then we can store medicines safely." He walks to the station door, looks back at the spacious station and the busy yard, smiling. "Your station looks very impressive now, well managed. The headquarters must be happy. When new tenants come, they'll see such a good station and want to stay." Lin Wanji sees Old Yang off outside the fence, holding a bag of bread baked by Fang Xiaojing. "Captain Yang, take some bread back for the headquarters staff to try. Thanks for helping us move supplies today and for helping us upgrade the station. Tomorrow, please ask Shaoli to come again." Old Yang takes the bread, puts it in his pocket. "No need to thank me. From now on, we're partners. Helping each other is what we should do. Shaoli will definitely come on time tomorrow, don't worry." He gets into the car, waves goodbye. "See you. Contact us anytime with the walkie-talkie if there's any situation." The off-road vehicle gradually drives away, kicking up dust that slowly disperses in the sunlight. The afternoon sun feels warmer, shining on the station's roof, making the dull gray walls glow softly. Xiao Wang is busy inside the station, arranging shelves, checking the temperature in the cold storage, and occasionally scanning supplies with a barcode scanner to keep the records accurate. Su Qing is holding Lele's teddy bear, hanging the quilt on a rope in the yard. The smell of the quilt mixed with the aroma of bread fills the entire apartment. Zhao Lei and Chen Mo carry tools and walk to the fence, starting to reinforce it. They want to tighten the wooden slats and dig a small hole outside to prevent zombies from crashing into the fence later. Fang Xiao returns to the kitchen to prepare the afternoon cookies. The dough in the oven slowly rises, filling the air with a rich, inviting aroma. Lin Wanji stood in the middle of the yard, looking at everything around her. She felt warm and hopeful inside. The station now has dedicated staff, and its size has been upgraded to level 3. Everyone's debts have decreased, and the headquarters provides more support. Sunshine Apartment is no longer just a small outpost barely surviving. It is gradually becoming a true beacon of hope in the end times. She took out her exchange device, and the new tenant recruitment option on the screen shimmered faintly. She smiled, thinking, once I unlock the new tenant recruitment, we can welcome more friends. Together, we will work hard to make the apartment better, so more people can have a safe home in the end times. Lowell ran over and held Lin Wanji's hand. Sister Lin, look. Little Bear's quilt is dried and smells nice. Can we have cookies tonight? Sister Xiao said they're chocolate-flavored. Lin Wanji crouched down and patted Lowell's head.
Yes.
Tonight, we'll have chocolate cookies and hot milk. Our days will get better and better from now on. The afternoon breeze gently blew, carrying the warmth of the sun. It made the quilts in the yard sway softly and warmed everyone's hearts.